Why is Jiang Wanning still around? Isn't she a controversial figure? Why hasn't she left the industry? She's toxic. Anyone who gets close to her is in trouble. She's useless at everything except attracting men. How can someone like her survive in showbiz? Isn't it obvious? She must have slept her way to the top. This green tea BTCH needs to stay away from my brother. Shameless woman, daring to flirt with my brother. She deserves to suffer. A phone, as heavy as a brick, was thrown and hit the woman in the head. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground, blood slowly pooling around her. The onlookers showed no sympathy. They stood there coldly, their faces twisted in disdain and disgust, continuing to hurl insults. Jiang Wanning lay straight on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the white ceiling above. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Strange memories flooded her mind like a tide. The woman in her memories was also named Jiang Wanning, an unknown actress in the entertainment industry. She had little status, but surprisingly high notoriety. The internet was filled with her scandals. Shameless, attention-seeking, bullying her teammates, and seducing top actors. In the end, at an event, she accidentally fell onto a popular male star, and his crazed fans attacked her with a phone, leading to her death. Meanwhile, the real Jiang Wanning, a spirit plant master in a world of cultivation, had just cultivated a rare divine plant when she was struck down by a sudden lightning storm. When she woke up again, she had become the materialistic and vain star Jiang Wanning. But what does a star do? Sing, take photos, act? She couldn't do any of that. The only thing she knew was how to grow plants. Seeing a half-dead green plant on the windowsill, Jiang Wanning instinctively tried to draw on the surrounding energy to revive it. The plant visibly perked up. However, the energy was too scarce, and after just a few moments, her face grew even paler. Jiang Wanning felt like the sky was falling. Not only had she become a despised person, but she had also landed in a world with little energy. Just as she was wallowing in despair, the doctor came in to check on her. "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Jiang Wanning was about to respond when the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people rushed in like a tide. At the front were a man and a woman, followed by two older individuals. They looked fierce and angry. The doctor and nurse, sensing the situation was off, quickly stepped forward to block them, saying, "What are you doing? The patient just woke up and needs to rest." The woman at the front glared angrily. "Rest? She harmed my daughter. We need an explanation today." Jiang Wanning sat up and coldly looked at the noisy group, several memories flashing through her mind. "Oh, so you're the parents of the girl who hit me? My daughter didn't mean to do it, and you're fine, aren't you?" The man stepped forward and shouted, "Let's go to the police station now and get my daughter released." He reached out to grab Jiang Wanning, but the doctor and nurse stopped him. "Why should I go to the police station to release her? She hurt me badly. Shouldn't she face consequences?" Jiang Wanning said, enduring the headache as she pointed to the bandage on her head. The woman became even angrier. "Consequences? My daughter is a minor. She's just a child." She was startled and acted impulsively. "You only have a small injury. Why are you making such a big deal over a child?" Jiang Wanning laughed in anger. "Just a small injury? If it were just that, how could I have ended up like this? So, what if she's a minor? Does that mean she can hit people without consequences? Just because I'm okay doesn't mean you can decide what's serious or not. I believe the law will give me justice." After all, she had taken over the original body, which had been severely harmed. While she couldn't seek revenge like in a fantasy world, she still deserved fairness. The man, enraged, raised his fist to teach Jiang Wanning a lesson, but the two older individuals stopped him. The elderly man looked at Jiang Wanning with a serious expression and said, "Young lady, our Yuxuan is still just a child and doesn't understand. We apologize on her behalf. Please, if you have any requests, just let us know. We only ask that you show mercy and forgive her this once. We heard you are a celebrity. If this gets out, it would harm your reputation to be at odds with a child." The elderly woman chimed in, "Please let my child go. She's young and doesn't understand." She still has school ahead of her and shouldn't have a stain on her record. Moreover, the reason she did this is because of the influence from you stars. You can't blame her entirely. Seeing that Jiang Wanning did not respond, the elderly woman suddenly knelt down. Please, young lady, spare our child. If anything happens to her, how will we survive? The sounds of crying and pleading echoed in the hospital room. The doctors and nurses present felt a bit sympathetic. However, Jiang Wanning remained indifferent. No matter who it is, everyone should take responsibility for their actions. The woman immediately pointed at Jiang Wanning and shouted, "You immoral woman. When it comes to making money, you charm children into spending on you, but when something goes wrong, you push all the blame onto them. Your personal life is a mess, and you lead children astray. If you refuse to settle, we will expose your cruelty and make it impossible for you to survive in the entertainment industry." Jiang Wanning shrugged it off. Then go ahead and report me. I never wanted to be in this chaotic circle anyway. She even looked a bit hopeful. Quickly report me, then get me banned. Then I can find a piece of land and happily farm. Jiang Wanning, shut your mouth. With an angry shout, a woman with big waves in her hair stormed in. With just one glance, Jiang Wanning recalled information about her from her previous memories. Huang Haili, the original agent. She quickly walked up to the family and said with a friendly tone, "Dear brother and sister, uncle and aunt, please don't be angry. Let's talk this over calmly." The man shouted, "What is there to talk about? You must go to the police station with us today to settle this and release my daughter, or we won't let this go." Huang Haili smiled and said, "We agree to settle, don't worry." Then, she turned to Jiang Wanning and sternly ordered, "Jiang Wanning, quickly sign this document and have them release the child from the police station." As she spoke, she tossed a few papers in front of her. The document was titled, Settlement Agreement. Jiang Wanning looked at Huang Haili and scoffed. "Why should I? She hurt me like this. Why should I settle with her?" "Jiang Wanning, can you use your brain for once?" Huang Haili, furious, gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. "Shen Yan An's agent has already called me. If you don't want to be banned, you need to settle. If Shen Yan takes action, the company won't be able to keep you, and they definitely won't renew your contract. Think it over." Shen Yan? A delicate face that was hard to distinguish as male or female appeared in Jiang Wanning's mind. She realized that Shen Yan was the popular male star who had accidentally bumped into her original self. It was said that he had tens of millions of fans, and indeed had the power to blacklist an unknown actress. But so what? She would rather it be that way. Jiang Wanning firmly stated, "Regarding the harm caused by Wang Yuxian, I want to reiterate that everything will follow legal procedures. I will not accept any form of settlement." Huang Haili, trembling with anger, pointed at Jiang Wanning and said fiercely, "Jiang Wanning, you have guts. If you can, don't come back to ask me for help in the future." After saying this, she threw a small bag onto the hospital bed and stormed out. Wang Yuxian's family members wanted to continue causing a scene, but they were stopped by the hospital security, who arrived just in time and were eventually escorted out of the room. The ward returned to calm. Jiang Wanning lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Are you okay?" a soft voice asked nearby. Jiang Wanning turned her head and met the sympathetic gaze of a young nurse. She forced a smile, wanting to say she was not okay, but instead said, "Thank you, I'm fine." Even though she had all the memories of her original self, including knowledge of this world, she still couldn't shake off her panic and confusion about this unfamiliar place. Just like before, when she had woken up in the cultivation world without any memories, she had stumbled around and, through her efforts, became a well-known spirit planter with land and spirit stones. However, just when she was thriving in the cultivation world, she was sent to another strange world. Did this mean she had to start over again? At that moment, a phone rang. Jiang Wanning instinctively picked up the small bag Huang Haili had thrown and skillfully opened it, taking out a phone. Seeing a string of unfamiliar numbers on the screen, she answered it. "Hello, are you Jiang Wanning?" A male voice with a strong accent came through the phone. Jiang Wanning replied, "Yes. Who is this?" "Thank goodness, I finally found you. I'm Jiang Dahai, the village chief of Wangshan village. Your grandmother is in trouble. You need to come back right away." "Grandmother?" Jiang Wanning's heart tightened inexplicably. Familiar yet strange faces flashed quickly in her mind. She then remembered that her original self had family in this world. A grandmother who was only in her 60s but had been bent over by the burdens of life. When she was a child, she had a fever that affected her brain, leaving her mind stuck at the age of 6. Now, she remembered the two innocent little faces from her memories. Jiang Wanning felt like her world was about to collapse. The original owner of her body actually had 2 children, 2 4-year-old twins. Yang Wanning, Wang Wanning. "Are you listening?" The village chief's voice came from her phone. Jiang Wanning quickly pushed down her shock and asked, "I'm listening, village chief." "What happened to my grandmother?" Village chief Jiang Dahai replied, "Your grandmother accidentally fell while going up the mountain and hurt her right leg. You know her left leg was already injured and couldn't bear weight. Now with the right leg hurt, she can only lie in bed. Your family has no one to help. Both the old and the young are struggling, and for the past few days, it's been the Wu family and village officials taking care of her. After a while, no one has the energy to keep this up. You are also a granddaughter of the Jiang family, so you should come back and see her as soon as possible." Jiang Wanning said, "Okay, thank you, village chief. I will return as soon as I can." After hanging up, Jiang Wanning's face turned pale, and her heart ached. She wasn't sure if it was because she inherited the original owner's body and memories, along with her feelings, but she started to worry about her family. Thinking about how the elderly and the young were struggling and couldn't even afford meals made Jiang Wanning unable to lie down any longer. She reached for the 4 in her arm, ready to remove it and check out of the hospital. The nurse quickly stopped her, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? You just got this started. If you need to go to the bathroom, I can help you." Jiang Wanning replied, "I'm not going to the bathroom. I want to check out." Jiang Wanning moved quickly. After finishing her discharge paperwork, she booked a flight to Jiang City for the next morning and headed straight to the original owner's place in the capital to pack her things. The small 1-bedroom apartment located in the inner 3rd ring of the city was quite nice, considering the high prices in the capital. Unfortunately, this apartment wasn't hers. It was provided by the agency for its artists. Inside the apartment, there were only clothes and bags, all expensive designer items. It seemed that over the years, she had spent all her earnings from the entertainment industry on these. The problem was, after returning, she wouldn't be able to wear any of these clothes. Taking them back would just take up space. Thinking about the remaining balance of 387 yuan after deducting the 1,560 yuan for the flight, Jiang Wanning knocked on the door of the neighboring room. She remembered that the girl inside was a newcomer just starting her career. "Her name is Lin Xian. I had previously borrowed some clothes and bags from her." When the door opened, a face covered in a mask appeared before her. "Wanning, are you looking for me?" Jiang Wanning got straight to the point. "Xian, I'm preparing to go home, and I won't need many things anymore. If you want, you can take everything for 100,000 yuan. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, seeming not to understand her words. "Wanning, where are you going?" Jiang Wanning replied, "I'm going back home and won't be returning." Lin Xian was shocked, almost dropping her mask. "But just a few days ago, Hailey was discussing a contract renewal with you. Why the sudden change?" Jiang Wanning's contract had expired last month. Since the terms couldn't be agreed upon, it had been delayed until now. This worked out for her, saving on the penalty fees. Jiang Wanning didn't explain further, directly leading her into the room and stuffing all the clothes and bags into her arms. It wasn't until she cleared out Jiang Wanning's entire wardrobe and transferred the 100,000 yuan that Lin Xian began to process everything. After all, everyone in the entertainment industry knew how much Jiang Wanning wanted to be famous. So, why was she suddenly saying she was leaving? Lin Xian asked, "Wanning, are you really sure about this? Does Hailey know?" Jiang Wanning replied, "Yes, she said she wouldn't renew my contract." Lin Xian continued, So, what do you plan to do after you leave? Thinking of her lush hometown, Jiang Wanning said with longing, I want to go home and farm. Lin Xian was shocked. Farming? Really? Looking at Jiang Wanning's head still wrapped in bandages, she couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong with her mind. Farming? Could it be any more absurd? However, since they weren't very close, Lin Xian didn't ask further. She suggested, Wanning, let me take you out for a meal as a farewell. She also wanted to thank her for the half-sold, half-given items. She had gotten a lot of designer clothes and bags for a great price. Jiang Wanning smiled and declined, no need. I have an early flight tomorrow and some things to take care of. Lin Xian didn't insist and brought out a box. This is Nina Queen from Japan. It's really delicious. You can take it with you for the journey. What is Nina Queen? It turned out to be 2 bunches of purple grapes. Jiang Wanning accepted them, saying, thanks. Back in her room, looking at the 2 bunches of plump grapes, she realized she was quite hungry. She casually picked one up, wiped it on her clothes a couple of times, and then put it in her mouth. As soon as it entered, Jiang Wanning frowned. It tasted terrible. It was overly sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness. Even after spitting it out, her mouth still felt sticky and uncomfortable. The taste was nowhere near the spiritual fruits she grew in the cultivation world. When she saw the price tag, her eyes widened in shock. Over 800 yuan for a kilogram. How could something so bad be so expensive? If she grew her own produce, it would sell for a fortune. At that moment, her desire to return home grew even stronger. The next morning, Jiang Wanning packed a small suitcase, took her phone and ID, and set off. After a 2.5-hour flight to Jiang City, she transferred to a high-speed train for an hour to Lin City. Once she exited the train station, she immediately took a taxi. Driver, take me to Wangshan village in Yangshui town. The taxi driver looked surprised. Wangshan village? That's quite far out of the city. There's a mountain road after that, too. I can't go. Jiang Wanning replied, I can pay for the return fare. The driver changed his tone and said, all right, I'll help you with your luggage. As the car moved, they passed through the bustling city and continued toward Yangshui town. Curious, the driver asked, young lady, what are you going to Wangshan village for? It's pretty remote. If it weren't for my relatives living there before, I wouldn't even know the way. She replied casually, oh, I'm just visiting family. The driver exclaimed, wow, you're from Wangshan village? I wouldn't have guessed. Do you still have family living there? I thought everyone had moved away. From her previous self's memories, Jiang Wanning knew that very few people remained in Wangshan village and couldn't help but ask, why did everyone leave the village? The driver answered, they all went to the city to make money. Jiang Wanning pressed on, but didn't they divide the land in the village? Can't farming make money? In the cultivation world, the crops she grew were highly sought after, and she made a lot of money from them. The driver laughed. The land in the mountains is all sloped. It's hard to farm with machinery, so it's tough work and doesn't pay much. It's better to deliver food in the city. After passing Yangshui town, the road began to climb into the mountains. It wasn't very wide, but it was enough for 2 cars to pass side by side. The path was lined with lush green trees, which made Jiang Wanning feel very happy. The fresh mountain air made her feel so comfortable that it seemed like her pores were opening up. Indeed, she was suited to be around plants. After about 20 minutes on the winding mountain road, the car finally arrived at Wangshan village. They left at 6 in the morning, and now it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In total, it took 10 hours. Jiang Wanning got out of the car, pulled her suitcase, and walked toward the village, relying on her memory. Along the way, she encountered a few elderly farmers working in the fields with their hoes. As she passed by, they cast curious glances at her. Suddenly, you must be Ning Ning from the Jiang family, right? An elderly woman approached, looking closely at Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Grandma, I am Jiang Wanning, Jiang Lei's daughter. Are you Grandma Wu? Jiang Lei was her father, who had passed away. The elderly woman was somewhat blurry in her memory. Upon hearing this, The woman became excited and clapped her hands. Yes, yes. I didn't expect you to remember this old lady after being away from the village for so long. Ning Ning, your grandmother has always been thinking of you. Come on, let's hurry home so your grandma won't worry. Jiang Wanning nodded and quickened her pace. The entire village looked even more desolate than she remembered. The houses were in ruins, and wild grass grew wildly. Everything spoke of the fact that the original owners had left and never returned. Only a few households still showed signs of life. Walking from the entrance to the end of the village, she counted that there were no more than 20 households in total. Each household had only elderly people remaining, and she did not see a single young person along the way. Turning the last corner, Jiang Wanning saw the old house from her memory. It was backed by a mountain and faced a body of water. Behind it was a large bamboo forest, and in front was a big pond. The layout was quite nice. There was also a large open space in front, where many dried vegetables were being sun-dried. The house itself was quite spacious, with a central hall and 2 side rooms on each side. It had blue bricks, black tiles, and wooden floors. When this house was first built, it must have been quite grand. Now, however, it was already in a state of disrepair. The entire house seemed ready to collapse, as if a strong wind cut it down. The door to the hall was open, and just as Jiang Wanning was about to step inside, she saw a dirty little girl holding a bowl of water, trembling as she took small steps. When the little girl saw her, she got scared and dropped the bowl, then hurriedly ran toward the side room. While running and shouting, "Annie, Annie, there are bad people trying to take Tong Tong." Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She put down her suitcase and quickly walked into the house. Before she even entered, Jiang Wanning smelled a sour, rotten odor. Once inside, the smell became even stronger. It was the kind of scent that comes from someone near death. Jiang Wanning's heart tightened. The room was dim, with a bed against the wall and an old wooden box at the head of the bed. There was no other furniture. The little girl who had been shouting about the bad people was now half lying on the edge of the bed, burying her head in the mattress as if that would make her invisible to the bad people. A dry hand rested on her, gently patting her. The owner of that hand was Jiang Wanning's grandmother, a frail old woman. When the grandmother saw Jiang Wanning, her dull eyes suddenly lit up. "Ning Ning, is that you? You've come back?" Jiang Wanning held back her tears and quickly stepped forward, taking the old woman's hand. "Grandma, it's me. Iem Ning Ning, Iem Buck." As she spoke, she drew on the surrounding energy, channeling it through their joined hands to nourish the old woman's fading life force. The grandmother was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she tightly held Jiang Wanning's hand, repeatedly murmuring, "It's good that you're back. It's good. Seeing you, I can rest in peace." Seeing her grandmother cry, the old woman's lap became frightened and began to cry loudly. The grandmother quickly took the girl's hand and placed it in Jiang Wanning's, soothing her. "Tong Tong, don't cry. This is your mother. You've always wanted to see her, and now she's back." At the mention of mother, the little girl stopped crying, looking at Jiang Wanning with tear-filled eyes. There was fear, hope, and a longing for maternal love in her gaze. Jiang Mutong, nicknamed Tong Tong, was the younger twin. Although Jiang Wanning was prepared to be a mother, she felt a bit lost when facing a living child. It was her first time being a mom, and she had no experience. Finally, with her grandmother's hopeful gaze, Jiang Wanning carefully picked up Jiang Mutong and placed her on her lap, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. Grandma said I'm not a bad person, so I really am not, right?" Jiang Mutong asked nervously. "Are you really my mother?" Jiang Wanning took out a pack of wet wipes from her small bag and gently wiped the tears, snot, and dirt from the girl's face. "What do you think?" "Don't say that. When you wipe that dirty face, she really looks a lot like her, especially her eyes and nose." However, before Jiang Mudong could respond, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Then a tall man, over 6 feet, rushed in, holding a small boy in his arms. "Don't be scared, Tong Tong. Uncle is here." "Who are you?" "Let go of my sister." Seeing the big man and the little boy in front of her, Jiang Wanling knew immediately who they were. Jiang Yichen, the original's younger brother, was 20 years old but had the mind of a 6-year-old. From now on, he would be her brother. In her memories, he was obedient and often cried easily. The little one in his arms was Jiang Muxuan, nicknamed Xianxian, the older twin. Jiang Mudong, who had been anxious, immediately brightened up upon seeing her brother and uncle. "Brother, mommy is back. We have a mommy now." Jiang Muxuan froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Jiang Wanling. Before he could react, the silly Jiang Yichen moved first. He hugged Jiang Muxuan and joyfully ran to Jiang Wanling. Sister, I listen to you. I take good care of Grandma, Tong Tong, and Xianxian." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Wanling, like a little puppy. But Jiang Wanling felt a pang of sadness. From the original's memories, she knew that after giving birth to the twins, Jiang Wanling had abandoned them. Before leaving, she had playfully tricked Jiang Yichen into taking care of the elderly and the children. It had been 3 years, and she had never returned. To her surprise, this silly brother still remembered her words. Jiang Wanling reached out, and the tall Jiang Yichen instinctively lowered his head, bringing his big head closer for her to pat. "Good job, Chen Chen. You've taken great care of Grandma, Xianxian, and Tong Tong." Jiang Yichen cheered happily. "Chen Chen listens well. Chen Chen is great." But soon, he looked sad again. "Grandma is hurt, and Chen Chen is useless." Jiang Wanling rubbed his head and comforted him. "In my heart, our Chen Chen is the best." Suddenly, a loud smack echoed as a small hand pushed Jiang Wanling's hand away from Jiang Yichen's head. The owner of the small hand, with red eyes and an angry expression, exclaimed, "She is not our mommy. They all say our mommy doesn't want us anymore, and she won't come back." The happy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Jiang Yichen and Jiang Mudong, who were excited about their sister/mom's return, became uneasy. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the little one's sobs. As Jiang Wanling thought about how to comfort them, she heard the elderly lady exclaim worriedly, "Lingling, what happened to your head? Are you hurt?" At that moment, the 3 relatives forgot their anger and sadness, looking at Jiang Wanling with concern. Jiang Yichen said nervously, "Sister's hurt. It hurts. What should we do?" Jiang Wanling touched the bandage on her head and reassured him, "Chen Chen, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell and scraped my skin a little. I will be better soon." Jiang Mudong sat in Jiang Wanling's arms and carefully leaned into on the bandage. "It hurts, and it won't hurt anymore." Her little gesture was so sweet that it made one want to hold her close and cherish her. Jiang Muxuan awkwardly leaned against Jiang Yichen, glaring at Jiang Mudong, the little traitor, with a mix of anger and envy. The 3-year gap of disconnection between the original self and the family gradually faded away due to the elderly lady, Jiang Yichen, and Jiang Mudong's hopes and concern for the original self. As for Jiang Muxuan, from his occasional longing glances, Jiang Wanling believed it was just a matter of time. The elderly lady's injured leg had already been treated at the hospital. The remaining issue needed careful recovery. Jiang Wanling said, "Chen Chen, please take Xianxian and Tong Tong outside. I need to help Grandma change her clothes." "Okay." Jiang Yichen replied loudly, taking one child in each hand as they went outside. Jiang Wanling closed the door and rummaged through a wooden box at the bedside to find a set of lightweight clothing. It was the oldest linen outfit, already faded from washing. She worried that it might tear if she pulled too hard. Seeing her take out the clothes, the elderly lady immediately struggled to get up, saying, "Lingling, leave the clothes. Grandma can do it herself." Jiang Wanling quickly pressed her down. "Don't move. You might hurt your wound." The elderly lady looked a bit anxious. "Grandma is dirty." Jiang Wanling replied while helping her out of her clothes, "It is indeed quite dirty. After we finish eating, I will have Chen Chen boil some hot water, and we can have a good wash." Her gentle tone was like soothing a child. The elderly lady's eyes turned red, and her lips trembled, unable to speak. Jiang Wanling pretended not to see, and focused on removing her clothes, then carefully checked her condition. Several pressure sores appeared on her back. The old lady's leg has been injured for over 10 days. During this time, whether in the hospital or at home, no one helped her turn over or clean up. Her silly younger brother and the two little ones don't understand this. Even well-meaning neighbors wouldn't think of everything. In the hot summer, it's no surprise that she developed pressure sores. Fortunately, it hasn't been long, and with some medicine, she should be fine. After changing into clean clothes, Jiang Wanning carried her to the bamboo lounge chair in the living room. When she got up, she saw one big and two little ones busy in the kitchen. Curious, Jiang Wanning leaned closer and saw them tending the fire, washing vegetables and scrubbing pots. Their movements were slow and a bit clumsy, but they were doing very well. Chin Chun, can you cook? She could farm, but she couldn't cook. She initially thought about going out to buy some food for dinner, but now it seemed unnecessary. When Jiang Yichun heard Jiang Wanning's voice, his eyes lit up, and he came over like a big dog. Sister, I can cook. Grandma taught me. Jiang Mutong also chimed in with a sweet voice. Yes, yes. Uncle's tomato scrambled eggs are so delicious. With both little hands, she was washing a tomato in the water. Jiang Muxian was behind the stove, quietly tending the fire. But his occasional glances let her know he was paying attention to her. Jiang Wanning smiled and patted Jiang Yichun's head. Then I'll wait for your tomato scrambled eggs. Jiang Yichun looked very pleased. Then he seriously returned to his task at the stove. He carefully picked up an egg and cracked it into a bowl. He cracked 6 eggs before stopping. Then he took a pair of chopsticks and started whisking the eggs. While whisking, he mumbled, Grandma, Chin Chun, Xian Xian Tong Tong. Each can have 1 egg, and sister will have 2. After whisking the eggs, he set them aside. He took the clean tomato from Jiang Mutong, peeled it, and cut it into pieces. His movements were slow, but each step was precise, as if he had measured them beforehand. Once the eggs and tomatoes were ready, Jiang Yichun called out to Jiang Muxian, Xian Xian, you can start the fire now. Jiang Wanning instinctively wanted to help. After all, it was too dangerous for a 3-year-old to handle fire. Unexpectedly, Jiang Muxian, the little rascal, replied, I can do it myself. She kept a serious expression and carefully took a piece of wood with sparks from the stove next door. Then, she steadily placed it into the cooking stove. After that, she added some wood shavings and used the fire tongs to push them in. Before long, the fire successfully ignited. The dancing flames illuminated Jiang Muxuan's youthful face, making his eyes shine brightly. Jiang Wanning watched in amazement as he skillfully performed this series of actions. Little sweetheart Jiang Mudong cheerfully clapped for her brother. Brother is amazing. He is the best at starting the fire. Her cheerful applause and joyful words made Jiang Wanning smile. She playfully teased Jiang Mudong. If uncle is great at cooking and brother is great at starting the fire, what is our Tong Tong best at? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mudong puffed out her little chest and proudly exclaimed, Tong Tong is the best at washing vegetables. She said it so loudly that she seemed to want everyone to hear her talent. Afterward, feeling a bit shy, she blushed and ran over to hide behind the elderly lady. This made everyone in the room burst into laughter. Jiang Wanning looked at this lovely family and suddenly felt that being in this world wasn't so bad after all. The bright red tomatoes and golden eggs complemented each other, releasing a tempting aroma. The red tomato sauce slowly flowed over the rice, making it look even more appetizing. Wow, it smells so good. Jiang Wanning praised, giving Jiang Yichun a thumbs up. The 5 of them sat neatly around the dining table. As Jiang Wanning announced that it was time to eat, they all dug in. It was indeed as delicious as she had imagined, sweet and sour, with just the right amount of salt. Although it still wasn't exactly to her taste, that was due to the ingredients. However, it was much better than what she had eaten outside. Once she improved the ingredients from the field, it would be perfect. Jiang Wanning asked, Chen Chen, besides scrambled eggs with tomatoes, what else can you cook? Jiang Yichun put down his chopsticks and began counting on his fingers. I can cook rice, boil water, make porridge, boil eggs, fry eggs, and make tomato and egg soup. It was always eggs and tomatoes, just a repeat of the same combination. After finishing, he looked at her with eager eyes, hoping for praise. Jiang Wanning said, "Chun-chun is really impressive." The elderly lady chimed in, "In cooking, Chun-chun is indeed talented. I taught him just once and he learned it. The taste of what he made is even better than mine." Jiang Wanning was truly surprised. "Chun-chun, when you have time, let me teach you how to make a new dish, okay?" She didn't know how to cook, but there were plenty of cooking tutorial videos on various platforms. She would find one for Jiang Yichen to try learning. If he really learned, she would be in for some delicious meals in the future. After finishing dinner, Jiang Yichen took the two little ones to start boiling water and cleaning the kitchen. Jiang Wanning, like a young lady, leisurely sat in the yard to cool off while chatting with the elderly lady. She gently drew in the surrounding energy, keeping snakes, insects, and pests far away. It was unclear if Jiang Wanning's return had stimulated the elderly lady or if the little bit of energy she had given her was working, but the elderly lady seemed much better than in the afternoon. She held Jiang Wanning's hand and talked nonstop. "Nyang Nyang, Xian Xian, and Tong Tong are good kids. If I'm not around anymore, you must take good care of them. And Chun Chun, even though he is a bit silly, he listens well and is strong. He can help you with many things. If you can, please take him with you. If it's really inconvenient, then let him stay at home. You can come back to see him once a year, okay?" She rambled on, worried about what would happen to Jiang Yichen and the two children if something happened to her. Jiang Wanning listened quietly, without interrupting her. She knew these worries had been building up in the elderly lady's heart for a long time, and it wouldn't be good for her health if she didn't express them. Once the elderly lady finished sharing her concerns, Jiang Wanning finally spoke. "Grandma, this time I'm not leaving anymore." The elderly lady thought she misheard. "No, not leaving?" Jiang Wanning nodded. "Yes, from now on, I will stay in the village with you and not leave." The elderly lady was astonished. "But didn't you used to hate living in the village? You said it was inconvenient to go out to buy things." Jiang Wanning nodded in agreement. "It is indeed a bit inconvenient outside. It seems I need to buy a car." The elderly lady still couldn't believe it and asked again, "Nyang Nyang, you really want to stay in the village?" Jiang Wanning smiled brightly. "Yes, more real than gold." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady did not feel happy but instead grew worried. "But Nyang Nyang, if you stay in the village, what will you do? There's nothing here except for farmland." Jiang Wanning's eyes sparkled. "Grandma, how much land do we have? I want a farm." The elderly lady shook her head repeatedly, looking very concerned. "No, that won't do. Farming is very hard work, and you might not be able to handle it," the grandmother said. Jiang Wanning replied confidently, "Grandma, I'm not afraid of hard work. Besides, you said that Chun Chun is strong and can help me." No matter how much the grandmother tried to persuade her, Jiang Wanning insisted on staying home to farm. The grandmother, seeing no other option, finally agreed. Besides the 2 acres of vegetable land behind the house and the pond in front, we have over 300 acres of mountain land. Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up. "So much? Where is it located?" "It's all on the back mountain," the grandmother sighed. "This land was divided when your parents were alive. To give you and your brother a good life, your parents wanted to plant more fruit trees so they could sell the produce. Unfortunately, right after planting, they had an accident and passed away." Thinking about losing her parents, the grandmother's eyes turned red. Jiang Wanning quickly changed the subject. "Are the fruit trees still there?" The grandmother wiped away her tears and said, "They are still there. No one in the village wants to endure the hardship of farming, so everyone is left, and the mountain has gradually become overgrown. Those fruit trees have been growing wild and have started to bear fruit, but since no one takes care of them, the fruit is sour and not very tasty. But what's wrong with that?" As a skilled spirit planter in the cultivation world, she excelled at nurturing plants with spiritual energy. In the past, she had cultivated divine plants with just her foundational cultivation level. Improving the taste of the fruit would be easy for her, especially since there were already trees planted. After all, she could only barely draw energy into her body now, unlike in her previous life, when she could control everything. "Sister, the hot water is ready." Hearing the voice, Jiang Wanning turned to see her 3 nephews neatly lined up in the kitchen, eagerly waiting for her praise. If it weren't for Jiang Yichen's tall stature, they would look like 3 little kids. With their big, wet eyes, who could resist? You all did great. Jiang Wanning praised them sincerely and then smiled. Now, can I give you another task? The 3 little ones cheered, sure. They stood tall and confident, almost making Jiang Wanning laugh. Children are truly adorable. Jiang Wanning said, next, I need to help Grandma take a bath. After that, can you boil 2 more pots of water? Everything, big or small, is dirty and needs to be washed. Okay. The 3 little ones responded loudly in unison. The elderly lady, resting in a chair, watched her grandchildren and great-grandchildren with joy, quietly wiping away a tear from her eye. This is good. This is good. Even if she were to pass away now, she could do so peacefully. Jiang Wanning, unaware of the elderly lady's thoughts, was busy searching the house with Jiang Yichen for containers to use for bathing. After some effort, they found a large wooden tub in the storage room, but to their surprise, it had a big hole in the bottom and was unusable. Jiang Wanning stood with her hands on her hips in the yard, her gaze slowly sweeping over the old, worn house. The walls were a bit faded, the roof tiles were missing in places, and the ground in the yard was uneven, with some old junk piled in the corners. Seeing the bare state of the house, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. At first, she thought this place was one of abundance and happiness, where everyone lived comfortably. At least, that was what the memories of her previous self had told her. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have known that such material poverty existed behind this facade of prosperity. She felt a deep disdain for her previous self, who was selfish and cold-hearted, ignoring her own grandmother, younger brother, and children. It seemed there was no rush to go up the mountain tomorrow. Instead, she should visit the city first to replenish the missing daily necessities. As for the family bath tonight, that was no longer possible. They could only wash up quickly and wait until tomorrow to buy a new tub. At the same time, she silently vowed to improve her family's living conditions as soon as possible, so everyone could live comfortably. After settling the elderly lady, it was time to attend to the 2 little ones. Jiang Mutong was happy and excited, while Jiang Muxian was shy and reluctant. But whether they were happy or resistant, Jiang Wanning pulled them both over and gave them a good scrub before tossing them back onto their beds. Before, when the elderly lady was uninjured, she shared a room with the 2 little ones, while Jiang Yichen slept alone in another room. After Jiang Wanning returned, she didn't set up a separate room for herself. So, she decided to sleep next to the elderly lady with Jiang Mutong, while Jiang Muxian would sleep with Jiang Yichen. Hearing that she would sleep with her mother that night, Jiang Mutong was overjoyed, rolling around in bed and giggling. But when she saw Jiang Wanning come in, she shyly hid away. When Jiang Wanning finished tidying up and returned to her room, the little one had worn itself out and fallen asleep. Thinking about her plans for tomorrow, Jiang Wanning took out her phone and booked a ride for the next day at double the usual price. Then she lay down on her bed. At this moment, the night was deep. The village on a summer night was still quite lively. The sounds of cicadas and crickets filled the air. The summer night breeze rustled through the mountains, making the leaves whisper. These sounds blended perfectly, creating a beautiful lullaby that gently lulled one to sleep. But Jiang Wanning was not among them. She held her breath and focused, beginning to practice her breathing technique. The spiritual energy in the mountains sparkled like brilliant starlight, twinkling softly. In this tranquil atmosphere, accompanied by a gentle breeze, it flowed like lively little spirits. Soon, as if summoned by some mysterious force, strands of energy slowly gathered and entered Jiang Wanning's body. It felt like a long-awaited rain nourishing her weak body. Each bit of energy seeped in, delicately cleansing her frail form, slowly refining every inch of her skin and every bone. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Wanning was completely immersed in this wonderful process. After several cycles of practice, The energy attached to her meridians behaved like obedient children, following her guidance and obediently gathering into her dantian. Jiang Wanning felt the changes within her body and smiled with satisfaction. Drawing energy into her body and refining her essence was not so difficult after all. At this moment, the darkness at the horizon was gradually being dispelled by the dawn's light, turning the sky a pale white. Jiang Wanning, who hadn't slept all night, felt no fatigue at all. Instead, she was full of energy. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was already 5 a.m. Deciding not to sleep any longer, she gently moved the little one that had somehow wrapped around her and quietly left the house. With 3 hours until her ride, she picked up a few small stones of varying sizes outside and headed toward the vegetable garden in the backyard. Seeing the sparse vegetable garden yesterday, Jiang Wanning had wanted to set up a gathering formation. Although the spiritual energy here couldn't compare to that of the cultivation world, and she was using ordinary stones instead of spirit stones, it would still be sufficient for these regular vegetables. She didn't expect that the scene in the vegetable garden at this moment was so different from what she saw yesterday. The once sparse and somewhat yellowing tomato vines were now thriving and stretching out energetically. Each vine was full of bright red fruits, which looked very pleasing. Jiang Wanning casually picked one, wiped it on her clothes a couple of times, and took a bite. This is the taste. It was rich, sweet, and juicy. With one bite, the fruity aroma filled her mouth, leaving a lasting impression. It seemed that the energy she absorbed last night had greatly benefited the vegetable garden. Unfortunately, half of the 2-acre garden was still neglected. If everything were harvested, it would probably only yield about 100 pounds. Besides the tomatoes, there was also a small patch of rapeseed, which looked very fresh and tender. Jiang Wanning buried small stones in the soil according to a specific arrangement. Once the last stone was placed in the center, the spirit-gathering formation was complete. Watching the wisps of white mist rising in the garden, Jiang Wanning clapped her hands in satisfaction, then turned and went back to the front yard to find 2 usable baskets. Each basket could hold about 50 pounds. This time when she went to the city, she planned to take the 2 baskets with her to test the market nearby. No matter what, earning a little money was better than nothing. There were many expenses at home. She also wanted to renovate the house, and the 100,000 in her account was simply not enough. While picking tomatoes, Jiang Wanning thought about what she needed to buy in the city today. First, she needed to buy a vehicle for transportation. The original owner had a driver's license and could drive, so it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Wanning, who inherited those memories. Her only concern was whether the 100,000 would be enough to buy a car. If not, she would settle for a second-hand one. Next, she needed to buy a washing machine. The clothes that the whole family changed out of last night were still piled up in the yard. It was impossible for her to wash them all by hand. The few remaining family members couldn't help with the laundry either, so getting a washing machine was essential. If she had enough money, she would also buy a refrigerator and a television. With a refrigerator, she could stock up on meat and wouldn't have to run down the mountain every day when she wanted to eat. The television would be for the children to broaden their horizons. Living in the mountain village, they had no peers to play with, and watching TV programs would help them learn more about the outside world. Lastly, there were various pots and pans at home. They were either cracked or missing pieces. There isn't a single good one. Jiang Wanning decided to replace everything. Money, money, money. It's needed everywhere. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanning picked tomatoes even faster. Suddenly, Mom. A girl's crying voice came from the front yard. It was Jiang Mutong's voice. Then came a flurry of calls for sister. Jiang Wanning quickly stood up and shouted, "Tong Tong, what's wrong?" "Mom is in the vegetable garden." As soon as she shouted, the crying stopped. In a moment, she saw 2 little ones, hand in hand, stumbling towards her, followed by a tall figure over 6 feet. Seeing her in the garden, the 3 of them quickened their pace. The little legs moved quickly, splashing mud everywhere. The siblings wore oversized clothes that clearly came from adults, making them look even smaller. Jiang Wanning thought she needed to add clothes for the whole family to her shopping list today. What happened? Why are you crying? Jiang Wanning gently asked the two little ones who had come closer. Jiang Mutong didn't speak, just looked at her with sad eyes. Jiang Yichen wiped his tears and said for her, Sister, Tong Tong woke up and couldn't find you. She thought you left and got scared. Then I helped her look for you, but we couldn't find you, and I almost cried too. Jiang Muxian's eyes were red, but his words were not kind. She's not our mom. She'll leave here eventually. Jiang Mutong pouted, feeling wronged, and said with a whimper, Mom is my mom. I don't want her to leave. Jiang Wanning felt a bit of pain in her heart. She squatted down to be at eye level with the two little ones. Jiang Yichen copied her and squatted down too, looking at Jiang Wanning eagerly. Jiang Wanning gently patted their heads and said softly, Listen carefully, I'm back this time, and I won't leave again. Jiang Muxian cried out, You're lying. Grandma said you were out making money and would come back to see us soon, but you never did. Boo-hoo. As he spoke, the little one burst into tears. Maybe since the day she returned, he had been worried she would leave secretly. So he preferred to tell himself that she was not his mother and that she would leave eventually. After all, they were just 3-year-old kids. How much could they really understand? Seeing her brother cry, Jiang Mudong started to cry too, which was quite pitiful. Jiang Wanling felt sorry and hugged both kids tightly, then seriously promised them, Mommy doesn't lie. I promise I will never leave you again. If I do, I'll turn into a frog. Just then, a little frog hopped by nearby. Jiang Mudong exclaimed, No. I don't want Mommy to turn into an ugly frog. Jiang Wanling joked, Then what do you want me to turn into? I'll change into whatever you want. Jiang Mudong replied, Turn into a little bunny. Bunnies are cute. After comforting the two little ones, she let them go. In the morning field, everything was wet with dew, and staying there too long wasn't good for their health. But the kids didn't want to leave her side at all. Mommy, my brother, and I can pick tomatoes too. We can help you, okay? No. Seeing they still didn't want to go, Jiang Wanling decided to tempt them. If you listen, go up first, and later I'll go to the city and buy you new clothes and treats.
How about that?
To her surprise, the two little ones were not tempted by the thought of new clothes or treats. They just held onto her hand anxiously and pleaded, Mommy, are you going to the city? Can you take us with you? Jiang Yicheng, who had been quiet, now looked eager and said, Sister, I want to go too. Seeing their hopeful eyes, Jiang Wanling's heart softened. Okay, you can both go. As long as you behave, Mommy will take you with me. Mommy, I'll be good. I'm the best at listening. Sister, I'll be good too. Jiang Wanling said, All right, now you two go back inside and check if Grandma is awake. Once I finish picking tomatoes with Uncle, I'll take you to the city. Jiang Mudong nodded obediently, her big eyes still fixed on her. Go back now, Jiang Wanling urged. Jiang Mushuan took his sister's hand and started to walk back. Halfway there, Jiang Mudong suddenly broke free from her brother and ran back to Jiang Wanling. Mommy, you really won't leave us again, right? The little girl looked up at her, her innocent eyes filled with a longing for her mother's love. Growing up, everyone said she and her brother were unwanted children. They said they were a burden to their mother and that she could have a better life without them. But she didn't want her mother to leave. She listens to her mom and helps her with chores. As long as her mom is willing to be her mom, Tong Tong will be very well behaved. With such a pure and bright gaze, Jiang Wanning couldn't resist. She put down the tomato, crouched down, and gently patted her little head, saying, Good girl. Mommy promises to do what she says. Hearing her repeated assurances, Jiang Mutong's eyes lit up. She shyly reached for one of Jiang Wanning's fingers and smiled at her, saying, Let's make a pinky promise, and it won't change for 100 years. Yes, it won't change. Aha. Jiang Mutong was led away by her brother Jiang Muxian, turning back to look at Jiang Wanning as they walked. When she saw Jiang Wanning looking at her too, she smiled at her. That sweet smile melted Jiang Wanning's heart. After watching the two kids go inside, Jiang Wanning called Jiang Yichen to continue picking the ripe tomatoes in the field. Jiang Yichen finally noticed that the tomatoes seemed bigger, redder, and more plentiful than yesterday. With a happy face, he said, Sister, did you come out to plant tomatoes last night? There are so many more today. They look so big and red. They must be delicious. Jiang Mutong smiled and said, then pick one and try it to see if it's really that good. Jiang Yichen nodded vigorously and picked the smallest but ripest tomato. He opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. Juice burst out, covering his hands and face. Jiang Yichen squinted his eyes in happiness and exclaimed, so delicious, so delicious. Sister, you are amazing. Your tomatoes taste so much better than mine. The essence of life nourishes all things, and ingredients grown with care have incredible flavors. Seeing Jiang Yichen enjoying the tomatoes so much, Jiang Wanning thought that if no customers came to buy, she would let Jiang Yichen sit there and eat. She was confident she could attract customers. She picked the ripest, reddest tomatoes and filled 2 large baskets before stopping. On her way back, she heard the 2 little ones chattering in the old lady's room, mainly about how their mom was going to take them to the city. When Jiang Wanning returned, the old lady quickly encouraged the kids to go help their uncle make breakfast, then pulled out a savings book from under her pillow. She handed it to Jiang Wanning. Curiously, Jiang Wanning opened it and found that it contained 50,000 yuan. Grandma, where did you get so much money? The old lady replied, it's compensation the village got for your parents. Although Jiang's parents' situation was an accident, the government also had a responsibility for not maintaining the facilities properly. Additionally, their family was going through a tough time, so they helped them secure a compensation of 50,000. The elderly lady believed this money was a lifeline for her son and daughter-in-law, so she kept it without using it. However, now she is nearing the end of her life. Her granddaughter has to care for her mentally challenged brother and 2 young children, which is a heavy burden, so she decided to give the money to Jiang Wanning. The elderly lady said, Ning Ning, this money was left by your parents and is meant for you and your brother. If you need money, just take it. Jiang Wanning pushed it back, saying, Grandma, I have money right now. You should keep the savings book for now. Seeing the elderly lady trying to give it back, Jiang Wanning quickly added, just consider it as you helping me keep it safe. When I need money, I will ask you for it. The elderly lady replied, all right, I will keep it safe for you. Just remember to tell me if you need money. In the main room, Jiang Yichen was with the 2 little ones, already cooking a pot of rice porridge, with the side dish still being scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Jiang Yichen might really have a talent for cooking. Last night, he used regular tomatoes, and Jiang Wanning didn't notice much difference. But today, with the tomatoes washed with special energy, the scrambled eggs tasted amazing. It was almost on par with a mid-level chef from a fantasy world. The 2 little ones were so full they could hardly lift their heads, mixing the scrambled eggs with tomatoes into their porridge, filling the room with their slurping sounds. Even the elderly lady, who usually had a small appetite, finished a big bowl this morning. She put down her chopsticks, still wanting more, and said, these tomatoes taste really good. She had never had such delicious tomatoes before, even better than the ones she had as a child. Jiang Yichen quickly praised his sister. Sister is amazing. The tomatoes she grows are the best. Jiang Mutong also chimed in, giving Jiang Wanning a thumbs up. Mom is the best. The elderly lady laughed and agreed. Yes, your mom is the best. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Wanning told the elderly lady her plans for the day. Grandma, today I will take them to the city and see if we can sell these tomatoes. The elderly lady confidently replied, you can sell them. People in our village often take surplus vegetables to the town to sell, and they sell well. Not to mention our delicious tomatoes. They will definitely sell. The elderly lady was very happy about Jiang Wanning wanting to try selling vegetables to make money. If she could really make money, then Jiang Wanning staying in the village would have a way to earn. Grandma, how much do people usually sell for in the village? When it comes to prices in this world, besides the luxury items from her memories, what shocked Jiang Wanning the most was the high-end Japanese grapes that cost over 800 yuan per kilogram in the city. The taste was even worse than her tomatoes. But she also understood that different groups of consumers meant different price points. If she dared to price her tomatoes at 800 yuan per kilogram, not only would she not have any customers, but she might even be thought of as crazy. So she needed to understand the local spending habits first. She wouldn't set an outrageous price, but she definitely couldn't sell them too cheaply either. The old lady understood Jiang Wanning's thoughts and explained, tomatoes at the town market usually sell for around 5 yuan, but those are from greenhouses and lack flavor. Our homegrown tomatoes taste better, but they don't look as nice, so the price is similar to the market, sometimes even cheaper. Looking at the big red tomatoes in the living room, the old lady added, I heard there are organic tomatoes in the supermarket that sell for over 10 yuan per pound. Our tomatoes not only taste good but also look nice, so maybe we can try pricing them at 10 yuan per pound. Jiang Wanning nodded, yes, it definitely can't be less than 10 yuan. When we go to the city, I'll take a look. We might be back a bit late, so I'll ask Grandma Wu to come over and keep an eye on you. Grandma Wu was the old lady she met when she returned to the village. She was a lonely elder in the village, having lost her husband and children, and lived on government support. Before Jiang Wanning returned, she would occasionally come to check on the family. After coming back, Jiang Wanning hadn't had the chance to thank her yet, but she planned to buy some things in the city today and then visit her. The old lady wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yichen volunteered and quickly said, Sister, I'll go find Grandma Wu. With that, he dashed off. Before long, Jiang Yichen returned with Grandma Wu. Jiang Wanning said, Grandma Wu, thank you for helping my grandma. Here's my phone number. If you need anything, just call me. Grandma Wu cheerfully replied, What's the trouble? I'm just at home doing nothing anyway, so it's nice to come over and chat with your grandma. As it was almost 8 o'clock, Jiang Wanning's phone rang. It was her ride she had booked yesterday. Jiang Wanning asked him to drive straight in from the village entrance, along the road, all the way to the end. Luckily, she had the foresight to book a small minibus. It was a bit worn, but it could hold a lot. It could fit not only the 2 adults and 2 children, but also 2 baskets of tomatoes. Jiang Yichen and the 2 little ones were very excited, chatting nonstop along the way. Perhaps their playful chatter amused the driver, who didn't mind and even joked with them from time to time. Their first destination was a Hongguang 4S store in the city. Jiang Wanning wanted to buy a cost-effective pickup truck that could carry people, transport goods, and even sell vegetables, versatile for many uses. The Hongguang was the perfect choice. It took about half an hour to drive from Wangshan village to the town, and nearly another hour from the town to the city. By the time they arrived at the 4S store, it was already 9:30. The 3 little ones, having been excited for half the journey, fell asleep for the rest. Jiang Wanning quickly woke them up and then went to the back of the vehicle to get the tomatoes. The driver got out to help but was surprised to see Jiang Wanning lift 1 basket in each hand and place them steadily on the ground. Wow, you have strong arms. Each basket must weigh around 40 to 50 pounds, he said. With 2 hands, it wouldn't be too heavy, but lifting 1 in each hand was impressive. Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, I'm used to working in the fields, so I'm a bit stronger. The driver looked at her with doubt. Her clean appearance didn't seem like someone who worked in the fields. But soon, his attention was drawn to the tomatoes peeking out from the baskets. They had been covered with a cloth, hiding their vibrant red color. Now that the cloth was lifted slightly, the sight made his mouth water. Thinking of his pregnant wife at home, the driver couldn't help but ask, Did you grow these tomatoes yourselves? Have you used any chemicals? If not, can I buy a few pounds? Jiang Wanning replied, Yes, we grew them ourselves and we didn't use any chemicals. But the price is a bit high. Are you sure you want to buy them? The driver laughed. They're just tomatoes. How expensive can they be? My wife is pregnant and hasn't had much of an appetite lately. I want to bring some home for her to try.
Jiang Wanning quoted, 30 per pound.
She had been checking prices online during the trip and settled on this amount. It was a fair price and still affordable. The smile on the driver's face immediately froze. How much did you say? Jiang Wanning said, I spent a lot on growing my tomatoes, so they are a bit expensive, but they taste really good. The 3 little ones shouted in unison, Yes, our tomatoes are the best, the tastiest in the world. The driver hesitated, but that's really expensive. It's almost the price of half a pound of cherries. Those cherries might not even taste as good as my tomatoes, Jiang Wanning replied. She didn't necessarily want to make a sale, She just thought it was nice that he was thinking of his pregnant wife. So she said, "Didn't you say your wife has a poor appetite? Why don't you buy some first? If she doesn't like them, I'll refund you." The driver gritted his teeth and decided, "All right,
Give me 4.
Jiang Wanning took a hand scale and weighed them, saying, 2 pounds and 1 ounce. I'll count it as 2 pounds. The scale and plastic bags were left over from when the old lady sold vegetables in town, and they were just right for now. 4 tomatoes cost 60 yuan. The driver almost wanted to back out. But since the tomatoes were already weighed, he had no choice but to pay. "You said if my wife doesn't eat them, you'll refund me." Jiang Wanning replied, "Of course. You added me on WeChat and know my address. Do you really think I would run away?" She was confident that anyone who tried her tomatoes would definitely come back for more. The 3 little ones were thrilled that their tomatoes were sold and started dancing with joy. "We made money! We made money!" Jiang Wanning smiled and made a shushing gesture, saying, "Shuh. There's a saying that wealth shouldn't be flaunted. If bad people find out, they might come and take our money." The 3 little ones immediately quieted down, looking around cautiously, afraid that someone might come to steal their money. Their excitement caught the attention of passers-by, who turned to see what was happening. When they noticed the bright, large, and beautiful tomatoes in the basket, they were instantly attracted. "Wow, what kind of tomatoes are these? They look amazing!" Jiang Mutong shouted loudly, "These are our family's tomatoes. They not only look good, but taste super delicious." She couldn't help but lick her lips, remembering the taste of the big tomato she had eaten that morning, almost drooling. Onlookers couldn't help but laugh and teased her, saying, "If it's so delicious, how much is it per pound?" Jiang Mudong was already distracted by the tomatoes and didn't hear the price question. Jiang Mushuan felt embarrassed by his sister's reaction and, with a serious face, replied, "Tomatoes are 30 yuan per pound. If they're not good, you don't have to pay." After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Wanqing, feeling a bit nervous, worried he might have said something wrong. Wang Wanqing smiled and gave him a thumbs up, silently saying, "Great job." The crowd around them was shocked by the price. 30 yuan a pound? That's too expensive. What a rip-off. Organic tomatoes at the supermarket are only around 10 yuan. Why are yours more expensive than organic ones? Oh, I thought they were just poor people selling vegetables to support their kids, but it turns out they're the ones who can't afford it. Soon, most of the crowd dispersed. Jiang Wanqing didn't mind. She picked the smallest tomato for the greedy Jiang Mudong to hold and eat. Then she chose the largest one, cut it in half, and gave pieces to Jiang Yichen and Jiang Mushuan. Jiang Yichen said, "I don't want it. I want to sell it." Jiang Mushuan replied, "Let's eat it at home." But they were both swallowing quickly. Wang Wanqing laughed, "There are still so many left. We have enough to sell. Hurry up and eat, and then we can go buy a car." In no time, the 3 kids were enjoying the tomatoes, juice splattering everywhere, and the sweet aroma spread, making a few onlookers swallow their saliva. "Are these tomatoes really that good?" The question came from a stylish elderly lady with gray hair. "They're delicious, super delicious." The 3 kids nodded vigorously, the best in the world. The surrounding people looked at Jiang Yichen in confusion since he was tall at 1.8 meters, yet his tone was no different from the younger kids. Fortunately, no one said anything. Instead, the fashionable elderly lady laughed at their antics, saying, "All right, I'll trust you this time. If they're not good, I'll be upset." Jiang Mudong chimed in, "Mom says if it's not good, you don't have to pay." Jiang Wanqing confirmed, "Yes, if it's not good, you don't have to pay." The stylish elderly lady looked at Jiang Wanqing and said, "You've raised these kids well. I'll take 5 pounds, please." 5 pounds weighed out to 11 tomatoes, each about half a pound. As Jiang Wanqing pulled out the payment code, she suggested, "If it's convenient, you can join our vegetable buying group. If it doesn't taste good, just message me on WeChat, and I'll give you a refund." The so-called vegetable buying group was just created by her. Currently, there is 1 member in the group. It's the driver from earlier. They are all returning customers from the Jiang family's garden. Once there are more people in the group, she can sell directly there and save time from setting up a stall. Unexpectedly, just as this wish formed, Someone tried to disrupt it. Grandma, you should try one now. If it doesn't taste good, we'll refund you, and you can return the tomato. Jiang Wuxuan said seriously.
Wow.
The people around laughed. This kid is quite clever. He's worried about losing money and the tomato. Jiang Wuxuan retorted, growing tomatoes is hard work. We can't waste them. His cheeks puffed up, looking quite pinchable. The stylish old lady didn't hold back and took action. Haha, what a clever little one, I'll listen to you. She grabbed one from the bag, wiped it with a tissue, and took a bite. How is it? Is it tasty? Is it worth 30 yuan a pound? Many people around were also tempted, but thought 30 yuan a pound was too expensive. Seeing the stylish old lady buy 5 pounds made them even more interested. If it really tastes good, 30 yuan a pound isn't unaffordable. However, the stylish old lady didn't answer their question. She just kept eating until only the stem was left from the half-pound tomato. In the end, she didn't even waste the juice on her fingers. When she came to her senses, she met 3 pairs of eager eyes. Grandma, our tomatoes are the best in the world, aren't they? The stylish old lady felt a bit shy thinking about how she had licked her fingers but nodded. Yes, the best in the world. I haven't had such flavorful tomatoes in a long time. Then please weigh me 5 pounds, no, 10 pounds. Jiang Weining reminded her, Grandma, can you carry that much? Also, our tomatoes are picked when ripe and can only last 5 days at most. If you can't eat them all, they might spoil. It's fine. My driver is nearby. He can help carry them. My family is big, so if everyone takes a bit, it will be gone. The stylish old lady insisted, and Jiang Weining was happy to sell. When it was time to pay, the stylish old lady even suggested scanning to join the group, becoming the second member of the Jiang family's vegetable buying group. The people around were increasingly tempted, and after swallowing several times, I want 2 pounds. Our whole family loves sweet tomatoes. If these tomatoes taste good, I'll buy them again in the future. I want 2 pounds. The tomatoes in the supermarket have no real tomato flavor. They're neither sour nor sweet. If they're really good, it's worth 30. I want 3 pounds. Throughout the process, Jiang Wanning just acted as a person to weigh and collect money. The 3 kids were responsible for holding bags, packing, and calling out, which saved Jiang Wanning a lot of trouble. After everyone dispersed, 1 basket of tomatoes was completely sold out. The Jiang family's vegetable selling group successfully reached 11 members. Jiang Wanning found it a bit funny. They came here to buy a car, but they sold half of their goods before even entering the dealership. As the sun rose higher, the outside temperature got hotter. Seeing the little ones with flushed faces, Jiang Wanning didn't want to bargain with those still trying to negotiate with her. She quickly packed up the items and headed towards the dealership. When she reached the entrance, a security guard stopped her. The security guard said, Sorry, this is our company's showroom. You can't set up a stall to sell things here. Jiang Wanning almost laughed in disbelief. Did she have a serious problem? Why would she set up a stall in someone else's store? We're here to buy a car. Just consider this basket as our personal belongings. Can you keep an eye on it for us until we finish buying the car? The security guard looked a bit troubled. How about you leave it outside and have someone watch it? If it's outside, you might sell a few more if someone wants to buy. He wasn't officially hired yet, so he didn't want to take that risk. He glanced at Jiang Yichen. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yichen was excited and said, Sister, let's leave it outside. I'll sell it. The security guard noticed Jiang Yichen's enthusiasm and awkwardly apologized. Can you promise not to sell anything inside? The security guard was quite polite, and Jiang Wanning didn't want to make things difficult for him. She agreed, If you're worried, I can leave the items with you to watch. The security guard scratched his head. That's not necessary, but you can leave the items at the front desk. That way, you won't have to worry about anyone touching your things. Seeing Jiang Wanning agree, the security guard even helped carry the basket to the front desk. Mei Jia, this customer is here to buy a car. Please keep an eye on their things. Front desk Lu Mei glanced at the old basket and casually said, Just leave it there. After they left, she humorously whispered to the person next to her, 2 old baskets, and they're worried about being stolen. It's really funny. Her voice wasn't loud, but Jiang Wanning heard it. However, she was in a hurry to buy a car and didn't have time to argue with such people. The domestic Hongguang is sturdy, durable, and, most importantly, affordable. This is the general opinion of many online users. After taking the three little ones for a quick look around the showroom, she headed straight for the model she wanted to buy. The Hongguang mini pickup truck is a great helper for getting rich. With low fuel consumption and strong cargo capacity, there was a vehicle available for a total price of 68,000 yuan, which Jiang Wanning paid in full. The contract, payment, vehicle pickup, inspection, and insurance were all handled in one go. The sales representative, Zhu Feifei, was very pleased with such a straightforward customer. She helped stick on the temporary license plate and carefully reminded her in about a week, the official license plate will be sent to your home, and you can just replace it then. Once everything was settled, Jiang Wanning prepared to go to the front desk to get a basket of tomatoes and then take the kids out to eat. Jiang Yichen volunteered, raising his hand. Sister, I'll go get it. I know where our tomatoes are. It was just a few steps away, right under her nose. So Jiang Wanning wasn't worried and sat in the driver's seat waiting for him to return. Unexpectedly, something happened in those few steps. Jiang Yichen came back empty-handed, running and crying. Wah, sister, our tomatoes were stolen. Jiang Wanning's expression changed immediately. She opened the car door, got out, and quickly walked into the hall with the little ones. Seeing this, Zhu Feifei immediately followed. Jiang Wanning approached the front desk and looked at Lu Mei, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Where are our things? Lu Mei was startled by her intensity and pointed to a corner where the basket was, saying, a few kids were playing here and accidentally knocked over your basket. When they saw the tomatoes rolling out, they just ate a few. Since the tomatoes tasted good, a few adults who came later also ate some. Jiang Wanning scoffed. A few? When I brought it, the basket was full. You tell me it was just a few? Is this how you help customers keep their things? Miss Jiang, please don't be upset. Since the items went missing in our store, we will definitely take responsibility. Zhu Feifei reassured Jiang Wanning, then looked at Lu Mei with some displeasure. Mei Jie, this is the customer's property. How could you let others eat it? Lu Mei replied somewhat impatiently. I try to stop them, but those kids wouldn't listen. Moreover, those kids are customers' children. I can't just stop them, right? But don't worry, their parents said they would pay for the tomatoes that were lost, as if they bought them. Look, here they come. 5 people, both men and women, approached. A man with a big belly looked at Jiang Wanning a few times with a flirtatious gaze and said proudly, These tomatoes are yours, right? Sorry, the kids didn't know better and ate them without your permission. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you. He opened his phone, ready to make a payment. Is 50 enough? The earlier words were somewhat bearable, but when he said, Is 50 enough? It made Jiang Wanning laugh in anger. With her arms crossed, she replied, I have 50 pounds of tomatoes here, priced at 30 each. Now, there's only this much left. Do you think that's enough? 30 each? Why don't you just steal them? Are you trying to take advantage of this situation? Are you crazy for money? I'll give you 100 at most. Take it or leave it. The group immediately started arguing, almost pointing fingers at Jiang Wanning. The 3 little ones saw their sister/mother being bullied and rushed in front of Jiang Wanning, eyes red, shouting, Bad people, don't bully my mom. Get away. Don't bully my sister. The group quickly noticed Jiang Yichen's unusual behavior and rudely pointed at him, mocking, Haha, so he's a fool. No wonder he talks about tomatoes being 30 each. The coldness in Jiang Wanning's eyes deepened as she looked at Lu Mei, who was in charge of the items. What do you think? Lu Mei also believed Jiang Wanning was asking for too much and advised her not to be too greedy. You see, there's still half a basket of tomatoes. Let's consider it a loss of half. 25 pounds for 100 is a fair price. Seeing the expressions of the 5 men and women at the front desk, Jiang Wanning chuckled lightly. Instead of arguing with them, she weighed the remaining tomatoes and then took out her phone to call the police. Hello, is this 110? I want to report a theft. I had something stolen at the 4S store on Anong Road 799, worth over 1,000. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Jiang Wanning call the police. They truly didn't expect her to take it so seriously, and their faces turned ugly. They began pointing at Jiang Wanning and shouting, "Are you out of your mind for calling the police? You're selling tomatoes at such a high price and still have the nerve to call the police. How shameless. Call the police if you want. I might even sue you for extortion." At that moment, the receptionist, Li Mei, regretted her actions deeply, wishing she hadn't let them touch that basket. No matter who was right or wrong in this situation, she knew she would be the one to suffer, and she might even lose her job. Panicking, she stepped forward and tried to make amends. "Miss, let's talk this over. If you think the money is too little, I can make up the difference. Can you please cancel the police call?" But Jiang Wanning ignored them completely, focusing on calming the 3 children beside her while waiting for the police to arrive. The police response was quick. Within 10 minutes, 2 uniformed officers entered. "Who called the police?" Jiang Wanning calmly raised her hand. "I did." Before the police could ask any questions, the 5 people began to chatter, each adding their own twist to the story, mixing truth and lies. "Officer, we're not unreasonable. The child didn't understand and ate someone else's food, and we will definitely pay. But she demanded 30 yuan per pound right away. Isn't that extortion?" "Exactly, officer. I saw her with 2 kids and a brother who seemed to have difficulties, and I felt sorry for them, so I thought of giving more. I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful. She even had the audacity to make a false report, claiming the items are worth 1,000 yuan. Officer, do you think these tomatoes are worth that much?" Throughout the entire exchange, Jiang Wanning remained silent, watching them coldly without arguing or explaining. Once they finished speaking, the older police officer turned to Jiang Wanning. "Do you have anything to add?"
Jiang Wanning, no.
"Officer, so these tomatoes are really 30 yuan per pound?" Jiang Wanning, "Yes." The officer squatted down and examined a tomato from the basket closely. "They do look a bit better than what you find in stores, but isn't 30 a little high? Or is this a special variety?" Jiang Wanning, "If being really tasty counts as a special variety, then yes. I grew them myself, and I've already sold a basket at that price." The parents of the misbehaving children immediately started mocking her. "Self-grown special variety. Do you think you're a research institute? Even their tomatoes don't sell for 30 a pound. Officer, I think she's just trying to extort money. You should arrest her quickly." The middle-aged police officer looked at Jiang Wanning and said, "You said you sold it for 30 per pound before? Do you have a purchase record? In a market economy, pricing is free, but malicious claims are not allowed." Jiang Wanning calmly replied, "Of course." She then opened her phone and retrieved the transfer records. "I sold a basket before about 50 pounds. These transfers add up to around 1,500. Jiang Wanning added, "If that's not enough, I have witnesses." She then pulled up the chat group page for selling vegetables. "These are people who bought tomatoes from my family before. Officer, if you don't believe me, you can ask them." At that moment, there were a few messages in the chat group, all praising the amazing taste of the tomatoes. Some even tagged the group owner, asking if future purchases could be shipped. Looking at the transfer records and chat messages, the police officer was convinced to a large extent. He couldn't help but be surprised. There really were that many people willing to pay such high prices for tomatoes. Meanwhile, a young police officer with a buzz cut couldn't help but ask, "Are your tomatoes really as delicious as they say?" "Officer, our tomatoes are super delicious. We're not lying."
Jiang Muxian eagerly answered.
Jiang Yichen quickly chimed in, worried that the officer wouldn't believe them and would take their sister away. Jiang Mutong looked at this and that, suddenly picked one from the basket, and took a big bite. Jiang Wanning quickly reached out to take the tomato from her, disapprovingly saying, "Tong Tong, you just ate 2 outside. You can't eat more. If you do, your little tummy will explode." Jiang Mutong pouted, "But I'm afraid the officer won't believe Mom. I want to eat it to show them."
Jiang Muvuan who really corrected her. Silly.
"They need to taste it to know if it's good, not just see you eat it." Jiang Mutong immediately put her hands on her hips and said, "No. We can't give it away. Mom needs to make money. Before, when they saw me eating tomatoes, that's why those uncles and aunts bought them. If they can see our tomatoes are delicious, why can't the officer? The two little ones, with their soft and cute voices, said things that made everyone laugh. Only the 5 parents from the opposing side looked increasingly displeased. Seeing the police looking over, the leading man with a big belly immediately shouted, "It's just a few transfer records. They're not invoices." "What do they prove?" Others immediately agreed. "That's right. Even if she got the money from selling tomatoes, who knows how many she sold? She says 50 pounds, so it must be 50. What vegetable selling group? There are only a dozen people and most of them are probably her relatives just helping out. Talking nonsense. If a fool really pays 30 for your rotten tomatoes, I'll eat dirt upside down." Just then, 4 ladies rushed in from outside. Seeing the 2 kids, one lady with curly hair happily clapped her thighs and said, "Oh, I finally made it. Kids, do you still have tomatoes? Grandma brought friends to buy your tomatoes." Jiang Mudong immediately pouted and said, "Grandma, our tomatoes were stolen, boo-hoo." The lady was shocked and angry.
What?
Stolen? Which scoundrel would steal a child's tomatoes? We must call the police and get these shameless people arrested. Jiang Mudong pointed directly at the group of troublemakers. Jiang Yishuan added, "Grandma, they even called the people who buy our tomatoes fools." Jiang Yichen chimed in, "Yeah, they said, if a fool pays 30 for these rotten tomatoes, I'll eat dirt upside down."
How dare they?
You look like a fool. No wonder you have a dirty face. You must eat dirt. The lady started to rant, but then noticed 2 police officers nearby and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Oh, the police are here. Are you here to catch the thieves?" The middle-aged officer straightened up. "Yes, we are here to investigate this matter." Before the officer could speak, one of the lady's friends quickly said, "Police officer, hurry and arrest them. The kids said those people stole." Another friend added, "Yes, hurry up. It's so wrong to steal in broad daylight." A third friend said, "These young people have hands and feet. Why steal?" "My son said that thieves are punished based on the value of what they steal. These tomatoes are 30 a pound, very expensive. They should be ready for jail." The older officer asked, "You say these tomatoes are 30 a pound? Have you bought them?" The lady excitedly raised her hand. "I bought some, but only 2 pounds. I should have bought more. We finished them all quickly. That's why I brought friends to buy more." The older police officer pulled out the transfer records from Jiang Wanning's phone and handed them to the lady. "Take a look, which transfer record is yours?" The lady looked confused. "Aren't you catching thieves? Why do I need to see the transfer records?" But she still cooperated and searched through her records, finally pointing to a record under the account name Lotus Pond Moonlight. "This account is mine. I bought 2 pounds for 60 yuan. Jiang Wanning explained with a smile. "They don't believe my tomatoes are 30 yuan a pound and think I'm trying to trick them."
Oh.
The lady suddenly understood. Usually that price for tomatoes is a bit high. If I didn't know the taste, I wouldn't believe tomatoes could sell for 30 either. The 5 parents looked very upset but still insisted, "You're just a plant, right? You must be a plant sent by this woman." The lady fired back, "You think I'm a plant? You shameless people. You steal from others and still have the nerve to complain. The 2 car beauty shops next door are mine. I wouldn't need this money to be a plant." With evidence on their side, the 5 could only accept the punishment. The man with a big belly stubbornly said, "Fine, 30 a pound is what you say. I'll just consider it charity. I'll buy this whole basket of rotten tomatoes for 1,500. Is that enough?" Jiang Wanning refused. "Sorry, not for sale. Let's follow the legal process." The 5 asked, "What legal process?" Jiang Wanning requested the police to verify the amount of tomatoes she lost. As for how to verify it, first, they checked the surveillance to see how many tomatoes were in that basket initially. Everyone saw that it wasn't just the kids sneaking bites. The adults were too. Their greedy eating looked like they had never eaten before, which was quite embarrassing. "Officer, why are these uncles and aunts eating so many of our tomatoes if they say they're rotten?" Jiang Mutong asked with her innocent big eyes, filled with confusion. "Silly child. They just want to take advantage of you," the lady added, rolling her eyes. Even with thick skin, The five couldn't handle such an embarrassing situation. They turned red and glared at the lady, annoyed that she was interfering. The lady wasn't afraid of them. She pulled the police aside and complained, "Officer, they glared at me. I suspect they want to get back at me later." The police shot a warning look at the group, making them lower their heads in fear. However, what's even more disgusting is that these people not only stole but also shamelessly stuffed tomatoes into their bags and their children's backpacks. When the bag was opened, it was full of bright red tomatoes. We were planning to buy them from the start. The owner of the bag tried to justify their shameful behavior, but no one was fooled. If they really intended to buy them, would they need to sneakily stuff them into their bags? The surveillance video clearly showed that there was a large basket full of tomatoes at the front desk at first. Now, the scale showed only 16 pounds of tomatoes left in the basket. Assuming there were originally 50 pounds, that means 34 pounds of tomatoes were missing, totaling 1,020 yuan. 1020, right? Here's the QR code. I'll transfer it to you right now. The representative, a large man, urged eagerly. The sooner they paid, the sooner they could leave. At that moment, they didn't want to stay a second longer. Jiang Wanning ignored him and turned to the middle-aged police officer, asking earnestly, "Officer, I remember our country's criminal law states that stealing public or private property valued at over 1,000 yuan should be considered a large amount. If it reaches this amount, it can generally constitute theft. Am I mistaken?" The onlookers were initially stunned, then they thought to themselves, "Wow, so that's why they were waiting here." No wonder when they called the police, they specifically mentioned that the stolen items were worth over 1,000 yuan. When they saw the police officer nod in confirmation, the five individuals finally began to panic. "What theft? Don't wrongfully accuse us. We had permission from the staff when we ate." Yes, we had permission from the front desk staff. It was her. You saw in the video that we spoke to her when we took the tomatoes. Lu Mei, the front desk staff, who had been hiding in the crowd, was pulled into the situation. Lu Mei was terrified and quickly shouted, "When did I agree to that? Don't wrongfully accuse me. I stopped you when your child was stealing. You didn't listen and said you would pay later, so I had no choice but to agree." Both sides blamed each other and refused to take responsibility. In the end, they were all taken away in a police car. It was all because Jiang Wanning refused to accept a settlement. Calling her brother an idiot and wanting to settle? No way. Before getting in the car, she casually told the police officer, "Officer, if some people eat something strange upside down, please film it so we can see." The officer was shocked. The older lady applauded as the police car drove away, saying, "You did the right thing, girl. We shouldn't let them off easy. Let's see if they dare to steal again." Turning around, she saw her friends already with plastic bags, starting to pick tomatoes from the basket. The remaining 30-some pounds of tomatoes were quickly divided among the four ladies. The staff and customers at the dealership were left speechless. "Isn't this a bit much? These are $30 a pound. It feels like they're free." The older lady replied, $30 a pound? That's cheaper than cherries or durians at the store. I tell you, these tomatoes taste way better than those expensive fruits. Yes, I've never had such delicious tomatoes in my life. Girl, when are you coming back to sell these tomatoes? I've joined the buying group, so please let us know when you're here. The four ladies proudly walked away under the puzzled gazes of others. As Jiang Wanning left with the three little ones, she had 2 empty baskets and a gas card from the dealership as compensation. Before leaving, she gave the security guard 2 pounds of specially saved tomatoes as an apology for not keeping her promise to sell at their store. The security guard was quite happy to receive such expensive tomatoes for free, thinking about sharing them with his girlfriend later. However, he unexpectedly found himself facing several pairs of eager green eyes. "Hey, Chen, did you enjoy the flower cake I gave you? Chen, you've been doing well lately. I have high hopes for you. Chen, you're about to get promoted, right?" In the end, he didn't get to share the 2 pounds of tomatoes with his girlfriend or even have a bite himself. After leaving the dealership, Jiang Wanning planned to take the 3 little ones out for a meal before shopping. But when she asked what they wanted to eat, the little ones hesitated, and didn't speak up. Jiang Wanning quickly realized they were afraid of spending money, so they didn't want to make requests. Do you know how much money we made selling tomatoes? The three little ones shook their heads in unison. Jiang Wanning exaggeratedly said, a total of over $2,600. The three of them exclaimed together, wow, that's a lot of money. Then, Jiang Yichen, looking confused, asked, sister, what is more than 2,600 yuan? Oh, so that wow was just to support her. However, this question really puzzled Jiang Wanling. She then realized that the three little ones had not been to school and probably couldn't even count to 100, let alone understand such a big number like 2,600. This made Jiang Wanling feel even more uncomfortable. At their age, they had no concept of money, yet they had already learned to control their desires and didn't dare to ask for much. One could imagine how difficult their previous life had been. The saying that poor children grow up fast is truly not just a saying. To ease their worries, Jiang Wanling continued in an exaggerated tone. More than 2,600 yuan means a lot of money. Since we earned a lot today, we should celebrate with a nice meal. Now can you tell me what you want to eat? Only then did the three little ones cheer with genuine excitement. Wow, we earned so much money. Sister, can I have KFC? Jiang Nyonyo said KFC as hamburgers, and they are super delicious. Really? I want a hamburger too. Seeing their eager expressions, Jiang Wanling felt a surge of affection. All right, let's go eat KFC. As they opened the door to the restaurant, the mixed aroma of various foods greeted them. For Jiang Wanling, it was a bit overwhelming, but it made the three little ones drool with excitement. She ordered 4 kids' meals. Each meal included a crispy chicken burger, a serving of chicken nuggets, a small portion of fries, a cup of cola, and a toy. With tasty food and fun toys, the three little ones danced with joy. One hand held a hamburger, and the other held a toy. They looked like the happiest people in the world. Jiang Wanling was also hungry. Although she didn't like the greasy taste of the food, she had to eat to fill her stomach. After leaving KFC, they headed straight to the nearby electronics store. They bought a double-door refrigerator for over 8,000 yuan, a washing machine for over 4,000 yuan, and an LCD TV for over 2,000 yuan. As they passed the electronics counter downstairs, they also bought a tablet for over 3,000 yuan. Then they moved to the large supermarket next door. They purchased pots, pans, bedding, and a complete set of clothes and shoes for the whole family. It wasn't that she couldn't endure hardship. In the realm of cultivation, she also endured hardships. But if there are conditions that allow one to avoid suffering, why choose to endure it unnecessarily? By the time they returned, the pickup truck was almost full. After running around all day, the two little ones fell asleep in Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen's arms before they even got home. Seeing that it was getting late and worried about the elderly lady at home, Jiang Wanning bought a wheelchair and headed straight back. The car drove into the village and continued until it reached their yard before turning off the engine. Their home was located at the edge of the village, making it quite secluded, so no one came to watch. However, it startled the two elderly ladies who were chatting in the yard. "Oh my, whose car is this? Why did it come right into our yard?" Grandma Wu exclaimed as she quickly stood up, grabbing a broom by the door and cautiously walking toward the vehicle. She thought to herself that if someone bad got out, she would give them a good scare with the broom. To her surprise, the car door opened, and Jiang Wanning stepped out. "Grandma Wu, it's me. Did I scare you?" she called out. Just then, the passenger door opened as well. Jiang Yichen jumped out excitedly. Grandma Wu, look. This is my sister's car. She bought it." His voice was filled with pride and joy. The twins, who were carried out by Jiang Wanning from the back seat, were now fully awake, waving their hands and showing off their mom's new car to the two elderly ladies. "Grandma, look. Mom bought a car. Now we can ride to town." The two little ones bounced around the car, their earlier tiredness completely gone. The elderly lady stared at the shiny new vehicle, her mouth agape in surprise. "Ning Ning, did you really buy this car?" Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded yes. "Having a car will make it much more convenient for us to go out. Whether to town or the city, We won't have to rush to catch the bus anymore. Although Wangshan village was remote, the government had not neglected it during rural development. They built roads and even established a bus service. However, there was only one bus each day, leaving at 7 a.m. and returning at 6 p.m. If you missed it, you had to find your own way back. The elderly lady wanted to say something about the cost, but knowing her granddaughter was always determined, she swallowed her words. Old Lady Wu walked around the car with excitement, praising it. This car is really beautiful, the back is spacious, and it's easy to carry big items. Plus, it has 4 seats for people. It's much better than those small cars outside. Hearing this made her happy. But when Jiang Wanning called Jiang Yichen to help lift the cover off the back of the truck and saw it filled with items, she was surprised again. Unable to hold back, she said, "Ning Ning, why did you buy so many things? How much did this cost? It's not easy for you to earn money outside. You should save a bit." Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Grandma. I didn't spend recklessly. Everything is useful for the family." She then took a wheelchair from the back of the truck. "Grandma, this wheelchair is for you. Give it a try." Without waiting for a response, she picked up the old lady and placed her in the wheelchair. Old Lady Wu felt a bit lost sitting there. "Ning Ning, this wheelchair must be very expensive. I don't need it. Maybe you should return it." Jiang Wanning shook her head. "Grandma, this wheelchair isn't expensive. Just use it with peace of mind. You can't just lie in bed waiting for me to take care of you for 100 days while you recover. With this wheelchair, you can take care of yourself and help look after the little ones, which will lighten my load. Isn't that great?" Old Lady Wu was used to being frugal. If she thought sitting in a wheelchair was just for her to go out and chat with people, she might feel uncomfortable. But saying it would help lighten the burden made her more willing. Sure enough, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Okay, as long as you don't mind, Grandma will help look after them." Jiang Yichen and the twins gathered around excitedly, pushing the wheelchair around the yard. Old Lady Wu sat there with a happy smile. Seeing the family so cheerful, she turned her head and quietly wiped her eyes. She truly felt happy for her old friend. After a lifetime of hardship, it seemed like good times were finally coming. Noticing that the 3 little ones were excited but careful not to let Grandma fall, Jiang Wanning turned her attention back to unloading the car. Then she saw Old Lady Wu bending over and leaving. Jiang Wanning quickly grabbed a bunch of items from the car and ran after her. "Grandma Wu, wait. I'll take you back." Old Lady Wu turned around and saw Jiang Wanning carrying a lot of things. "Ning Ning, what are you doing?" Jiang Wanning sincerely said, "Thank you for helping take care of my grandmother and Chin Chin recently." Old Lady Wu waved her hand. "No need to thank me. We're all from the same village. It's just a little help. Besides, I've been friends with your grandmother for many years. You don't need to thank me. Just take this back and give your grandmother some extra care." Looking at the jars and bottles, they were all precious nutritional products. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "My grandmother has some. Since you say you are good friends with her, consider me your half-granddaughter, and I will show you respect." At that moment, Jiang Yichen also pushed the old lady over. The old lady encouraged Gui Xiang, "It's the children's good intentions. You should accept it." Old Lady Wu smiled with teary eyes. "All right, I will also enjoy the blessings of having a granddaughter." It turned out she also had a granddaughter, and if it weren't for her carelessness, she might have been the same age as Jiang Wanning. Compared to last night, today's dinner was much more abundant. There was roasted duck, sauced beef, and a platter of marinated dishes. These were all ready-made foods that Jiang Wanning bought at the supermarket. In the past, these would have been rare delicacies for the Jiang family. But now, the dish that everyone enjoyed the most was Jiang Yichen's tomato scrambled eggs and tomato egg soup. Uncle's cooking is the best, even better than meat. Sister's tomatoes are delicious. Mom's tomatoes are tasty, and Uncle's cooking is good too. You're just flattering. I'm not flattering. Brother is mean. I will eat all the tomato scrambled eggs and not share with him. The old lady enjoyed a sip of the tomato egg soup. The warm soup slid down her throat, bringing a hint of sweet and sour that seemed to awaken her taste buds. However, she still felt a bit dizzy, lost in disbelief and excitement. Wan Ning, did you really sell the tomatoes for 30 yuan a pound? In her simple understanding, selling tomatoes for 10 yuan a pound was already impressive. She never expected her granddaughter to sell them for such a high price, and they were all sold out. Jiang Mutong couldn't wait to answer loudly, "Grandma, it's true. My brother, uncle, and I helped Mom sell them. Many uncles and aunts said our tomatoes are super delicious and bought a lot." Her young voice was full of pride. The old lady exclaimed excitedly, "Great, great. You are all good kids and wonderful helpers for your mom. Wan Ning, how many tomatoes do we have left in the garden? How many more can we sell?" Jiang Wan Ning said, "I think we can pick about 200 or 300 pounds. The old lady quickly calculated in her mind. "Let's count it as at least 200 pounds. At 30 yuan per pound, if we sell them all, we can earn 6,000 yuan. That's more than I earn selling vegetables in a year." Thinking of this, the old lady smiled widely. But then she felt a bit regretful about the half of the vegetable garden that was left unused and said, "If I had known tomatoes sold so well, I should have planted the whole garden." Jiang Wan Ning replied, "It's okay. It's not too late to plant now. Tomorrow I'll take Chin Chun to clear the garden. The weather is warm and the vegetables grow quickly. By the time we sell this batch of tomatoes, we can start selling other vegetables too, and we'll still make money." It's only Jiang Wan Ning who dares to say that vegetables grow quickly in the heat. After all, with some special help, pests and diseases are not a problem. Meanwhile, in Yangshui town, Anping community, driver Hu Mingwei finished work and headed home. He saw that his mother had prepared dinner, but he didn't see his wife. "Mom, where's Lan Lan?" Whose mother looked worried and said, "She's in the room. The smell of food makes her feel sick and want to throw up. She only had a bowl of porridge today and even threw that up tonight. If this continues, not only the baby, but also she won't be able to handle it." Hu Mingwei's wife, Zhao Lanlan, has been feeling nauseous since she got pregnant, unable to keep anything down. Just the smell of food, especially greasy smells, makes her feel queasy. At nearly 4 months pregnant, she looks even thinner than before, except for her slightly rounded belly. They have been to the hospital, seen doctors, and tried all the remedies recommended by friends and family, but nothing worked. The whole family was very anxious. Hu Mingwei suddenly remembered the 4 tomatoes he bought for a high price. He couldn't resist eating one at the time. It tasted so good that he almost ate the other 3. But thinking of his wife's constant nausea, he stopped himself. To avoid eating them, he hid the tomatoes in a box. After a long day, he completely forgot about them. Hu Mingwei quickly ran out, hoping the tomatoes would help his wife eat something. His mother called after him, confused, "Away, where are you going? You just got back, are you not eating?" "I left something in the car, I'll be right back." Hu Mingwei's voice echoed in the hallway. 5 minutes later, he returned, holding a small bag of tomatoes. Huma was confused. "Are you in such a hurry just for these few tomatoes? These are not ordinary tomatoes." Hu Mingwei took the tomatoes into the kitchen, washed one, cut it into pieces, added a bit of sugar, and then brought it to the room. "Lan Lan, these are the tomatoes I bought this morning. The seller said they were just picked from their garden, super fresh and really tasty. I just added a little sugar to mix them. Do you want to try?" As soon as she heard about food, Lanlan's stomach stirred. She almost shook her head to refuse, but then saw the tomatoes on the plate. Bright red and shiny, they gave off a light, pleasant aroma, calming her restless stomach a bit. After hesitating, she took the chopsticks Hu Mingwei offered her. Under Hu Mingwei's watchful gaze, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. She tasted it slowly, afraid it might upset her stomach again. However, as soon as the tomato touched her tongue, sweet and tangy, juicy and refreshing, the mix of flavors was simply indescribably delicious. Her stomach, which had felt empty, suddenly rumbled, urging Zhao Lanlan to eat more. Hu Mingwei looked at her nervously. "How is it? Do you feel okay?" Zhao Lanlan slowly swallowed the tomato, feeling her appetite grow, as if she could eat the whole world. She quickly stood up, snatched the plate from Hu Mingwei's hands, and finished the small plate of sugar-coated tomatoes in just a few bites. Are there more tomatoes? I'm so hungry and want to eat more. Hu Mingwei immediately got excited. Yes, yes, yes.
I'll go make some right now.
At the same time, he couldn't help but feel regretful. 30 yuan a pound isn't expensive. To get Lon Lon to eat, they had spent over 10,000 yuan on hospital visits in the past few months with no results. If they had bought tomatoes at 30 yuan a pound, how many could they have gotten? And these tomatoes were really good, sweet, tangy, and nutritious. When Huma saw her son come out with an empty plate, she was pleasantly surprised. Did Lon Lon eat? Hu Mingwei smiled. Yes, she ate and didn't feel sick. She said she wants more. Huma was overjoyed. Haha, I'll go make another plate right now. Hu Mingwei remembered the pregnancy advice he had read, saying that eating too much raw or cold food isn't good for pregnant women. Mom, how about you make one with sugar and use the rest to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Huma hesitated, but Lon Lon can't stand any oily smells right now. Will the scrambled eggs be okay? Hu Mingwei replied, let's try it. If it doesn't work, we can just waste one tomato. If possible, we can let Lon Lon eat a bit more. Mom Hu, all right, let's give it a try. After the sweet tomatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were ready, before Hu Mingwei could take them in, Lon Lon opened the door herself and came out. She headed straight for the dining table and, before even sitting down, eagerly took several bites of the sweet tomatoes. After finishing the sweet tomatoes, she looked at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and hesitated. Carefully leaning in to smell them, she didn't feel any nausea, so she took a bite. Yum, this is delicious. Honey, please serve me a bowl of rice. I want to mix it with the rice. That night, Lon Lon ate 2 sweet tomatoes and had 2 bowls of rice with the scrambled eggs. She didn't feel nauseous at all. This made Mom Hu very happy. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hu Weiming bragged, Mom, you should thank me. I bought these tomatoes. Mom Hu laughed. All right, I'll remember your contribution. Tell me where you bought these tomatoes. I want to get more tomorrow. In a high-end neighborhood in the city, the same tomatoes sparked a different situation. Qian Wenhao, a well-known figure in the business world and a successful building materials tycoon. Years ago, he became one of the first people in the city to enter the building materials industry, thanks to his keen business sense and bold decisions, accumulating significant wealth. Even as market competition grew fierce, his business remained largely unaffected. However, no one expected that the powerful Qian Wenhao was a well-known filial son when it came to his mother. Having lost his father at a young age, his mother endured many hardships to care for him and his siblings. Now she was older and her health had declined. After a hospital checkup, the doctors were at a loss. They said it was just old age with no serious illnesses, but her organs were slowly aging and she didn't have much time left. Rather than staying in the hospital, it was better to go home and take good care of her. He brought her home at her insistence and made the best arrangements for her care. However, after a few days, he noticed that his mother was eating and drinking less each day, and her spirits were getting worse. This worried him and his siblings greatly. They all tried various ways to find delicious foods, hoping to get her to eat a little more. But nothing worked. In the evening, my wife Wang Lifang came back with 2 large bags of bright red tomatoes, looking very appealing. So, he asked the nanny to make a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and tried to feed his mother a few bites. To his surprise, his mother actually ate quite a bit, finishing almost half a bowl of porridge along with the scrambled eggs. He was stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. Unable to resist, he took a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Instantly, an unprecedented deliciousness burst on his tongue. The flavor was both savory and naturally sweet, truly amazing. He had never tasted such delicious tomatoes in his life. At first, he thought the nanny's cooking had improved significantly during this time and considered giving her a raise. However, Wang Lifang smiled and denied his guess, saying it was all thanks to the tomatoes. Seeing his doubtful expression, Wang Lifang took a fresh tomato from the fridge and handed it to him to try raw. Qian Wenhao accepted the tomato skeptically, took a gentle bite, and the juice burst forth, filling his mouth with a pure and rich tomato flavor. It was even better than the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He thought that maybe the quality of the eggs wasn't good enough and was holding back the tomatoes. So, he immediately instructed the nanny to save all the tomatoes for his mother in the future. However, the nanny looked troubled. Qian Wenhao asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The nanny hesitated and said, "Sir, the tomatoes that Madam brought back are all gone. The one you just ate was the last one." Upon hearing this, both Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifeng were stunned. After asking, they found out that their son, grandson, and daughters-in-law thought the tomatoes were so delicious that they couldn't help but eat them one after another, finishing an entire bag. No wonder they didn't eat much at mealtime. They were already full. Qian Wenhao was so angry, he almost jumped up, wanting to rush upstairs and give those troublemakers a piece of his mind. They were useless at everything except eating, even stealing the old lady's food. Wang Lifeng quickly pulled him back. "Let it go. They didn't know Mom liked those tomatoes. Besides, they are really good, so it's normal for them to eat a few." Although Qian Wenhao knew Wang Lifeng was right, he still grumbled. They enjoyed themselves, but what about Mom? "Will you be able to find tomatoes of this quality tomorrow?" Wang Lifeng wasn't sure either. "The girl selling them was just someone I happened to pass by. I don't know if she'll be there again tomorrow. I added her to the grocery group, so I will ask her there." However, after sending several messages tagging the group owner, there was no reply. When he called, no one answered. This made Qian Wenhao very anxious. It was hard to find something his mother wanted to eat, and no matter how difficult it was, he wanted to get it for her. But without a response, they could only feel worried. After dinner, Jiang Wanning organized the groceries with the three little ones, treating it as a fun activity to help with digestion. They had eaten so much that they were all stuffed. After cleaning up, they boiled 2 big pots of water for a bath and then lay down in bed feeling refreshed. Seeing Jiang Mutong sleeping with her little bottom up on the pillow, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but almost laugh. At first glance, she looked just like a cute little pig. Now, lying in bed, Jiang Wanning finally had time to check her phone. She planned to buy some vegetable seeds and gardening tools online to prepare for her upcoming planting plans. However, when she opened her phone, she was surprised to see that there were 99 plus unread messages on the WeChat icon. Curious, she opened it and discovered that all the unread messages were from the grocery group she had just created today. Most of the messages were about ordering tomatoes for tomorrow. Some wanted just a few pounds, wanting fresh ones to eat daily. Others wanted over 10 pounds, saying their families were large and they were worried about not having enough. Thinking about her plans for tomorrow, Jiang Wanning sent out a notification. "Sorry, I have something at home tomorrow, so I won't be setting up a stall in the city. I will let everyone know the next time we have a confirmed date. Thank you for your support and understanding." Since they had not heard back from the group owner for a long time, everyone seemed to lose their patience, and the lively group chat gradually quieted down. But as soon as Jiang Wanning sent her message, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. A flood of messages appeared immediately. Even though there were only a dozen people in the group, it was as lively as a group of 100. "Little boss, when will you come back to set up your stall again? I regret it. I should have bought more. I got 3 pounds, and my family finished it all today. Little boss, the tomatoes you sell are loved by my kids. At mealtime, they chase after me to feed them. Today, with the tomatoes and eggs, my child ate 2 bowls of rice. It's amazing. My kids are the same. It's rare to find something they like, and it was gone after just 1 meal. The child keeps asking for it, which is really giving me a headache." Jiang Wanning thought about her plans and what she needed to do next, then replied with a message. "Let's meet the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. Once I arrive, I'll tell you the exact stall location." Okay. 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Please save 5 kilograms for me, and I will transfer the money to you now." Soon after, a special red envelope of 150 yuan followed. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit, sending their orders and corresponding red envelopes. In just 10 minutes, She received a total of 3,690 yuan in special red envelopes. With such enthusiastic customers, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Plus, with the orders placed in advance, she wouldn't have to waste time waiting for customers to arrive. All right, I'll accept the money now. When the time comes, everyone can come to me to pick up their orders based on their group nicknames and the quantities they reserved. As soon as she sent the message, a voice call came in. The caller was a customer from the group with the nickname Flourishing Like Brocade. Jiang Wanning even remembered that this was the stylish elderly lady who joined the group second. She answered the call, but a deep and urgent male voice came through. Hello, little boss. My name is Qian Wenhao. I heard you won't be available to set up your stall tomorrow. I wanted to ask if we could come to buy directly from you. My mom's health isn't good, and the doctor said she might not have much time left. I just want her to enjoy her last days with good food. She really loves your tomatoes. Tonight, because of your tomatoes, she ate more than usual. Jiang Wanning didn't answer his question, but instead asked, This account isn't yours, right? The man quickly explained, Yes. Flourishing Like Brocade is my wife. She went to buy tomatoes from you today. She just got in the shower and I was in a hurry, so I used her phone. At that moment, a gentle female voice came through the phone. It seemed she had overheard their conversation and chimed in, Little boss, I'm really sorry. My husband was too anxious. He saw me in the shower and didn't have time to tell me before using my number to call you. I apologize for the trouble. This warm and friendly voice belonged to Flourishing Like Brocade, Wang Lifeng. Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, It's fine, as long as it wasn't a stolen account. Wang Lifeng, little boss, can we come to your house to buy tomatoes tomorrow? Jiang Wanning, sure. I will send you the address shortly. Please let me know in advance when you set off. Wang Lifeng. Okay, thank you, little boss. Jiang Wanning, I should be the one thanking you for supporting my business. However, Wang Lifeng and her husband were not the only ones wanting to buy tomatoes. Hu Mingwei also sent her a message. Boss, can I come to your house tomorrow to buy a few pounds of tomatoes? My wife is almost 5 months pregnant and has been feeling very sick, but she feels better after eating your tomatoes. She hasn't been able to eat well since she got pregnant, and her whole family is really worried. Jiang Wanning. Sure. Hu Mingwei already knew their address, so she didn't need to send it to him. Back on WeChat's main page, she discovered there were still a dozen new messages. All were from Hongguang 4S store, inquiring about tomatoes. Great! The Jiang family's vegetable group had expanded to over 20 people. It was another night of deep sleep. Before dawn, Jiang Wanning got up. Considering she would be going up the mountain soon, she put on a scratch-resistant jacket and tied her hair back casually. Seeing the elderly neighbor was also awake, she went in to help her from the bed to the wheelchair. This wheelchair was electric and very user-friendly. It didn't need to be pushed and could be controlled easily. The elderly lady asked, Why are you up so early? Are you not used to sleeping at home? Jiang Wanning smiled and shook her head. I slept well. I went to bed early last night and woke up after enough rest. Grandma, I plan to go up the mountain soon. If Tong Tong and the others wake up, please let them know. To avoid a repeat of what happened yesterday morning, the elderly lady frowned slightly and said with concern, It's still dark. The mountain roads are not easy to walk on. Isn't it too dangerous to go up now? Why not wait until it's light? Jiang Wanning, don't worry, I'll just stay at the foot of the mountain and not go too far in. I just want to see how the fruit trees my parents planted back then are doing, so I'll have a better idea. The elderly lady still worriedly reminded her, All right, just be careful and come back early. The mountain is different from home. Anything can happen, so you must be cautious. Jiang Wanning smiled and promised, then took a machete from the shed and headed toward the back mountain. On a September morning, the sky began to lighten, and a faint glow pierced through the mist, casting a soft golden veil over the peaceful world. The light mist in the mountains gradually fades away, revealing lush trees and winding paths, like a carefully painted ink wash by nature. Each breath feels like it cleanses the soul, mixed with the fragrance of earth and plants, bringing a sense of peace. Occasionally, The clear chirping of birds can be heard in the distance. They either hop joyfully on branches or soar freely in the sky, adding life and energy to the quiet morning. Jiang Wanling walks up the slightly damp path covered in morning dew. The wild grass and bushes on both sides have grown wildly due to a lack of care, nearly swallowing the narrow path. She occasionally needs to use her machete to clear a way through. The intertwined branches and vines look almost unbreakable, but in Jiang Wanling's hands, they are easily cut through. Not far ahead, she sees a large area of fruit trees, lush and green. However, due to long neglect, they appear messy, with branches heavy with yellow fruits that seem wild and untamed. She quickens her pace to take a closer look and discovers a small patch of pear trees. The pears are densely packed on the branches, but they are small, with rough skin and dull colors. Some even bear marks from wind and rain. She picks one and takes a gentle bite. The flesh is dry and lacks sweetness, not pleasant at all. Such pears would struggle to sell at a market, as they have grown naturally, without careful cultivation. They are no different from wild fruits, making it hard to find a good taste. Yet, Jiang Wanling feels no disappointment. Instead, she smiles at the sight of the abundant fruit. So, what if they aren't tasty? With nurturing spirit, even the bitterest gourd can become sweet in her hands. After passing through the pear grove, she enters a large persimmon orchard. These persimmon trees also appear weak due to long neglect, with branches heavy with unripe persimmons of various sizes and shapes, like random strokes from nature's brush. Without tasting, Jiang Wanling can tell these persimmons will not be good. But that's okay. The nurturing spirit can help. Next to the persimmon grove, the peach trees are in worse condition. Due to pests and diseases, many leaves have turned yellow or fallen off, leaving only bare branches. The fruits are few, and the remaining ones are full of holes from insects. There is no hope for these fruits anymore. This year, we will have to give up on the peach harvest for now. The forest also has kiwi and oranges. They have many fruits, but they look bad and taste too sour to eat. The fruits are almost ripe, and it's impossible to improve their appearance now. However, she believes that as long as the taste is good, even ugly fruits will sell. Jiang Wanling walked quickly and finished inspecting the entire forest in just 2 hours. As she walked, she observed the condition of each area and silently planned how to set up a spirit-gathering array to improve their growing environment and enhance the quality of the fruits. At the same time, she cleared a small path covered by bushes to make future access easier. When Jiang Wanling stood at the top of the mountain and looked back at the forest she had inspected, her eyes were filled with love and hope. This would be her territory in this world. As she descended the mountain, her steps became lighter. The confusion and distance from crossing into another world faded in that moment, replaced by the fresh air and the vast greenery. When her gaze passed over the familiar vegetable garden, she saw 3 figures sitting in the yard, 1 big and 2 small. Upon seeing Jiang Wanling, the 3 figures stood up almost simultaneously, bouncing towards her with joy. Their small bodies were full of energy and happiness. "Mom, can you take Tong Tong with you next time you go up the mountain? Tong Tong can help you pick fruits. She's really good at it. I want to go too. I can take care of my little sister and help you pick fruits. I can even tell which ones are tasty." "Big sister, me too. I can pick fruits, chop wood, and carry lots of firewood home. I can do so many things." Jiang Wanling replied, "Okay, when the fruits on the mountain are ripe next time, I'll take you all to pick them." She hoped they wouldn't end up crying over the harvest.
Yay!
The 3 little ones cheered in unison, as if they could already foresee the joyful time of returning with a bountiful harvest, completely unaware of the challenges that awaited them. For breakfast, the elderly lady made shrimp and wheat with jiang yi chen, adding tomatoes and bok choy, all freshly picked from the garden. The ordinary flour used for the wheat shrimp makes it very chewy, thanks to the old lady's excellent cooking skills. The sweet and sour tomatoes, the crisp little bok choy, combined with the chewiness of the wheat shrimp, make every bite unforgettable. Jiang Wanqing sighed, "Grandma, your wheat shrimp is so delicious." The old lady smiled, "If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time. During the meal, the room was filled with slurping sounds. The three little ones enjoyed their food, with their little faces covered in sauce. If Jiang Wanqing hadn't reminded them in time, those three little rascals would have surely overeaten. After the meal, it was still the responsibility of the uncle and the three kids to wash the pots and dishes. Jiang Wanqing strolled in the yard, digesting her food while consulting about installing broadband over the phone. In this information age, not having internet is indeed inconvenient. Although there is signal in the mountains, it can't compare to that down below. She felt fortunate to be in a place with great infrastructure. Even though Wangshan village has no more than 20 households, the country's infrastructure development has not lagged behind at all. Fiber optic cables have already been laid in the village. With a simple application, one can enjoy the convenience of high-speed internet. By the time she sorted out the broadband installation, the three little ones had also finished their tasks. Jiang Wanqing straightened up and stretched her slightly stiff arms. Then, with a wave of her hand and a bold tone, she called out, "Kids, let's go to the vegetable garden too." Previously, in the family, Jiang Yichen was the only labor force, but mentally, he was not much different from the twins. As a result, more than half of the 2 acres of vegetable land remained unused. To make use of that empty space, they first needed to clear the weeds. "Oh, we're going to." The children cheered excitedly, and their enthusiasm made it seem like they were going to play rather than work. However, for the twins, it felt no different from playing. They were too small to use a sickle, so Jiang Wanqing let them follow her and Jiang Yichen. She and Jiang Yichen took the lead in weeding, while the 2 little ones were responsible for picking up the weeds and roots and piling them together. As Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan argued over who could team up with their mom, Jiang Wanqing taught Jiang Yichen how to hold the sickle correctly and how to apply force efficiently without hurting himself. Although Jiang Yichen's mental age was that of a 6-year-old, he had strong hands-on skills. After Jiang Wanqing demonstrated once, he was able to almost perfectly replicate her movements, each swing powerful and precise. At the same time, Jiang Mudong, using her charm and persistence, successfully teamed up with Jiang Wanling. Jiang Mushuan was paired with Jiang Yichen. Jiang Mudong proudly called out to Jiang Mushuan, "Brother, let's have a competition." Jiang Mushuan raised an eyebrow, curious, and asked, "Compete in what?" With her hands on her hips and a determined look, Jiang Mudong replied, "Let's see who can collect more grass." Jiang Mushuan, not wanting to back down, said, "Let's do it. We'll see who's better." The battle between the 2 kids was about to begin, and the air was filled with a strong sense of competition. However, an unexpected event occurred suddenly. In the distance, the sound of a car engine was heard. Jiang Wanling looked up and saw a luxury car slowly entering view, followed closely by a simple van. Both vehicles stopped by the vegetable garden, and the doors opened to reveal a few familiar faces. Getting out of the luxury car were Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifang, while Hu Mingwei and his mother emerged from the van. As the 4 of them followed the elderly lady in her wheelchair through the weathered door and into the backyard garden, their eyes were instantly drawn to the bright red tomatoes hanging from the vines. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, gently illuminating the plump tomatoes, making them shine like rubies nestled among the green vines. "Oh my!" Wang Lifang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I remember when we picked tomatoes in the basket before, they looked so vibrant, but these on the vines look even more tempting." Standing nearby, Qian Wenhao took a deep breath of the fragrant air mixed with the scent of soil and fresh vegetables, and sincerely remarked, "It's strange, but ever since I stepped into this garden, I feel so refreshed, and my breathing is much easier. I don't know if it's just in my head, but this feeling is really amazing." Jiang Wanling just smiled and didn't say anything. How could it not feel good? The energy gathered here from the previous nights was still present. Hu Mingwei's mother also felt completely at ease. Yes, I feel it too. Just standing here feels so nice, let alone the vegetables in the ground. No wonder these tomatoes are so juicy and delicious. In all my years, I've never seen such beautiful tomatoes before. The elderly lady sat in her wheelchair, listening to them praise her tomatoes, and cheerfully said, compared to the city, nothing is better here. The only good thing is the air, which is why you feel comfortable." The four of them nodded, agreeing with her. Smiling at Wang Lifang and whose mother, she asked, "How many do you want to buy? I can help you pick." Wang Lifang's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said, "Xiao Jiang, can we pick them ourselves? I promise to be careful and not hurt the tomato plants." Whose mother also looked excited, her eyes sparkling with a longing for rural life. For those who grow flowers, regardless of age, there is always a love and attachment to growing vegetables. Even if they can't plant them themselves now, being part of the picking process is a rare joy. Jiang Weining readily agreed, "Sure, you can pick them. Remember to choose the ripe ones, and pick as many as you want. Grandma, please take them to the front yard to get 2 baskets." The four of them, in 2 groups, carefully moved under the tomato trellis, each carrying a basket. Everyone widened their eyes, trying to select the ripest and largest tomatoes. They examined each one closely, afraid to miss a bigger and better one. However, as they looked around, they found that these ripe tomatoes were remarkably similar in shape and size, like carefully crafted works of art by nature. Even the tastiest tomatoes were priced at 30 per pound. For Humingwei's family, tasting them occasionally was fine, but to eat freely was not an option. Currently, only the daughter-in-law who was pregnant had the privilege of enjoying such special treatment. After some restraint and selection, the mother and son picked a total of 10 tomatoes. That came to about 5 pounds. Jiang Weining rounded it down to 5 pounds for them. Whose mother looked at the bright red tomatoes in the basket, joyfully saying, "These tomatoes will be perfect for making soup for Lanlan. She will definitely love it." "Yeah, and you should try some too, Mom." Hu Weiming transferred 150 to Jiang Weining's account and left early. In contrast, Qian Wenhao and his wife were much more generous. They had planned to buy more tomatoes to take home, not only to satisfy the elderly lady's taste, but also to share some with their siblings so everyone could enjoy this delicious treat. The experience of picking them themselves brought back a long-lost childhood joy. For a moment, they even forgot to control how many they were taking. The two of them picked vegetables while sharing funny stories from their childhood, and their laughter echoed in the garden. Before they knew it, their basket was full. They went back and forth 3 times. When they weighed it in the end, it turned out to be over 100 pounds. Jiang Wanning looked at the overflowing tomatoes and said with a mix of laughter and disbelief, "Isn't this too much? They are all naturally ripened and won't last long." Qian Wenhao waved his hand dismissively. "Not too much at all. We want to pick a lot to share the authentic tomato taste with our relatives and friends. Plus, with so many tomatoes, it will be more fun to eat." Just as they were about to pay, Wang Lifang suddenly pointed to a spot behind the tomato plants and exclaimed, "Xiao Jiang, is that baby bok choy growing behind the tomatoes?" Jiang Wanning turned to look and replied, "Yes, there's not much, just enough for us to eat." The entire garden only had tomatoes and baby bok choy. The tomatoes were more noticeable as they were on a trellis, while the bok choy grew close to the ground, surrounded by wild grass that grew wildly, making it hard to spot unless you looked closely. Unexpectedly, Wang Lifang noticed it. "That baby bok choy looks lush and healthy. Can you sell some to us?" Wang Lifang asked eagerly. Jiang Wanning readily agreed. "You can pick it yourselves, same price as the tomatoes. Take as much as you want." Wang Lifang immediately grabbed an empty basket and excitedly headed toward the bok choy, saying, "This bok choy looks so fresh. It will taste great when stir-fried." After a busy time, both families returned home with plenty. When Qian Wenhao and his wife left, their car trunk and back seat were packed full. Jiang Wanning also earned a nice sum from selling the vegetables. "Grandma, look, we sold over 4,000 for the tomatoes and bok choy today." Jiang Wanning put her arm around the elderly lady's shoulder and showed her the transfer record on her phone. "What do you think? Surprised and happy? Don't you think your granddaughter is amazing?" The elderly lady's eyes glistened with tears as she gently patted Jiang Wanning, saying, "Yes, yes, my eldest granddaughter is the best." "You little rascal, quickly put your phone away so no one sees it." "Mom, what are you looking at? Let me see too." Jiang Mutong saw her mom hugging grandma, looking very happy, and forgot about picking up the grass cut by her uncle. She ran over with her little legs, wobbling as she went. Not caring about the dirt on her clothes, she hugged Jiang Wanning's leg.
Let me see.
You can't forget about our little manager Tong Tong.
Yang Wanning Deaset.
As the sun rose higher, Jiang Wanning quickly called back her hardworking nephew and niece, who were busy weeding. Go wash your little hands and feet, then come back for a check. If you pass, I'll reward you with 2 episodes of your favorite cartoon. The cartoon was a big temptation for the kids. The 3 of them cheered and rushed to the wash station in the front yard. On a summer afternoon, Jiang Wanning relaxed in a lounge chair in the living room, enjoying the cool breeze. The childish voices of the kids arguing about cartoon characters filled the air. With her eyes slightly closed, Jiang Wanning felt a sense of peace and contentment. Unfortunately, good times are always short-lived. A sudden, urgent ringtone broke the tranquility. Jiang Wanning picked up her phone and saw an unknown number. Thinking it was a delivery person for an appliance, she answered without much thought. Jiang Wanning, where have you been? I've been working hard to handle your online issues, and you just disappeared. An angry, sharp voice shouted from the other end.
Listen carefully, Yang Wanning.
If you want to stay in this industry, you have 1 hour to show up in front of me. Otherwise, you can forget about coming back. The barrage of insults startled Jiang Wanning. Just as she realized who it was, the caller hung up. Looking at the call log, she felt frustrated. What the heck? Is she crazy? What does she mean by disappearing without a word? She left normally when her contract ended. It's as if she did something wrong and ran away. Or maybe she didn't make her decision to leave clear enough, leading that fiery agent to think she was playing games. Remembering what Huang Haili said about online issues, Jiang Wanning opened a big eye icon on her phone. This was the first time she had opened this app since arriving in this world. Typing Jiang Wanning in the search box, a series of unfriendly related terms popped up. Jiang Wanning should leave the entertainment industry. Xin Yan and pleads for Jiang Wanning on behalf of fans. Jiang Wanning, the most malicious star in history. Fans' families plead with Jiang Wanning. Starshine Entertainment apologizes for Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning's manager, Huang Haili, promises fans' families opening the hashtag Jiang Wanning should leave the entertainment industry. There are various insults directed at her. A 208 should not be causing trouble for an ordinary person. That's just desperate. Is Jiang Wanning trying to ruin that girl's life? I heard Wang Yuxuan just got accepted into college. If she really gets locked up, her life will be over. It was just a minor injury. Why is she being so relentless? Our brother has already apologized on behalf of the fans. What more does Jiang Wanning want? Ha, what apology? She wouldn't care unless Shen Yanzhen agrees to be her partner. Then she would probably accept right away.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That person is like a stubborn sticker, always seeking attention. Our brother helped her out of kindness, and now she's been clinging to him for months. He's almost developed a fear of women. How can someone like her stay in the entertainment industry for so long? It's just irritating to watch. Do we even need to say? She probably got there through connections. Is there anyone who can find out who her benefactor is? How can they let her behave like this? Come on, let's all sign a petition to ask Jiang Wanning should leave the entertainment industry. Jiang Wanning scrolled through the comments, feeling calm. In her memory, the original person was vain and materialistic, but even more flirtatious. She looked down on the greasy investors and directors her manager introduced to her. However, the charming movie star or handsome idol she admired did not notice her. After 2 or 3 years in the industry, she had only gained a bit of notoriety and remained relatively unknown. Meanwhile, the person involved in the phone incident, Wang Yuxuan's parents, kept posting videos online. The purpose of the videos was to show how kind their daughter Wang Yuxuan was and how many awards she had received growing up. Such a smart and kind child only broke someone else's head due to external influences. Every video was filled with sympathy for Wang Yuxuan's family and insults directed at Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning casually viewed it as a joke, but unexpectedly, she spotted 2 of the original person's loyal fans among the chaotic comments. At Flying Pig, It's wrong to hurt others, but choosing to forgive is a right given to citizens by the law. If you have concerns, you can report it to the police. At Wonder House, killing deserves punishment, and hurting someone should also be punished. Isn't that just common sense? You are not the victims, so why should you forgive others on their behalf? Among the many critics, those who still speak up for her must be her loyal fans. It was no surprise that their comments faced countless attacks. Jiang Wanning logged into her account, ready to send a thank you message to the two fans. Then she saw their daily encouraging messages. Keep going, Ning Ning. I believe you are not that kind of person. Ning Ning, I will always support you. Simple words, but they touched Jiang Wanning, who had always been indifferent to the entertainment industry. At the same time, she began to doubt if the original person was truly as vain and materialistic as her memories suggested. In her memories, she seemed to see a figure constantly moving between different film sets, somewhat blurry yet strangely familiar. It was hard to see clearly. Jiang Wanning shook her head and replied to the two fans. Thank you for your support. From now on, I will no longer participate in any activities in the entertainment industry. I wish you both happiness and health. Aside from that, her long list of private messages was filled with harsh insults and curses. Jiang Wanning deleted and blocked them one by one. Then she saw a message, Lin Xian's sister Wanning. Did you change your phone number? I can't reach you, so I can only message you. I don't know if you'll see this. Shen Nian's manager is putting pressure on the company. If you want to come back, be careful. Lin Xian, the girl who gave her Japanese grapes for 800 a kilogram. Not being able to reach her was because she had blocked everyone in the industry after leaving. Although they were neighbors, they didn't communicate much. The most significant interaction was the 100,000 yuan transaction they made on the day she left. She didn't expect Lin Xian would still think of warning her afterward. Jiang Wanning replied, I've left the industry, don't worry. Returning to her account's personal page, she found it filled with ads and various edited selfies. Looking at those retouched photos, Jiang Wanning thought, no wonder there was so much buzz online, but no one recognized her when she returned to Lin City. The editing was so extreme that even her parents wouldn't recognize her, let alone strangers. Jiang Wanning read through everything, but didn't delete it. After all, she had no right to erase the traces of the original person in this world. The online followers who were always watching her quickly noticed she was online. They rushed to her past Weibo posts, cursing at her and pressuring her to reconcile with Wang Yuxuan. The screen was filled with harsh words, making Jiang Wanning's eyes hurt. At Jiang Wanning, I will not forgive or reconcile. I have withdrawn from the circle. Please do not disturb me. She attached a medical report stating, open cranial injury, skull fracture, brain contusion, soft tissue contusion in the forehead. After posting, Jiang Wanning tossed her phone aside, not caring about the online reactions. However, others were concerned. It was the same unknown call. When the call connected, she heard Huang Haili's furious voice. Jiang Wanning, have you lost your mind? What did you post? Delete it now, and say your account was hacked. Jiang Wanning retorted without hesitation, you're the one who's lost it. Can't you understand simple words? Our contract has ended, and I would appreciate it if you stop bothering me. After saying this, she hung up without giving the other person a chance to respond and blocked the number. Just a manager, yet she really thought she was in charge. At Star Entertainment, Huang Haili looked at the disconnected call, her hands shaking with anger. Taking a deep breath, she called again, only to hear the voice prompt, the other party is on another call. She tried again, but it was the same message. Her assistant couldn't help but speak up, Sister Haili, do you think Jiang Wanning blocked my number too? Huang Haili paused for a moment, then smashed her phone. Jiang Wanning, you have some nerve. The assistant watched the shattered phone, nearly in tears. It was her phone, just bought with her salary from last month. But seeing Huang Haili's fury, she didn't dare say a word. Just then there was a knock at the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Huang Haili's expression softened a bit. Jingya, what brings you here? I thought you had a shoot this afternoon. Su Jingya, a member of the girl group who had been bullied by Jiang Wanning, was also under Huang Haili's management. Su Jingya smiled and said, "Sister Haili, I remember, I'll head over soon. I just wanted to check on you, because I was worried."
What do I have to worry about?
"She's just a nobody. I'll be better off without her." Huang Haili said this lightly, but her face showed her anger. Although Jiang Wanning has a lot of controversies, she is still popular for creating buzz and is welcomed by many shows. Plus, she takes a smaller cut, so Huang Haili ends up with a larger share after the company takes its part. If Jiang Wanning were to leave the industry, she wouldn't want to. Suya Jing knows this too, so she comforts her, saying, "Sister Haili, don't be too upset. You know Wanning's temper. She's probably just angry after being hurt, but once she calms down, she will definitely come to apologize to you." Over the years, Wanning has threatened to leave many times, but in the end, she always comes back to you. Huang Haili felt much better after hearing this. However, she still scoffed. Does she think Huang Haili, can be summoned and dismissed at will? This time, she will pay for it. Huang Haili looked at her assistant and scolded, "Why are you just standing there? Immediately send out a statement to terminate the contract. If she wants to leave, then I'll help her do that." She thought it was a good idea, terminate the contract now, and later have a reconciliation for a comeback. That would generate more buzz. The assistant with a tearful voice said, "Sister Huang, you broke my phone." In Wangshan village, in the still rundown Jiang family's main room, there was now a washing machine on the left, a refrigerator on the right, and a large TV in the middle. The three little ones were touching everything, happily running around the room. Jiang Wanning fulfilled their requests by washing dirty clothes in the machine, freezing a bowl of tomato slush in the fridge, and playing an episode of Bears on the Run on the TV. Looking at the empty double-door refrigerator, Jiang Wanning suddenly shouted, "I'm going down the mountain to buy some things. Does anyone want to come with me?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one responded. Jiang Wanning turned around to see 3 pairs of eyes, big and small, staring intently at the TV. Clearly, for these 3 little ones, going down the mountain with Jiang Wanning was no longer appealing compared to watching Bears on the Run. Seeing their engrossed expressions, Jiang Wanning shook her head helplessly. Well, since it was their first time watching TV, she would allow them to enjoy it this once. Grabbing the car keys and saying goodbye to the elderly lady, Jiang Wanning drove down the mountain. She was just going to buy some groceries, not heading to the city, but straight to the market in town. This shopping trip focused on buying fresh meat, as both the elderly and the young at home needed to replenish their health and nutrition. However, just as she eagerly arrived at the meat stall, an unpleasant smell hit her immediately. Her desire to buy meat vanished like a splash of cold water. She held back her discomfort and walked through the entire market, from the pork section to the seafood area, but ended up empty-handed. She knew it wouldn't taste good, so why spend money? It seemed that if she wanted to eat meat, she would have to raise it herself. But raising pigs requires a pig pen, and raising cows needs a barn. This meant dealing with renovations on her old house. She had been planning the renovations in her mind since the day she returned. Building her dream house would cost a lot, and she didn't have the money to do it now. She would have to wait until she sold the fruits from the mountain. To get a good price for those fruits, she would need to wait at least 5 more days. In the end, Jiang Wanning did not return empty-handed. She bought 5 chickens from the live poultry section. She would raise them for a few days before eating. Even if they wouldn't taste as good as those raised from a young age, at least they would be free of that unbearable smell. When she got home, Jiang Wanning placed the 5 chickens in the nearby coop. The chickens seemed to sense the good energy and immediately scattered, scratching the ground for food. Jiang Wanning thought the 3 little ones were still watching TV. To her surprise, when she entered the main room, she only saw her grandmother, who was busy kneading dough in a porcelain basin. Jiang Wanning asked curiously, "Grandma, what are you making?" Her grandmother smiled and replied, "I saw that the chives in the front yard were growing well, so I thought I'd make chive pockets for you all. They say that chives in June are not good to eat." However, with the good energy they had absorbed, these chives were even fresher than those from early spring. Thinking of the delicious chive pockets made Jiang Wanning's mouth water. Grandma, I love chive pockets. Please make extra. Her grandmother, happy to hear this, said, Sure, I'll make plenty so you can enjoy them. Jiang Wanning looked around and asked, Grandma, where are those little ones? Her grandmother pointed to the backyard with a smile. They're in the vegetable garden. They went to pull weeds shortly after you left, saying they wanted to surprise you. Thinking of the three little ones' playful antics, Jiang Wanning smiled slightly and walked towards the backyard, where she indeed saw them in the vegetable garden. Jiang Yichun was bent over weeding in front, while the twins were behind him, picking up the weeds. Their serious expressions made Jiang Wanning's heart soften, and her eyes were filled with gentle smiles.
Mom.
The sharp-eyed Jiang Mutong spotted Jiang Wanning standing not far away and immediately ran over, her little face flushed with excitement. She instinctively dropped the weeds in her hands and dashed towards Jiang Wanning with her short legs. Mom, look. These are all done by me, uncle, and brother. Jiang Mutong reached Jiang Wanning and looked up at her with her big, sparkling eyes full of anticipation, while pointing at the vegetable garden. Seeing her adorable and obedient daughter, Jiang Wanning's heart melted. She picked up Jiang Mutong's rosy little face and gave her a kiss. Good girl. Mom has a reward for you. Saying this, she popped a chocolate ball into her mouth, making her cheeks puff out like a little squirrel sneaking a nut. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichun and Jiang Muxian, seeing their sister receive a reward, blinked their eyes at Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning naturally wouldn't treat them differently. She gave each of them a chocolate ball as well, making their eyes squint with happiness. All right, now it's time for Mom and Uncle to take over. Grandma is making chive pockets tonight, so you all go help her pick chives. With less than 2 acres of vegetable garden, Jiang Wanning could finish it in half a day. She first took Jiang Yichun to help with weeding. In less than half an hour, they had cleared all the weeds, and Jiang Yichun looked at her with admiration in his eyes. Sister, you're amazing. I want to be as good as you and help you. Jiang Wanning wiped the sweat and dirt off his face and smiled. You're amazing too. Always my little helper. Then, she picked up A to loosen the soil, while Jiang Yichun was in charge of picking out large roots, branches, and stones. By the time the twins came to call them for dinner, they had already tidied up the entire vegetable garden, ready to plant seeds. Dinner was chive pockets with tomato and egg soup. The chive pockets were golden and crispy on the outside, with a fragrant and tender filling. The tomato and egg soup was sweet and sour, delicious and fresh. The family sat together in the yard, enjoying the cool mountain breeze and the evening glow, eating until their bellies were full. The old lady looked at the 2 big and 2 small children slumped in the chairs, feeling both amused and a bit annoyed. You can't eat like this anymore. If you end up with a stomach ache, you'll have to deal with it. Jiang Wanning felt a bit embarrassed hearing this familiar phrase. Wasn't this what she had just told the 3 little ones that morning? Grandma, if we do get a stomach ache, it's your fault. Who told you to make such delicious chive pockets? Right, everyone? The 3 little ones nodded in agreement. Yes, Grandma's chive pockets are so good that we ate too much. The old lady smiled and playfully scolded. You're the most clever one. As she spoke, she pushed her wheelchair to get a basket from inside the house. Ning Ning, I took these seeds out to dry today. Take a look and see which ones you want to use. Jiang Wanning was still thinking about how long it would take for the seeds she ordered online to arrive after tidying up the vegetable garden. Hearing the old lady's words, her eyes lit up. When she took the basket, she saw it neatly filled with small paper packets, each labeled with the name of the corresponding seeds. There were tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, rapeseed, eggplants, chrysanthemum greens, radishes, and more, about a dozen packets in total. She opened a packet of rapeseed seeds, and each one was plump and shiny, clearly carefully selected. Grandma, you organize these seeds so well. The vegetables we grow will surely be great. Now, Jiang Wanning got up from her relaxed position and went back inside, bringing out a stack of bowls and basins. Mom, what are you doing? The 3 little ones curiously gathered around. Jiang Wanning patiently explained, I'm going to soak these seeds in water so they can absorb it and sprout. That way, we can plant them in the ground tomorrow morning. Sister, I'll help you get water. Jiang Yichen took a bucket to the sink to fetch water. The twins were eager to help too. Mom, we want to help. It was great that the kids wanted to pitch in, so Jiang Wanning couldn't say no. She sat on a bamboo chair, directing the little ones to pour the seeds from the packets into the bowls and telling Jiang Yichen to add water to the bowls. Most vegetable seed preparations were quite simple. First, you sort them and then place them in the sun to dry, using the ultraviolet rays to sterilize the seeds. Then, you soak the seeds to encourage sprouting, keeping them in a dark environment while they absorb water. During this time, you discard any bad seeds that float to the top. The preparation of the seeds was complete. After all, these weren't rare or difficult plants to grow. This was how farmers typically planted vegetables. Jiang Wanning secretly added spiritual energy to the water. After soaking overnight, the seeds not only grew well, but also quickly. The three little ones looked at the bowls arranged from big to small, feeling very proud. Mom, are there more seeds? We want to soak more. The grandmother, after feeding the chickens, returned to see all the seeds soaked and immediately felt sorry. Oh dear, my little ancestors, why did you soak all the seeds? Can we still use them? The three little ones replied, Sister/Mom, let us soak them. Jiang Wanning smiled and reassured the grandmother, Grandma, we have 2 acres of vegetable fields. We can plant enough vegetables, 1 to 2 plots each. The grandmother asked, what about the tomatoes? Jiang Wanning replied, the tomato vines are still growing, so we won't plant them yet. The grandmother sighed, 31 pounds. If we don't plant them, we won't be able to sell them for long. What a pity. Jiang Wanning said, Grandma, if we can't sell tomatoes, we can sell the fruits from the mountain. I checked, and the fruit trees that Dad and Mom planted have a lot of fruit now, enough for us to sell for quite a while. Upon hearing this, the grandmother shook her head. No, the fruits from the mountain are not only ugly but also sour and astringent. They won't sell. Ning, let's not waste our effort. The three little ones quickly agreed with the grandmother. Grandma is right. Those fruits are hard to eat. My teeth almost got ruined from the sourness. They're not good. Don't eat them, sister. Jiang Wanning laughed and said, do you believe that Mom is magic? She can make the bad-tasting fruits delicious? The three little ones widened their eyes in excitement. I believe. Mom is the best. Sister, is your magic as powerful as Sun Wukong's? Can you change anything? As dawn broke, everyone in the house was up except for the twins. The grandmother was rolling dough to make pancakes. Jiang Yichen was picking tomatoes. Jiang Wanning was planting seeds. The family was busy and happy. Since learning that the tomatoes could sell for 30 a pound, the grandmother couldn't wait to send the ripe tomatoes to the market. Unfortunately, her legs weren't strong enough, so she had to wait for her granddaughter's help. Today, they finally got to go to the city to sell tomatoes, and she was so excited that she woke up early. While kneading the dough, she reminded Jiang Yichen to pick all the ripe tomatoes to avoid spoiling them. In the end, the little pickup truck was filled with 6 large baskets, weighing over 300 pounds. There was also a big basket of small vegetables in the driver's seat. Since they were all priced at 30 per pound, the elderly lady asked to take them along, and she didn't want to disappoint her. Jiang Wanning pulled the ropes and secured the lid, making sure the tomatoes wouldn't fall during the drive. Then, she finally lifted Jiang Mutong, who had been waiting eagerly, into the back seat of the car. Jiang Mutong tried to lean out the window and waved to the people below. Uncle, big brother, you all behave at home, okay? Take good care of Grandma. Mom, and I will bring you delicious food when we come back. Jiang Muxian huffed in disagreement. You should behave more and not trouble Mom. Jiang Yichen added, Xian, don't be upset. Sister said that this time Tong goes, next time Xian goes, and the time after that Chen goes. We'll take turns, and we won't argue. Considering that taking all 3 would be hard to manage and that Grandma needed someone at home, Jiang Wanning decided to take only 1 child with her each time she went out to sell vegetables. As a result, the 3 little ones almost argued over who would go with her to the market. In the end, they decided by playing rock, paper, scissors. The winner, Jiang Mutong, was very proud and kept waving to Jiang Muxian and Jiang Yichen from the window. It wasn't until Jiang Wanning started the car and closed the window that it quieted down. Tong Tong, you need to work hard to help Mom sell tomatoes. Only after we sell them can we buy treats for your brother and uncle. Jiang Mutong nodded. Mom, I will do my best. I will make sure many uncles and aunts buy our tomatoes. Jiang Wanning arrived at the Farbridge vegetable market based on a friend's recommendation. This was the only place where farmers were allowed to sell their homegrown vegetables and fruits. Even though it was just past 6 o'clock, the open area was already filled with various stalls. After walking around, she finally found a spot to park. She decided not to move and planned to sell directly from the side of the truck. The location was a bit far from the main crowd, so there weren't many passers-by, and naturally, no customers came. Jiang Wanning wasn't worried. She first shared her location in the group chat. Then, she lifted Jiang Mutong into the truck bed, and the mother and daughter sat there, waiting for customers. Mom, there's no one here. We won't be able to sell any tomatoes. Let's go over there. Jiang Mutong pointed to a nearby bustling crowd, feeling a bit anxious. She remembered she was supposed to help her mom sell tomatoes. If they didn't sell out, her brother would definitely tease her when they got home. Jiang Wanning smiled and explained, We arrived too late. There are already other vendors selling vegetables there. Jiang Mutong became anxious. Mom, is it because Tong Tong woke up too late that we came late? The child's expression changed quickly. Looking at her pouting lips, it seemed she was about to cry. Jiang Wanning quickly reassured her, Of course not. Remember, when we left, it was because I wasn't ready and you waited for me. So it's because I didn't plan the time well. Will you blame me? Jiang Mutong reached out her small hand and gently patted Jiang Wanning's shoulder, comforting her like a little adult. Mom is very busy. You didn't do anything wrong. We can sell slowly and definitely sell the tomatoes. While the mother and daughter were chatting, a young man approached them, looking around while holding his phone. When he reached their little pickup truck, he kept checking his phone and looking at them. Excuse me, are you the little boss selling tomatoes in the Jiang family vegetable group? Chun Jia-yen looked at the pickup truck, feeling a bit speechless. He was supposed to go for a morning run at the nearby gym, but was sent by his mom to pick up tomatoes. Since it's on the way, you can get the tomatoes and then go run. But really, how is that on the way? Before Jiang Wanning could speak, Jiang Mutong raised her hand first. Yes. Brother, we are selling tomatoes. Look, we have so many tomatoes here. Our tomatoes are delicious. Please buy some to try. If you don't like them, you don't have to pay. Jiang Mutong wriggled out of Jiang Wanning's arms and picked up a big tomato from the basket, trying to hand it to the young man. With a cute little bun on her head and a pink hairpin matching her pink overalls, she looked adorable, melting the young man's heart. I'll buy. Wait, no, my mom already bought them. I'm here to pick them up for her. Chun Jia-yen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Jiang Wanning said, Let me see your payment record and group nickname. Oh, sure. Chun Jia-yen quickly opened his phone and pulled up the receipts. Naturally, I must have ordered 5 pounds. Here's the payment record. However, when he saw the amount on the record, he couldn't help but be shocked. 150 yuan. 5 pounds of tomatoes for 150 yuan? So now tomatoes have their own luxury brand too? Until the 5-pound bag of tomatoes was handed to him, he still couldn't understand. They just looked a bit more colorful and had a nicer shape. While he was confused, a small group of people hurried over to them. Hey, little boss, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, my little troublemaker would have caused a scene. Hurry up, here's my account, the transfer record. A total of 10 pounds. This is mine, 5 pounds. I'll take 3 pounds. Am I going to get less? Boss Jiang, do you have extra tomatoes? Can you sell me 5 more? Seeing everyone buying 5 or 10 pounds, it was clear they had learned from the last time when they bought too few. After all, at 30 per pound, tomatoes were quite expensive. But who would have guessed that these tomatoes would taste so good? Whether it was an elderly person with no appetite or a child who didn't eat well, everyone rushed to grab a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A few pounds of tomatoes disappeared in one meal. Eating other dishes just didn't feel satisfying. If a day went by without them, it wasn't unbearable, but it was always on his mind. Chun Jian was stunned, slowly getting pushed out by the growing crowd. Isn't it said that older women are the most practical when shopping? For example, his mother would go on and on about spending $10 a pound on garlic sprouts. Has that changed? Or have their standards just risen? They no longer care about the $30 price tag. In hesitation, he took a tomato from the bag, wiped it on his clothes, and took a bite. Delicious. So good. How can there be such tasty tomatoes in the world? In just a few bites, he finished one tomato. Still wanting more, he bit into another. Then he looked at the remaining tomatoes in the bag. There were 11 tomatoes in total, and after eating 2, there were 9 left. With 6 people at home, his grandparents, parents, sister, and himself, there wouldn't be enough for everyone to have 2. And he had the lowest status at home. After thinking for a moment, Chun Jian squeezed through the crowd while shouting, "Boss, weigh me 5 more pounds." At that moment, a sharp-eyed older woman spotted the basket in the back seat of the car and exclaimed, "Wow, Boss Jiang, you brought some baby bok choy. It looks so fresh. How much is it per pound?" Jiang Mudong replied loudly, "Grandma, I know. The bok choy is 30 per pound." Fearing that the grandparents wouldn't buy anything, the little one took a deep breath and loudly added, "These vegetables were just picked by Mom and Uncle this morning and are really delicious." "All right, Grandma will listen to you and buy 2 pounds. Tomatoes at $30 a pound are so tasty, so the small bok choy must be good too." Nowadays, kids don't like to eat vegetables. When the older folks heard Jiang Mudong say that the vegetables were tasty, they immediately thought about buying some to add to their picky grandchildren's meals. Seeing this, Chun Jian also decided to buy 2 pounds. While paying, he also joined the nearby grocery group. As he held a bag of tomatoes and another bag of vegetables, he felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Could this be why his parents enjoyed participating in shopping sprees? The crowd around the small pickup truck grew larger, with some having made reservations in the group and others brought along by neighbors to see what was happening. Tomatoes and bok choy were quickly being handed out, one bag at a time. When many older folks from the market saw what was happening and came over to join in, the tomatoes and bok choy were nearly gone. "Wow, these tomatoes look great. How much are they per pound?" "They're usually cheaper than at the market when sold from a truck." "This bok choy looks good too, like it was just picked from the field." "I'll take 2 pounds. "What? $30 a pound? That's so expensive. It's only $5 a pound at the market. Are your tomatoes made of gold?" "Bok choy is $30 a pound too?" "I'm leaving. This looks like a scam." Jiang Mudong loudly explained to everyone, "Our tomatoes and vegetables are super delicious. If they're not good, you don't have to pay." An older gentleman gruffly questioned, "Is that true? If I think they're not good, can you refund my money?" Jiang Mudong was startled and quietly grabbed her mom's shirt, then mustered her courage to say loudly, "Yes, if they're not good, we'll refund your money. We don't lie." Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Mudong with approval and said, "You can scan to join the group. If you don't want to eat, I'll refund you directly in the group." The old man rummaged through the basket and finally said, "All right, just because you said you'll refund if they're not good, I'll take the remaining tomatoes and bok choy. There's only a little left, so don't weigh it too much. Just count it as $309. Then an older lady, right in front of him, quickly packed up the remaining tomatoes and bok choy, saying, "Boss, I'll take all of these. Please weigh them for me." Jiang Wanning finished weighing the vegetables, collected 120 yuan, and began to pack the empty baskets. An elderly man puffed out his cheeks and glared, "I already bought these vegetables." The older woman was not one to back down, her face full of sarcasm. "You bought them? For 30 yuan? At your age? How can you be so shameless?" After leaving the market, Jiang Wanning drove her small pickup truck straight to the delivery station. She hurriedly walked in with Jiang Mutong, carrying several plastic bags filled with tomatoes. "Hello, could you please help me pack these and send them via express delivery? Here are the recipient's phone number and address." Jiang Wanning handed the plastic bags to the delivery worker along with a note that clearly listed the details. The delivery worker took the bags and glanced curiously at the contents, explaining, if you choose express delivery for fresh items, it will be a bit more expensive than regular shipping. Here's the price list for you to check. Hearing this, Jiang Wanning felt a bit of a pinch in her wallet. She looked up and noticed that the cost for fresh delivery was indeed high. The price for one bag was almost equal to the price of a kilogram of tomatoes. However, thinking about how both Lin Si-yun and the two loyal fans of her former self continued to support her despite the criticism, she felt their friendship was truly precious. Is the delivery time accurate? Since she was paying such a high delivery fee, it would be unfortunate if the items spoiled due to delays. The delivery worker smiled and replied, "You can rest assured. Our packages within the province usually arrive by tomorrow morning. For those going out of the province, it takes about 2 days. The error won't exceed a day. All our packages are sent by air, ensuring that your fresh items remain fresh upon arrival." With this confirmation, Jiang Wanning felt relieved. She paid the shipping fee and then left with Jiang Mutong. In fact, sending tomatoes to Lin Si-yun was not only to thank her for the reminder. Jiang Wanning had another plan. Even though she had stepped away from that strange circle, she hoped her agricultural products could shine in the entertainment market. After all, someone who could buy grapes for 800 yuan per kilogram was definitely a potential high-quality customer for her. So, she needed to maintain a good relationship with these potential benefactors. And Lin Si-yun was certainly someone from the entertainment industry. Based on the quality of the fruits and vegetables she grew with her energy, she should attract some wealthy customers. When Jiang Wanning picked up Jiang Mutong and placed her in the back seat of the car, she noticed the little one pouting and looking unhappy. "Tong Tong, what's wrong?" Jiang Mutong said with a hint of grievance. "Mommy, why do we have to pay that uncle for taking our tomatoes?" The little girl, who had rarely been out, didn't understand what a delivery was. She thought their tomatoes could be exchanged for money, but now someone had taken their tomatoes, and her mother had to pay for it. Jiang Wanning patiently explained, "Those tomatoes aren't for the uncle. They are for a friend of Mommy's in another place. This delivery uncle is helping Mommy take them there, so Mommy has to pay him." Jiang Mutong tilted her head, still curious. "Is Mommy's friend very far away?" Jiang Wanning replied, "Yes, very far away. We have to take a car, then a train, and then a plane to get there." Jiang Mutong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, a long train? I heard from Nyo that when his parents took him to the amusement park, they went by train. Mommy, have you been to an amusement park?" Nyo said there are so many fun things and lots of delicious food. The train to the amusement park must be the Disney in Haicheng. In her memory, it was a place every child loved. Seeing the envy in the little one's eyes, Jiang Wanning felt a pang in her heart. Mommy hasn't been there either. "Once we sell all the tomatoes, I'll take you, your brother, uncle, and Annie to the amusement park, okay?" Jiang Mutong's big eyes lit up. "Really? Mommy, are you really going to take us to the amusement park?" Jiang Wanning extended her pinky finger. "Do we make a pinky promise?" Jiang Mutong bounced in her seat. "Yes. Pinky promise for 100 years. Oh, we're going to the amusement park. Mommy, let's hurry home and tell brother and uncle. They will be so happy." In caring community, Chen Jiayan carried 2 large bags of tomatoes and a big bag of bok choy into the neighborhood, immediately catching the attention of many people. It was quite rare to see a young man carrying such large bags of tomatoes and vegetables early in the morning. Many elderly folks out for groceries or morning exercises gathered around to tease him. Mr. Wang, who often exercises with Xiao Chen at the gym, said, "Hey, Xiao Chen, I didn't see you at the gym today. Did you go to the market to buy groceries? Wow, those tomatoes look great. They make me hungry. Can you spare a couple for me?" Chen Jiayan is not a stingy person, and his family often interacts with Mr. Wang. Hearing Mr. Wang, he took out 2 tomatoes from his bag and said, "Mr. Wang, I bought plenty. Here, take these 2. Aunt Zhou, who was nearby, noticed the vegetables in the bag and exclaimed, "Wow, those greens look so fresh." "Xiao Chen, where did you buy them? Did you get them from a supermarket that has a sale?" Others around them looked curious and seemed eager to know more. It seemed like if Chen Jiayan shared the location, everyone would rush over. Chun Jae-in smiled and explained, "Actually, these tomatoes weren't bought by me. My mom ordered them directly from a farmer. I just bought a few extra because they looked fresh." Suddenly, a hand reached into Chun Jae-in's bag and grabbed 2 tomatoes. Aunt Jo saw this and quickly snatched them back for Chun Jae-in, saying, "Hey, what are you doing taking someone else's things without asking? Give them back." The person who tried to take the tomatoes, known for being petty and sharp-tongued in the neighborhood, was not well liked by the neighbors. When Aunt Jo called her out, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she retorted, "Jo Ho Hot, these are Xiao Chen's tomatoes. He didn't say anything, so why are you making a fuss?" She reached for the tomatoes again, but Chun Jae-in lifted the bag out of reach. The woman became angry and pointed at him, saying, "What do you mean by this? I saw you give 2 to Mr. Wang. We're neighbors, so why can't I have some? Do you think I'm poor and look down on me? Let me tell you, Mr. Wang is clever and has money, so your flattery won't work on him." Her words made Chun Jae-in's face turn red. Mr. Wang was also quite upset and said, "We've all been putting up with you, and you just keep getting worse. Xiao Chun gave me tomatoes because I've given him things before. That's called mutual respect, do you understand? Unlike you, who only knows how to take advantage of others." Aunt Jo added, "Exactly. You're always mooching off others. Which family in the neighborhood hasn't been taken advantage of by you? Look at young Chun, he has a thin skin, so you think he's easy to bully, right?" Old Lu chimed in, "Zhang, you really know how to stir up trouble. If young Chun gives you tomatoes, that's kindness. If he doesn't, that's his choice. Have you taken advantage of others so little that you need to from the younger generation?" Surrounded by everyone, Zhang lay down on the ground, crying, "Ah, you all are bullying an old lady. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? I don't want to live anymore." At that moment, Zhang Jianba, her son, heard his mother crying and rushed over. "What's going on? What are you doing to my mom? If anything happens to her, you won't get away with it." As they say, like mother, like son. Everyone took a step back, afraid of getting involved with this unusual mother-son duo. Aunt Jo said, "Which of your eyes saw us doing anything to her? Don't try to pull a fast one on us. There are cameras here." Old Lu added, "Every day, you don't feel ashamed. All this fuss over a couple of tomatoes." Amid the crowd's teasing, Zhang Jianba finally understood why his mother was making a scene. "Come on, it's just 2 tomatoes. Mom, if you want them, I'll buy them for you." He turned to Chun Jae-in, still a bit angry, and asked, "Are 5 yuan enough for 2 tomatoes?" He tossed the money on the ground and reached for the tomatoes. Before Chun Jae-in could react, a figure rushed in and blocked Zhang Jianba's hand. "You think 5 yuan is enough for my tomatoes? Dream on." "Mom, why are you here?" Chun Jae-in exclaimed happily. He wasn't good at handling such loud arguments, but now his mom was here. His mom, Ms. Wu Meili, was quite the force in their neighborhood. No one feared Zhang, but everyone respected his mom. After all, she was the type to call the police over a missing bun. With her hands on her hips, Ms. Wu unleashed her fury. "You old lady, last time you stole my apples, and I haven't settled that with you yet. Now you're bothering my son? Did you forget what it was like when I reported you to the police?" Zhang's crying stopped immediately. Zhang Jianba's anger faded as he awkwardly explained, "Aunt Wu, you misunderstood. We weren't trying to take your tomatoes. We wanted to buy them. 2 tomatoes probably weigh about a pound, and for $5, you might even make a profit." "How dare you, you little brat? Are you trying to say I'm taking advantage of you?" Wu Meili shouted angrily. $5 for tomatoes can't compare to mine. Let me tell you, I bought these tomatoes for 30 a pound. If you want them, give me 30, and I'll give you 2. Zhang Posey, hearing that price, suddenly sat up in shock. "Why don't you just rob someone?" Wu Meili crossed her arms, looking disdainful. "I have my pride. I can't compete with you." Zhang Posey's face turned red with anger as she looked at the crowd around them, realizing there would be no bargains today. She pulled Zhang Jianba and stormed off. Watching them leave in such a fluster made everyone feel relieved. Aunt Jo admired, "Meili, you're so clever to come up with a way to deal with Zhang Posey. Ha ha ha, 30 a pound for tomatoes? Good thing you made that up. Wu Mei replied, I'm not making it up. These tomatoes really are 30 a pound. The neighbors thought, do you think we believe you? Wu Mei knew she couldn't explain, so she handed each of them a tomato as a thank you for helping her silly son. Chun Jae-in looked at his nearly empty bag. Well, the bag he bought with effort was practically a waste. On the way home, Wu Mei kept chatting with Chun Jae-in, mainly wondering why such a bold and straightforward person like her had a son like him. Chun Jae-in realized that if he didn't find a way to change the subject, his mom would go on for hours. So he held up the bag of vegetables and said, Mom, what do you think of this bok choy? Wu Mei indeed stopped her rambling and took a close look at the bag of vegetables. Not bad, they look fresh and have no wormholes. They must not have been treated with too many pesticides. She leaned in to smell them. Then she caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Chun Jae-in felt a bit unsure after hearing his mom's comment. It shouldn't be, right? Should we test it at home? I bought these from the same place as the tomatoes, and they were 30 a pound too. Chun dad works in the agricultural department, which is responsible for monitoring the quality of agricultural products, so the family has plenty of pesticide testing strips. Wu Mei couldn't help but exclaim, this bok choy is 30 a pound? Are you crazy for buying such expensive vegetables? Chun Jae-in retorted, but you bought tomatoes for 30 a pound. Vegetables in the supermarket can be more expensive than tomatoes. For a moment, Ms. Wu Mei was taken aback by her own son. When they got home, the mother and son started washing vegetables and preparing test strips. The elderly Chen couple, just waking up, were curious. Grandma Chen asked, Mei, what are you two doing? Wu Mei replied, Mom, your grandson bought 2 pounds of fresh vegetables and I noticed there were no signs of bugs, so I wanted to check for pesticide residues. Grandma Chen leaned in to look at the fresh vegetables soaking in water and agreed, it's good to test them. In this hot weather, it is strange to find such nice-looking vegetables. Grandpa Chen added, in summer, there are many pests and leafy vegetables usually need to be treated with pesticides. Wu Jian defended, Grandpa, I bought this vegetable along with the tomatoes. I thought if the tomatoes are so delicious, the vegetables might be good too. They tore a piece of the vegetable leaf, mashed it, added water, and then placed it in the test. The test results had 3 levels. If the turned blue, it meant the sample was very clean with almost no pesticide residues. If it turned yellow, it indicated some pesticide residues, but within a safe range. If it turned red, it meant the pesticide residues exceeded safe levels and were not acceptable. In the end, the test result for the vegetables showed blue. Looking at the color of the test, both the Chin couple and Wu Mei were surprised. Could this test be expired?
Impossible.
My dad just bought it last week. It can't be expired. Wu Jian said proudly, see, I told you the vegetables were fine. Wu Mei replied, that's easy to say now. At that moment, her phone rang. As soon as she answered, Aunt Zhou's loud voice came through the speaker. Mei, where did you buy those tomatoes? Wu Mei felt proud and said, what? Do you think they're so good that you want to buy more? Aunt Zhou replied, yes, yes. The tomatoes are amazing. I took one bite, and my daughter came running when she smelled them. She's so little, and she finished the whole tomato. If she always has this appetite, we won't have to worry anymore. Quick, tell me where you bought them. I want to get more right now. Wu Mei said, you probably won't find them today. The vendor doesn't have a fixed stall. They sell through a group chat and leave once they're sold out. Aunt Zhou asked what group. Wu Mei replied, the Jiang family vegetable buying group. I ordered my tomatoes there, and they deliver them at the agreed time. Aunt Zhou said, quickly send me the group link. However, after Aunt Zhou were Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, and Grandma Zhao. All morning, Wu Mei's phone kept ringing. Seeing her busy, Chen Jian guessed she probably didn't have time to pay attention to him. He wanted to taste the greens, so he made a vegetable rice porridge with leftover rice from the fridge. He boiled water, added rice and greens, then added some pork fat, and finally seasoned it with salt. A pot of vegetable rice porridge was ready. Wow, it smells great. Your cooking skills are getting better, praised Chen Jian's grandma. Chen Jian smiled shyly. He knew his cooking skills weren't that impressive, but this made him look forward to the greens even more. After it cooled down, he took a big spoonful and tasted it. So good. Chen Jian said, "Mom, hurry and go to the group to order a few more pounds of greens." Because Jiang Mudong was eager to go home and share the exciting news about going to the amusement park with her brother and uncle, they went straight home after leaving the delivery station. "Tong Tong, are you serious? We're going to the amusement park?" Yes. Mom said once we sell the tomatoes and make money, she'll take us on a long train ride and then to the amusement park. Sister, is Tong Tong telling the truth? Jiang Mudong nodded with a smile. Really? The three little ones were so happy, they didn't know what to do. Hand in hand in the yard, they spun around and cheered loudly. "We're going to the amusement park. We're going to the amusement park." The elderly lady watching them smiled, so much her eyes squinted. Jiang Mudong ran over and took the elderly lady's hand. "Grandma, did you hear? Mom said she will take us to the amusement park. Me, my brother, uncle, and you, we will all go." The elderly lady waved her hand. "Grandma is old and can't walk well, so I won't go." Jiang Wanling said, "That won't do, Grandma. I'm counting on you to help me watch these three little rascals." The elderly lady hesitated, "But going there will cost a lot of money. At my age, isn't it a waste?" Jiang Wanling reassured her, "Don't worry, Grandma. I can earn money." Saying this, she excitedly pulled the elderly lady along to calculate the earnings from the past few days. The final result left the elderly lady in shock. Just selling tomatoes 3 times brought in over 10,000 yuan. Oh my, how can it be so much? Did I calculate it wrong? The elderly lady's astonished expression made Jiang Wanling laugh. "Grandma, your granddaughter is great at math, so how could she make a mistake? And this is just the beginning." She leaned closer, putting her arm around the old lady's shoulder, and confidently said, "In the future, we will grow more vegetables and fruits to earn more money. Once we have enough, we will renovate the old house and build a beautiful courtyard for you to enjoy as our wealthy matriarch." The old lady smiled widely, showing her teeth. All right. I will just wait to enjoy the blessings from my good granddaughter." However, thinking about the few tomatoes left on the vine, she couldn't help but start to worry. "Oh, if I had known tomatoes would sell so well, I should have planted both acres with them from the start. Then you could make more money. This way, the family situation would be better and Ning Ning would feel less pressure. How about we have Chin Chin till the land again and plant all tomatoes? It would just waste some vegetable seeds." Hearing that the old lady was still thinking about this, Jiang Wanning helplessly said, "Grandma, don't forget, our bok choy sells for 30 yuan a pound too. I sold a basket today." Bok choy grows much faster than tomatoes. Once the cucumbers, eggplants, and peppers grow, they will also sell for 30 yuan a pound. We don't have to rely only on tomatoes. The old lady then remembered the bok choy. The boss who came to their garden to pick tomatoes bought a lot of bok choy for 30 yuan a pound. She thought it was just a small purchase. She didn't realize that the greens sold this morning were also 30 yuan a pound. Really? People pay 30 yuan a pound for greens? How can people in the city be so wealthy? A pound of greens costs as much as 2 pounds of pork. Jiang Wanning replied, "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tong Tong." She was confident about the vegetables grown with her special care. After all, in a country where food is essential, there are many people willing to spend money on good food. Jiang Mutong, who was playing in the yard with her brother and uncle, heard her name and ran over. "Mom, did you call me?" Looking at her sweaty little girl, Jiang Wanning suddenly thought, "Grandma, Xian Xian and Tong Tong are already 3 years old. Shouldn't they start preschool?" Jiang Mutong tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Mom, what is preschool? Is it fun there?" Jiang Mu Xian chimed in, "I know what preschool is. Jiang Nyo learns English and singing at preschool." There was a hint of envy in her tone. The elderly lady was a bit anxious. "Is it really necessary for them to go to kindergarten? I heard from the village chief that it's not a big deal if they don't go. They can just start school when they are old enough, so I didn't think about sending them." However, Jiang Wanning knew that the elderly lady wanted to send them but couldn't. All the young people in Wangshan village had left, let alone the children. Naturally, there was no kindergarten set up. If they wanted to go, they would have to travel to the town, and even if the elderly lady's legs were fine, it would be exhausting for her. Seeing the elderly lady looking a bit guilty, Jiang Mutong quickly said, "Grandma, the village chief is right. It doesn't matter if they go to kindergarten or not. I just think that since the kids are small and playing at home every day, it would be better for them to learn something at kindergarten." Yes, it's better to learn more things. The elderly lady became a bit nervous. It's already mid-September. Can they still be sent? It won't be a problem. Jiang Wanning squatted down to look at the twins. Xian, Tong, do you want to go to kindergarten? Jiang Mutong looked confused, glancing at her mother and then at her brother. Xian bit his lip, feeling conflicted. If we go to kindergarten, then there will be no one to help Mom sell vegetables. Jiang Wanning patted his head. Silly boy, there's also your uncle. He's tall and strong and can definitely help Mom with many things. Right, Chen, isn't that so? Jiang Yichen replied, yes. Chen will help sister and Tong and Xian can go to school. His initial disappointment about the twins going to kindergarten quickly vanished. He remembered a long time ago when he wanted to go to school and play with other kids. But they all said he was silly. Silly kids couldn't go to school. Now, while he felt a bit sad that he couldn't go, he was happy for Xian and Tong. Plus, he could still be with his sister at home, which made him happier than going to school. Jiang Muxian lowered his little head, thought for a moment, and then said cheerfully, "Mom, I want to go to kindergarten." After saying that, he ran over to Jiang Yichen and patted his hand. "Uncle, you stay home and help Mom sell vegetables. When I learn English and singing like Jiang Nyo at kindergarten, I'll come back and teach you." Seeing her brother wanting to go, Jiang Mutong quickly added, "Mom, I want to go to kindergarten too, and then come back to teach Uncle." Once they decided to send the two little ones to kindergarten, Jiang Wanning immediately took action. First, she went to the village committee to find out which kindergarten was designated for Wangshan village. The village committee office is located in the former village primary school. According to the announcement posted by the committee, there are 4 members in total. One of them is Jiang Dahai, the village secretary who also serves as the village chief, overseeing all matters in Wangshan village. By family order, Jiang Weining should call him uncle. It is said that he was a classmate of her father's in primary school. Another member is Li Hanyuan, the village accountant, whom Jiang Weining does not know, but he looks to be in his 40s or 50s. There are also 2 young university student officials, 1 male and 1 female. The male is named Feng Tao, and the female is Zhu Jingjing. They were assigned to the village right after graduating from university as reserve talents for rural development. Feng Tao, look, this blue and white notice has been issued. Wang Yuxuan's actions are considered intentional harm, causing minor injury. Wang Yuxuan? Jiang Weining had just reached the office door when she overheard their conversation and couldn't help but pause. Didn't her parents always say Wang Yuxuan is just a child? I thought she was underage, but she is already 18, so she can be held criminally responsible. Criminal responsibility? Is it that serious? Intentional harm causing minor injury can lead to detention or supervision, especially if the victim is at fault. But Jiang Weining did nothing that day and was hit, resulting in serious injuries. In this case, it could lead to 6 months of imprisonment. What if Jiang Weining provides a letter of understanding? Then it's uncertain, but detention or supervision is likely unavoidable. Plus, Jiang Weining hasn't issued any statement and doesn't accept reconciliation. Hearing this, Jiang Weining worried they might continue discussing her past controversies in the entertainment industry, which would be awkward. Knock. The 2 inside heard the knocking and stopped their gossip, turning to look. When they saw Jiang Weining, they were surprised. It wasn't because they recognized her. After all, with her plain appearance, work clothes, and sun hat, she looked nothing like the glamorous stars from the entertainment world. They were surprised to see such a young girl in Wangshan village at an unusual time. Zhu Jingjing quickly approached with enthusiasm. "Hello. How can I help you? I'm Jiang Yui's granddaughter from the back village. I came to ask which kindergarten the village children should go to." Jiang Weining followed Zhu Jingjing into the room and sat across from her. Zhu Jingjing was clearly taken aback by her words. Even Feng Tao, who was sitting at his desk, couldn't help but look over. Are you Jiang Yui's granddaughter? You must be the mother of Xian Xian and Tong Tong, right? Jiang Wanling nodded, showing no embarrassment. Yes. Xian Xian and Tong Tong are already 3 years old this year, so it's time for them to start preschool, which is why I'm asking. When the two first moved to Wangshan village and learned about Grandma Zhang's situation, they often criticized and cursed at the woman who disregarded her grandmother and children's well-being. But now, facing the person involved, they could only look her over in silence, unable to say a word, especially since she was calm and composed, making them hold back their words. After a long silence, Zhu Jingjing replied awkwardly, Xian Xian and Tong Tong are indeed old enough for preschool. We had considered giving Grandma Zhang the school's enrollment information, but at that time, the conditions didn't allow it, so we gave up. As she spoke, she rummaged through a folder nearby and pulled out a sheet of paper to hand over. Yangshui Town Blue Sky Kindergarten. Jiang Wanling quickly skimmed through it, confirmed there were no issues, and stood up to leave. Thank you. I won't take up any more of your time.
What are you busy with? Gossip?
Zhu Jingjing hurriedly followed her. Well, I haven't visited Grandma Zhang in a few days, so I'll go with you. Once outside the village committee, Zhu Jingjing tried to make conversation. By the way, I'm Zhu Jingjing. I don't know your name yet.
Jiang Wanling replied. I'm Jiang Wanling.
Jiang Wanling, that's a nice name. Wait, did you say your name is Jiang Wanling? Zhu Jingjing was so surprised she almost spit her tongue. Jiang Wanling looked innocent. What's wrong? Is there a problem? There is a problem. A big one. One was heavily made up, the other was fresh-faced. One was glamorous, the other simple. At that moment, upon closer inspection, the two completely different people had surprisingly similar features. Zhu Jingjing felt like she was in a daze. Just a moment ago, she was gossiping about Jiang Wanling with Feng Tao, and now the real person was right in front of her. Yu. Seeing her struggle to continue, Jiang Wanling kindly added, You want to ask if I'm the Jiang Wanling who got hit on the head by Wang Yushuan? Zhu Jingjing nodded repeatedly, then cautiously asked, So, is that you? Jiang Wanling confidently admitted, Yes. Zhu Jingjing. Sigma. No, she admitted it. She actually admitted it. But didn't you say you were single? How did you become the mother of Tong Tong and Xian Xian? Jiang Wanling replied, What do you think? What did she say? She hasn't been in the entertainment industry. Zhu Jingjing was puzzled. But she understood the situation and knew it was someone else's privacy, so she shouldn't pry. However, thinking about Grandma Zhang and their situation made Zhu Jingjing feel angry again. Miss Zhang, are you really going to send Xian Xian and Tong Tong to the kindergarten in town? You know our village only has one bus in the morning and evening, and Grandma Zhang is getting older. She might not be able to pick up the kids from school, Zhu Jingjing said. Jiang Weining replied, Oh, it's fine. I bought a car, so it will be easy to take them. Zhu Jingjing was surprised and asked, Miss Zhang, are you saying you want to stay in the village? Of course. You said it yourself, my grandmother is old, and the kids are still young. If I leave, who will take care of them? Jiang Weining responded. Zhu Jingjing frowned. It sounded nice now, but when she had left the children behind, she hadn't thought about it. The village committee was about a 15-minute walk from the old Jiang family home. During that short walk, Zhu Jingjing realized not only Jiang Weining's identity, but also that she had really left the industry and planned to stay in the village to farm. Zhu Jingjing didn't believe Jiang Weining's plan. Farming? That was a joke. If farming were that easy, Wangshan village wouldn't be like it was now. Even strong young men couldn't handle that work, let alone a delicate female star like her. But as she held a basket of tomatoes and looked at the 150 yuan transfer record on her phone, she began to question everything. These delicious tomatoes were actually improved by Jiang Weining, and she had done it in just 2 days? There couldn't be anything wrong with these tomatoes, could there? In the film base in the eastern suburbs of the capital city, the filming of the drama Seeking Immortality was nearing its end, and the entire crew was very busy. Lin Siyun, who played the female lead's maid, had just finished her last scene and was about to go to the makeup room to remove her makeup with the director's wrap gift in hand. At that moment, the crew's stage manager, Lu Fangyu, hurriedly approached her, holding a cardboard box. Siyun, you have a package here. A package? Lin Siyun's first reaction was to quickly think about whether she had bought anything on a certain shopping site recently. With some confusion, she reached out to take the package from Lu Fangyu and looked closely at the shipping information on it. When she saw the word fresh on the delivery box, she was even more confused. She murmured, "How could it be fresh? I don't think I've ordered any fruit online recently." Driven by curiosity, Lin Siyun found the shipping label on the box. When she saw a familiar name, Jiang Wanning, on the sender's line, she was momentarily stunned. It turned out that Jiang Wanning had been asking her about the filming location, not to use her name to get close to the male lead, Jian Feibai, but to send her a package. Looking at the package in her hands, Lin Siyun felt a twinge of guilt. She realized she had misjudged Jiang Wanning. It was understandable, considering Jiang Wanning had caused quite a stir in the industry while pursuing Jian Feibai. As a result, Jian Feibai had declared that he would not participate in any shows or projects featuring Jiang Wanning. This was one of the reasons Jiang Wanning had struggled to gain recognition. If Jian Feibai hadn't wrapped up filming early due to scheduling conflicts, she wouldn't have shared her address. At that moment, the stage manager, Sister Liu, couldn't help but join in. Seeing the name on the label, she exclaimed, "Jiang Wanning? Yunyun, are you close with Jiang Wanning? Why is she sending you a package?" Hearing Jiang Wanning's name, others around them also looked over with curiosity. Jiang Wanning? Isn't she the one who tried to get close to Shin Yenin and got hurt by her fans? Deputy Director Qian, you know Jiang Wanning too? The fans' family has been crying online every day. It's hard not to notice her with all the trending topics. Looks like she finally caught a break. But this isn't exactly a proud moment. It's not real success. Director Chun, you don't understand. There's a saying in the industry, any fame, even bad fame, is better than being ignored. But I heard she has retired from the industry. That's just a publicity stunt. She finally gained some attention. She must be out of her mind to retire now. Just wait, she might come back in a few days. Listening to the gossip and speculation around her, Lin Siyun felt her smile fade. She recalled the day she witnessed Jiang Wanning leave with such confidence. At that time, Jiang Wanning had decisively cleared out all her clothes and bags, as if she wanted to completely say goodbye to her past. Clearly, her announcement about retiring was not just a casual remark. She wanted to say a few words for Jiang Wanning, but she thought that she was just a minor character, and no one would care about what she said. The only thing she could do was leave with her delivery box. Unexpectedly, the sharp-eyed stage manager, Sister Liu, stopped her first. "Siyun, if Jiang Wanning can send you a package, does that mean you two have a good relationship? Can you tell us if her retirement is real?" Lin Siyun disliked Sister Liu's boundary-less sarcasm. But with the director and producer present, she could only awkwardly say, "Actually, I'm not very close to Wanning. We're just ordinary colleagues in the same company. But I think her retirement is probably true. When she left, she cleared everything out. It looks like she won't be coming back." Stage manager Sister Liu looked skeptical. "I bet she's just putting on a show, especially for a naive girl like you. With her ability to stir things up, she could probably make a living in the entertainment industry. What will she do after retiring?" Hearing this, Lin Siyun couldn't help but remember Jiang Wanning's answer and smiled. "Sister Wanning told me she wants to go back home to farm." Looking at the fresh produce package in her hands, she wondered if it contained local specialties from Wanning's hometown. Haha, farming? I can't believe she thought of that. Maybe it's like my mom saying if things don't work out, just go home and farm. That doesn't seem possible. With Jiang Wanning's thin frame, she probably doesn't have the strength to farm. "Siyun, this fresh produce package isn't something Jiang Wanning sent you from her farm, is it? Open it up and show us." Before Lin Siyun could respond, someone handed her a utility knife. With no choice, she opened the package on the spot. As the seal was slowly cut open, A white foam box appeared inside. Inside the foam box were several bags of dry ice. And beneath the dry ice bags were neatly arranged air-filled pouches. When she opened one air pouch and saw 3 neatly arranged tomatoes inside, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
What?
They sent just a few tomatoes all the way here? The shipping cost must be more than the price of these tomatoes. Exactly. Why send just a few tomatoes from so far away? Can't they find any in the capital? It's such a hassle. It's the thought that counts. Maybe Sian likes them. Looking at the bright red, round tomatoes, Lin Sian really liked them. She didn't have a very good relationship with Sister Wan Ning, so a small gift of local specialties to thank her was just right. If the gift were too expensive, she wouldn't feel comfortable accepting it. Plus, she was trying to lose weight lately, eating either cucumbers or tomatoes every day. These tomatoes looked fresh, as if they had just been picked, and she could even smell a unique, fresh aroma. She noticed there were 4 air-filled bags in the box, each containing 3 tomatoes. That would be enough for her to eat for a week. Just then, a note fell from one of the bags. Lu Jie, the stage manager, quickly grabbed it and read aloud, "Siun, these are tomatoes grown in my home. They taste great, so I'm sending you some to try." After reading, she laughed. Haha, could it be that Jiang Wanning really went to farm? Laughter filled the room. Lin Sian didn't want to join in on their lowbrow joke and focused all her attention on the sweet-smelling tomatoes. As the unique aroma reached her nose, her taste buds seemed to awaken. Her mouth began to water, eager to taste the wonderful flavor of the tomatoes. Thinking this, she picked one up, brushed off the dust, and prepared to take a bite. At that moment, a clear, pleasant voice sounded beside her. "Are these tomatoes? They look so good. They seem delicious." Lin Sian turned to see Qin Yuan, the female lead of Sun Xian, standing next to her, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the tomatoes in Lin Sian's hands. Qin Yuan had been popular for 6 years since her debut. Lin Sian played the role of the female lead's maid, and they usually got along well, often sharing tasty, low-calorie fruits. Seeing the desire in Qin Yuan's eyes, Lin Sian instinctively offered her the tomato. "Sister Wenwen, would you like to try one?" After saying that, she felt a bit regretful, worried that Qin Yuan's manager might object. After all, as a top star, there were strict requirements for her figure. Everything she ate was monitored by a nutritionist, with daily calorie intake even calculated to the exact number. But before the manager could say anything, Lu Fengyu, the stage manager, expressed her disapproval for no apparent reason. "Teacher Qin, do you want to eat a tomato, or should we go buy some at the supermarket? I'm not sure if these tomatoes have pesticides on them, and it wouldn't be good if you got a stomachache." After saying this, she looked apologetically at Lin Sian. "Oh, Sian, I didn't mean to say your tomatoes are bad. After all, they were sent to you by someone else. I heard that people in the countryside often use a lot of pesticides when growing vegetables. When you eat them, it's better to soak them in water for a while to remove any residues." After hearing this, Lin Sian could no longer keep her smile. "Sister Lu is right, but I believe Sister Wanling wouldn't send me tomatoes that have pesticides on them." As she spoke, she tried to take back the tomato she had handed to Qin Yuan. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan had already grabbed the tomato first. "No way. You promised to give it to me, so this tomato is mine. Sister Shui, tomatoes are very low in calories, so you won't disagree, right?" After saying this, she eagerly popped the tomato into her mouth, afraid someone would take it from her. Zhang Shui, who is Qin Yuan's manager, smiled helplessly. "You can only eat one. While tomatoes won't make you gain weight, they are cold in nature, so be careful if your stomach starts to hurt later." At that moment, Qin Yuan was already dripping with tomato juice and had no time to respond. The sweet and tangy flavor was delightful, making her squint her eyes in pleasure. She kept eating until the whole large tomato was gone, and then she contentedly burped. So delicious. How can tomatoes taste this good? Just as she was thinking about having another one, she noticed the chatter around her had stopped. Everyone was looking at her with different expressions, making her feel a bit awkward. Lu Fengyu jokingly teased, "Teacher Qin, how long has it been since Sister Zhang fed you?" You're making a tomato taste like a gourmet meal. Wang Ruijing, who played the second female lead in the show, chimed in, Wenwen, I think you have a talent for eating broadcasts. Watching you eat this tomato is making me hungry. Qin Yuan replied sincerely, could it be that this tomato is really that good? Without giving anyone a chance to respond, she grabbed Lin Xian and shook her playfully. Yunyun, can you share half of this tomato with me? Lin Xian laughed. All right, I'll give you half. She then took out 2 air-filled bags from the box and handed them over. Qin Yuan immediately reached out to hug them, as if she were holding a treasure. Even when Zhang Shui tried to help her, she refused. Seeing Zhang Shui's annoyed glare, she quickly tried to please her by handing over a tomato. Just one, okay? The rest are mine. You can't take them from me. After saying that, she ran off in a hurry. Zhang Shui almost laughed in frustration, as if I would really not feed her. Looking down at the tomato forced into her hand, she couldn't help but feel curious. It was just an ordinary large tomato. How could it possibly taste better than cherry tomatoes? With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Shui wiped it off casually and took a bite. That one bite of sweetness made her eyes widen in surprise. It was really delicious. No wonder Xiao Wenzi was so protective of it. At the same time, Lin Xian also tasted the tomato's deliciousness. The flavor was so good that she regretted giving away half of it. So when Zhang Shui finished the one in her hand and looked at her, she couldn't help but hug the remaining tomato tightly. This made Zhang Shui feel a bit shy about asking her for more. However, Zhang Shui's reason for wanting another tomato wasn't just for her own enjoyment. As a manager, she was always cautious. Her first reaction to something so unusually tasty was to find a place to test it, just in case there were any problems. But then she remembered that Xiao Wenzi had taken half, so getting a sample from her would work too. Thus, what she was about to say changed to, Xian, do you have any plans coming up? Wenwen has a role in a drama next month that still needs a female third lead. If you're interested, I can recommend you. Isn't Qi Yuan's next drama the one directed by director Xiao Jin? Such a big production? And it's for the female third lead. Am I dreaming? Lin Xian was a bit stunned, stuttering, Shuejia, can I really? Zhang Shui smiled. You'll never know unless you try. Or, are you lacking confidence in yourself?
Lin Xian nodded vigorously. I'm super confident.
Zhang Shui replied straightforwardly. All right, wait for my notice. Thank you, Shuejia. Lin Xian bowed in gratitude and, after thinking for a moment, stuffed the remaining tomato into Zhang Shui's hand. Even after Zhang Shui left, Lin Xian stood there with a silly smile on her face. Xiao Lin, you can do it. With Zhang Jia helping, your female third lead role is secured. When you become famous, don't forget about me. Assistant Director Qian teased with a smile, also curious about the tomato. Xiao Lin, what does that tomato taste like? Can I have a bite too? There are 4 tomato bags in total, and she gave away 3, keeping only the one she opened. She ate one of the 3 tomatoes, so now only 2 are left. Lin Xian really felt a bit reluctant to part with them. However, the assistant director, Mr. Qian, was quite nice and didn't bully her just because she was a newcomer in the crew. He even gave her a lot of helpful advice. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth and gave away another one. The others were also curious about the taste of the tomatoes, but seeing that Lin Xian only had one left, they didn't dare to ask. As the people around gradually left, only Lu Fengyu remained standing nearby. She looked at Lin Xian, the little girl who managed to get a supporting role just by having a few tomatoes. She felt a strong sense of jealousy. After all, she was the one who brought Lin Xian to the set. At that time, both of them were working as crew members. But Lin Xian was pretty and friendly, so she was suddenly pulled in to play a silly character. Later, she was chosen and signed with an agency, successfully entering the entertainment industry. And she was still just a crew member. Although she usually pretended to be close to Lin Xian, deep down, she felt a lot of resentment toward her. She just hid it well and never showed it. For some reason today, she couldn't hold back. However, Lin Xian was usually a bit clueless, so she probably wouldn't notice the malice in her words. Lu Fengyu thought they had a good relationship and put her arm around Lin Xian's shoulder, pretending to joke. Siyun, I'm your good sister, right? As your good sister, do I get to eat a tomato? Lin Siyun smiled but didn't really mean it. Of course you do. Then, when Lu Fengyu reached out to take one, she dodged away. Sister Lu, you said that country tomatoes are treated with a lot of pesticides and eating them isn't good for health. So I'll eat it myself. I've always been strong and not afraid of pesticides. As she spoke, Lin Siyun distanced herself from Lu Fengyu's hand on her shoulder and happily hummed a song as she walked away. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true. Sister Wan Ning was truly her lucky star, and she needed to send her a big red envelope. Lin Siyun, red envelope Lin Siyun, red envelope Lin Siyun, red envelope. Each red envelope had a limit of 200, and Lin Siyun sent 8 of them. Yang Van Ning. Jiang Wan Ning, did you receive the tomatoes? Lin Siyun, I received them. Lin Siyun, Sister Wan Ning, your tomatoes are so delicious, really super tasty. Jiang Wan Ning, I'm glad you like them. So, why are you sending so many red envelopes? Do you want to buy tomatoes?
Lin Siyun, 同じ、半濁点の。
Sister Wangshan, can I still buy your tomatoes? Lin Siyun, if I can, I want to buy 10 pounds. Without waiting for Jiang Wangshan to reply, Lin Siyun directly sent a transfer of 1,000 yuan with a note saying buy tomatoes. Lin Siyun, Sister Wangshan, those red envelopes are my way of thanking you. Because of the tomatoes you gave me, I got an audition opportunity for a supporting role. Jiang Wangshan, congratulations. Jiang Wangshan, but you can skip the red envelopes. Those tomatoes were my way of thanking you for your reminder. Jiang Wangshan, tomatoes are available, but they are 30 yuan per pound, and shipping is not included. If you want 10 pounds, including shipping, it will be about 450 yuan, which is too much. Lin Siyun was not surprised by the price. After all, the taste was amazing. They tasted much better than the cherry tomatoes she bought for 50 yuan per pound at the boutique. Lin Siyun, then please save the rest of the money for me, and deduct it when I want to buy again next time. Jiang Wangshan, sure. Jiang Wangshan, but once the tomatoes are sold out this week, I won't sell them anymore. Jiang Wangshan, starting next week, I will switch to selling fruits. Seeing that the tomatoes wouldn't be sold next week, Lin Siyun became a bit anxious. Why won't you sell such delicious tomatoes anymore? Thinking of Qin Yuan and her manager Zhang Shui, she quickly sent a message. Sister Wangshan, how about this? Please use the 1,000 yuan to buy all tomatoes for me.
Jiang Wangshan, okay.
The shelf life of the tomatoes is 1 week, so don't keep them for too long. This was only extended because she used a bit of special protection when sending the package. Lin Siyun, I won't keep them too long. Lin Siyun, Sister Wangshan, do you know Qin Yuan? The audition opportunity for the supporting role was given to me by her manager. They both really like your tomatoes, and I was thinking of sharing half with them. Seeing the message about switching to selling fruits next week, Lin Siyun couldn't help but ask, Sister Wangshan, are the fruits also grown by your family? How do they taste? Are they good? Jiang Wangshan, yes, they are grown by us. As for the taste, I can only say they are just as good, if not better, than the tomatoes.
Lin Siyun, 図上さんへ、図赤いハートは。
Sister Wangshan, when the fruits are available, please let me know. I will definitely come to support you. Jiang Wangshan, no problem. Wangshan Village. Jiang Wanning took her twins to Blue Sky Kindergarten to complete their enrollment procedures. After that, she planned to go to a supermarket in the city to buy items from the school supply list, such as small blankets, small pillows, backpacks, and straw cups. Just as she sat in the passenger seat, she received a message from Lin Siyun. Thinking about the many orders that might come in later, she couldn't help but smile. She knew no one could resist her magical tomatoes. It seemed she needed to prepare online shopping links in advance to make it easier for fruit lovers across the country to place their orders. Mom, what are you looking at? Why do you look so scary when you smile? Like a mischievous character, Jiang Mutong said from the back seat, curious as she saw Jiang Wanning's face in the mirror.
Yang Wanning.
Mischievous character? With her long black hair, she didn't look like one at all. She turned around, spread her arms, and playfully growled at the little one. "No, I'm not a mischievous character. I'm the big bad wolf ready to eat the little lambs. Little lambs, the big bad wolf is coming." "Ah, big bad wolf, Mom. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Go eat my brother." Jiang Mutong giggled and tried to hide behind Jiang Muxian. Jiang Muxian, with a serious face, said, "Mom, we only have 1 hour left. After that, we have to pay for parking." Jiang Wanning replied, "Mom can afford the parking fee. But we don't have to pay," Jiang Muxian insisted. "Little Jiang Muxian, you're only 3 years old, but you act like an old man," Jiang Wanning said, raising her hands. "All right, you win." Perhaps influenced by a cartoon, the two little ones chose backpacks and cups featuring Bear Big and King Gigi. Jiang Muxian picked Bear Big, while Jiang Mutong chose King Gigi, claiming they were the smartest. On the way home, the siblings argued about who was smarter, Bear Big or King Gigi. By the time they got home, they still hadn't reached a conclusion and ended up asking Jiang Yichun to choose sides. Jiang Yichun, holding a thermos with the mischievous character on it, said, "Seriously, I think the mischievous character is the smartest." Suddenly, their debate turned into a three-way discussion. Jiang Wanning thought debating was good for developing speaking skills, so she let them argue in the yard while she started looking up how to set up an online store. The first step to opening an online shop was to choose a platform. In the age of the internet, there are many platforms like Dodo, Dongdong, and others. Each platform has its own advantages and disadvantages. Users have various suggestions, each with their own preferences and recommendations. Just when Jiang Wanning was feeling troubled, she suddenly remembered that her previous self had done live streaming on Dodo and had registered a social media account. When she checked, she found that she had quite a few followers, over 10,000. With an existing account and built-in followers, she decided to take action. Although most of the followers were negative, it didn't stop her from selling products. She quickly updated her account information, changing her identity from an actor to a farmer. She registered a small shop called Zhang's Vegetable Basket. The platform was efficient, completing the review in just a few minutes. Looking at her empty shop window, Jiang Wanning thought it wouldn't look good without any products, so she planned to take some tomatoes from the garden to post online. She decided to set a quantity of 2 pounds, just to start. While replying to a friend's message, she casually checked her friend circle and saw a post from village officer Xiaozhu. "Homegrown tomatoes are super delicious, but a bit pricey." Image. One close-up photo showed a bright red tomato with a tiny droplet of water on it, making it look even more fresh. Another group photo displayed 5 or 6 tomatoes stacked together, with vibrant red colors mixed with a few green stems. Very appealing. The last photo showed tomatoes hanging on the vine, likely taken when Chen took her to the garden, with a long vine full of green, yellow, and red fruits. These 3 pictures were the most beautiful representations of tomatoes. Jiang Wanning had an idea and sent a message. "Xiaozhu, can I borrow the 3 tomato pictures from your friend circle?" Before Zhu Jingjing could reply, she sent another message. 1 picture for 1 tomato. Zhu Jingjing replied, 2. Jiang Wanning responded, "Deal. Come over to pick them when you have time." Zhu Jingjing joked, "Just kidding, I'll pay you." Zhu Jingjing asked, "What do you need those pictures for?" Jiang Wanning explained, "For using your pictures as a reward, no payment needed. They will be for my online shop." Zhu Jingjing asked, "Really? Which platform?" "Send me the link, and I'll help promote it." Jiang Wanning replied, "Wait until I post the tomatoes, then I'll send it to you." Product name, Big Tomato. Product price, 30 yuan/500 G. Remaining stock, 10 kilograms. Delivery, Wind Express, 12 yuan for the first weight in the province, 2 yuan for each additional kilogram, 20 yuan for the first weight outside the province, 15 yuan for each additional kilogram. No returns for bad orders, /number 7 day, unconditional returns. Product description, pure natural green vegetables. Image. After a quick preview, it was clear and perfect.
Click to list.
In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Wanling had added the first product to the Jiang family vegetable basket. Seeing the bright red tomatoes in the display, She felt a great sense of achievement. She then shared the link with the village official, Xiaozhu, and also sent it to the Jiang family vegetable buying group. The group members were already very attentive to the group leader's updates, afraid they might miss the news if she set up a stall. As soon as the link was posted, the group became lively. Boss, is this your online store?
What?
Boss, you open an online store? Will you still set up a stall? Oh my, boss, your delivery fee is too high. It might scare away customers. Wait, why is this product sold out? Did you ask someone to place fake orders? Sorry, I placed the order. At Jiang, is your stock setting correct? Why can we only buy up to 20 jin? At that moment, Jiang Wanling received a notification that someone had placed an order. When she checked, her newly listed 10 kilograms of tomatoes had sold out. Just as she was puzzled, she saw the messages in the group. Jiang Wanling, don't worry, everyone. I will still regularly set up stalls in the city. This online store is for friends from other places. We are all from the same area, so let's not waste on delivery fees. Jiang Wanling at Manhwa Xijin, please cancel the online order. Manhwa Xijin, no need to cancel. I bought these tomatoes to send to my daughter, who lives far away. Just ship them normally, boss. Manhwa Xijin. Boss, I also want to buy some online to send to friends and family. Can you list more items, like tomatoes and bok choy? Other group members saw this and thought of their children living far away. Boss, can you add more? I want to send some to my daughter. Yes, I want some too. My son always comes home looking pale. I wonder if he's eating well out there. Seeing more people wanting to order online, Jiang Wanling replied, sure. In the group, people were getting anxious, so she sent another message. There aren't many small rapeseeds to sell, so I won't put them up. There are only a few tomatoes left, and I can sell them at most 2 more times before they're gone. This caused a stir in the group. Boss Jiang, are you joking? How long have you been selling them? How can they be gone already? Boss Jiang, my wife and our baby depend on your tomatoes to eat. What will we do if they run out? Boss Jiang, if you're not selling tomatoes, what will you sell? Do you have any other vegetables? I wouldn't mind if you have greens or radishes. Yes. As long as they taste as good as the tomatoes and small rape seeds, we'll buy whatever you sell. Seeing her friends getting more anxious, Jiang Wanning quickly shared her plans. Jiang Wanning, right now, besides tomatoes and rape seeds, the other vegetables have just been planted, and they won't be ready for at least a month. Jiang Wanning, so once the tomatoes are sold out this week, I won't be selling vegetables for a while. The group was flooded with crying emojis. In between the emojis, Jiang Wanning sent another message. But starting next week, our persimmons from our orchard will be available. If anyone likes persimmons, don't miss out. Friends in the group. Although tomatoes are also known as Western fruits, they are not the same as the fruit persimmons. At the same time, Zhu Jingjing, who received the link, thought about buying some for her parents back home. However, when she clicked on it, she saw a sold-out page. She instinctively took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Wanning. Zhu Jingjing. Image Zhu Jingjing, sister. What's going on here? Jiang Wanning. Shrugged JPG. Customers in the vegetable group are buying for their families in other places. Zhu Jingjing. You have a vegetable group? Add me in. I'm your customer too. Jiang Wanning had no objections. Once Zhu Jingjing joined the group, she saw the old-fashioned usernames and felt like she didn't belong. After seeing their conversation, she felt even more out of place. What kind of vegetable group is this? Isn't it a wholesale group? Otherwise, who buys hundreds of pounds of vegetables? Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but timidly ask, can everyone eat that much? The boss said ripe tomatoes can only last 3 to 5 days. Are you silly? If you can't finish them, just freeze them. Later, you can take them out to make soup or stew beef, and it will taste great. You can also make tomato sauce and store it. No matter what, it's better than not being able to eat them later. Zhu Jingjing. Why won't we be able to eat them later? Xiang Wuxian. Are you new to the group? Boss Jiang just said that once the tomatoes are sold out this week, they won't be available next week. Zhu Jingjing. Sigma. Don't know. No, she couldn't focus on chatting anymore. She suddenly stood up and shouted to Feng Tao, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon.
Can you cover for me?
Seeing her anxious expression, Feng Tao asked, Where are you going? Do you need my help? I'm going to buy tomatoes. Feng Tao remembered the tomatoes he had at Zhu Jingjing's place and immediately said, Get some for me too. Without looking back, Zhu Jingjing gave an okay sign and dashed away. Just as Jiang Wanning was about to leave, she noticed Zhu Jingjing running quickly toward their house. Jiang Wanning, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhu Jingjing leaned on her waist, catching her breath, and said, I'm buying tomatoes. Jiang Wanning, if you want to buy tomatoes, why not just send me a message? Is it necessary to run like this? Zhu Jingjing, I was afraid you would sell out. Jiang Wanning, don't worry, I can still provide you with what you need. Zhu Jingjing's eyes lit up. Really? Then I can also send some to my parents and my brother and sister-in-law. Is that possible? Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and replied, Just keep it under 20 pounds. Not selling tomatoes doesn't mean they won't grow anymore. With the right care, the tomato plants won't die anytime soon. However, the quantity will be less, about 10 pounds a day, which isn't worth the time to sell. It's better to keep them for personal use. Zhu Jingjing immediately smiled widely. 20 pounds is enough. And save 10 pounds for Feng Tao. However, she didn't realize that her parents had friends and neighbors, and her brother and sister-in-law had colleagues. That 20 pounds wouldn't be enough to share with everyone. But that was a concern for later. Since she was already there, to avoid any delays, Zhu Jingjing planned to pick the tomatoes for her parents and brother and sister-in-law herself and call for a delivery right away. Just as she took a step forward, Jiang Wanning pulled her back. Wait a minute, I actually need to talk to you about something. Don't worry, I'll have Chin Chin pick the tomatoes for you. Jiang Wanning shouted into the house. Chin Chin, take Xian Xian and Tong Tong to pick 50 tomatoes for Aunt Zhu. She received 3 loud replies, Okay, sister/mom. Zhu Jingjing looked puzzled and asked, What's going on? Iang kvanning smiled mischievosely. Comrade Zhu, are you free this afternoon? Zhu Jingjing crossed her arms and pretended to be scared. Whether I'm free this afternoon depends on what you want me to do. Jiang Wanning rolled her eyes. You're so dramatic. You're actually more suited for the entertainment industry. I just think your photography skills are great, so I want to invite you to my family's orchard to take some pictures for my products. Zhu Jingjing was surprised. Orchard? Where did you get an orchard? Jiang Wanning replied, The village distributed land to the villagers. It's several hundred acres. You must know about it. Zhu Jingjing said, I know. But hasn't it all been abandoned? Where's the orchard? Jiang Wanning looked innocent. My grandma said my parents planted it before they passed away, and it's starting to bear fruit now. I went up the mountain a few days ago, and the taste was pretty good, so I thought I'd pick some to sell. Zhu Jingjing thought. She wanted to say that it had been years since your parents passed away. The fruit trees have been left unattended for years and have turned wild. How could they taste good? But she held back her words to avoid hurting Jiang Wanning's feelings. She decided to go and see for herself how they tasted. After all, she was part of the village committee, and helping villagers improve their lives was her responsibility. Though Jiang Wanning didn't seem poor at all. So, Zhu Jingjing nodded, all right. Let's go while the sun is still up. The sooner we go, the sooner we can return. Jiang Wanning flattered her. You truly are a good comrade. When my family's fruits are on the market, you can eat as much as you want. While Jiang Wanning was busy with her online store, at Haiqing People's Hospital, a middle-aged woman walked into the inpatient department carrying a large thermal bag, looking cheerful. She had a big smile on her face, completely different from her worried expression a few days ago. Her voice sounded even more pleasant than usual as she said, Zhu, were you waiting long? Mom had some unexpected things to do at noon, so I was delayed. Chun Baozhu put down her phone and looked up at her mom with curiosity. Mom, why are you so happy today? Chen's mom placed the thermal bag on the table and smiled. Did you notice? Chun Baozhu thought. With such a big smile, only a fool wouldn't notice. Chun Baozhu asked, Did you find money on the way? After thinking for a while, the only thing that could make her money-worried mom so happy was a sudden windfall. At that moment, Mom Chun had already opened the thermal bag and was taking out the lunch boxes one by one. She laughed and teased, "What are you talking about, child? Even if you found money, you should give it to the police. Am I the kind of person who gets something for nothing? You are." But Chun Baoju didn't dare to say that. She quietly looked at her mom, waiting for her to reveal the good news herself. However, her mom seemed uninterested in sharing anything and was focused on arranging the lunch boxes on the table. Mom Chun smiled and said, "I made you tomato scrambled eggs, tomato braised beef, and tomato tofu soup for lunch. Try them and see how they taste." All 3 dishes had tomatoes in them. Was there a sale on tomatoes at the supermarket? But the next moment, her attention was completely drawn to the delicious smell coming from the lunch boxes. "Wow, it smells so good. Mom, your cooking is getting better and better." Mom Chun smiled and said, "It's not that my cooking is good. It's because the tomatoes your friend sent you are great." Chun Baoju was taken aback. "My friend sent me tomatoes?" She thought through her friends but couldn't figure out who would send her tomatoes. Mom Chun replied, "It's a friend named Jiang Wanning. I saw that name on the delivery package. Yang Wanning. It's Ning Ning. It's her idol Ning Ning." Chun Baoju's eyes widened in surprise, and she almost jumped up from her bed in excitement. Chun Baoju looked at her mom excitedly and asked again, "Mom, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Mom Chun playfully scolded, "I'm not blind. How could I be mistaken? Besides, your friend is actually a benefactor to our family. I can't forget her." Chun Baoju looked confused. "What benefactor? How do you know that Ning Ning is my benefactor?" She became a fan of Jiang Wanning after the college entrance exams that summer. In a talent show called Youth With Me, she became obsessed with a contestant named Kai Shiyu, who could sing, dance, and write songs, a true all-rounder. She ended up winning Youth With Me and later became the captain of Flying Girls. In contrast, Jiang Wanning sang and danced just okay. However, because she was good-looking, her fan count, while not as high as Kai Shiyu's, was still quite respectable. This made Chun Baoju not very interested in her. She thought she was just a simple-minded person, awkward and uncoordinated, like a decorative vase. Because of her competition with Kai Shiyu, she went from being indifferent to a hater. Along with other fans of Kai Shiyu, she often mocked her on social media. At one event, due to seating issues, she almost got into a fight with a major fan of Jiang Wanning named Yu Weiwei. At that time, she could never have imagined that the person she disliked so much would risk her life to save her when she was almost taken by a trafficker. After that, she became a loyal fan of Jiang Wanning. Even when Jiang Wanning mysteriously disappeared for a year and many fans left, she remained steadfast. A year later, Jiang Wanning reappeared, looking completely different. Yet, she still believed that she was the same person who had saved her from danger. As a result, despite facing overwhelming negativity and hate, the fan group shrank from 200 to just 2, but she never left. Chun Mama looked at Chun Baoju in confusion. "What do you mean by your benefactor?" "She's our benefactor. Let me tell you, your friend's help was a big deal for your dad." Chun Baoju snapped back to reality and asked curiously, "Oh, Mom, please tell me what happened." Chun Mama sighed. "A few days ago, didn't you notice I looked unwell and asked me why? That day, your dad was fired because they said he was too old to be a driver." Chun Baoju was shocked. "What? Even though Dad worked as a private driver for the Pei family, he had a proper employment contract. How can they just fire him like that? The Pei family is the richest in Haicheng. Chun Dad had been their driver since he was young. Now, he was only in his 40s, in the prime of his life. How could he be too old?" Chun Mama quickly pulled Chun Baoju down. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. Your surgery wound shouldn't hurt anymore." Chun Baoju's face twisted in pain. "It hurts." She had just had an appendectomy 2 days ago, and her wound was still slightly bleeding. How could it not hurt? Chun Mama replied, "You deserve it." This impatience, I wonder who you got it from? After checking her wound to ensure it hadn't opened, she continued, "I thought about going to the Pei family to ask why they fired your dad. But your dad is too shy. He believes they must have their reasons for firing him and insisted I shouldn't go. When Chen's dad is mentioned, Chen's mom seems to be holding back her anger. Even though you have graduated and there isn't much burden at home, your dad is still the main support for our family. If he loses his income now, think about how much pressure you will have in the future. Seeing her mom getting carried away, Chen Baozhu quickly interrupted. What happened next? Next. Stop interrupting, let me finish. Chen's mom seemed to remember something happy, and her expression softened. At first, we accepted the situation. If he was fired, he could just find another job. So, yesterday your dad checked the car, confirmed it was fine, and returned it to the Pei family. That morning, we received a package from your friend. Your dad thought he could return the car and visit you at the hospital, so he took a few tomatoes with him. Maybe it was fate, but when your dad left, he forgot the bag, and those tomatoes ended up in the car, where the Pei family's elderly lady ate them. As she spoke, Chen's mom couldn't help but clap her hands, excitedly saying, the lady thought the tomatoes were delicious and asked the butler where they came from. That led her to your dad. Then, the lady called your dad and asked if he could bring her some more tomatoes when he came to work the next day. Your dad told her about being fired. Chen's mom pretended to be mysterious. Guess what happened next? Chen Baozhu played along. Did the lady ask dad to come back to work? Yes and no. Chen's mom smiled proudly. It turns out it wasn't the Pei family who thought your dad was too old to keep working. It was that butler Wang who wanted his nephew to take your dad's job, so he took it upon himself to fire your dad. He then told the family that your dad left because he felt unwell. That's so sneaky. Chen Baozhu couldn't help but frown. Chen's mom was also angry, isn't it? If it weren't for those tomatoes your friend sent, we might have been tricked. But now, that one got what he deserved and was fired. At this point, her tone softened a lot. So, to thank the elderly lady, I took the liberty of sending over the remaining tomatoes from our house. You're not mad at me, are you? After all, they were her daughter's things, and it wasn't right to deal with them without her consent. Chen Baozhu felt a pang in her heart. Not even one was saved for me? Did the idol send this? She must have seen at least a shadow, right? How can she take photos? How can she post on social media like WeChat or Xiaohongshu? Mom Chen immediately replied seriously, that's impossible. Look at this: tomato scrambled eggs, tomato braised beef, and tomato tofu soup. I used one tomato for each dish. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and brought a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs to Chen Baozhu's mouth. Try it. It tastes really good. I had a bite when I checked the seasoning, and it was amazing. No wonder even the old lady from the Pei family praised it. Although Chen Baozhu didn't blame her parents, she wanted to take her time since her mom was finally softening up. However, the fresh and sweet aroma of the tomatoes made her swallow involuntarily. But no, we can't eat yet. Chen Baozhu swallowed and grabbed her mom's hand, putting the chopsticks of tomato scrambled eggs back down. Mom Chen thought her daughter was still upset and was about to say something when, in the next moment, Chen Baozhu quickly picked up her phone and started taking pictures of the 3 dishes. Then, she carefully checked the photos. Okay, now I'm ready to eat. Remembering what her mom said about tasting while cooking, she added, Mom, there's so much food, I can't finish it all. You should eat too. She was halfway through her sentence when she saw Mom Chen sitting by the hospital bed, already opening a container full of rice. What are you thinking? Of course, we should eat together. Do you think I want to eat alone? Without waiting for Chen Baozhu to respond, she eagerly picked up a piece of tomato from the scrambled eggs and stuffed it into her mouth. After wolfing down 3 bites, she remembered she had a daughter who was unwell, so she quickly looked up at her and casually urged, hurry up and eat. If you don't, the food will get cold. Heaven knows that when she tasted the first bite, she almost couldn't resist diving right into the frying pan. For the first time in her life, she was impressed by her own cooking. The flavor was so good that she felt it could compete with Michelin 3-star dishes. Fortunately, a bit of conscience reminded her that her daughter was still in the hospital. So she held off until now. No more waiting, it was time to dig in. Chen Baozhu paused for a moment, then picked up a spoon and reached for the soup in the thermos. After the surgery, she didn't have much of an appetite, but when she smelled the delicious food, her stomach suddenly started to rumble. When she took a bite of the tomato and tofu, the wonderful blend of flavors burst in her mouth. A quiet eating competition began between the mother and daughter. Once they finished the 2 dishes and soup, leaving no juice behind, they both let out satisfied burps and put down their chopsticks. Chun Baoju picked up her phone to write a post for her social media. As soon as she opened the app, she was drawn in by the bright 9-grid photos. Upon closer inspection, all 9 pictures were close-ups of tomatoes. Post. Today felt like a dream. I received a gift from Ning Ning, super delicious tomatoes. This surprise came out of nowhere, and I feel like the luckiest person in the world. Ning Ning is brave, and Lemon Weiwei will always be by her side. The owner of this post was her former rival and now close friend, Yu Weiwei, one of Jiang Wanning's loyal fans. Chun Baoju quickly finished editing her post and sent it. Today I received an amazing surprise, tomatoes personally delivered by Ning Ning. This is the best gift I've received this year, no contest. Idol, you spoil your fans too much. I will always support you. Then she prepared to call Yu Weiwei to share their joy and double the happiness. Unexpectedly, Yu Weiwei called first. At the same time, Chen's mom said, Baoju, can you ask your friend where she bought those tomatoes? As soon as Chun Baoju answered the phone, she heard Yu Weiwei's excited screams, making it hard for her to catch what her mom was saying. Chun Baoju gestured for her mom to wait until she finished the call. Understanding, her mom cleared the table and went to wash the dishes. On the phone, Yu Weiwei was laughing and shouting excitedly, I knew Ning Ning wouldn't forget us, ha. So, what if she stepped back from the spotlight? Our Ning Ning is still the best. Chun Baoju tried to keep her voice down while joining in the excitement. Exactly. The entertainment industry is too chaotic for Ning Ning. She's been acting so differently these years. It must have been forced. Stepping back is great. Now she's back to being the sincere and kind Ning Ning. Yu Weiwei enthusiastically agreed. That's right. Even if we step back, we can still support her. Once Ning Ning's tomatoes are available, I'll buy 100 or so pounds and hold a giveaway on various platforms. Just wait until those critics taste Ning Ning's delicious tomatoes and see if they still have anything negative to say. Chun Baoju excitedly agreed. Yes, yes. Count me in, wait. What did you just say? What about Ning Ning's tomatoes? Yu Weiwei replied. They're being sold. You didn't know? Ning Ning opened a shop on Dodo and listed her tomatoes there. But when I checked, they were already sold out. I wonder who has such good taste. Yu Weiwei continued, by the way, have you tried the tomatoes Ning Ning sent? Let me tell you, I've had a lot of good food in my life, but I've never tasted tomatoes this good. Not just me, my parents love them too, and keep asking me to buy more. After hanging up, Chun Baoju immediately went to Dodo. Sure enough, she found the shop created by Jiang Wanning called Yunjia Vegetable Basket. There was only one product listed, and it was marked as sold out. Mom, were you just about to ask me where to buy my friend's tomatoes? Chun Baoju called out toward the bathroom. Mom Chun came out holding a stack of clean lunch boxes, wiping her hands with a tissue as she said, Yes. Grandma Pei really loves the taste of those tomatoes, so she wanted your dad to ask where to buy them. They really do taste good. We should get some for ourselves to try. Chun Baoju didn't say anything and just showed her mom the tomato product page. Mom Chun looked at the price of the tomatoes and gasped, Oh my, 30 yuan a pound? That's really expensive. Before Chun Baoju could defend her idol, Mom Chun continued, but there's a reason for the price. After all, the tomatoes taste so good. Chun Baoju looked at her frugal mom in surprise. When did you become so sensible? You used to say that those super expensive imported fruits and vegetables are just like luxury goods, all for show and not worth it at all. Mom Chun lightly patted her and teased, You cheeky girl. Are you making fun of me? Can those imported fruits and vegetables compare to the tomatoes your friend sent? And their prices are several times higher than ours. If it weren't for appearances, who would buy them? Now hurry up and send the tomato link to our family group chat and let your dad know. Chun Baoju playfully stuck out her tongue. As you wish, my dear mother. You should know that the Pei family is a well-known wealthy family in Haicheng. If Ningning's tomatoes could catch the eye of the Pei family matriarch, her online store business would surely thrive in the future. Thinking about this, Chen Baozhu couldn't help but ponder. She knew very well that her family's financial strength couldn't compare to Yu Weiwei's. It was impossible for her to buy hundreds of pounds of tomatoes just to hold a giveaway and show off to her critics. Still, she wanted to do her best to support Jiang Wanning. After all, as one of Ningning's biggest fans, how could she do nothing? So, Chen Baozhu decided to use her connections and expertise to promote Jiang Wanning's online store. Her biggest connection was the Pei family matriarch. As for her expertise, well, she did graduate in marketing. At that moment, Jiang Wanning was walking through the forest with Zhu Jingjing. The path in front of them looked particularly clean and tidy, clearly having been recently maintained. It didn't appear neglected at all. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhu Jingjing asked, "Ning Ning, did you clear this path yourself after returning to your hometown?" Jiang Wanning nodded and replied, "Yes. This orchard has been abandoned for many years. The ground was covered with all kinds of vines and weeds. If we didn't clear them, we wouldn't even be able to get up the mountain." Zhu Jingjing thought to herself, "Humph. You know this orchard has been neglected for a long time. Even if the best fruit trees were planted, without care, the fruits would probably turn wild." However, as a member of the village committee, she couldn't easily dampen the villagers' enthusiasm for prosperity. She decided to wait until they tasted the fruits before making any judgments. So, Zhu Jingjing followed Jiang Wanning, turning left and right. She glanced at her watch and realized they had been walking for almost half an hour. After climbing for that long, she didn't feel tired or sore at all. In fact, her breathing was still steady. In the past, whenever she went hiking, no matter how high the mountain was, she would quickly become out of breath after just a few steps. Could it be that since arriving in Wangshan village, she had unknowingly gotten a lot of exercise? Zhu Jingjing was not thinking about the mountain itself. She was simply convinced that she was now incredibly strong. She even happily planned to challenge her dad, who was obsessed with hiking, when she got home. Just as Zhu Jingjing was lost in her delightful thoughts, she turned a corner. Suddenly, a vast persimmon grove appeared before her eyes. What a sight it was! Golden persimmons hung from the branches, like countless little lanterns scattered throughout. This expansive grove looked like a golden ocean, stretching endlessly. Zhu Jingjing was so amazed by the beautiful scenery that she gasped, "Wow, this place is so beautiful. It's like the orchard of my dreams." Before Jiang Wanning could say anything, the excited Zhu Jingjing eagerly took out her phone. Like a happy puppy, she rushed toward the persimmon grove. She ran to a distance, took pictures of the entire grove, and kept clicking away. As she photographed, she knelt down, leaning forward to capture the branches above. Then she lay down, stretching her legs, and began to spin around. After taking wide shots, she focused on the persimmons hanging from the branches. To capture their beauty from every angle, Zhu Jingjing twisted her body into all sorts of funny shapes, sometimes bending over or doing splits. These silly poses almost made Jiang Wanning laugh out loud. However, she could also see Zhu Jingjing's passion and skill for photography through her quirky poses. This made Jiang Wanning decide right then and there that Zhu Jingjing would be the official photographer for the Jiang family's vegetable basket. She believed that with Zhu Jingjing behind the camera, the fruits and vegetables would look both beautiful and delicious. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Jingjing was very dissatisfied with the results of her photos. She looked at the photos on her phone, then glanced at the persimmon orchard in front of her. While snapping pictures continuously, she couldn't help but complain. "Oh dear, Jiang Wanning, it's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me how beautiful it is here earlier? I would have brought my DSLR camera. Such a lovely view deserves more than just phone pictures." She kept taking photos. When Jiang Wanning was about to ask her to stop, she pouted and slowly walked back to Jiang Wanning, handing her the photos she had just taken. "Well, there's nothing I can do. The camera on my phone has its limits, and this is the best I could do. Can you see if any of these are usable?" Before Jiang Wanning could respond, Zhu Jingjing showed a regretful expression and muttered to herself, "Maybe we shouldn't use these. Let's come back tomorrow and bring my DSLR to take better pictures." Jiang Wanning took the phone and carefully examined the persimmons in the photos. The bright red persimmons looked like jewels on the branches, round and plump with vibrant colors. It felt like you could smell their sweet aroma through the screen, making one's mouth water. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but exclaim, "I think these photos are already quite good. Is it really necessary to come back again?" Zhu Jingjing nodded without hesitation. "Yes, we definitely need to come back. If we don't retake these photos, I won't be able to let it go." Her stubbornness suggested that even if Jiang Wanning disagreed, she would insist on coming back to take more pictures. Of course, Jiang Wanning wouldn't voice any objections. After all, Zhu Jingjing was putting in so much effort for her sake. As the one benefiting from it, Jiang Wanning felt it would be unkind to undermine her confidence at that moment. To acknowledge her efforts, Jiang Wanning generously promised, "As a reward for your hard work, you can eat as many persimmons from my orchard as you want." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jingjing showed a conflicted expression. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly said, Could we swap the persimmons for tomatoes?" Jiang Wanning asked curiously, "Why would you want to change? Don't you like persimmons?" Zhu Jingjing explained with a frown, "Wanning, are your persimmons the regular kind? Honestly, do you really think these persimmons will taste good? The so-called golden bullet persimmon looks just like a bullet, which is how it got its name. This type of persimmon is an unmodified original variety, and its biggest advantage is that it is easy to grow and produces many fruits. However, it has a serious drawback. It tastes very sour and astringent. Even with careful cultivation and care, its flavor remains unsatisfactory. Compared to high-quality persimmons like seedless square persimmons, beef heart persimmons, and Luotian sweet persimmons, it is vastly different. Because of this, golden bullet persimmons are rarely seen in the market today." Jiang Wanning confidently said, "Of course, this is something that grew in my family's field. How could it not taste good?" She took a few steps forward and picked a ripe persimmon from a nearby tree. The persimmon looked bright yellow, with a slightly rough skin and several small black spots. At first glance, it seemed a bit unattractive. However, when Jiang Wanning tore the persimmon in half, the juicy, tender flesh was revealed. She smiled and handed one half to Zhu Jingjing, saying, "Here, try it. See if it tastes good." But Zhu Jingjing's mind was filled with memories of the sour taste from her childhood, making her instinctively want to refuse. Just then, a rich and unique persimmon aroma rushed into her nose, making her swallow involuntarily. It was as if she had been enchanted. She reached out and took the half persimmon from Jiang Wanning. As she took a bite, an unprecedented sweetness flooded her mouth, quickly overwhelming her taste buds. The delightful sensation made her eyes widen in surprise, leaving her speechless. After a while, she finally came to her senses and exclaimed with a series of unclear praises, "It's delicious, really so good." As she spoke, she unconsciously chewed faster, afraid of missing even a bit of the deliciousness. After finishing her half, she still wanted more. With eager eyes, she looked at Jiang Wanning, sparkling with desire, and said, "Hee, I ate too quickly, and I didn't get to taste it properly. Can I have another one?" She looked just like a greedy little kitten, making people smile. Jiang Wanning noticed some yellow juice still on her lips and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Didn't I say before that these persimmons are your reward? Eat as many as you want. Just don't think I'm stingy. After all, a good photographer can be quite expensive." Zhu Jingjing cheered happily. "Wow, that's great. I won't complain at all. I love persimmons." As she spoke, she eagerly picked the biggest, ripest persimmon. The fruit felt heavy in her hand, and she could almost sense its juicy flesh calling to her. Holding the persimmon with both hands, Zhu Jingjing applied a little pressure and tore it in half. Instantly, a rich fruity aroma filled the air, making her mouth water. She couldn't hold back any longer and took a big bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, sliding down her throat and bringing a wave of satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Wanning also began to taste the half persimmon she had left. The delicate, soft flesh touched her tongue, and a light sweetness spread in her mouth. Zhu Jingjing looked at her with eager anticipation and asked, "How is it? Is it super delicious?" At that moment, she had completely forgotten that Jiang Wanning was the owner of this persimmon grove. She was fully immersed in the joy of the food, eager to share this deliciousness with someone. Jiang Wanning savored it and replied, It tastes pretty good. But it's not the best time for persimmons yet. We need to wait a little longer until they are fully ripe, then the flavor will be amazing." When she mentioned fully ripe, she meant those nurtured by the essence of nature. Zhu Jingjing's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Jiang Wanning, I never realized you were so sophisticated. This flavor is so delicious it feels like I'm floating, and you say it's not the best time yet? What will it taste like then?" Jiang Wanning confidently said, "You'll find out when the time comes. Some flavors can only be truly appreciated by those who taste them." Zhu Jingjing showed her excitement and eagerly asked, "So, when is the best time? Please tell me. I want to be the first to taste it." Jiang Wanning found her eagerness amusing and replied, "Don't rush. Just be patient and wait 3 more days. By then, I promise to let you taste the most delicious persimmons in the world." Zhu Jingjing nodded eagerly and replied, Okay.
Then.
Let's not come tomorrow. I'll bring my camera to find you in 3 days." As she spoke, her gaze naturally drifted to the vast, lush persimmon orchard. She saw bright red persimmons hanging from the branches, like small lanterns adorning the trees, creating a beautiful scene. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Zhu Jingjing excitedly turned to Jiang Wanning, winked, and asked with a smile, "Ning Ning, look at all these persimmons. You can't possibly handle all this by yourself, right? Won't you need to ask for some help to pick them?" Jiang Wanning immediately saw through her thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Yes, I'm worried about where to find people to help. Do you have any good suggestions, Comrade Zhu?" "Ahem, here's what I think." Zhu Jingjing pretended to clear her throat and said, "You see, your persimmons are growing halfway up the mountain. Just getting up there to pick them, and then carrying them down is not an easy task. If you go outside to hire people, not to mention whether they are reliable, city folks might not be able to handle such hard farm work. Plus, with your time constraints, it might be tough to find suitable help quickly. Yes, it's really hard to find laborers in this hot summer. So what do we do?" Jiang Wanning nodded in agreement. "That's why I thought it's better to hire familiar faces." Zhu Jingjing smiled widely and said, "In our village, while there aren't many strong young people, everyone has been working on the farm for years, so they are quite strong and capable. If you're willing, I can help gather our villagers to come pick the persimmons." To successfully convince Jiang Wanning to accept this idea, Zhu Jingjing was rapidly brainstorming more persuasive arguments in her mind. After all, as a university student serving in the village, she had come here with great ambitions and ideals. She wanted to use her knowledge to bring change to this land and help the villagers find a path to prosperity. However, ideals are often grand, while reality can be quite challenging. When they stepped onto this land filled with dreams and hopes, they suddenly realized how absurd and laughable their naive thoughts had been. The village had long lost its former vitality. Young people had left to explore the world, leaving behind a group of elderly residents watching over their homeland. Even with great passion and ambition to make a difference, they could only sigh in despair at the current situation. At that moment, she saw Jiang Wanning's endless orchard. The lush fruit trees were heavy with ripe fruits, releasing an enticing fragrance. Especially after tasting the sweet and juicy fruits, Zhu Jingjing felt a spark ignite within her once dormant heart. She began to think deeply about how to persuade Jiang Wanning to hire the village's elderly residents, worried that Jiang Wanning might refuse them due to their age and frailty. Just as she was deep in thought, she heard, "Okay." Jiang Wanning answered without hesitation.
You
agree?" Zhu Jingjing asked in disbelief. Jiang Wanning nodded. "As long as they can work, it doesn't matter who it is. With the heat allowance, it's 200 yuan a day for picking and 300 yuan a day for carrying down the mountain. but no meals are provided. Hearing this, Zhu Jingjing was so excited she almost jumped up, quickly replying, "No problem." This wage was beyond her expectations. During the off-season, the village's elderly often went to town or the city for odd jobs, earning around 300 yuan a day for higher-paying work, but that was usually labor-intensive and required skills. Some jobs paid as little as 40 or 50 yuan a day. Compared to this, Jiang Wanning's offer was significantly higher. She was sure that once this news spread in the village, everyone would rush to apply. For a moment, Zhu Jingjing's eyes sparkled with gratitude and deep admiration as she looked at Jiang Wanning, mixed with a hint of unhidden shame. She remembered when Jiang Wanning faced online criticism and bullying, even though she herself had never made any negative comments. But deep down, I once thought that Jiang Wanning might really be the kind of person who is vain and money-driven, willing to do anything for fame. Sigh, looking back now, she is still too young. She actually believed what was said online. The entertainment industry is truly a place full of gossip. As an outsider, how can one tell what is true or false? As long as someone has money and resources, even the kindest person can be maliciously slandered and turned into a villain. Hey, don't cry. Jiang Wanning felt a bit lost. Just a moment ago, this girl was full of excitement and energy. Suddenly, for some reason, her eyes turned red and filled with tears. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but feel confused. What was going on? Was she really about to cry just because Jiang Wanning agreed to hire people from the village? That seemed unlikely. Or did she underestimate how passionate this girl, Zhu Jingjing, was about her work and her desire to help the village? But even if she was excited, she shouldn't look so guilty. Her expression made it seem like she had done something wrong to Jiang Wanning. Zhu Jingjing approached Jiang Wanning sincerely and bowed deeply. "Jiang Wanning, I'm sorry. Before this, I believed the rumors and false statements online, which led to my misunderstanding of you. I had some negative thoughts and opinions about you. Today, I want to sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me." Jiang Wanning replied, "Did you ever speak badly about me online?" Zhu Jingjing quickly shook her head. "No. I swear on my character, I only thought about it in my mind. I never said anything bad about you." Jiang Wanning said, "You just admitted you thought it. If you didn't say it out loud, how would anyone know?" Remembering her past experiences in the entertainment industry, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps, maybe, some of these things were not misunderstandings. Zhu Jingjing insisted, "That won't do. Others may not know, but I do. If I don't apologize, I won't be able to move on." What a silly girl. Silly but cute. Jiang Wanning cleared her throat, trying to look serious, and responded, "Well, that's all in the past. As long as you don't hold any misunderstandings about me from now on, that's enough." Jingjing quickly nodded and replied, "Don't worry, Ningning. I definitely won't do that in the future." After spending some time together, I have come to realize that the real Jiang Wanning is not only respectful to her elders and caring for her family, but also hardworking, practical, and steady. She is not at all like what people say online about being vain and materialistic. After all, if she were truly a vain and money-loving person, how could she willingly return to the countryside to farm? Even if her career in the entertainment industry didn't go well, there are many other paths she could take, like becoming an internet celebrity and selling products through live streaming. As long as there is an audience, who cares if you're popular or not? None of these options are worse than going back to the countryside to farm. Jiang Wanning looked up at the setting sun, its orange glow painting the clouds around them like flames. "Look at the sky. It's getting late. We should start heading down the mountain." Yes, it's getting dark, and the mountain paths can be dangerous. The village chief said there are wolves in the mountains at night. I wonder if that's true? After saying this, Jingjing grabbed the basket by her feet. "Just wait a moment. I'm going to pick a few persimmons so we won't be short on close-up shots." Although she had already taken photos of the entire orchard and the persimmons hanging from the branches, she still needed close-up shots of the persimmons themselves and their flesh. Before they went up the mountain, this place was just Jiang Wanning's orchard. Taking photos was her hobby and a small favor for her friend. But in the future, this place would represent hope for their village, Wangshan. Photography would be her job and the embodiment of her grand dreams. Jiang Wanning watched Jingjing move through the persimmon grove like a little monkey, her eyes scanning each tree for ripe fruit. After comparing several, she finally picked one and placed it in the basket. Seeing how serious she was, Jiang Wanning thought the persimmons she picked must be perfectly round and vibrant. But when she looked closer, they were oddly shaped and spotted. They were far from beautiful. It seemed like she had chosen the ugliest ones. Jingjing proudly said, "What do you think? Isn't it strange that I didn't pick the prettiest persimmons?" Before Jiang Wanning could respond, she eagerly explained, "It's true that our persimmons look ugly. If we only choose the pretty ones for photos, customers will be disappointed when the real product doesn't match the pictures. Having a gap will lead to negative reviews. So, we might as well show the ugly side of the persimmons from the start. When customers taste them, they might think that these persimmons are like ugly oranges. Sometimes the uglier they are, the better they taste. Then our ugly persimmons will become famous." The ugly persimmons of Wangshan village. Just thinking about the village gaining fame from the reputation of ugly persimmons made her chuckle mischievously. "But my persimmons will only be ugly for a year. They won't be ugly next year." Jiang Wanning suddenly poured cold water on the idea.
Why?
Ugly persimmons is such an interesting name, just like the famous ugly oranges from back then, Zhu Jingjing said, confused. Jiang Wanning, want what I grow to not only taste the best but also look the best." Jiang Wanning said this lightly, and then walked down the hill. Zhu Jingjing quickly followed. Thinking about the preparations needed later, she stopped worrying about the looks and asked, "Ning Ning, when do you plan to start picking these persimmons?" Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and replied, "Next Monday. As for how many people we need, just wait for my notice. At first, we probably won't need too many people. After all, the initial order quantity might not be very high. If orders increase later, we will naturally need more hands." Zhu Jingjing said, "Ning Ning, you can rest assured. With how delicious your persimmons are, there will definitely be more demand than supply."
Yang Wanning nodded confidently.
In the spirit-rich world of cultivation, the spiritual fruits and herbs she grew were always in high demand, let alone in this world where spiritual energy is scarce. Thinking about how tempting those fruits would be, she decided to set some ground rules first. "Comrade Zhu, let's set some rules up front. If the hired help doesn't have my permission, they cannot eat my family's persimmons. Also, anyone who slacks off or doesn't work seriously will be fired immediately if caught. Don't blame me for being harsh later." After hearing this, Zhu Jingjing patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry. When selecting people, I will work with the village committee to ensure we choose reliable workers. If anyone tries to slack off, I will be the first to chase them away." Although Zhu Jingjing usually seemed gentle and easygoing, she could be fierce when the situation called for it. For example, her unreliable ex-boyfriend from college. Hearing Xiao Zhu's firm statement, Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. "All right. I'll count on you then." When it came to not stealing persimmons, Zhu Jingjing immediately frowned. "Ning Ning, does your family have any protective barriers set up in the orchard? You see, these delicious fruits are planted in the mountains without any defenses. If some ill-intentioned people come looking for them, it would be a huge loss. With such a vast area of mountains, it would be hard to protect everything." However, facing Zhu Jingjing's concerns, Jiang Wanning appeared quite confident. She calmly replied, "Of course we do. Don't worry, no one dares to steal persimmons from the mountain." This seemingly ordinary forest, after her transformation, is anything but ordinary. Jiang Wanning not only set up a formation to gather spiritual energy, but also created a few illusionary traps. Unless she gives permission, anyone who enters without authorization will face serious consequences. After coming down from the mountain, Jiang Wanning immediately spotted a row of people sitting neatly in her backyard. Without even looking closely, she knew it was either Jiang Yichun and the twins or the elderly lady. Every time she comes down, she can see their waiting figures. Looking at the familiar and warm faces, Jiang Wanning felt a wave of warmth in her heart. At that moment, she realized for the first time that the world isn't so bad after all. Although this place lacks abundant spiritual energy for cultivation, she is grateful to have her family by her side. The elderly lady carefully examined Jiang Wanning as she approached, and after confirming she was safe, she began to say, "My little ancestor, you're finally back. If you were any later, it would be hard to walk the mountain road in the dark. Hurry, wash your hands. Dinner is ready, and we'll eat soon." Seeing this, Zhu Jingjing smiled and waved to everyone, saying, "Ning Ning, I'll head back now. I'll come by later to pick up the tomatoes." However, before she could finish, Jiang Wanning pulled her back, saying, "Where are you going? You helped me out for most of the day. You have to stay for a meal before you leave." With that, she pulled Zhu Jingjing into the house. The elderly lady smiled and encouraged, "Yes, Miss Zhu. Why don't you stay and have dinner with us today? You won't believe it, but this morning, Chun Chun caught a pretty big fish." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands to show the size of the fish. Zhu Jingjing was already quite hungry, and now with the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, her stomach grumbled in response. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and said, "All right then, Grandma Jiang, I'll shamelessly stay for a meal." Hearing this, the elderly lady beamed with joy and repeatedly said, "That's great. There's no need to feel shy about it. I would love for you to come over for meals often." Her granddaughter worked hard every day, running around for the family, and the elderly lady felt both proud and pained to see her struggle. She believed it was her own shortcomings that caused the burden, and now, having someone as kind-hearted as Zhu Jingjing willing to help, she felt truly grateful from the bottom of her heart. She took Zhu Jingjing's hand and warmly expressed her welcome and thanks. In the evening, the setting sun cast a warm glow in the yard, illuminating the simple dinner on the round table. There were 2 dishes and a soup on the table. It was quite simple, even a bit humble. But whether it was the enticing braised fish, the fragrant stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms, or the steaming tomato and egg soup, each dish was mouth-watering. Every time Zhu Jingjing tasted a dish, her eyes lit up. The braised fish was tender and juicy, with each bite bursting with rich sauce flavor. The stir-fried vegetables perfectly combined the freshness of both ingredients, offering a refreshing taste. The tomato and egg soup was sweet and tangy, leaving a lasting impression. "Grandma Jiang, your cooking is amazing. This fish is simply delicious, and how did you make the vegetables taste so good?" Zhu Jingjing praised enthusiastically while happily eating. The elderly lady chuckled, "If you like it, eat more. There's plenty more in the pot." With her cheeks stuffed, Zhu Jingjing couldn't say a word, so she just nodded vigorously to show her appreciation for the delicious food. The entire meal was very quiet. For a moment, the only sounds were the clinking of utensils and plates, mixed with the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Everyone was focused on enjoying the food in front of them, with no one bothering to chat. Everyone was working hard, enjoying this rare, delicious meal. Finally, when all the plates were empty, everyone was full. The Jiang family, as usual, sat back in their bamboo chairs with round bellies, wearing satisfied smiles. Zhu Jingjing joined them without any hesitation. She let out a loud burp, feeling content, and said, "Grandma Jiang, what kind of fish did we eat today? It was so fresh and tasty. It's the best fish I've ever had." Zhu Jingjing came from a well-off family, and they were all true food lovers. Since she was little, she had followed her parents in search of good food, whether it was at a humble street stall or a bustling outdoor market, a Michelin-starred restaurant, or dishes prepared by top chefs. She had tasted almost everything. However, even though she thought she had seen it all, she still believed that the fish Grandma Jiang made today was the best she had ever eaten. This fish had none of the lingering fishy smell of sea fish or the muddy taste of river fish. It left only a delightful flavor in her mouth. Without needing Grandma to answer, the talkative Jiang Mudong eagerly chimed in, "Sister Zhu, I know. Grandma said it was a big grass carp." She excitedly waved her small hands in the air, illustrating the size of the fish. Then, with pride, she added, "Mom, I was the first to spot this big fish. I saw it and told Uncle to catch it." Hearing the innocent words of the little one made Jiang Weining laugh. She playfully asked, "Wow, our Tong Tong is so amazing. Can you tell Mommy where you saw this big fish?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mudong's eyes lit up and she became very excited. She quickly jumped off her little bamboo chair and ran toward the edge of the yard. Soon, she reached the shimmering pond, pointed her chubby little hand, and said, "Mom, it's right here. Let me tell you a secret. The fish in the water love to eat the vegetables we grow at home." I accidentally tossed a piece of vegetable into the pond, and the little fish immediately jumped out to grab it. "Great job, Tong Tong." Jiang Wanning smiled and clapped for her. However, she knew very well that those fish didn't really like eating vegetables. What they were attracted to was merely the spiritual energy contained in the vegetables from their garden. But the delicious smell of the braised fish that evening reminded her. This pond also belonged to their family and was within the range of spiritual energy. Leaving it idle would be such a waste. She had to think of a way to make good use of it. With that in mind, Jiang Wanning took out her phone. She started searching online for information about buying fish fry. Bass is tender meat and is rich in nutrients. Carp is delicious and easy to raise. Grass carp grows quickly and has a large size. Mandarin fish has a unique taste and is quite expensive. Black fish is resilient and adaptable. There were so many types of fish fry that it was dazzling. But as long as the fish tasted good, Jiang Wanning decided to raise some of each. As for whether they were easy to care for, with plenty of spiritual energy to nourish them, would she really worry about not being able to keep these little creatures alive? Beside her, Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but exclaim, "Ning Ning, do you think your family's land is some kind of lucky spot? The tomatoes from your garden are so big and red, and when you bite into one, the juice bursts out, sweet and tangy. And look at the fruits on the mountain, all fresh and juicy. So tempting. Plus, the fish from the pond are tender and delicious, making it hard to stop eating." After saying that, she licked her lips, still wanting more. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but chuckle and teased back, "Yes, you found out. To tell you the truth, our land is quite special. Maybe the land god is secretly blessing us." Hearing this, Zhu Jingjing rolled her eyes and teased, "Oh, really? So, are you saying that this little landlord has been specially blessed by some deity?" To her surprise, Jiang Wanning nodded seriously and replied with a wink, "Hee, you might be right." Zhu Jingjing was momentarily speechless. In the end, she just gave Jiang Wanning a ha as a response. When the vegetable friends in the Jiang family's buying group learned that the delicious tomatoes were about to be sold out, they became anxious like ants on a hot pan. They were afraid that after missing this batch of sweet and juicy tomatoes, they would never taste such wonderful flavors again. Thus, a fierce stockpiling battle began. Some bought 20 pounds, planning to enjoy them slowly in the fridge. Others bought 30 to 50 pounds and searched for various storage methods for tomatoes. Soon, various reservation messages flooded in, making it hard to keep up. Jiang Wanning looked at the piles of orders, totaling dozens or even hundreds of pounds, and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. At this rate, if she didn't stop soon, even the smallest tomatoes just forming on the vines wouldn't be enough to meet their demand. However, even though she had called for a halt, the total orders had already surpassed an astonishing 1,000 pounds. Ordinary farmers would be helpless facing such huge demand with only a small patch of tomatoes. But Jiang Wanning was not an ordinary farmer. She was a skilled plant master. To avoid disappointing her friends in the vegetable buying group, Jiang Wanning decided to use some of her own energy. She focused her mind, gathered her energy in her palms, and carefully infused it into the tomato vines in her garden. As the energy flowed in, the small green fruits that were originally the size of a thumb began to grow rapidly, changing color and ripening as if by magic. After 2 rounds of careful energy nurturing, many bright red, round tomatoes appeared again on the vines that had already been picked. Although the quantity was still limited, it barely met the order demands. Jiang Wanning sent a message. "Tomorrow at 8 a.m., please go to the parking lot of Yuanqiao Vegetable Market to pick up your reserved tomatoes." At 7:30, she would drop off her twins at kindergarten and then head to the market, timing it perfectly. A simple notification instantly set off a flurry of activity in the group. It was as if everyone had set special alerts for this buying group. Any little update prompted quick responses. Boss Jiang, is the 20 pounds of tomatoes I ordered for my daughter also for tomorrow? Didn't you say we had to order online? Let's pick them up together. After all, Boss Jiang doesn't offer free shipping, so I can send them myself. I agree. I finally managed to send 10 pounds to my son. If someone takes it away, who can I talk to about it? Right, let's just send it ourselves. We won't trouble Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang, I heard from my daughter that if there are many packages, we can get a discount. If your orders increase, you should negotiate with the delivery company. Hearing this, Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up. So, it's possible to negotiate prices with the delivery company when there are many packages. She had no idea about this important information before. Although she had decided not to go the free shipping route, if she could help customers save on delivery costs, that would be great. So, she quietly noted this and planned to talk to the delivery station when she had time. Jiang Wanning, thank you for the reminder. I will talk to the delivery company. For now, you can take it back and send it. Tomorrow, I will deliver according to all your orders. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, gently falling on the earth. In a corner of the city, the parking lot at the Yuanxiao market was unusually lively. A long line twisted and turned, resembling a big, crooked worm. Many people wanting to go to the market or passing by couldn't help but stop and watch. Curious onlookers wondered, what are these people lining up for? Is there free eggs to collect? Hearing about the eggs, the elderly became excited. Who cares what they're getting? Everyone is in line, so we should join too. More and more people joined the line, making it even longer. Finally, amidst the calls of the elderly, a small, cute pickup truck slowly drove into the parking lot. Driving was Jiang Wanning, carefully looking for a suitable parking spot. However, when she saw the long, winding line, she was taken aback. As far as she knew, there were only 22 members in the Jiang family's grocery group. But looking at the length and scale of this line, it was clearly much more than 20 people. They're here. Boss Jiang has arrived. It is unclear who first shouted this phrase, but soon the entire line became lively. People in line began to whisper to each other, excitedly. Hey, don't push from the back. We need to leave space for Mr. Jiang to park, an elderly man shouted, trying to maintain order, but it was clearly not very effective. People behind were eager to move forward, worried they would miss out on the free gifts. Yeah, don't push. We all ordered in advance. Getting tomatoes is just a matter of timing. It won't take away from your share. A woman almost got pushed out of line and complained in frustration. Just then, a confused voice asked, "What do you mean by ordering? We didn't place any orders. Do we need to order to get the free gifts? Who told you this is for free gifts? We all ordered tomatoes and are here to pick them up." Upon hearing this, those who thought they were there for free gifts became unhappy. Oh, you should have said that earlier. This is wasting our time. You didn't ask us. We just lined up. How were we to know you were ignoring us? Suddenly, the crowd became noisy. Some complained about being in the wrong line and left in disappointment, while others were curious about the tomatoes, wondering why there was such a long line and why they needed to order. So, they stayed to see what was happening. At that moment, Jiang Wanning's car had also parked. She got out of the driver's seat, climbed to the back of the car, and said to the people in line, "Everyone, don't worry. As long as you ordered in the group, you're all set." The woman at the front of the line quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm butterfly flower and I ordered 30 pounds. Look, here's my payment record." Jiang Wanning found Butterfly Flower's account on the list, checked it off, and said, "That's right, 30 pounds. 10 pounds per bag, so 3 bags in total. It's a bit heavy, so please take care." Butterfly Flower smiled and said, "No problem. I'm strong." As she looked around the car, she added, "Mr. Jiang, didn't you bring any baby bok choy today? I wanted to buy some to take home." Jiang Wanning explained with a smile, "We have a lot of tomatoes today, so I didn't bring any. I'll let you know in the group next time. Butterfly Flower nodded happily. Okay. Then, she picked up the heavy tomatoes, placed them on her little cart, and left with a smile. The crowd around was amazed at the cart full of tomatoes. Hey, what kind of tomatoes are these? Why did you buy so many? Aunt Butterfly Flower smiled and said, These are magical tomatoes. I tell you, Boss John's tomatoes taste incredible. Once you try them, you won't want to eat any other tomatoes. Some people were skeptical. Really? They're just tomatoes. Aunt Butterfly Flower was about to argue when another lady who had come for tomatoes interrupted her. Hey, they haven't tried them, so why explain so much? Young lady, didn't you just say you were going to the delivery station to send some to your daughter in another city? Let's go together. So the two ladies happily pulled their carts and walked away. Once they were a bit far, one lady whispered to Aunt Butterfly Flower, Young lady, are you silly? With just us, Boss John's tomatoes and rapeseed won't be enough to share. If more people find out, will we even get any? Aunt Butterfly Flower nodded in realization. You're right. You think ahead. The quantity was preset, no weighing or payment needed. In less than half an hour, all the tomatoes were gone. The elderly folks who had been waiting for leftovers were disappointed. Boss, are you selling more tomatoes later? We want to try some. People tend to follow the crowd. Seeing so many buying and each getting so much, they felt tempted to join in. Jiang Wanning smiled and explained, Sorry, all the tomatoes are sold out, and we won't have more for the next few months. One determined lady asked, What about the rapeseed?
I heard them asking about that.
Jiang Wanning took out a QR code and said, Annie, this is our vegetable buying group. You can join to see what we sell. I'll notify everyone in the group about what vegetables will be available. The elderly folks replied, Great, that sounds good. At 8 in the morning, Zhou Haijun, the owner of the Wind Express station, opened the roll-up door on time. He was yawning when he was startled by the large crowd outside. Wow, boss, you finally opened. We've been waiting for over half an hour. Hurry up, we need to send our packages. Zhou Haijun was confused. A group of elderly folks had come to send packages? Could it be that there's a promotion at Wind Express for sending packages? The Butterfly Flower lady, who was first in line, saw the boss standing there in a daze and urged, Hey, boss, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and pack my tomatoes. Can't you see there are so many people waiting behind me? Oh, okay. No matter if there was a promotion or not, it didn't really matter to him as a small shop owner. He just needed to send out the packages. Zhou Haijun quickly took the tomatoes from the lady's hands. Then he weighed them, calculated the cost, and packed them up. Zhou Haijun said, Ma'am, your shipping address is in the provincial capital. The first kilogram is 12 yuan, and each additional kilogram is 2 yuan, plus a packing fee of 3 yuan, making a total of 43 yuan. Someone in the back called out, Boss, we're all together. Can you give us a discount? The others chimed in, Yeah, we're all together. Look, we're all sending tomatoes. Can you give us a better price? Zhou Haijun looked at the tomatoes everyone was carrying and was stunned.
All
tomatoes? Everyone replied, Yes. I heard that if you have many packages, you can give a discount. Zhou Haijun agreed. All right, I'll give you a 15% discount. He knew they were all sending tomatoes, but seeing them bring bag after bag of tomatoes in front of him still surprised him. Sir, what's so special about these tomatoes that you're sending so many? The elderly man smiled and said, Nothing special. They're just really delicious. I want to send some to my kids who are away. The man generously took a tomato from his own batch and handed it to Zhou Haijun, saying, Try it and you'll see. Zhou Haijun wanted to refuse, but the tempting aroma made him accept it. Thank you, sir. I haven't had breakfast yet. He wiped it off casually and took a big bite. The next moment, he was amazed by the delicious taste and widened his eyes. How can these tomatoes taste so good? His reaction made the elderly people laugh. Haha, how is it? Tasty, right? We had the same reaction when we first tried them. Not to mention these tomatoes, the little bok choy from Boss Jiang is also incredibly tasty. My grandson, who usually doesn't eat any greens, can finish half a plate by himself. Exactly. Adding that little bok choy to rice cake soup makes it so fresh. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ever since I ate the tomatoes from Boss Jong's place, I've been sleeping soundly through the night. I haven't slept this well in over a decade. Is it really not just my imagination? I feel the same way. When I told my husband, he said I was overthinking it. He said that if my appetite is good, then my sleep will be good too. Oh no, do you think they added something to the tomatoes? Now I'm a bit worried. Everyone was stunned to hear this. They were afraid that something strange had been added. At that moment, a voice came from the back of the group. Don't worry, everyone. These tomatoes are really good. Everyone turned to see a person pushing a cart full of tomatoes. Someone beside her couldn't help but ask, Meili, did you have old Chin from your family send these for testing? Curious, the crowd asked, Hey, can you tell us what's going on with these tomatoes? They're so delicious, and we want to enjoy them for a long time. Please share so we can eat them with peace of mind. Wu Meili cleared her throat and said loudly, My husband's workplace is the Ministry of Agriculture, which is responsible for monitoring food safety. The taste of these tomatoes is much better than those in the market. We were worried there might be an issue, so we had them tested. Guess what the results were? Everyone asked, What were they? Wu Meili smiled and said, Not only were there no issues, but the levels of lycopene, malic acid, and vitamins are higher than in regular tomatoes. The older folks didn't understand what lycopene or malic acid were, but they got the message that Boss Jong's tomatoes were really good. Haha, I told you, such delicious tomatoes must be safe. That's easy to say now. Wu Meili continued, Wait, I'm not done. Besides the tomatoes, we also had Boss Jong's baby bok choy tested. After all, in this hot weather, they say that without pesticides, vegetables can't grow. But Boss Jong's bok choy has no holes in the leaves. I had to be concerned. Yes, I was worried too. I soaked them in baking soda water several times. So, what were the final test results? Were there pesticides? Wu Meili exclaimed, No, there were absolutely no pesticide residues. Really no pesticide residues? Boss Jong is really a good-hearted owner. She promised not to use chemicals, and she keeps her word. Even though her prices are high, the quality is great. That's true, but it's a pity we won't have tomatoes for a long time. Aren't they going to sell persimmons later? They are all from Boss Jong's farm, so they should be good too. Zhou Haijun listened to the conversation of the older folks while packing. The more he listened, the more curious and excited he became. Excuse me, everyone. Where did you buy these tomatoes? Who is Boss Jong? Upon hearing this question, the lively conversation suddenly stopped. The older folks exchanged glances, as if sharing a secret. Finally, the elder who gave Zhou Haijun the tomatoes spoke up. Ahem. Knowing won't help you. Boss Jong said today's tomatoes are the last batch, and she won't sell them anymore. Zhou Haijun persisted. But didn't you say they would sell persimmons later? I really like persimmons. The elder replied, Maybe. But they haven't started selling yet, so we aren't sure. They just wouldn't reveal who Boss Jong was or where to buy her vegetables. At that moment, Zhou Haijun's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Are you here to pick up a package? Can you tell me your exact location? Wangshan village is too far. I might not be able to make it. What are you sending? 220 pounds of tomatoes. 8 packages to different provinces? Okay, I'll come by before 3 this afternoon. The older folks were surprised. Oh, he kept it a secret, but Boss Jiang revealed herself. Wangshan village. Jiang Wanning was weighing tomatoes with Jiang Yichen while on the phone with Lin Xian. Jiang Wanning said, It's a total of 220 pounds. I'll send the link later, and you can place your orders. Lin Xian replied shyly, Thank you, Wanning. Sorry to bother you again. In just a few days, they had sent 3 packages. The first was 50 pounds, shared among her, Qin Yiwen and Zhang Shui. The second was 100 pounds, also shared, but it was clear that Qin Yiwen took a larger share for others. This time, they even created a tomato group and immediately requested 220 pounds. Jiang Wanning laughed. What's there to thank? I should be thanking you for helping my business. After hanging up, Jiang Wanning turned to Jiang Yichen and said, Yichen, Try weighing 10 pounds of tomatoes like your sister. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously. He picked up 20 tomatoes and put them in a bag, then placed it on the electronic scale. Looking at the display showing 4.89, he paused for a moment and then added another tomato. The number changed from 4.89 to 5.11. Jiang Yichen hesitantly said, "Sister, it has changed to 5, but what about the two numbers after that?" Jiang Weining gave a thumbs up. Chen did great. The numbers after 5 can be considered as a treat for our guests, so it's fine. But if it were just 4, we would need to add a few more until it reaches 5. Jiang Yichen smiled widely. "So, sister, does that mean I learned how to weigh things?" Jiang Weining replied, "Yes, Chen is very smart and has learned. Now, can you handle the next weighing?" Jiang Yichen shouted loudly yes. Jiang Weining watched for a while, confirming that Jiang Yichen was doing everything correctly, and then began editing the product information for listing. After relisting, she sent the link to Lin Xiun. Meanwhile, in a historic and charming old Pei family house, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patterns of light and shadow on the courtyard floor. Old Mrs. Pei was sitting in an antique rattan chair, tightly holding a smartphone, with a look of confusion and dissatisfaction on her face. Wearing reading glasses, she stared intently at the screen, muttering to herself. Standing nearby, the driver, old Chen, stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. He was the father of Chen Baozhu. Hearing old Mrs. Pei's question, old Chen quickly leaned in to examine the phone screen closely. The screen displayed a shopping website with a bright red tomato image that caught the eye, but below it was marked with the word "sold out." "Old Chen, take a good look. Is this really from the website? I've been waiting for days. Why does it still say it can't be purchased?" Old Mrs. Pei looked up at old Chen with a puzzled expression. Old Chen looked just as confused. "Madam, this product link was sent to me by my daughter, so it should be correct. Maybe the tomatoes are so popular that they sold out quickly?" Those tomatoes are indeed delicious, so it makes sense they are so popular." Old Mrs. Pei poked the screen in annoyance. Suddenly, she clicked somewhere and the screen refreshed. The section that was originally sold out suddenly became available for purchase. Mrs. Pei got excited and adjusted her reading glasses, calling out to old Chen. Old Chen, can we buy it now?" Old Chen quickly leaned in. Yes, we can buy it now. Hurry up, or it will sell out again." Next, the two elderly people who were not very familiar with using their phones clumsily managed to buy 100 pounds of tomatoes. Mrs. Pei looked at the order and laughed. "Haha, a few days ago I mentioned to my old friends that I had the best tomatoes of my life, and they laughed at me. Just wait until they see how much I enjoy them." Old Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Then you better keep those tomatoes safe, Mrs.
Pei."
Mrs. Pei thought about her old friends and their greedy ways. If they got a taste of those tomatoes, they would definitely try to take some from her. "Old Chen, you're right. Just in case, I'll buy a bit more." Mrs. Pei placed another order for 100 pounds. Seeing Mrs. Pei buying 100 after another, old Chen felt tempted too. Now that he had kept his job and even got a raise from the Pei family, he could afford it. Baizhu had graduated and started working as well. Even though $30 a pound was expensive, it was manageable. Initially, those tomatoes were sent to Baizhu by a friend, but in the end, they were given to Mrs.
Pei.
Baizhu hardly got to taste any, so she decided to buy 10 pounds for herself. Meanwhile, at a university in Haishur, Yu Weiwei had just finished an academic exchange meeting with her graduate advisor. Once she left the meeting room, she opened her phone and immediately received a notification that new items were available in the store. Opening Daodu, she saw the tomatoes in the showcase. She quickly put her documents in her bag and started operating her phone. Quantity ordered, 100 pounds. Remembering how her family almost fought over those tomatoes, Yu Weiwei decided to keep 50 pounds for her family and use 50 pounds for a giveaway. However, a message popped up. Insufficient stock. Yu Weiwei quickly checked the stock display. Only 10 pounds left. There were only 10 pounds remaining. Her hands moved faster than her brain. While she was still wondering why Ning only listed 10 pounds of tomatoes, her hands had already completed the order. Looking at the product page that had sold out again, Yu Weiwei felt quite proud. She managed to snag those 10 pounds for herself.
Ha!
Indeed, happiness is something that comes from comparison. At the Beijing film base, Lin Xian was filming a water scene and didn't see the link Jiang Wanning sent right away. After finishing her scene, she quickly checked the link and jumped into the tomato group. That's right. They created a tomato group because of tomatoes. In the group, besides her, a minor actress, there were also top-tier stars, a top agent, famous directors, producers, and talented singers. All of them were invited by Qin Yuan. When Lin Xian learned about their identities, she was truly surprised. Each person there was someone she admired from afar. After posting the link, Lin Xian sent a message to the group. Lin Xian, actress. The boss has specially listed 220 pounds of tomatoes for us. Please make sure to order the right amount. After a while, there was no response in the group. After all, each of them was extremely busy. Lin Xian thought she would place her order for 10 pounds first. But just as she was about to click, she heard the assistant director calling her name. She quickly put down her phone and ran over. However, when she returned after finishing her second scene, she saw several missed calls from Qin Yuan. Thinking there was an urgent matter, she called back. Qin Yuan's voice was filled with confusion. Xian, didn't you say the boss listed the tomatoes? Why is the link still showing sold out when I click it? Did you send the wrong one? Lin Xian replied, it shouldn't be. I got the link from Sister Wanning. Let me check. After hanging up, she went to the product link and saw that it was indeed sold out. In the tomato group, everyone was asking why she sent a sold-out link. Lin Xian shared a screenshot of her order list. Lin Xian, actress. Sorry, everyone. I don't know what's going on. Please wait a moment. I'll ask Sister Wanning. Lin Hai, director. I just wanted to buy some tomatoes. I queued twice and still couldn't get any. Qin Yuan, actress. Director Lin, stop complaining. Last time you didn't get any, you took half of mine. If I hadn't shared with you, I might have had tomatoes for a few more days. Su Jun, producer. Come on, confess. Did one of you take our 220 pounds of tomatoes? I promised my wife I'd bring tomatoes home today. You all have no idea. The little troublemaker at my home has been causing quite a stir these past few days. Su Xiaoyin, singer. Anyway, it's not me. I couldn't even buy a single tomato. Zhang Shui, manager. Xian, why don't you ask Jiang Wanling to see who bought them? Qin Yuan, actress. Why make it so complicated? Just add Wanling to the group.
Shu Xiaoyin, Xingher, Banling.
Xia Wenzi, when did you become so close with Jiang Wanling? Qin Yuan, actress. Mind your own business. Lin Hai, director. Agreed. Then we can just ask Jiang Wanling directly when we want to buy tomatoes, much easier. Zhang Shui, manager. Does everyone agree? Su Xiaoyin, singer. Agreed. Su Jun, producer. Agreed +1. Lin Xian had just finished a call with Jiang Wanling when she saw everyone in the group wanting to add Jiang Wanling. Lin Xian, actress. Sister Wanling said that the 220 pounds of tomatoes were taken by 3 customers in Haicheng. At first, she thought we had bought them. Lin Xian, actress. About adding her to the group, I'll ask Sister Wanling if she wants to join. Everyone. Almost forgot. Jiang Wanling has been forced to leave the industry. She's still making headlines online. Many people in the industry have even spoken out, adding to her troubles. She probably doesn't have a good opinion of them. Zhang Shui, manager. About that online issue, I don't think anyone in our group has done anything to add to her troubles. Lin Hai, director. Right. If anyone has done anything wrong to Jiang Wanling, they should come forward and admit it. We don't want any drama that could affect our tomato purchases. I'm someone who helps friends, but if anyone messes with my tomato buying, they're my enemy. Qin Yuan, actress. Director Lin is awesome. I'm with you. Qin Yuan, actress. By the way, the makeup artist said my skin has become lighter and smoother. I thought about it, and it must be thanks to Wanling's tomatoes. Lin Hai, director. You're not wrong, Qin. These past 3 days, my routine and diet haven't changed at all, but after eating a few pounds of tomatoes from you, my sleep has improved a lot. Su Shoin, singer. I definitely haven't offended Jiang Wanling. I'm just a singer with no connection to her. Su Jun, producer. What's really going on in the industry? Who knows the truth among all the rumors? Recently, I really admired Jiang Wanning for standing her ground and not reconciling. One by one, the big names in the industry spoke up to clear their names. There seemed to be a trend of wanting to get closer to Jiang Wanning. Soon, they saw the message that Jiang Wanning had joined the group. Before they could greet her, they noticed a system notification that she changed her nickname from Jiang Wanning to Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Wanning.
King Yiven actress, welcome, Ning Ning.
I am Qin Yuan.
Shu Xiaoyin, singer, welcome.
I am Su Yaoyin.
It was like a chain of self-introductions. Lin Xian felt quite awkward. Didn't everyone already have their names written? Why did they need to introduce themselves again? But since the big names were doing it, if she didn't join in, it would seem out of place. So, Lin Xian, actress. Welcome, Sister Wanning. I am Lin Xian. Qin Yuan, actress. Xian, don't you know Ning Ning? Why introduce yourself? Lin Xian, actress. Just keeping in line, covering my face, JPG. Lin Hai, director. Jiang Wanning, have you really thought about leaving the industry? If you want to come back, maybe I can help you. Everyone, it's still Director Lin. No one else would dare to say that. Oh, and there's Manager Zhang. Zhang Shui, manager. I heard you automatically terminated your contract with the agency. If you're interested, you can come check out our company. Qin Yuan, actress. Ning Ning, with Director Lin and Sister Shui backing you. If you want to come back, feel free to do so. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Are you sure you want me back in the entertainment industry? Lin Hai, director. I've seen your photos. You look great on camera and have a good presence, perfect for the big screen. Qin Yuan, actress. Of course. If you join Sister Shui's team, we'll be colleagues. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. So, does that mean you won't want to eat the tomatoes and fruits I grow anymore? Everyone. Qin Yuan, actress. No, Kong Hand, JPG. Qin Yuan, actress. Ning Ning, your tomatoes are so delicious. If I can't have them for a day, I'll be worried. If I can't have them anymore, I will definitely cry. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. With your words, I feel relieved. I really am leaving the industry and won't return. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. The image shows today's order information. Then, people in the group saw that the newly listed 220 pounds sold out in just 1 minute. Qin Yuan, actress. Who is Mrs. Pei? She bought 100 pounds. Lin Xian, actress. It's not 100 pounds, it's 200 pounds. Compared to that 200-pound order, the 10 pounds below seem insignificant. Qin Yuan, actress. Who took my tomatoes? I want to compete with her. Zhang Shui, manager. Is there anyone with the last name Pei among us? Su Jun, producer. No. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Are these 3 orders from High City? Are you in High City? Zhang Shui, manager. No, we are all in Jing City now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get tomatoes from Qin Yuan since things got out of hand. Qin Yuan, actress. Oh, what do we do now? They took our tomatoes. Those are our tomatoes. Lin Hai, director. Their speed is too fast. Isn't that unfair? Zhang Shui, manager. Wanning, do you have any left at home? Can you send us another batch? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. For all, the tomato vines have already been pulled out. If the vines were still there, they could have produced more. But the last batch of orders exceeded the budget, so she had to rush the growth twice. As a result, the vines are completely ruined. Qin Yuan, actress. What do we do now? I was hoping to get them a bit wider. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Image Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. How about you try the new persimmons next week? Su Jun, producer. Forget it. My family doesn't like the taste of persimmons. When will the next batch of tomatoes be available? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. The earliest will be in 2 months. Sue June, producer. Then I'll buy them in 2 months. Others feel the same. They are not interested in persimmons. Especially since the persimmons don't look appealing. Everyone is thinking about the tomatoes that are no longer available. Zhang Shui, manager. Wan Ning, you said you grew these tomatoes. Besides tomatoes, what else do you grow? Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Right now, we only have some vegetables and fruits. There are not many vegetables, so I won't sell them online anymore. In the future, we will focus mainly on fruits. Lin Si-yun, actress. Sister Wan Ning, I think your tomatoes are so delicious, so your persimmons must be great too. Can I pre-order 10 pounds? Qin Yi-wen, actress. I want 10 pounds too. I heard that persimmons have a lot of vitamin C, which can brighten the skin, promote metabolism, and prevent pigmentation. Zhang Shui, agent. Wan Ning, do you have any other vegetables besides persimmons? The sugar content in persimmons is too high for the elderly in my family. They prefer vegetables. Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Image in the picture. The baby bok choy looks fresh and vibrant. Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Right now, we only have baby bok choy, but not much. It was originally for us to eat. If you want, I can sell you some. Zhang Shui, agent. Then I'll buy 5 pounds. How much is it? Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. It's the same price as the tomatoes, $30 per pound. I'll send you the link shortly. Those who initially showed little interest in the greens suddenly felt tempted upon seeing the $30 per pound price. After all, if the $30 tomatoes taste so good, the $30 greens must be just as good. Qin Yi-wen, actress. Ning Ning, if the baby bok choy is the same price as the tomatoes, does that mean it tastes just as good? Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. I can only say that at $30 per pound, you won't regret buying it. The longer something stays in the field, the richer its flavor becomes. Besides taste improvements, there may even be extra surprises. Zhang Shui, agent. Then I'll buy 10 pounds. Lin Si-yun, actress. Sister Wan Ning, I'll take 5 pounds. King Yi-wen, actress. Ning Ning, Yvonne Tempons. Su Xiao-yin, singer. Xiao-wen, you don't even cook. Why are you buying so many greens? Qin Yi-wen, actress. I'll make a salad. If that doesn't work, I'll boil them. Anyway, Sister Shui keeps pushing me to eat greens to lose weight, and I bet Ning Ning's greens taste better than what I can buy at the market. Su Xiao-yin, singer. Suddenly, I think you make a good point. Ning Ning, please order 10 pounds for me too. Lin Hai, director. I want 10 pounds as well. Qin Yi-wen, actress. Director Lin, are you trying to lose weight too? Lin Hai, director. I can't eat it with instant noodles. Qin Yi-wen, actress. Awesome. JPG, seeing that others in the group had bought some. Sue June, who was eager to wait for tomatoes, couldn't sit still anymore. Sue June, producer. I want 5 pounds. Just enough to take home and show my partner so they won't complain that I'm not taking care of the child. Zhang Shui, agent. Wan Ning, just in case the link gets snatched up, can we place our order directly in the group? Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Sure.
But only this time.
In the future, all my products will be listed in the store, and I won't take individual orders anymore. Store transactions allow you to fill in shipping information directly, which will automatically be sent to the courier station. She doesn't even need to contact them. The courier will come to pick up the items. It's much more convenient than buying in the group. Zhang Shui, agent. Okay. Thank you for your help this time. Qin Yi-wen, actress. Ning Ning, if all your products are this delicious, they'll be in high demand in the future. Do we have time to practice our speed? Jiang Wan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. It won't be that exaggerated. The reason tomatoes are so scarce is that there weren't many grown to begin with. The yield will gradually increase later. Little did she know, no matter how much she grows, products in the Jiang family basket store will always be in high demand. Of course, that's a story for later. At this moment, after confirming the order, Jiang Wan Ning sent the updated shipping request to Zhou Haijun from Feng Feng Express. Glancing at the time, she looked at Jiang Yichen, who was seriously attending an online class on the tablet. The course is a special early childhood education program she found online. It's presented in an animated format, making it fun and engaging, perfect for little ones. Due to Ichen's special situation, regular schools generally won't accept him. To attend school, he must go to a special school. However, those types of schools usually have high fees. The Jiang family couldn't afford that before. Now that she has the financial means, but Ichen has also grown up. After a few days of interaction, Jiang Wanning discovered that Ichen's mentality is still at a toddler level. However, his ability to imitate is very strong. As long as it's not too complicated, if she demonstrates something in front of him, he can usually replicate it. For example, cooking. So, Jiang Wanning decided to teach him herself. Teach him knowledge, teach him life skills, teach him abilities. At the very least, he needs to learn how to be independent. Ichen, make sure to pay attention to teacher Jojo in the class. When the time comes, your sister will have an exam, okay? Jiang Ichen nodded seriously. Ichen wants to score 100 points. Jiang Wanning said, then Chen, do your best. If you score 100, I will treat you to ice cream. After saying this, she picked up a basket and went to the vegetable garden in the backyard to pick vegetables. To gather 50 pounds of vegetables, she would need to pick everything from that area. It wouldn't be a problem to pick them all since new seeds had already been planted, and in less than half a month, they would be able to enjoy fresh and tender greens. This vegetable garden, along with the tomato patch, would be cleaned up and replanted. The old lady knew that the vegetables from their garden had sold for a good price, which made her very happy. She pulled a piece of straw and waited nearby. Once Jiang Wanning brought the vegetables over, she would be in charge of weighing and bundling them. 1 pound would be bundled neatly and cleanly. What? You say these are to be sent to the capital? With so many vegetables, it must cost a lot to send them there, the old lady exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Wanning replied while hoeing the ground, it costs 20 yuan for each kilogram. The old lady gasped, 20 yuan per kilogram? My goodness. Then they must be paying 40 yuan for just 1 pound of greens. The capital, that's our country's capital. Why would they buy vegetables from our countryside? Jiang Wanning smiled and said, it must be because our vegetables taste so good. Is anyone there? At that moment, a voice called from the front yard. The old lady quickly turned her wheelchair and replied loudly, yes, someone is here. Jiang Wanning also came up from the vegetable garden and went out to greet the visitor. Feng Express? Zhou Haijun nodded, his eyes fixed on the baskets of tomatoes in the living room, almost mesmerized. He then instinctively blurted out, Boss Jiang, can you sell me some of those tomatoes? After tasting them in the morning, he couldn't stop thinking about them. As soon as he finished his orders at the store, he rushed over. Now seeing the room full of tomatoes, he almost drooled. Jiang Wanning paused for a moment and then apologized. The tomatoes are sold out. There aren't any left. But if you want, I can sell you some greens. Greens? Those were the pesticide-free, delicious little bok choy that the older folks had been craving. Zhou Haijun immediately said, all right, I'll take 5 pounds of greens. How much is that? Jiang Wanning replied, 30 yuan per pound, so that's 150 yuan for 5 pounds. 30 yuan per pound for greens. Zhou Haijun couldn't help but gasp. Here, young man, have some water. The elderly woman handed a cup of cool water to Zhou Haijun and explained, young man, our vegetables taste better than others, so they are a bit more expensive. If you take some home and try them, you'll see if they are worth it. Look at these 2 baskets of vegetables. They have all been bought by people from the capital. We only have these left. If you don't want them, we'll keep them for ourselves. The elderly woman proudly pointed at the 2 baskets of greens nearby. I'll take them. Hearing that these were the last ones, Zhou Haijun felt a pang in his heart but gritted his teeth and bought them. He couldn't get tomatoes, but at least he could taste the greens. To avoid regret, he paid right away. Then he selected 5 bunches of vegetables and set them aside. There are a total of 10 packages, 4 to Haicheng and 6 to the capital, right? Zhou Haijun took out his phone to check the order. Jiang Wanning nodded. That's right. All the tomatoes are for Haicheng and the greens are for the capital. The weights have all been measured. If you're not sure, you can weigh them again. I've sent you the corresponding quantities and addresses. Zhou Haijun took out foam boxes and air column bags for packaging from the trunk. These were the largest foam boxes in his shop. With the air column bags, one box could hold 20 pounds of tomatoes. The greens, being lighter but bulkier, could only fit 10 pounds. After packing everything, there were a total of 18 boxes. Zhou Haijun took out a calculator and started calculating the shipping costs. Boss Jiang, I won't beat around the bush. If you need to send packages regularly, I can offer you a 30% discount. Jiang Weining asked, is there a minimum order requirement each month? Zhou Haijun replied, according to company policy, if you exceed 1,000 orders in a month, you can become a VIP customer and enjoy a 20% discount. If you exceed 2,000 orders, you become a VVIP customer and enjoy a 30% discount. The 30% discount is the highest I can offer. Even if you don't meet the quantity, it won't affect it. Jiang Weining inquired, what about orders over 2,000? Zhou Haijun paused. There's a VVVIP level that offers a 40% discount, but you need to have over 10,000 orders each month. This requirement is quite strict. You must meet it to qualify. Jiang Weining asked, if we start with a 30% discount now and meet the requirements by the end of the month, can we get a refund? Zhou Haijun nodded eagerly. Yes, you can. Jiang Weining said, great. Let's go with the 30% discount now. Zhou Haijun couldn't help but ask, Boss Jiang, do you have orders worth over 10,000 at your place? You know, with so many shops on the platform, how many can actually get over 10,000 orders a month? So far, none of the online shop owners he cooperates with in Yangshui town have reached that. Jiang Weining replied, I'm just asking to understand. You never know, right? Zhou Haijun chuckled. Thinking about the tomatoes he couldn't buy, he couldn't resist asking Boss Jiang, didn't you sell out of tomatoes and vegetables? What do you plan to sell next? Jiang Weining sent him the link to the Jiang family's vegetable group and their online store. You can buy locally by joining the group for notifications. If you need delivery, you can purchase from the store. In the village committee of Wangshan village. Jiang Dahai suddenly stood up, looking at the college student in disbelief. What did you say? Jiang Lei's daughter wants to hire someone from the village to help her pick persimmons? Zhu Jingjing nodded. Jiang Dahai asked, a daily wage of 300? Zhu Jingjing nodded again and added, the picking wage is 200 a day, but if someone is responsible for carrying them down the mountain, it's 300 a day. Jiang Dahai was puzzled. Jiang Lei's daughter can't be foolish, can she? Persimmons aren't worth much. Why would she pay so much to have them picked? Hiring villagers and providing work is a good thing, but it shouldn't let an inexperienced child suffer a loss. I need to ask her. Seeing the village chief leave, Zhu Jingjing quickly followed. Feng Tao had been curious ever since he learned that Jiang Weining was the same Jiang Weining. But he held back, not wanting to disturb her. During that time, he even asked Zhu Jingjing to buy tomatoes a few times. The taste of those tomatoes boosted his confidence in his cooking skills. Now that the village chief was involved, he naturally followed along. Aunt San, are you home? Jiang Dahai entered the Jiang family's yard and walked into the main room with ease. Yes, I'm inside. The elderly lady was sewing buttons when she heard the noise and quickly maneuvered her wheelchair to come out. At the door, she almost bumped into Jiang Dahai. Jiang Dahai thought the elderly lady was unsteady and was just checking on her. Seeing her in a wheelchair surprised him at first, but then he felt happy. Jiang Dahai looked around the wheelchair in amazement and said, Aunt San, this wheelchair is electric. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Did Ningning buy it for you? You also think this wheelchair is expensive, right? Ningning even lied to me and said it wasn't worth much. The old lady smiled and playfully scolded. I told her not to, but that girl insisted on buying it for me. She wasn't happy if I didn't let her. Jiang Dahai then noticed that the old lady's spirit was completely different from when he visited a few days ago. Back then, they all thought she might not make it. That's why he tried hard to contact Jiang Wanning. But now, the old lady looked vibrant, with no signs of being unwell. One might think she had taken some magical medicine. It seemed that her granddaughter was her remedy. With her granddaughter back, her health had improved. Jiang Dahai genuinely felt happy for the old lady. Your granddaughter is so filial. Aunt San must be overjoyed. The old lady worriedly replied, she is happy, but that child has also suffered. Jiang Dahai comforted her, Aunt San, don't think too much. When the family is together, no matter how tough it gets, there will always be better days. Plus, I see that Ning Ning is quite capable. Just wait and enjoy life. Hearing him praise her granddaughter, the old lady smiled again. Jiang Dahai looked around and then asked curiously, Aunt San, where is Ning Ning? Isn't she home? While inviting them to sit and drink water, the old lady said, a couple of days ago, Ning Ning took the kids to kindergarten. Right now, she's gone to town to pick them up. Jiang Dahai asked, I heard from Xiaozhu that Ning Ning wants to hire people from the village to help pick persimmons from the mountain. I came to ask about it. That's right. The persimmons on the back mountain are ripe. We thought about picking them to sell. It could bring in some income, right? Jiang Wanning had mentioned this to the old lady, and she agreed to the decision to hire help. This way, Ning Ning could have an easier time. Jiang Dahai frowned in confusion, but are there really people who want to buy the persimmons? Every family in Wangshan village has persimmon trees. If they could sell them, there wouldn't be so few people left in the village. He remembered when he first became the village head, there were over 600 households in the village. Thinking about the current situation made him sigh. However, he didn't need the old lady to answer. Zhu Jingjing jumped in with an answer. Uncle Village Head, they can be sold. Once the persimmons are in season, I'll buy 20 pounds to send home. Foam Tao, who had tasted the persimmons, quietly raised his hand. I'll buy some too. The village chief was almost amused by the two young people. Do you know what kind of persimmons we grow on the mountain? You want to buy 20 pounds to send home? Be careful, your parents might come after you. That sour taste, once you have it, you won't want to eat anything else for the whole day. Seeing the village chief's disdainful expression, Zhu Jingjing really wanted to rush up the mountain and pick a persimmon to surprise him. At that moment, the old lady chimed in, Dahai, don't argue with Xiaozhu and the others. This decision was made by Ning Ning. Why don't you sit a bit longer and wait for her to come back? She pushed the cup of water in front of them. Jiang Dahai had run over and was thirsty. So he picked up the cup and drank eagerly. He wasn't sure if it was because he was so thirsty, but he thought the water tasted sweet and really good, even though it didn't taste like it had sugar in it. Just then, he heard Xiaozhu exclaim, Grandma Jiang, why does your water taste better than others? Did you use spring water? The old lady chuckled. Oh, it's just ordinary tap water that I boiled. Xiaozhu, you have such a sweet tongue. I appreciate you even more. If it tastes good, drink more. Help yourself. Foam Tao thought Zhu Jingjing was just flattering her. But after drinking a cup, he felt all his heat disappear. So when Zhu Jingjing poured more water, he instinctively held out his cup and accidentally bumped into the village chief's cup. After the three of them finished a big pot of cool boiled water, Jiang Weining finally returned in her little pickup truck. Grandma, we're back. Jiang Mudong rushed into the house first, eager to share her wonderful day at kindergarten with Grandma. But when she saw there were other people in the room, she suddenly stopped. Her little eyes anxiously glanced at Jiang Dahai, and she instinctively turned to run. But she bumped right into Jiang Weining, who was following her. Jiang Weining said, Tong Tong, what's wrong? You were just telling Mommy in the car that children should be polite. Why aren't you saying hello to Grandpa Village Chief now? Jiang Mudong hugged Jiang Weining's leg and shook her head in refusal. Before Jiang Weining could figure out what was wrong with Jiang Mudong, she saw Jiang Yichen rush in and hug Jiang Mushuan tightly, saying urgently, Grandpa Village Chief, no, don't send Xian and Tong Tong away. I'll take care of them with my sister. Jiang Mushuan clearly complained to Jiang Weining, Mommy, Grandpa Village Chief is bad. He wants to send me and my sister to an orphanage. Jiang Mudong had red eyes and looked like she was about to cry. Mommy, I want to stay with you, Grandma, brother, and uncle. I don't want to go to the orphanage. The three little ones' accusations made Jiang Dahai uneasy. Oh dear, my little treasure, the village chief was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? The three kids remained upset and unconvinced. Jiang Wanling guessed what was happening and patted Jiang Mudong, who was hanging onto her leg. Little one, you can't be so stubborn. The village chief apologized to you. Can you forgive him? Jiang Mudong's little face scrunched up. But the village chief didn't say sorry. Jiang Mushuan added, the teacher said that when you apologize, you should say, I'm sorry. Jiang Wanling shrugged and looked at the village chief. Zhu Jingjing chimed in, quietly scolding the village chief. Uncle Village Chief, kids take things seriously. If you don't apologize, they might remember it forever. The village chief wasn't one to argue with children, so he cooperated. All right, it was my mistake. I'm sorry, kids. Jiang Mushuan replied seriously. The teacher said that admitting your mistakes is what good kids do. We forgive you, village chief. Jiang Yichen nodded in agreement. Finally, Jiang Mudong let go of her mother's leg and ran to the village chief. Village chief, you're a good kid. Here, have this. The village chief looked at the big white rabbit candy in his hand, feeling both amused and touched. Zhu Jingjing, wanting to join in, said, Tong Tong, isn't Annie a good kid too? Why don't I get any candy? Jiang Mudong looked at the two remaining candies and then at Aunt Zhu's sad face. Reluctantly, she handed one over. Zhu Jingjing happily hugged the little one and showered her with kisses. How can you be so cute? I really want to take you home. Startled, the little one quickly ran back behind Jiang Wanling but peeked out to say, Aunt Zhu, people who take kids are bad and will be caught by the police. Jiang Wanling laughed and pulled the little one in front of her before pushing her towards Jiang Yichen. Aren't you three supposed to teach Uncle how to sing the song you learned today? Go on. Mommy wants to hear you sing tonight. With their task set, the three little ones quickly held hands and went inside. The elderly woman noticed Jiang Wanling's worried expression and thought she was upset about the orphanage. So he explained, Ning Ning, about the orphanage. It was because I got hurt. Your village chief was worried that the children wouldn't be taken care of, so he said that in anger. Please don't take it seriously.
How could that be?
The village chief is only thinking of the children. It's my fault for not leaving you with my contact information. Otherwise, the village chief wouldn't have rushed to think of the orphanage. Jiang Wanning sincerely bowed to the village chief, saying, Thank you for taking care of our family all these years. Although this was not her fault, it was something the original person had done. Now that she had taken over her life, she had the responsibility to deal with all the mess. Even though the village chief had been smiling in front of the children without any emotion, he was still a bit angry when facing Jiang Wanning. After all these years, leaving the elderly and children at home without care was too irresponsible. He had thought about lecturing her, but seeing her like this eased his anger significantly. All right, no need to thank me. From now on, just be diligent, respect your grandmother, and take good care of the two children. Jiang Wanning promised earnestly, Don't worry, village chief. I won't leave anymore. I will stay at home with my grandmother. Hearing this, the village chief looked conflicted and asked, Are you really going to stay? He thought that if she returned, it would be great if she could take the two children with her. He didn't expect her to decide to stay. Jiang Wanning replied, Of course. Village chief, you might not believe it, but after a few years outside, I realized that what I'm best at is farming. The village chief almost spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? You're best at farming? Do you even know how to farm? Plus, with your thin arms and legs, even if you know how, you wouldn't have the strength. Jiang Wanning didn't waste time arguing and turned to go outside. Then she came back in, carrying a stone mill with one hand. The stone mill was over a meter tall and looked like it weighed at least 100 pounds. The village chief was so shocked he nearly fell off the bench. Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao also looked at her in disbelief, wanting to try lifting it themselves. Not to mention Zhu Jingjing, even Feng Tao couldn't lift it with both hands. Ning Ning, what kind of strength do you have? It's so impressive. How did you get so strong? Can you teach me? Jiang Wanning smiled. It's natural. You can't train for it. The village chief stared at the stone mill and wisely chose not to test his own strength. He opened his mouth to say something, but ended up swallowing his words. Zhu Jingjing pulled Jiang Wanning and said happily, Ning Ning, I really think you have a talent for farming. Whether it's tomatoes or persimmons, they taste amazing. I talked to the village chief about hiring help, but he didn't believe me. Hearing this, the village chief snapped out of his shock and said disapprovingly, Ning Ning, since you say you're good at farming, you should know that the persimmons from our mountain can't be sold. If you have some extra money, don't hire someone to pick the persimmons. Just hire someone to tidy up the orchard and buy some good fruit trees to take care of. I heard that someone in the neighboring county has a large kiwi orchard, and the seedlings were chosen by experts from the Agricultural Institute. The fruit is really good. Should I ask someone to help you with that? Jiang Weining replied, Uncle, we also have a piece of land on the mountain where we planted a lot of kiwis. The village chief looked at her skeptically. Can your variety compare to those from the Agricultural Institute? Don't worry about bothering me. As the village chief, getting some fruit tree seedlings is no problem. Jiang Weining sighed in resignation and brought a tomato from the kitchen. Luckily, there were still a few left. Otherwise, she would have to go up the mountain to pick persimmons. The village chief looked at the tomato she handed him, puzzled. What's this for? I just need water, not this. To be honest, the water was quite good. Zhu Jingjing was anxious and quickly snatched the tomato from Jiang Weining's hand and shoved it into the village chief's hands. Uncle, if you eat the tomato and still think Jiang Weining can't sell persimmons, then we'll listen to you and not sell them. Jiang Weining insisted, No way, I still want to sell them. I'm counting on it to make money, to build a house. Zhu Jingjing warned, Be careful. If the village chief eats this tomato and keeps complaining, I'll do a handstand and give you a Thomas. At that moment, the village chief felt the weight of the tomato in his hand. All right, I'll eat it. Just stop with the handstand talk. It sounds scary. With that, he took a big bite. Juice spilled all over his hands. He paused for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank the dripping juice, not wanting to waste a drop. Wow, what kind of tomato is this? It tastes so good. The village chief finished the whole tomato in just a few bites, looking satisfied. Zhu Jingjing smiled proudly. Village chief, if I said the persimmons taste even better than the tomatoes, do you think they would sell? How could it taste better than this tomato? The village chief's first reaction was disbelief. Zhu Jingjing countered, How is that impossible? I tasted it myself. If you don't believe me, ask Foam Tao. Foam Tao nodded at the village chief. It's very sweet, not bitter at all. It looks like a golden bullet, but it doesn't taste like one at all. He couldn't help but swallow. He wasn't usually a fan of fruits, but now he was craving them. How embarrassing. This only made the village chief believe him more. He turned to Jiang Wanning. Ning Ning, was that tomato also grown by your family? Jiang Wanning nodded. I originally wanted to save some for you, but I heard you were on a business trip, so I thought I would bring you some persimmons to try later. The village chief didn't ask Jiang Wanning how her family grew the tomatoes or why the persimmons from the mountain made Zhu Jingjing and Foam Tao remember them so fondly. After all, every trade has its secrets. Perhaps the Jiang family had some ancestral farming techniques. He thought for a moment and said, Ning Ning, since you know what you're doing, I won't pry. Jiang Wanning replied, I know you're looking out for me, village chief. The village chief waved his hand. No matter what, I'm glad you have the ability to build a career back home. As the village chief, I also want to thank you for providing an income for the elderly in the village. Don't worry, we'll make sure everything is handled well. If you need any help, just let us know. We won't refuse what we can do. Thank you, village chief. The village chief was not only the village leader but also an elder of Wangshan village. With him in charge, she didn't have to worry about anyone getting jealous and causing trouble. The village chief said cheerfully, If you can grow your family's agricultural products successfully, that will be the pride of our village. At that moment, the village chief seemed to gain a bit more enthusiasm. He was already in his 50s and would retire in a few years. His children had settled in the city, waiting for him to join them and enjoy life with his grandchildren. Facing a stagnant and lifeless village, he had been feeling unmotivated, just planning to coast until retirement. He never expected that Jiang Wanning, whom he had often criticized for being ungrateful, would return and bring him this surprise. Excited, He waved his hand and directly assigned Zhu Jingjing and Foam Tao to assist Jiang Wanning with her hiring arrangements. Zhu Jingjing was very happy, but she pretended to ask, "What about other matters in the village?" Aunt Wang Lu wanted to apply for poverty assistance this morning. The village chief waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm here with Accountant Li." Foam Tao immediately jumped in. "Uncle Village Chief, Jiang Wanning said that in a couple of days, we will start harvesting persimmons, so I'll go back now and write a job notice to inform everyone in the village." Zhu Jingjing also wanted to contribute. "Then I will count how many suitable workers we have in the village." Qian Family's Villa. Today is the Qian family's weekly family day. It used to be once a month, but because the elderly lady's health was not good, it changed to once a week. As long as there are no urgent matters, the Qian family gathers at the home of the eldest brother, Qian Wenhao, on this day. Qian Wenhui, with her husband and child, hurried over early in the morning with bags in hand. As soon as she stepped through the door, she rushed straight to the elderly lady's room, worried about her mother's condition. To her surprise, she found it empty. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, where is Mom? Why isn't she in her room?" Upon entering the room, Qian Wenhui found no one inside and immediately felt anxious, rushing to find her elder brother and sister-in-law. Wang Lifang was playing with her grandson. Hearing the question, she smiled and replied, "Didn't you see when you came in? Your elder brother is taking Mom for a walk in the garden." Qian Wenhui was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Sister-in-law, what did you say? Mom is walking in the garden?" Before she finished speaking, she dashed out like a gust of wind. In the garden, flowers bloomed beautifully, and the grass was lush. Qian Wenhui anxiously searched around. Sure enough, she saw her elder brother Qian Wenhao carefully supporting the elderly lady as they walked slowly.
Mom.
Qian Wenhui called out excitedly, rushing over in just a few steps. "Mom, you can walk?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes turned red. It was important to note that at the last gathering, the elderly lady was still lying in bed without the strength to move. Qian Wenhao glanced at his overly excited sister and joked, "Look at you making such a fuss. I've been taking Mom out for walks for several days now." The elderly lady's face was rosy as she patted her eldest daughter's hand, smiling kindly. "Lying in bed all day was making me weak, so I thought I should get up and move around." Qian Wenhui playfully scolded, "Elder brother, now that Mom can walk, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Qian Wenhao sighed. "I thought I did. A couple of days ago, I called you and mentioned that our Mom's condition has improved a lot." Qian Wenhui was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. She remembered that every time her older brother called, he would say the same few comforting words, and she never took them seriously. "Mom, let me walk with you. Your brother is a bit awkward and doesn't know how to chat while walking. You must feel bored." Qian Wenhui rolled her eyes and gently pushed Qian Wenhao aside. She took the elderly woman's hand and helped her walk slowly forward. The elderly woman smiled widely. "You're still the same as when you were little, always so playful." Being older, she had limited energy. After slowly walking around the garden once, she felt a bit tired. Qian Wenhui quickly joined her brother Qian Wenhao to help the elderly woman back to her room to rest. As soon as they settled her in, Qian Wenhui eagerly grabbed her brother's sleeve. Her eyes were red, and her voice trembled with hope. "Brother, tell me the truth. Has Mom really started to get better? What the doctors said before. Could it be wrong?" She didn't dare to mention the phrase about having little time left. Qian Wenhao also looked worried but held a glimmer of hope. "You saw it too. Mom has been in good spirits these past few days. But to know for sure, we need to go to the hospital for a detailed checkup." Hearing this, Qian Wenhui felt anxious and stomped her feet. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's take Mom to the hospital right now." She was truly scared. Scared that this sudden improvement might just be a fleeting moment. Qian Wenhao sighed helplessly, gently patting his sister's shoulder to comfort her. "What's the rush? Mom has been talking about wanting to have a meal with us. Let's wait until after dinner to go." Qian Wenhui took a deep breath, looked intently at Qian Wenhao, and asked, "Brother, what did you do? Why did Mom suddenly get better?" After hesitating for a moment, Qian Wenhao replied, "Did you eat the tomatoes and vegetables I sent to your house?" Upon hearing this, Qian Wenhui's eyes widened in surprise. Soon, their second brother Qian Wenshu and fourth sister Qian Wenli arrived. When they saw their mother not only able to get out of bed, but also holding their hands and chatting away, their eyes filled with tears. During dinner, the elderly woman sat at the head of the table. The table was filled with delicious dishes, but in front of her was a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles. There were a few vegetable leaves on top. However, the old lady enjoyed her meal, wearing a satisfied smile. She took each bite very seriously, as if this bowl of noodles was the most delicious dish in the world. Qian Wenhui's 2-year-old grandson, with his chubby cheeks, looked very cute. The little guy sat in a high chair, reaching eagerly for the plate of green vegetables on the table with his chubby hands. He mumbled, "Veggies, I want more veggies." Seeing this, his dad quickly picked up some vegetables with chopsticks and fed them to him. But to everyone's surprise, after just a couple of chews, the little guy spat it out. His face scrunched up as he complained in a baby voice, "Bitter, not good. Mommy, I want tasty veggies." At the same time, Qian Wenshu's granddaughter, who was in middle school, took a big spoonful of tomatoes from the tomato beef stew and put it in her mouth. Her expression instantly froze. However, being older, she didn't spit it out like her little brother. Instead, she frowned and swallowed it, her throat slightly moving as she tried to suppress the unpleasant taste. The others were the same. After sitting down, they first tried the tomato beef stew and looked disappointed. It wasn't that it tasted bad, but it was just too different from the delicious meals they had enjoyed before. Not giving up, they reached for the oyster sauce vegetables next, hoping for a better experience, but were once again let down. At this point, everyone couldn't hold back anymore and started to voice their complaints. "Uncle, this tomato tastes off. Did you buy the wrong one? This vegetable has turned into my least favorite flavor. Aunt, don't you have the tomatoes and vegetables you brought us before?" Wang Lifeng looked at everyone's reactions and couldn't help but laugh as she explained, "The tomatoes and vegetables we had before are all sold out for now. My husband and I even went to check. The soil in the garden has been turned over, and not a single leaf is left. If you want to eat those vegetables again, you'll have to wait at least a month." Immediately, there was a chorus of groans around the table. Qian Wenhao said with a hint of authority, "What's the fuss about? Just eat your meal. We used to eat well even before we had those tomatoes and vegetables, didn't we?" His tone carried a bit of the family leader's seriousness, quickly quieting the younger ones. Qian Wenli looked worried and said, "Brother, what will we do if the vegetables are gone?" "Mom, things are finally looking up now." Just as they learned that the old lady's improvement might be related to the tomatoes and vegetables, they decided not to sell them. What should they do? Qian Wenhao noticed his sister's concern and waved his hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, your sister-in-law was prepared. She has stocked up on over 100 pounds of tomatoes, just for Mom." Upon hearing this, Qian Wenhui immediately felt relieved and turned to Wang Lifeng, expressing her gratitude. "Sister-in-law, you've really worked hard and thought of everything." The old lady sat at the table, watching her young great-grandchildren gazing at her eagerly, filled with love. She wanted to pick out the tomatoes from her bowl to feed them, but Qian Wenhao and the others stopped her. "Mom, you need to eat these tomatoes for your health. We saved them just for you. The kids have plenty of other food, so you don't need to worry about them." Everyone knew that the old lady's health was the top priority right now, and these tomatoes were key to that. Qian Wenhui was worried that the little ones might cause a fuss and distract the old lady from eating, so she quickly signaled to her son and nephews. They understood immediately and took the kids outside. In the afternoon, they took the old lady to the hospital for a checkup. The results showed that although there were still many issues, all the indicators had improved significantly. Seeing those results, the doctor couldn't help but exclaim, "You all have taken great care of the old lady." The organs that were starting to decline showed signs of recovery, which was truly remarkable. Thinking of his own elderly relatives, he curiously asked Mr. Qian, "Can I ask how you usually take care of the old lady?" Qian Wenhao replied honestly, "When we first brought my mom home, her appetite was terrible, and she could hardly eat anything. Then, by chance, we bought some tomatoes and vegetables from a local farmer. These tasted exceptionally good, and my mom really enjoyed them. Since then, we've been preparing different meals for her 3 times a day, mixing them with other ingredients. As he spoke, he took out a few produce testing reports and handed them to the doctor. Dr. Sun, these are the tests we had done. Could you take a look? Dr. Sun took the reports and examined them closely. There were 2 reports for tomatoes and 2 for vegetables. In comparison, the tomatoes and vegetables from the farm had significantly higher levels of nutrients. Dr. Sun gently tapped the 2 reports and looked up to ask, "Are these vegetables grown by the villager at home?" Qian Wenhao nodded and replied, "Yes. We don't really understand much about this. Since it was food brought in by the old lady, we thought it would be wise to be cautious and had it tested, and we brought it to you for help." After reviewing the reports again, the doctor commented, "From these test results, everything looks good, and there are no issues." Qian Wenhui's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked Dr. Sun, "Does this mean my mom's condition is really starting to improve?" Dr. Sun nodded affirmatively. Qian Wenhui and Qian Wenli were almost in tears from joy. Qian Wenhao, being more rational, asked Dr. Sun, "With your experience, do you think my mom's improvement is directly related to these vegetables?" Dr. Sun pondered for a moment and said, "It's hard to say for sure. However, these vegetables can help the old lady eat normally and ensure she gets enough nutrition, which could naturally lead to an improvement in her health." However, the 4 siblings of the Qian family took this to mean that their mother's recovery was indeed due to eating these vegetables. Qian Wenhui said anxiously, "Big brother, we need to stay in good contact with the vegetable seller. Mom will be relying on their vegetables from now on." Qian Wenli chimed in, "Sister-in-law, please add me to the vegetable buying group. Count me in for future purchases." Qian Wenhui nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. Don't forget about me." Seeing this, Qian Wenshu quickly pushed his wife forward and smiled at his sister-in-law, saying, "Sister-in-law, please add us both to the group. These vegetables are so important for Mom's health. We need to keep an eye on it." Watching their parents' excitement, the younger generation couldn't help but join in, especially those who had already started their own families and moved out. If Grandma enjoyed the taste of the tomatoes and greens, they surely would too. Besides, the flavor was exceptional. They couldn't keep running home every day just for a meal. It would be better to grab some vegetables for themselves in the group and take them back home. Gradually, everyone gathered around, pushing Dr. Sun to the side. Dr. Sun raised his hand several times to speak, but was overlooked by everyone, until Qian Wenhao noticed his hesitant expression. Feeling a bit shy, Dr. Sun scratched his head and said, Could you also add me to that vegetable buying group? To be honest, my elderly family member's condition is similar to your ladies. Recently, they haven't been able to eat anything, and their health is getting worse each day." Qian Wenhao replied cheerfully, "That's no problem. I'll take you inside right now." However, all the vegetables from the little Zhang's family have sold out recently, so you'll have to wait for the next batch, which will be in about a month. If you're in a hurry, you can ask little Zhang if she has any other options. As he spoke, he pulled out the QR code for the Jiang family's vegetable buying group and handed it to Dr. Sunday. "This is our vegetable buying group, and the group owner is the seller. Thank you so much." Dr. Sun's face lit up with joy as she happily scanned the code to join the group. She planned to ask little Jiang later if she could also buy the vegetables that the Qian family treasures. Even if it doesn't improve her elderly family member's health, at least they could eat something. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard in the capital city, Qian Xiaoya was with her husband Gu Jingxing, carrying a basket of tomatoes to her in-laws' house for dinner. As soon as they entered, they were met with cold mockery. "Wow, what did you bring?" "Xiaoya, I'm not trying to criticize you, but it's a bit sad to only bring a few tomatoes when you finally visit the old home," said Qian Xiaoya's sister-in-law, Gu Feifei, who is Gu Jingxing's older sister. She crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain and criticism. Her tone was as if she were a high-class lady judging a poor person who didn't know the rules. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingxing's expression darkened immediately. "Big sister, you and your husband go to our parents' house for meals every day. What have you brought? Besides, what we bring is our own gesture, not for you. Why are you making a fuss about it? Gu Feifei jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How dare you? You've forgotten your sister now that you have a wife, and you're defending her. Gu Jingxing snorted coldly. If I were helping you bully Xiaoya, that would truly be forgetting my sister. Gu Feifei was about to argue more when her husband, Ji Chengyuan, quickly pulled her aside and whispered a few words in her ear, and she calmed down. Gu Jingxing squinted his eyes and teased, Big sister, I usually see you being fierce with everyone. I didn't expect you to listen to your husband so well. Gu Feifei's eyes widened in surprise, as if she were about to eat someone. You little rascal, are you itching for trouble? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Ji Chengyuan helplessly adjusted his glasses and smiled bitterly. Ah Xing, please stop teasing me. Everyone knows that in our family, your sister is the one who calls the shots. I can't help it. I'm afraid she'll get upset. His eyes showed a mix of helplessness and affection, looking at Gu Feifei with a hint of indulgence, like a lovesick man. Gu Jingxing slightly curled his lips in disdain and turned away, not wanting to engage with this quirky couple. His older sister was both mischievous and foolish, getting taken advantage of and still helping others count their money. She would have her time to cry later. Qian Xiaoya felt the same way about her unreasonable sister-in-law and didn't even want to spare her a glance. She sat down next to her mother-in-law, Sumume. Mom, where's Anen? How is she feeling lately? Is she any better? Sumume shook her head helplessly, looking worried. She still can't eat anything. Whatever she eats, she throws up. Right now, she can only rely on nutritional injections to get by. Qian Xiaoya turned to Gu Jingxing and softly said, Ah Xing, please give the tomatoes to Wang Ma so she can make a tomato and egg soup. Gu Feifei perked up at this. Tomato and egg soup? What are you two really doing here at Mom's? Why are you thinking about making soup? Gu Jingxing rolled his eyes at her and explained to his mother, Mom, these tomatoes were specially sent by Xiaoya's mom for Grandma. We tried one, and it was really delicious, so we wanted to let our little sister try it. When Qian Xiaoya's grandmother was critically ill, the couple had made a special trip back to Linqing. Therefore, the Gu family was somewhat aware of Grandma Qian's condition. Although they didn't hold much hope, it was a kind gesture from their brother and sister-in-law. Sumume didn't stop them. However, Gu Feifei sarcastically remarked, it's just a tomato. You two are acting like it's some magical medicine. Xiaoya, your family must be in business because you can praise anything that comes your way. Let me tell you, little sister can't even look at food right now, so stop bothering her and make Mom worry even more. But no one paid her any mind. Soon the tomato and egg soup was ready. To ease Grandma's heart, Qian Xiaoya was the first to serve a small bowl and handed it to Sumume. Mom, please give it a try. Sumume took the bowl and gently sipped from it. In an instant, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had tasted the most delicious food in the world. This tastes good. You should take some to Ainen. It might help her, she said. Then, feeling uneasy, she stood up. I'll go with you. Seeing her mother so serious about the tomato made Gu Feifei even more dissatisfied. She pouted and muttered, Mom, you can't really think this tomato is a miracle cure, can you? As she spoke, her gaze fell on the remaining tomatoes on the table. She picked one up and, in a fit of defiance, took a bite. But as soon as she tasted it, her eyes widened in surprise, and her previous disdain turned into shock and disbelief. The three of them arrived at the door of a room on the second floor. Qian Xiaoya raised her hand slightly and knocked gently on the door. After hearing a faint permission from inside, she carefully and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, they saw a thin girl slumped in a chair, staring blankly out the window. She looked like a puppet with its soul taken away, and the sight broke their hearts. In the past, Gu Ainen, while not particularly slender, was very cute and lively. Her round face always radiated youthful energy, and she had two deep dimples when she smiled. Her big eyes sparkled like clear lakes, full of love and dreams for life. However, all that changed after she encountered a manipulative man. Since then, She fell into a cycle of extreme dieting, with fasting and purging becoming her daily routine. Over time, her body could no longer bear the strain, and she developed severe anorexia. Although the Gu family later used all their resources to teach that man and his family a lesson, driving them out of the city, Ainan's condition never improved. Every time they saw her like this, they wanted to say something to encourage or comfort her, but it felt futile. Gu Jinxing suppressed his emotions and placed a small bowl of tomato and egg soup in front of his sister. Ainan, this is tomato soup that your sister-in-law specially brought from her hometown. It's really delicious. Would you like to try some? His voice was soft, and his movements were careful. Fearing that she might accidentally disturb the fragile Ainan, Guinan instinctively stiffened at the mention of food and wanted to turn away and escape. But soon, images of her parents' worried faces and her brother and sister-in-law's concerned gazes filled her mind, making her heart ache. She knew she couldn't continue like this. So, she forced herself to turn around, pushing through her fear and resistance, and slowly moved closer to the steaming bowl of tomato and egg soup. A faint, pleasant aroma wafted into her nose. Surprisingly, this time, she didn't feel the usual nausea. Instead, the fragrance made her feel comfortable, prompting her to lean in closer. The three people in the room quietly watched Ainan's every move, afraid to make a sound that might disrupt this hard-won change. Smells so good. Guinan's voice was barely a whisper, like a tiny insect, but in the silent room, it sounded like thunder, clear to everyone's ears. Gu Jinxing, holding back his excitement, softly asked, "Little sister, would you like to try some?" He picked up a spoon, scooped a bit of soup, and held it out to her. Guinan hesitated as she looked at the spoon. But under the expectant gazes of the three, she slowly opened her mouth. The soup gently touched her tongue, lingering for a moment. She furrowed her brow slightly, as if trying to adjust to the long-lost taste. Then, she swallowed carefully. Seeing this, Su Mume quickly covered her mouth with her hand, afraid she might cry. Qian Xiaoya crouched down, her eyes filled with concern and, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Guinan gently shook her head. "Sister-in-law, I don't feel uncomfortable. In fact, it feels a bit nice. Brother, I want to drink more." Seeing Gu Jinxing's stunned expression, Qian Xiaoya pushed him aside and took his place. "Sister-in-law will feed you. 1 spoon, 2 spoons. Qian Xiaoya patiently fed Ainan, being extra careful with each scoop. Guinan ate very slowly, taking several minutes to finish a small bowl of tomato and egg soup. But the three in the room showed no signs of impatience. Only excitement and joy filled the air. Their Ainan could finally eat something. Su Mume was overjoyed, wishing she could rush downstairs immediately to prepare a big bowl of soup for Ainan. Until Gu Jinxing called the doctor to inquire. Upon learning that Ainan's condition needed to be approached gradually and could not be rushed, she finally calmed her excitement and temporarily dismissed that thought. After leaving the room, Su Mume held Qian Xiaoya's hand and kept expressing her gratitude. "Xiaoya, I really don't know how to thank you." Qian Xiaoya gently patted Su Mume's hand and comforted her. "What are you thanking me for? Ainan is my little sister too. We are family, so helping her is what I should do. Mom, did you know? Ainan just finished that bowl of tomato and egg soup. She can eat." Downstairs, Su Mume couldn't hide her excitement and eagerly shared with Wang Ma and others that Guinan could eat. Gu Feifei looked incredulous. "Mom, is that true? Little sister can really eat? How is that possible?" Su Mume shot Gu Feifei a glare and said impatiently, "Of course it's true. This is all thanks to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, could you please ask your mom to send more tomatoes? Once Ainan is better, I will personally take her to thank them." Turning to Wang Ma, she called out, "Wang Ma, where are the tomatoes Xiaoya brought back? Make sure to keep them safe for Ainan. No one else is allowed to touch them." Wang Ma, hearing this, glanced nervously at Gu Feifei, hesitating to speak. Gu Feifei noticed Wang Ma's gaze and looked a bit guilty, avoiding eye contact as she said, "Mom, I saw Xiaoya treat those tomatoes like treasures, so I was really curious about the taste, and I couldn't help but eat one. Upon hearing this, Sumume felt a wave of bad premonition wash over her. You ate one? Xiaoya brought back a whole basket. What about the rest? Gu Feifei touched her nose sheepishly. I thought the tomatoes tasted really good, and I couldn't resist finishing them. Sumume felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Gu Jingxing quickly supported her, gently patting her back. Once she regained her composure, Sumume's face turned red with anger as she raised her hand and hit Gu Feifei's back several times. While hitting, she scolded, "You thoughtless child. These were brought for your sister. Look at how sick she is, and you still want to take her food. Xiaoya knows to save the good food for your sister, and as her older sister, how can you be so heartless and not think of her? I can't believe I gave birth to such a heartless child." Gu Feifei dodged while shouting, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, it's just a few tomatoes. I didn't know my little sister wanted them. Don't worry, we can just ask Xiaoya's family to send us more." Gu Jingxing, worried that his mother might get too upset, quickly supported her. "Mom, please don't worry. It seems we still have a few tomatoes at home. I'll go get them in a bit." Sumume calmed down a little and turned to Xiaoya with hope on her face. "Xiaoya, what did your mom say? Can she send some tomatoes quickly? And then finally can eat something, and we can't let her miss out on these tomatoes." Xiaoya sighed helplessly. "Mom, my mom said the tomatoes are sold out. If we want to buy more, we have to wait for new seedlings to grow, which will take at least 2 or 3 months." As soon as Gu Feifei heard this, she jumped up and pointed at Xiaoya, questioning, "Xiaoya, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and my mom with such an excuse? How could it be so coincidental that they're sold out?" Xiaoya's face darkened, and she replied coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so greedy, eating everything I brought for my little sister. If I had known, I would have brought them home one by one." Saying this, she shoved her phone in Gu Feifei's face. "Look for yourself. This is a screenshot from my mom. The boss said the tomatoes are sold out. I'm not lying to you." Gu Feifei was furious, her face turning red as she breathed heavily. She pointed at Xiaoya and shouted, "Don't act like the good person here. This is my house, and I can eat whatever I want. You have no right to tell me what to do." Before she could finish, Gu Jingxing raised his hand and slapped hers away. "Who's telling anyone what to do? You did something wrong and still think you're right. We know these tomatoes are delicious. When we ate them, we were thinking of our little sister, only tasting one each, hoping she could eat the rest. What about you? What were you thinking when you ate them? You knew they were for her, yet you ate them all. 8 tomatoes, and you weren't afraid of overdoing it." He looked at Ji Qingyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, motionless, with disgust. How could Gu Feifei possibly eat all 8 tomatoes by herself? She at least had the courage to admit it. But this Ji Qingyuan, as a man, silently hides behind Gu Feifei. Gu Jingxing feels angry just watching them. He can't help but confront Ji Qingyuan, saying, "Brother-in-law, my sister is being foolish. Don't you have any sense either? You're just watching her eat all 8 tomatoes without worrying she'll overeat and get a stomachache?" This indirect criticism makes Ji Qingyuan's originally fair face turn red and pale. Gu Feifei, seeing her husband being scolded by her brother, instantly gets furious. Like an angry lioness, she jumps up and shouts, "Enough! It's just a few tomatoes. Are you done? I'll buy a whole truck of them for you later, okay?" Gu Jingxing scoffs and replies, "Sure, I'll wait to see you bring back a truckload. If you can't, then don't come back." Gu Feifei wants to argue back, but is pulled away by a stern-faced Ji Qingyuan, who drags her toward the door, muttering, "All right, they want us to leave. If you're not embarrassed, I am. Let's go home." Gu Jingxing watches their retreating figures with disdain, saying, "Humph, they dare to act but not take responsibility. What kind of people are they? Always pretending in front of my dad, but when it matters, they have no backbone." Su Mume stands nearby, feeling somewhat disappointed in her son-in-law. However, she gently pats Gu Jingxing's shoulder and advises, "All right, he is still your brother-in-law. Don't make things too awkward." After that, she frowns deeply, worried. What do we do now? Without these tomatoes, can Anin eat anything? Clearly she cannot. Watching her little daughter everywhere, Sumume feels heartbroken. When her son returns home with tomatoes, tears immediately fall from her eyes. Xing, what should we do? I bought the best tomatoes from outside, but Anin still can't eat. Gu Jingxing quickly hands the 9 tomatoes he has to Wang Ma, asking her to make a soup first. Then he turns to comfort his mother, saying, Mom, don't worry. Xiaoya has already called my mother-in-law. They know the tomatoes are going out of season, so they stocked up some for Grandma and said they could share a little with us to help out. Hearing this, Sumume finally feels a bit relieved. She puts her hands together and murmurs, thank goodness for your in-laws. We still have some wild ginseng at home. Later, you can send some to your in-laws to help Grandma's health. But she still said with some worry, but this isn't a long-term solution. We can't keep using the old man's food, right? Didn't Xiaoya say the old man isn't in good health? Guji nodded slightly and said, yes, I think the same. So I just asked the boss in the group, and he said they will start selling persimmons in a couple of days. He mentioned that the taste of those persimmons is just as good as tomatoes. How about we try them then? Maybe Anin can eat them too. Haicheng, Pei family manor. As soon as Grandma Pei received 200 pounds of tomatoes, she immediately became lively and started working. She personally directed the servants to carefully divide the tomatoes into small, elegant packages to send to relatives and friends. After finishing all of this, Grandma Pei hesitated for a moment, then went to the phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, Shiryan. Grandma Pei's voice was gentle and loving. Come home early tonight. I have prepared some delicious food for you, so you must come back. On the other end of the line, a slightly tired but steady voice replied, Grandma, I might not be able to make it tonight. I have an important meeting to attend. The smile on Grandma Pei's face paused for a moment, and she continued softly, then come back after your meeting. Grandpa and I will wait for you to have dinner. Implying that if he didn't come back, they wouldn't eat either. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a helpless sigh, and he finally agreed. All right, I'll try to come back early. Grandma, you and Grandpa don't have to wait for me. After the call ended, Grandma Pei sighed. Grandpa Pei, sitting nearby with a fork in one hand and a fruit plate in the other, had a plate of carefully prepared sugar-coated tomatoes that wouldn't affect his blood sugar, but still satisfied his cravings. Hearing the conversation between his wife and grandson, he couldn't help but mutter, Why do you care about that kid? He's never home, and he shouldn't get to eat such good tomatoes. Hearing this, Grandma Pei pretended to be angry and lightly hit him. Her eyes held a hint of reproach. Is that how you act as a grandfather? Don't you think that if it weren't for your company, Shiryan wouldn't be so busy he's making himself sick? You should care about the child. Grandpa Pei quickly protested. I swear, he's not doing it for the company. He just doesn't want to take those awful tonics, so he uses work as an excuse to stay away from home. As soon as he said that, Grandpa Pei realized he had misspoken. A hint of regret appeared on her face as she quickly covered her mouth. As expected, Mrs. Pei's eyes turned slightly red, revealing a touch of sadness and guilt. Mr. Pei noticed and immediately panicked, saying, Xiangyu, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't take my words to heart. Mrs. Pei gently waved her hand and, with a slightly choked voice, replied, You're right. It's all my fault for pushing Shiryan too hard all this time. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and, looking relieved, continued, I've thought about it carefully. Our hope for Shiryan to marry and have children was only because we wanted him to have someone to care for him after we're gone. But now I've lost sight of what's important. I was only thinking about having grandchildren and forgot about Shiryan's feelings, which made him unhappy. Mr. Pei softly wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, his eyes filled with comfort and concern. It's good that you understand. If he can't have children, then so be it. If Shiryan wants kids in the future, we can always adopt. As long as he is happy, that's what matters. Who would have thought that the heir of the Pei family, the richest in Haicheng, Pei Shiryan, who seemed like a diamond bachelor in the eyes of many young ladies, lost his ability to have children due to an accident. If this got out, it would surely break many hearts. Although Mr. Pei spoke lightly, he felt just as troubled as Mrs. Pei. Thinking of Pei Shiv, he started from scratch in his youth. He and his wife faced many challenges and worked hard for half their lives to build the large Pei group. During this time, they also did many good deeds and charity work. They thought they could enjoy their later years surrounded by family, but fate had other plans. Their only son and daughter-in-law passed away in a plane crash, leaving only Pei Shiyan as their grandson. Pei Shiyan was exceptionally smart from a young age and showed remarkable business talent early on. His determination surprised many seasoned business people. At the age of 24, when his grandfather fell ill, he took on the heavy responsibility of the Pei group. Just when he should have been thriving, he was maliciously schemed against and lost the ability to have children. It has been 4 years. For 4 years, he and his wife have traveled far and wide, consulting renowned doctors and trying various methods, but the results have been disappointing. Instead of bringing their grandson closer, nothing seemed to work. Now, rather than continue to cling to this hope and cause more pain for everyone, it would be better to accept reality calmly. In the evening, the elderly couple cooked a delicious meal, waiting for their grandson to come home. Hearing the sound of the car engine, Grandma Pei hurried outside to greet him. Although she said she had come to terms with things, her heart still ached when she saw her handsome grandson, who shone like a star, getting out of the car. Why couldn't such a wonderful grandson have a normal life with a family of his own? Noticing his wife's unusual expression, Grandpa Pei pretended to be angry and scolded Pei Shiyan. "You little rascal, you finally decided to come home? Have you even thought about this family while you've been away?" Pei Shiyan rubbed his temples and replied, "Sorry, I've been busy with new business overseas." Grandma Pei quickly walked over, pulled him to the dining table, and looked at him with affection. "It's okay. It's good that you're back. Hurry and try the dishes I made just for you." She personally served him a bowl of tomato beef soup. "This soup is specially made by Grandma. Give it a taste." Pei Shiyan looked at the tempting soup and felt relieved. As long as it wasn't something strange, he was fine. Still cautious, he leaned in to smell it, worried that Grandma had added some unusual ingredients. Not detecting any odd smells, he held his breath and took a big sip. Just as he was about to swallow quickly, a sweet and tangy flavor burst on his tongue, easing his tense expression. "How is the soup?" Grandma Pei asked proudly. Pei Shiyan nodded and took another sip. It was indeed very fresh and delicious. Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances, both smiling slightly. "You lucky boy, this is a special tomato I managed to get just for you. Your grandpa wanted to have more, but he couldn't," she said, pushing a plate of sugar-coated tomatoes toward him. "Try it. Grandpa made it himself." Grandma rolled her eyes. "He just cut up 2 tomatoes and sprinkled some sugar. If you didn't know better, you'd think he made a fancy dish." Watching the two bicker, Pei Shiyan relaxed and took a big bite of the tomato, realizing that the beef soup had already exceeded his expectations. The taste of the sugar mixed with tomatoes is even better. Pei Shiyan thought that perhaps the quality of the beef affected the tomatoes, making the soup taste a bit less impressive. After the first bite, there were countless more to follow. By the time the small bowl of tomatoes was empty, only a little soup was left. But soon, that soup was gone too. Old Master Pei gulped it all down. It was a bit embarrassing. However, Old Master Pei confidently said, "You don't understand. This leftover soup is the essence. It was sweet and sour. The best part is that it doesn't raise blood sugar. What else could it be but the essence?" Old Madame Pei turned her head away in disdain but immediately put on a smile when facing Pei Shiyan. "Shiyan, don't follow your grandfather's example. I took a lot this time, but if you want more, I'll mix another plate for you." Pei Shiyan felt a bit guilty. "Thank you, Grandma." He thought today would be another nourishing feast. Old Madame Pei smiled and served him another bowl. "What are you thanking me for? As long as you want to eat, I'll be waiting at that store to grab it as soon as it's available." Pei Shiyan asked which store. "Grandma, tell me the address, and I'll have Xiao Zhou go buy it." Old Madame Pei thought about her age and realized she couldn't compete with the young ones in speed. So, She opened her phone and showed Pei Shiryan the store. Jiang Family Vegetable Basket? To Pei Shiryan's surprise, it was an online store. They only had tomatoes listed and they were sold out. No wonder Grandma said she needed to wait to grab them. Old Madame Pei complained, "This store has very few items and they're often sold out.
I was lucky to get some last time.
When I wanted to buy more later, they were gone again." "It's okay, Grandma. Just let Xiao Zhou grab them when the time comes. He'll definitely get them for you." Pei Shiryan transferred the online store address to his phone, looking confident. If they really couldn't get them, he would have Xiao Zhou contact the owner. One tomato was nothing to Pei Shiryan, who managed the entire Pei group. Unexpectedly, they really hadn't managed to get any later on. To enjoy the products from the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket, they still had to rely on his grandparents. But that's a story for later. At that moment, old Madame Pei's phone kept buzzing. The messages were from her friend's group chat. "Please call me Empress Dowager. Xiangyu, where did you get these tomatoes? They taste so good. Phoenix Fairy, quickly tell us the buying address. If we can't get any more, my little monkeys will go crazy. Little Yuer, link to the store Little Yuer. Jiang Family's Vegetable Basket, but it's already sold out. Orange-flavored cat. Tomato? What tomato? I didn't receive any. Pei Xiangyu, are you being unfair? Little Yuer, Han Chengcheng, ask your butler to confirm if you didn't receive any. Little Yuer, for our bet, I even sent you a few extra. Phoenix Fairy, what bet? Why didn't you send me a few more? Please call me Empress. I know. Last time, Xiangyu said she had a tomato that tasted amazing, and they ended up arguing. Little Yuer, that's right. Han Chengcheng said that if the tomato doesn't taste as good as I said, she would give me her black pearl necklace. Orange-flavored cat. Then why didn't you say that if you lose, you would give me your jade bracelet? Phoenix Fairy, ha, Chengcheng, it looks like you won't keep your black pearls. Please call me Empress. Xiangyu, I can vouch for you. That tomato really is one of a kind. Can you send me a few more pounds? Phoenix Fairy, I can vouch for you too. Share some with me. Ever since my grandkids tried it, they've been craving it. Old Lady Pei glanced at Pei Shiryan, who was eating tomatoes with her husband, and firmly refused. No way. My grandson doesn't have enough to eat. Equals in a neighborhood in the capital city. A family is in a feeding battle. Don't eat. The vegetables are bitter. I don't want to eat.
Wah.
Mom is mean. I don't want to eat vegetables. No, you must finish your vegetables today, or you can't go anywhere. Mom, Huang Lina sounded very impatient, clearly on the edge of frustration. 3-year-old Su Debeos cried even louder, his little face turning red, looking quite pitiful. Lina, why not let it go? Debeos really doesn't like it, so don't force him. Grandma Su said with concern. They say grandparents are more lenient, especially since Su Debeos was born when Su Jun was 40. As a grandmother, she dotes on him like he's her life. Usually, if he cries even a little, she feels heartbroken. Let alone now, when he looks like he can hardly catch his breath from crying. Su Lina also felt sorry, but she had to be tough. Mom, don't spoil him. The doctor said Debeos isn't eating enough vegetables and fruits, which is why he has trouble going to the bathroom every day. Grandma Su thought about how every day, when Su Debeo went to the bathroom, he cried loudly in pain, so she urged him, Debeo, just eat 2 more bites. Grandma will take you to buy Ultraman, okay? Su Debeo was completely unfazed. Even when Huang Lina tried to force him to eat by prying his mouth open, he would spit it out.
He even started gagging.
At this point, neither the mother-in-law nor the daughter-in-law dared to push him to eat anymore. While comforting her grandson, Grandma Su noticed her daughter-in-law's unhappy expression and couldn't help but complain, as Junzi said when he's coming back. He's busy all day and doesn't even have time to buy a tomato. The first rule of a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is to vent frustrations by blaming the son first. Indeed, hearing her mother-in-law complain about her husband made Su Lina feel a bit better. She also remembered the tomato that Su Jun had brought home earlier. Since Su Debeo started eating solid food, he had hardly eaten any fruits or vegetables. Even when they were mashed or juiced, he wouldn't touch them. Every time they tried to feed him vegetables, it felt like a battle for his life. Because of his low fiber intake, he often had trouble going to the bathroom. At one point, he held it in for 3 days. In the end, he had to go to the hospital because of stomach pain. The whole family worried about his diet. However, the 2 tomatoes that Soo-jun brought home from the film set gave them hope. After all, it was the first time Soo De-bao had asked to eat vegetables on his own. He finished one, and even wanted a second. The next morning, his movement was incredibly smooth. After that, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law visited various supermarkets to find all kinds of tomatoes just to get Soo De-bao to eat a bite. Unfortunately, this little one would just spit them out without even trying. Hwang Lina thought about calling Soo-jun to ask if he had managed to buy any tomatoes. If he didn't, their precious son might end up in trouble. Just as she turned on her phone, she heard the sound of the door unlocking. Both women turned to see Soo-jun walking in with a package. As soon as he entered, he was met with the intense gazes of his mother and wife, making him shrink back a little. "Where are the tomatoes? Did you get them? Hurry up and take one out for De-bao to eat." Grandma Soo rushed up to Soo-jun, staring at the box in his hands. Hwang Lina was more direct. She took the box from him and quickly opened it with a utility knife. The box labeled "Fresh Delivery" must contain tomatoes. Soo-jun didn't even change his shoes as he watched the 2 women eagerly open the package. Once they opened the box and the foam container, a green sight appeared inside. Both women's faces turned green. "What is this? Where are the tomatoes?" Hwang Lina frowned at Soo-jun, clearly unhappy. Grandma Soo wore the same expression, glaring at Soo-jun. "I told you to buy tomatoes, not a box of vegetables. Did you make a mistake?" Soo-jun first took the chubby baby from Grandma Soo's hands to shield himself. Then he mumbled. The tomatoes were sold out, and only vegetables were left. "I thought since they were from the same seller, they might taste similar, so I decided to give them a try." Grandma Soo raised her hand as if to scold her foolish son but held back, worried about startling the baby in his arms. "Why do you like eating ribs from a pig but not the pig's intestines? You've grown so big, yet you don't use your brain at all." Hwang Lina rolled her eyes at him and took the baby back inside. Soo-jun protested. "But what if De-bao likes them?" Hwang Lina replied irritably. "Don't you know your son hates vegetables? He might eat other vegetables occasionally if coaxed, but he completely avoids greens." Soo-jun rubbed his nose, feeling guilty. He realized he had been foolish to think vegetables could replace tomatoes. He even waited for the delivery to arrive before coming home, skipping dinner. When he entered the kitchen, he saw it was empty, with no food prepared. On the dining table, there were only leftover vegetables shaped like small animals that De-bao had eaten. "Mom, what are you having for dinner? Why didn't you save any food for me? You didn't say you were coming home today." Though she said that, being her son, Grandma Soo went into the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles for him. She decided to use the vegetables he brought back. To her surprise, as soon as the greens hit the pot, a wonderful aroma filled the kitchen. After serving Soo-jun a big bowl, she couldn't resist serving herself one too. The smell was just too delicious. Even though she had lost her appetite, she suddenly felt a bit hungry. Soo-jun ate without looking up. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his leg. He looked down and saw his chubby son tugging at his pants, drooling and looking up at him. "Daddy, I'm hungry. I want some noodles." Soo-jun quickly lifted the little guy and placed him on his lap, then let him sip some noodle soup from his big bowl. But with that delicious smell, just a little soup was not enough for the little one. He reached out with both chubby hands, grabbed the big bowl, and buried his whole head in it. Soo-jun worried he might choke on the noodles and quickly moved the bowl away. Then he saw the little guy slurping up some noodles, with a vegetable leaf hanging from his mouth. The funny sight made Soo-jun laugh. After laughing, he noticed the boy's mother was staring at De-bao with a serious face. Looking down, he saw that the noodles and vegetable leaf in the little guy's mouth were gone. But it didn't stop there. After finishing what was in his mouth, he reached into the bowl and pulled out a piece of green vegetable to eat. His little mouth moved quickly, and in just a few bites, it was gone. Grandma Sue immediately laughed. Oh, Lena, come quickly.
Da bao yes eating veget ben.
Soon, Huang Lena ran out of the bathroom. She saw her husband holding their chubby son while Grandma was feeding him vegetables and noodles with chopsticks. In just a few bites, half a bowl of vegetables and noodles was gone, not even a drop of soup left. Grandma Sue wiped Dabao's mouth and teased him. Dabao, are the vegetables tasty?
Da bao diplit, zets.
The sweet vegetables are not bitter at all. Grandma, I want sweet vegetables next time, not bitter ones. Grandma Sue laughed heartily and hugged him tightly, giving him a kiss. Okay, sweet vegetables will be saved just for you. No one else can have them. The two of them laughed together, completely relaxed compared to their earlier tension. Huang Lena looked astonished. Are the vegetables sweet? Grandma Sue chuckled. How could they be sweet? But they taste really good, not bitter at all, and feel great after eating. Dabao just can't describe it, so he says it's sweet. Seeing Huang Lena's curiosity, Su Jun volunteered to serve her a bowl of vegetable noodles. Just the smell made Huang Lena feel hungry. Without waiting for it to cool, she grabbed a piece of vegetable and put it in her mouth.
Ouch, hot, hot, hot.
Su Jun quickly reached out. My silly wife. If it's hot, just spit it out. I won't. It's so good. Huang Lena's unclear speech reminded him a bit of Dabao. Until she swallowed the vegetables in her mouth, she let out a comfortable sigh. This taste is no wonder Su Dabao enjoys it so much. Su Dabao, mentioned by name, was nestled in his grandmother's arms, squirming restlessly because he smelled something delicious. Grandma Sue, worried he might fall, set him down. As soon as he touched the ground, he ran with his little legs to Huang Lena's side. He pouted and said, Mommy, I want some vegetables. Dabao, what did you say? You want to eat vegetables? But didn't you say you hated them the most? If that's the case, Mommy will eat them for you. With that, while the little one was confused, Huang Lena happily started eating her meal. She remembered how she had to coax him like a little ancestor to eat some vegetables, and he didn't give her any credit. Now he wanted to eat? Too late. The little guy was determined to climb onto Huang Lena's lap to get some vegetables. However, before he could climb up, he saw that Mommy had already finished all the vegetables. Huang Lena even turned the bowl upside down in front of him, proudly saying it's all gone. Mommy ate all the vegetables. The little guy was stunned for a moment, then pouted and cried out loud. You're so big, yet you act like a child. Grandma Sue lightly patted Huang Lena and quickly picked him up to comfort him. Junzi, what kind of magical farm did you find? The vegetables are so delicious. Huang Lena looked unsatisfied. Su Jun, no longer feeling guilty, became proud. Humph, what did I say? If a person can grow tomatoes this well, other vegetables must be good too. Mom even compared it to pork ribs and intestines. How can that be compared? Grandma Sue rolled her eyes at him. All right, you're amazing. We get it. Now hurry up and tell us where you bought these vegetables. From now on, our Dabao's dietary fiber will rely on them. Thinking back to how they got the vegetables, Su Jun's expression froze for a moment. What's wrong? Don't tell me the vegetables are sold out too? Huang Lena had a bad feeling. Wife, how did you know? Su Jun smiled wryly. Originally, these little greens weren't for sale. We had ordered tomatoes, but the owner sold them to someone else after posting. To make up for it, the owner sold us the little greens meant for their own family. Don't believe me? You can check for yourselves. He then handed over the group chat page to Huang Lena. Huang Lena scrolled through the chat history, her expression growing darker. Why did everyone else buy 10 pounds, but you only bought 5? Su Jun, are you foolish? You know how good those vegetables taste, yet you bought so little? Once we finish this little bit of vegetables, your son won't be able to go to the bathroom, and you'll have to take him to the hospital. Seeing Huang Lena getting angry, Grandma Sue quickly asked what was wrong. After hearing the story, her voice was even louder than Huang Lena's. Oh, dear. What are we going to do now? Just 5 pounds of vegetables. No, it's probably down to 4 pounds now. It's not enough for Dabao to eat for a week. Faced with the two angry women, Su Jun felt defeated. Though he was unhappy, He could only weakly argue, well, didn't the shopkeeper say that persimmons would be available in a couple of days? Huang Lina replied in frustration, can persimmons compare to vegetables? Kids have weak stomachs. If he eats too many persimmons, he'll just end up with a stomachache. Su Jun suggested quietly, how about I ask someone else to share some? Seeing that neither woman objected, he made a phone call.
It was to Director Lin Hai.
After all, they had worked together on several projects and had a good relationship. Su Jun said, hey Lin, did you receive the vegetables? Lin Hai's excited voice came through the phone. Yes, I got them. I received them yesterday. Let me tell you, these vegetables taste and work just as well as tomatoes. I added some to my instant noodles yesterday and slept like a baby. Lin Hai continued proudly, haha, good thing I was smart and bought a lot. Otherwise, I would have regretted it.
Suyun, feeling regretful.
After boasting, Lin Hai finally asked, by the way, why did you call me? Is there a change in the shooting schedule?
Suyun replied, no.
Just checking in on you. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. Lin Hai shivered on the other end. What was that about? One didn't work out, so he needed to find another. Zhang Shui definitely wouldn't help. Her whole family was around, so she wouldn't be able to spare even a leaf of vegetables. Qin Yuan? She had taken 2 tomatoes from him before, and now she was as guarded as a thief. She wouldn't help either. Lin Xiyun. Though the young girl was easy to talk to and respected him as a senior, she had only bought 5 pounds herself. How could he take advantage of her? After considering everyone, he was left with only Su Xiaoyin. Little Su's family was abroad, and in the city, one person eating well meant the whole family was fine. Plus, she didn't cook much at home, so she definitely couldn't finish 10 pounds of vegetables. Such good vegetables would be a shame to waste if they went bad. After finishing his thoughts, Su Jun confidently made a call. Su Xiaoyin. Su Ge, is there something up? A faint noise could be heard from the phone. Su Jun, just hanging out with friends. Su Xiaoyin. Yeah, after the show ended, everyone suggested going for hot pot. Su Jun. Did you receive the vegetables? Su Xiaoyin sighed. I did, but they're almost gone. Su Jun. What? You bought 10 pounds, and they're all gone? No one eats grass that fast. Su Xiaoyin. The hot pot is at my place, so I was just planning to add some greens to balance it out. Who knew that group would just focus on the vegetables? The pot was filled with bright green vegetables in the oily red broth. That scene was quite striking. The usually quiet Wangshan village was lively at the moment. All because of the job recruitment notice posted in the village. Xiao Zhu, is it true that they are hiring people to pick persimmons? Xiao Feng, quickly tell uncle. Does it really say the pay is 300 a day? Hey Lu Shu, you read it wrong. The 300 is for the porters. The pay for picking persimmons is 200 a day. I didn't read it wrong. I just want to sign up for the porter job. Uncle, you're over 60. Can you even carry that? How about we have a contest? More and more people gathered around the village committee. At this rate, half the village was involved, even though there were only a few dozen permanent residents. Jiang Dehai saw that Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao were about to be overwhelmed by the village elders, so he quickly grabbed a megaphone and shouted a few times. Everyone quiet down. If you want to sign up for the job, come here and line up. If you don't line up, you can't register. As soon as they heard it was about registration, the noisy crowd fell silent. The quick ones had already dashed to the front of the line. Jiang Dehai cleared his throat and said with authority, everyone, don't rush. If you have questions, ask them when you register. For now, let me finish speaking. Village chief, go ahead, we're listening. The villagers looked obedient. Jiang Dehai, the job requirements were proposed by Jiang Wanning. She's the granddaughter of Aunt Jiang San who lives at the back of the village. After returning to the village, she plans to tidy up the orchard left by her parents, so she asked us to find a few people to help pick the fruit. Isn't Aunt Jiang San from behind the village the family of the late Jiang Lei?
Oh, look.
Jiang Lei's daughter has come back. I thought she would never return because she found the kids at home silly. Jiang Jianchun, what do you mean by silly?
Can you not speak like that? Keep your mouth shut.
Grandma Wu was unhappy upon hearing this and immediately scolded him. Jiang Jianxun, in his 50s but looking much older, was taken aback that an old woman dared to reprimand him. He quickly retorted, "Who are you telling to be quiet, Grandma Wu? Isn't Jiang Lei's son a bit slow? I'm not wrong. Haha. Are you in such a hurry because you want that slow boy to support you in your old age? If I were Jiang's wife, I definitely wouldn't associate with you, for fear of being cursed. Tough luck. Curse the whole family." For years, Grandma Wu had been insulted like this. Sometimes, she even believed it herself. Now, she was trembling with anger, but more than that, she felt pain. After glaring at Jiang Jianxun, she wiped her tears and prepared to leave. Jiang Dahai was about to scold Jiang Jianxun for being a scoundrel when he saw Grandma Wu about to leave and quickly called out to her. "Aunt Wu, wait. Ninger specifically asked for you to supervise the packing. If you leave, how will I explain it to her?" Grandma Wu looked up in surprise. "Ninger said that?" Jiang Dahai replied, "Yes. Ninger trusts your abilities and even offered you 300 a day. Do you want to do it? If you do, I'll add your name." Since Ninger returned, Grandma Wu hadn't visited their home again, fearing that her bad luck might affect them. The Jiang family hadn't sought her out either. Though she felt a bit disappointed, she held no resentment. She never expected that Ninger had been thinking of her and wanted her to supervise. It wasn't about trusting her abilities, it was just a way to care for her. Tears that had not fallen before now streamed down her face. Zhu Jingjing quickly helped her to the table and joked, "Uncle Village Head, what kind of question is that? How can you ask if she wants to help?" Grandma Wu said she's like a sister to her, and sisters always help each other, right? As Grandma Wu wiped her tears, she smiled and said, "Yes, I will definitely help my niece. But I don't want such a high salary." "All right, Xiaofeng, quickly register Aunt Wu's name. As for the salary, that's up to Ning girl to decide, not our concern." After calming Aunt Wu, Jiang Dahai turned back to deal with Jiang Jianxun. "Jiang Jianxun, you and your wife don't need to wait in line. There's no position for you this time." Jiang Jianxun protested, "Why can't she hire me? By family order, she should call me uncle." Jiang Jianxun's wife also complained loudly, "Village head, this isn't fair. Why can Aunt Wu get hired for 300 but we can't?
We can work just as hard as she can."
Because when Aunt San was in trouble, you didn't help and instead spread rumors about her family, Jiang Dahai replied angrily. Jiang Dahai looked at the villagers in front of him, his face serious. "I won't hide it from you. The workers chosen this time will definitely be prioritized from those who helped Aunt San's family. You shouldn't feel it's unfair. This is funded by her granddaughter, and you all see the wages. 200 a day for picking, 300 a day for carrying. Even in the city, that's not low. But why would she want to spend money hiring older folks like you instead of getting strong young workers from the city? It's because of the care our village has given to her grandmother and her children." Jiang Jianxun and his wife realized they had no chance. They left grumbling. As they walked away, Jiang Jianxun spat and bitterly remarked, "Just because they have money, they think there's something special. They don't even know how it was earned." Jiang Dahai was so angry, he almost threw his teacup. "Uncle Village Head, calm down. They are so clueless. They'll regret it later," Feng Tao said, pulling the furious village head back and comforting him. And he truly believed that with the taste of the fruits and vegetables Jiang Wanning grew, success was inevitable. As long as she wanted to, helping the villagers would be easy for her. In this hot weather, after yelling so much, Jiang Dahai felt like his voice was about to give out. He took a few sips from the teacup he hadn't thrown. Why doesn't this water taste as good as Aunt San's? It's not even refreshing. All right, everyone line up properly, come up one by one to register. When you register, clearly state what position you are applying for. If you are accepted, we will come to inform you. Li Xinghua, sign up for picking next. Jiang Yuanliang, sign up for picking not qualified. Next. Why am I not qualified? If you can't manage your own fields, how can you work in someone else's? While the village committee was busy organizing the recruitment, Jiang Wanning was inspecting the persimmon orchard, checking the ripeness of the fruit. To ensure the persimmons reached the best taste at harvest time, she had been secretly providing them with extra energy every night. Once she confirmed that all the persimmons were ripe for picking, she took out her phone and opened the camera. She began filming the entire orchard, capturing wide shots, close-ups, and details, mostly imitating the angles that Zhu Jingjing used when taking photos. However, this time she was recording a video. The persimmon orchard covered about 20 acres. With the added energy, each acre could yield over 10,000 pounds. Thus, the total yield for the entire orchard could reach over 200,000 pounds. With so many persimmons, they needed to be sold within a month at the latest, as there were other fruits waiting to be picked afterward. Relying solely on daily market stalls and a few dozen friends in the buying group would not be enough. She needed to sell online and through live streams, targeting markets across the country to sell as many of the 200,000 pounds of persimmons as possible. And this was just the beginning. Once this initial batch sold well, selling the following hundreds of thousands of pounds of citrus, kiwi fruit, and other fruits would be much smoother. Since discovering the original account on Doudu, she had already planned this out. The video she filmed today was meant for a live pre-sale. Mountains, orchards, persimmons. Jiang Wanning's composition was simple, and she didn't add any filters. The natural colors of the mountains and trees supported the entire video. In the end, she added some gentle music and uploaded it directly to her Doudu account. The title was straightforward: Wild Persimmons, Golden Bullets, officially on sale tomorrow at 5 p.m. Below the video was a product link that Jiang Wanning quickly edited in, using the carefully taken photos by Zhu Jingjing. After previewing it, she had her promotional video ready. The product pre-sale link was set. When she clicked on the link, it showed product name, Golden Bullet Persimmons. Price, 40 yuan for 500 grams. Remaining stock, 100,000 kilograms. Delivery. Wind Express offers a first weight of 12 yuan within the province, with an additional charge of 2 yuan for each extra kilogram. For outside the province, the first weight is 20 yuan, with an extra charge of 15 yuan per kilogram. Bad orders can be returned, but there is no support for a 7-day no-reason return policy. Product description: all-natural green fruits. Image. Clear and straightforward, simply perfect. With one click, it is posted directly. Then, on the homepage, a countryside video appeared. Placed alongside the original cute singing and dancing videos, it felt oddly out of place. But Jiang Wanning didn't mind at all. That was a trace left by the original owner, and she had no right to delete it. After posting the video, she noticed it was almost time for school to end, so she hurried down the mountain. Little did she know, the moment the video was posted, someone noticed her account's activity. Wow, what's going on? This is definitely Jiang Wanning's account, right? Yes. Look, her old cute videos are still there. So, what's with this countryside video? Did someone hack her account?
Hacked?
No way.
She found a new path.
Did you see the product link below? She's moving from the entertainment industry to live stream selling. Wow. That merchant must be blind to work with someone so low quality. Block her. If they dare to use a controversial artist as a host, the products must be poor quality too. Let's all boycott her, so she can't sell anything. Seriously, I bet the merchant is just as bad as her. Selling golden persimmons for 40 yuan a pound is outrageous. Do you even know what golden persimmons are? They're wild persimmons that taste sour and astringent. One bite can ruin your taste for a whole day. This is ridiculous, selling such bad persimmons for 40 yuan a pound. I'm going to report her to the authorities. Count me in. While netizens were trying to report Jiang Wanning's store, a group of people, excited as if they had just been energized, called their relatives to prepare for the persimmon rush. Needless to say, they were all loyal customers of Jiang's tomatoes. At a filming location in the capital, during a break, Lin Xian saw a message on her phone and let out a small gasp of surprise. What's wrong? Why the sudden shock? The makeup artist was startled and complained. Lin Xian quickly apologized and then sneaked to a corner to share the pre-sale link in the tomato group. Lin Xian, actress. Family, Jiang's new products are about to launch. The Jiang family's vegetable basket has new products launching soon. It's important to say things 3 times. At this moment, the tomato group is no longer the same as before. After missing the last tomato order, they realized how popular the Jiang family's vegetable basket items are. So, they called friends and brought in their helpers. Your assistant, my parents, his wife, and some industry colleagues who had accidentally tasted the vegetables. For example, the singers from Su Xiaoyin's gathering. After the spicy hot pot party, they were prepared for sore throats and discomfort the next day. To their surprise, they woke up feeling better than usual. This made everyone, already enchanted by the taste of the vegetables, eager to ask Su Xiaoyin to add them to the group. Originally, there were only 7 people in the group, including the new shop owner Jiang Wanning. Now, there are already 32 members. Of course, joining the group requires approval. Only those who have not offended their fruit and vegetable supplier Jiang Wanning can join. Members can only bring 1 family member at most. After all, the group is filled with celebrities from the entertainment industry. With so many people, it could be troublesome if someone with bad intentions joins. Therefore, as soon as Lin Xian sent out the message, the group became lively. I've added an order for 10 pounds. Waiting for the sale. The persimmon store well. I added 20 pounds. Isn't that too much? Are you being a bit excessive? Haha, Xiaohan, why not ask at Su Jun, producer, for advice before deciding how much to buy? What's going on? LOL, old Su didn't think much of those little greens at first and bought too few. Now he's looking for more everywhere. Hey. Director Lin, don't slander me. When did I ever look down on those little greens? Is it at 5 tomorrow? My internet is slow. I need to find a place with better speed. Is it really that hard to get? Anyway, I only managed to buy the tomatoes once. I only got the little greens once too. At Xiao, Sister Wen's assistant, I'm counting on you for my 10 pounds. If you get it, I'll send you a red envelope. Okay, Sister Wen. Zhang Shui, manager. Wen, everyone in the group is here for the fruits and vegetables from Ning Ning's family. Why not just transfer this group to at Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier? This way, she wouldn't have to let people in every time and could avoid doing background checks. It's a hassle, to say the least. If they don't keep a close watch and let the wrong people in, it will only cause trouble for Jiangwan Ning, right? Qin Yuan, actress. Agreed. Ning, if you don't want it, I can transfer it to you right now. At Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier Jiangwan Ning is waiting in line at the kindergarten to pick up her child. Seeing the group message, she couldn't help but smile. A client group that she got for free. How could she refuse? Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Great. Thank you. The group handover is complete. The group name has changed from Tomato Group to Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Number 2. Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier at Qin Yuan, actress. Please send me your address privately, and I'll send you some local specialties. Qin Yuan, actress. Carrot. But it's not necessary. Chiu is really fast and can help me get some. Qin Yuan, actress. If I don't get any, you can sell me some later. Farmers work very hard. But she felt bad taking advantage of a temporary group. Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. It's not persimmons. It's some wild fruits from our mountain and they taste pretty good. Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Picture the picture is freshly taken. A glass container filled with various wild fruits. There are sorghum, wild strawberries, golden currants, wild hawthorn, and jujubes. Each one is large and brightly colored, looking nothing like typical wild fruits. Just looking at them makes you want to swallow. There are plenty of wild fruits in the mountains. If she were to pick and sell them, the quantity would be no less than tomatoes. But Jiangwan Ning finds picking them too troublesome. She usually just brings some back as snacks for the kids when she goes up the mountain. Su Jun, producer. Wow, these wild fruits are making my mouth water. I want to buy some. Lin Hai, director. Will these be sold in the store later? Jiangwan Ning, fruit and vegetable supplier. There aren't many wild fruits, so I won't sell them. Su Xiaoyin, singer. Ah, Xiaowen, you hit the jackpot. Qin Yuan, actress. Address sent. Ning, Just choose cash on delivery for the delivery. She might as well take advantage of this. She can return the favor later. Zhang Shui, manager. Xiaowen, everyone gets a share. Make sure to save me some. Han Zhozhou, singer. Xiaowen, I'll visit next week during my break. Lin Hai, director at Jiangwanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. If I start a client group now, can you send me some wild fruits too? Su Jun, producer. Director Lin, after knowing you for so many years, I didn't expect you to be like this. Lin Hai, director. What do you know? For someone who has trouble sleeping, being able to sleep through the night is a big wish. But Jiang Wanning's tomatoes and bok choy gave him that wish. This made him trust Jiang Wanning greatly. He wanted to try everything from her farm. Jiang Wanning, produce supplier. You don't need to gather clients. If you can, just help me promote it. Everyone. Although director Lin Hai is behind the scenes, he has a large following. Some wild fruits for an advertisement don't seem worth it. The lively group suddenly went quiet. Everyone thought Lin Hai would refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Hai, director. No problem, but I only have a small account with few followers. Is that okay? Jiang Wanning, Sigma, a shipment promotion among friends and family, not on social media. But if it can go on social media, she wouldn't refuse. What surprised her even more was that she wasn't the only one with this idea. Su Jun, producer. I can help too. Can you send me some? These fruits looked delicious. His picky eater, Su Dabao, would definitely like them. Zhang Shui, agent. Count me in. You see, being behind the scenes has its perks. No contracts, no competition, and you can post whatever you want on social media. Though she was joking, everyone could see that Zhang Shui was supporting the actors and singers. Jiang Wanning didn't expect stars with millions of followers to promote her, so she had no thoughts about it. Jiang Wanning, produce supplier. Thank you. In a couple of days, I'll clear my pond and send you some fish. Zhang Shui, agent. You raise fish too? Jiang Wanning, produce supplier. Yes, I have a pond at home. Since it's empty, I plan to stock it with some fish. Lin Hai, director. Will you sell fish later? He is someone who loves meat. Compared to fruits and vegetables, he would prefer meat. If there were meat of the same quality as the tomatoes and bok choy, he would buy it no matter the price. Jiang Wanning, produce supplier. Yes, but shipping live fish is too complicated, so I plan to sell locally. The pond isn't very big. At most, it can hold a few thousand pounds of fish, which is enough for a few trips to the market. The others were not very interested in the fish. Growing delicious vegetables and fruits shouldn't be too difficult, as they all come from the soil. But raising fish is different. They were used to deep-sea fish and found the muddy taste of freshwater fish a bit strange. Su Jun, producer. I don't eat the fish. My kids are small and can't eat much. I just hope I can get some persimmons, so please help me out when the time comes. Everyone, do we want help too? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Don't worry, there will be plenty of persimmons this time. You won't miss out. Hee hee, hee hee. Amid a series of chuckles, there was clear disbelief. Since there was now the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket No. 2 group, Jiang Wanning decided to rename the original buying group to Jiang Family Vegetable Basket No. 1 group for consistency. At that moment, the first group was also very lively. Everyone was tagging Jiang Wanning, asking if they could order persimmons in the group. Boss Jiang, we're locals. Do we really have to buy online? Boss Jiang, can we order directly in the group like we did with the tomatoes? Yeah, it's not about saving a few bucks on shipping. We're just older and can't compete with the young ones. Boss Jiang, if that's not possible, we can come by directly. That's a good idea. We can carpool and go together. When Jiang Wanning entered, she saw they had already formed small groups and were almost ready to go. Jiang Wanning. Everyone, don't worry. There will be plenty of persimmons, so you won't miss out. Jiang Wanning. Local customers are advised not to buy online. You can reserve directly in the group, and I'll deliver at the usual time. Jiang Wanning. If you want to buy in person, that's fine too, but you need to make an appointment. It will be busy during the persimmon picking season, and we won't be able to accommodate walk-ins without notice. She sent out 3 notifications. The once lively group fell silent, with no one responding. Just as she was wondering about it, she saw the twins' class slowly coming out with their teacher. She put her phone away. Little did she know, the older members of the group, after seeing the notifications, were calling their friends and family in other places. Daughter, if it's hard to get those persimmons online, I can help you buy some. Boss Jiang said we can directly order from the group for local products. Son, didn't you say you wanted to buy tomatoes to sell in the store? The tomatoes are gone, but that farm's persimmons will be available soon. They are from the same family farm, so the taste should be great. Just let me know how many you want and your dad, and I will go buy them. After a while, the quiet group was filled with messages. Okay, I'll reserve 5 pounds. I'll reserve 2 pounds. Our family has sensitive stomachs, so 2 pounds to taste is enough. Boss Jiang, we want to buy in person. What day would be good? At that moment, Jiang Wanning was busy picking up her kids and couldn't check her phone. Her eyes were focused on finding them in the crowd. Soon, she spotted her 2 kids waving their little hands excitedly at her. If the teacher hadn't stopped them, they would have run out. Mommy, Mommy. After paying, the little ones rushed into her arms. Jiang Wanning took one child by each hand and helped them into the back seat of the car. Then she handed each of them a small box of wild fruits. Wow, delicious fruits. Thank you, Mommy. Our mommy is the best in the world. Sweet-talking Jiang Mutong immediately started praising her. Understanding, Jiang Muxian chose the biggest and prettiest fruit from the box and offered it to Jiang Wanning. Mommy should eat too. Jiang Wanning opened her mouth to take it and then gave each of them a kiss. This made the 2 kids giggle with joy. As she was buckling them in and about to close the back door, she heard a curious voice nearby. Excuse me, did you sell tomatoes at the 4S shop before? Jiang Wanning turned around to see a young mother holding a small child. The little one looked thin and had a pale complexion. Just as Jiang Wanning was about to respond, Jiang Mutong excitedly shouted, Suziang, hello. Mommy, Mommy, this is Suziang, a friend from my and my brother's class. Then she smiled at Suziang's mother and said, Auntie, we used to sell tomatoes. Do you want to buy some? Suziang's mother looked surprised and said, It's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect to find you here. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded at little Jiang Mutong, then said, Hello, Suziang's mom. What can I help you with? Suziang's mother replied, I want to buy some tomatoes from you. Recently, Yang at my home was sick and had a poor appetite. However, he really liked the tomatoes I bought from you last time. I'm sorry, but we have sold out of tomatoes. Jiang Wanning noticed that the little boy in front of her looked unwell, suggesting it wasn't just a minor illness. She thought about suggesting they try their persimmons. Before she could speak, Jiang Mudong handed over some wild fruits. Suziang, we don't have any tomatoes left, but these fruits are delicious. Would you like to try one? Looking at the colorful fruits, Suziang felt a bit tempted. But he didn't reach for them. Instead, he turned to his mother. Mom, can I eat this? Since the child got sick, she had been very strict about what he could eat. As a result, he had developed the habit of asking his mom before eating anything. Suziang's mother felt a bit sorry and asked, Do you want to eat it, Yang? Suziang thought for a moment and then nodded. His mother moved closer to Jiang Mudong while holding him. Then you should thank this little girl. Jiang Mudong corrected her with a frown. Auntie, I'm not Suziang's little sister. My name is Jiang Mudong, and I'm Suziang's classmate. Okay, Jiang Mudong. Su's mother, who had looked a bit worried, was now smiling. Seeing his mother happy, Suziang also smiled, showing his little teeth. Thank you, Jiang Mudong. He carefully took a thumb-sized red fruit from his small lunchbox. Then, he cautiously took a small bite. Instantly, his big, adorable eyes widened. So sweet, so delicious. He then offered the other half to his mother. Su's mother was caught off guard. Just as she was about to say she didn't want any, the fruit was already in her mouth. As the juice touched her tongue, she made the same little expression as her son. It really is delicious. It tasted nothing like she remembered wild fruits to be. Seeing her son enjoy it, Su's mother shyly asked, Jiang Mudong's mom, how much are these fruits? Can you sell me some? Jiang Wanning really didn't want to sell the wild fruits. It was just too much trouble to pick them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mushuan, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. Mom, there are so many wild fruits on the mountain. Can we sell some to Auntie? Jiang Weining raised her eyebrows in surprise. If I heard correctly, the little one wants to take on this business. So I said, Mommy has been very busy lately and might not have time to pick these little fruits. Jiang Mushuan immediately patted his chest and said, after school, my uncle and I will go pick them, so Mommy doesn't have to. Little sister Jiang Mudong quickly added, I want to go too. I want to pick wild fruits with my uncle. Jiang Weining smiled and said, all right. From now on, this wild fruit business will be up to you too. The money you earn will be saved for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mushuan's eyes lit up. Mommy, is that true? Can we make money like you? Jiang Weining nodded. Of course. Later, I will open a bank account for both of you, and the money you earn will be in your account. The two little ones cheered. Wow. We can make money too. We can make money too. Su Ziyang and his mother watched enviously, admiring their health and energy. Su Ziyang, this box of wild fruits is a gift for you. If you enjoy them, you can come to buy more from me, Jiang Mudong said, handing the box of wild fruits to Su Ziyang. Su Ziyang, holding the box, looked a bit confused at his mother. Su's mother smiled and nodded. He then seriously said to Jiang Mudong, Thank you, Jiang Mudong. Jiang Mudong waved her little hand. You're welcome. But this box was just bought by my mom, so you need to return it to me tomorrow. Su Ziyang nodded. Okay, I will wash it and return it to you. Su's mother couldn't help but smile at the two little ones and leaned toward the car window to ask the twins, little bosses, I would like to buy a pound of wild fruits.
How much will that be?
The two little ones immediately looked at Jiang Weining for help. But Jiang Weining just smiled and refused. Mommy said that this wild fruit business is now yours and your uncle's. So you need to set the price. At home, whether selling tomatoes or vegetables, or for the upcoming sale of persimmons, she always set the prices and calculated in front of the whole family. To keep up with her pace, Jiang Mushuan even followed along with online classes and learned addition and subtraction within 1,000. Without a doubt, both little ones are very smart, especially Jiang Mushuan. Sometimes he even surpassed her in number skills. At this moment, she was really looking forward to how they would respond. The two little ones were confused for a moment, then they huddled together and whispered. Mom said vegetables are 30 yuan per pound, and fruits are 40 yuan per pound. Brother, does that mean our wild fruits are also 40 yuan per pound? No way. Remember the video we watched last time? It said wild mushrooms are worth more than farmed ones. Our wild fruits are also wild, so they should be more expensive than the farmed ones. Then, how much more expensive? They thought they were being quiet, but Jiang Wanning outside the car heard them clearly. When she heard them say wild is more expensive, she almost laughed out loud. Generally, wild items are indeed more expensive, like herbs and mushrooms. But that doesn't apply to fruits. After all, wild fruits are usually small, ugly, and not very tasty. They might be okay to try occasionally, but hardly anyone sells them in the market. They can't compare to the carefully cultivated fruit varieties. However, the wild fruits on the hill behind their house are nurtured by special energy. Their quality has greatly improved. They taste just as good as persimmons. In terms of nutrition, they are even better than persimmons. So the two little ones accidentally guessed right. After a serious discussion, they finally set the price for the wild fruits. Mom, we decided that our wild fruits are 60 yuan per pound. It can't be cheaper. When Jiang Wanning heard this price, she almost clapped for them. Because if she sold them, the price would be about the same. Are you sure it's 60 yuan per pound? Once you said it, you can't change it. The two little ones nodded seriously. It's 60 yuan per pound, no changes. Jiang Wanning teased, then you should tell Su Ziyang's mom the price. If she thinks it's too expensive and doesn't want to buy, you can't cry about it. Jiang Mutong hesitated when she heard this. But Jiang Muxian still nodded firmly. Wild fruits are delicious and very hard to pick. It's 60 yuan per pound. It can't be less. He had calculated that to pick a pound of tomatoes, he only needed 2. But to pick a pound of wild fruits, he would need to pick many more. At his young age, he didn't know what labor costs were. but he subconsciously felt that the time they spent should be included in the price. When Sue's mom heard their quote, she was also surprised. The price was indeed very reasonable. It was surprisingly reasonable for two 3-year-olds to come up with. Seeing that Aunt Sue didn't say anything, Jang Mudong became a bit anxious. Her face turned red as she tried to explain. Auntie, wild fruits are really delicious, even better than tomatoes. And they are all wild, full of nutrients. So, 60 yuan per pound is not expensive. Noticing the child's flushed face, Aunt Sue quickly replied, yes, it's indeed not expensive. Jang Mudong, can you bring me a pound tomorrow? Sure. The two little ones nodded excitedly. In their excitement, Jang Mushuan reminded, Auntie, if you want to order now, you need to pay first. Many grandparents and moms did that when ordering tomatoes before. Aunt Sue was once again impressed by the little one's cleverness. She looked at Jiang Wanling with envy and said, all right, I'll pay now. But I didn't bring cash, so I can only pay through a scan. What should I do? Jiang Mudong quickly grabbed Jiang Wanling's hand. Mom, can you hold it for us and give it back later? Okay. Jiang Wanling pinched the little one's cheek and successfully collected the first payment from the 3 kids. Having their own little business and making a sale made the 2 little ones excited, chattering nonstop on the way. Brother, we earned 60 yuan today. How much do I get? Jiang Mudong counted on her fingers several times but couldn't figure it out. Jiang Mushuan said, 60 yuan divided by you, me, and uncle is exactly 20 yuan each. Little money lover Jiang Mudong cheered. Oh, I have money now. I have 20 yuan. Jiang Mushuan covered Jiang Mudong's mouth. Shuh. The TV says not to show off our money. If people find out we made money, bad people might take it. Jiang Mudong's eyes widened, and she immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Brother, I won't say anything. I won't tell anyone except Mom, Auntie, you, and Uncle. Jiang Wanling, who was driving in front, thought. It seems the TV was worth buying. They even know about keeping money hidden. Xian, did you set the price at 60 yuan per pound just so you 3 can split it easily? She had this suspicion when she heard Jiang Mushuan say, we each get 20 yuan. Jiang Mushuan nodded coolly yes. At first, we thought about 50 yuan per pound. But then I realized with 3 of us, it wouldn't split well. Indeed, that was a very strong reason. Once they got home, the 2 little ones couldn't wait to get out of the car. Then, while running, they shouted, Uncle, Uncle. We have good news. We made money. The 3 little ones gathered together, chattering excitedly. After a joyful moment of hugging and jumping, they eagerly took out their special little baskets, ready to head up the mountain. Even before she returned to the village, the 3 had often gone up the mountain themselves to pick wild vegetables and fruits. However, Jiang Wanning decided to accompany them this time and also pick some wild fruits to give to Qin Yuan and others. Once they had a fixed picking spot, she would let them go up the mountain on their own. This time, their main targets for picking were sorghum berries, wild strawberries, and jujubes. Sorghum berries and wild strawberries grow as vine-like shrubs that lie close to the ground, making them easy to pick. Although jujube trees can grow tall, some as short as 2 or 3 meters and others over 10 meters, ripe jujubes naturally fall off, so they can just collect them from the ground. As for wild hawthorn and golden currants, they don't grow in the same area. Additionally, golden currant plants have thorny stems, making them difficult to pick and potentially dangerous for children. If she hadn't previously sent photos of wild hawthorn and golden currants to Qin Yuan and others, she wouldn't have bothered with the effort. After all, Zhang's family is a key customer for her produce, and she wants to value that relationship. The children, who grew up in the mountains, may only be 3 years old, but they are quite steady on the mountain paths. Jiang Wanning led the 3 little ones around a small bamboo grove and then reached a flatter halfway up the mountain. Mommy, look at all the wild fruits. So many wild fruits. Jiang Mutong exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a large patch of sorghum berries and wild strawberries. The long-abandoned forest was full of these wild fruits thriving and growing, so they usually found large areas of them. Not far away, there were 2 jujube trees. Although there were only 2, The ground was already covered with a thick layer of reddish-brown fruits. Jujubes typically ripen between October and November, changing color after frost. Since it wasn't yet October, they shouldn't have fallen yet. But with the mountain's special energy, it was natural for them to be early, by 10 days to 2 weeks. Chun Chun, you take Xian Xian and Tong Tong to pick wild fruits here. I'll go check over there. If you need anything, just shout for me, okay? Jiang Wanning pointed in a direction where golden currants and wild hawthorn grew. The 3 little ones nodded obediently and excitedly ran towards the wild fruits. An hour and a half later, Jiang Wanning noticed it was getting late, so she picked up 2 nearly overflowing baskets and walked toward the 3 little ones. Their harvest was quite good. Each of the 3 small baskets was almost full. They had also divided the tasks. Jiang Yichen picked sorghum, Jiang Muxian picked wild strawberries, and Jiang Mutan collected jujubes. As a result, the 3 types of fruits were packed separately. It was neat and made it easy for later packing. When they returned home, the elderly lady was pleasantly surprised by their harvest. Oh my, these wild fruits have grown so well this year. Ning Ning, can't you ask someone to help pick them for sale? Especially the sorghum and wild strawberries, which were big and red. Thinking about how these wild fruits could sell for 60 yuan a pound made her both happy and sad. She felt sad that her legs weren't strong enough to join them in picking. Jiang Wanning quickly noticed her thoughts and smiled, saying, Grandma, we still have fruit trees on the back mountain to tend to, so we don't have time for those wild fruits. And I promise these 3 that this business is theirs. If you ask someone to pick, be careful, they might get upset. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 little ones, who had been busy sorting and packing, came running over. Grandma, Mom said we will sell the wild fruits from now on. You can't take them from us. Jiang Mutong had her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out, ready to protest if Grandma tried to take their business. Grandma, wild fruits are hard to pick. You should help Mom sell persimmons instead. Mom said there are lots of persimmons on the mountain. Jiang Muxian seriously analyzed the pros and cons, trying to dissuade Grandma from taking their business. Grandma, Chun Chun wants to make money. With the money, he will buy pretty clothes for you and sister, and toys and treats for Xian Xian and Tong Tong.
Jiang Yichen spoke sincerely.
The touched elderly lady almost shed a tear. All right. I won't take your business. The 3 little ones achieved their goal and happily went to pick fruits for their first customer. For their first customer, they were determined to choose the best wild fruits to attract even more customers. Jiang Wanning joined in and noticed how careful the 3 little ones were. They weighed 2 taels of each of the 5 types of wild fruits, then stacked them in a corner and placed them in a glass container. To prevent the fruits from mixing together, they used paper to create dividers. The red and yellow fruits were arranged alternately, making it look very nice. Mom, please find a photo to send to Aunt Sue, telling her we've picked the fruits and we'll bring them back tomorrow. Jiang Mudong said, with a proud expression. What a clever little one, Jiang Wanning said, gently tapping her forehead. Then she added, Look, Mom helped you collect the money and took your picture, so shouldn't you help Mom too? Sister, I'll help you. Jiang Yichen immediately agreed without asking what to do. The twins, eager not to fall behind, also raised their hands, saying, Mom, we'll help too. Jiang Wanning first took a picture of their wild fruit platter and sent it to the Jiang family vegetable basket number 1 group. Jiang Wanning, image Jiang Wanning at Peng and Shilo, and Sue. The kids asked me to tell you that we have prepared the wild fruits you wanted, and we'll bring them to you tomorrow. Aunt Sue didn't reply right away, but others in the group exploded with excitement over the wild fruit platter picture. Oh my, these wild fruits look so fresh. They must be delicious. Jiang Boss, when did you start selling wild fruits? I want to buy some too. Jiang Boss, we are regular customers. Why didn't you tell us you were selling wild fruits? I want to buy 10 pounds. The person asking for 10 pounds without even asking the price was undoubtedly the wealthy Mr. Qian. Ever since they noticed that Zhang's vegetables improved their mom's health, they had almost become loyal customers of Zhang's vegetable basket. They were afraid of missing out, so they quickly placed their orders. However, this "I want 10 pounds" seemed to open a floodgate, leading to a long list of "I want to buy 10 pounds too" messages. Jiang Wanning roughly counted and found there were more than 10 people. When did so many wealthy customers join this group? Seeing the number of orders increasing, Jiang Wanning quickly spoke up to calm everyone down. "Everyone, please stay calm. I'm not selling wild fruits. These fruits were picked by my brother and my 2 kids, so there won't be too many. Also, the price might be a bit high. Jiang boss, your products are delicious. No matter how expensive they are, they're worth it. Just tell me the price, and I'll transfer the money right now." Transferring money would mean confirming the order, and there would be no turning back. Jiang Wanning. Picking wild fruits is not easy, and since the kids have school, we can only supply a limited amount based on daily stock. Jiang Wanning glanced at the baskets of wild fruits and picked up the smallest amount of wild strawberries to weigh on the scale. It showed over 6 pounds. After subtracting what she sold to Su Xiang's mother and what she sent to Qin Yuan and a few others, about 4 pounds remained. Including the other 4 types of wild fruits, if they made a fruit platter, it would total 20 pounds. After calculating, Jiang Wanning looked at the 3 children. "Chen Chen, Xian Xian, Tong Tong, I just sent a picture of your fruit platter to our grocery group. Many uncles and aunts saw it and want to buy some. Would you like to sell it to them?" The 3 children's eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, how many uncles and aunts are there? Can they really buy our fruits?" Jiang Muxian asked, trying to contain his excitement. Jiang Wanning nodded. "Yes. They really like your fruit platter and want to buy a lot. They could buy all the fruits here, and even if you pick more, it might not be enough. Sister, there are still many wild fruits on the mountain that we haven't picked. I want to go pick them now," Jiang Yichen said, eager to go. Jiang Wanning quickly pulled him back. "No, it's already late. You can't go up the mountain now." Seeing the twins also eager to go, Jiang Wanning worried they might get addicted to making money and sneak out at night to pick fruits. She straightened her expression and said seriously, "Listen carefully. I'm letting you run the fruit business not to make money, but to give you some experience and learning. You are still children. You need to learn, play, and watch cartoons. You can't just think about selling fruits and neglect other things. In the future, you cannot go up the mountain without my permission. Otherwise, I will take back the fruit business." Jiang Mutong immediately became anxious. "Mom, we will listen. Please don't take it back." Jiang Wanning remained firm. "Can you meet my requirements?" The 3 children shouted in unison, "Yes." Jiang Wanning extended her pinky. Seeing this, the 3 children also extended their pinkies and hooked them together. "Pinky promise, we won't change for 100 years. Just then, the sound of the grandmother calling for dinner came from the kitchen. Jiang Wanning quickly took the children to wash their hands, and then they sat down to eat. She forgot about the group chat. When they finished dinner and returned to the group, the unread messages showed 99+. Everyone is discussing the wild fruits. Since the group leader hasn't responded, Su Xiang's mom has become the target of their questions. 60 yuan a pound? That's a bit expensive. Expensive? Do you know how much wild mushrooms cost? Is it the same? Many wild fruits don't taste good. How could what Boss Jiang sells be bad? At Ping and Shilo you said that. Ping and Shilo, they're very tasty. Ping and Shilo, after my son ate the wild fruits, he felt much hungrier. He usually eats only half a bowl of rice, but tonight he finished a whole bowl. With that, no one thought 60 yuan a pound was too expensive anymore, and they all started placing orders. They all wanted to buy for their picky children. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and then sent a message. Jiang Wanning, there are only 20 pounds of wild fruits available. No one can buy more than 1 pound. Orders will be filled in the order they are received. Those who miss out can wait for the next batch. Only 1 pound? That's not enough. Transferring 60 yuan. Hey, don't be greedy. We haven't even bought ours yet. Boss, when will the next batch be? Can we reserve now? Jiang Wanning, I will notify everyone when the next batch is available, and then we can take reservations. At Si Shui Nianhua, bro, I bought a pound too, and we'll give it all to Mom. At Si Shui Nianhua, uncle, we each grabbed a pound too, and we'll give it all to Grandma. Si Shui Nianhua is the nickname of Qian Wenhao. At this moment, Jiang Wanning and the others in the group realized that the first few people who placed orders were all from the Qian family. Wow, boss, you didn't let your family take all 20 pounds of wild fruits, did you?
No, no.
There are only 16 portions. Spitting blood, JPG. Bro, you know how to annoy people. Boss Jiang, just to clarify, we're not trying to take advantage. We're all placing orders legally and fairly, so you can't treat us differently next time just because we ordered more this time. Jiang Wanning, don't worry, I won't. Whether you are one family or several families, in this group, I only recognize one account. Customers who place orders without asking for prices do so based on their absolute trust in her. How could she treat such customers differently? Jiang Wanning organized the orders and then sent them out. Jiang Wanning, same time, same place tomorrow. Mom, the storage containers at home are gone, and we can't pack the wild fruits anymore. Jiang Mudong rushed over, looking anxious. Even though they had agreed not to spend all their time on the wild fruit business, the three kids were still very dedicated to it. After finishing dinner and cleaning the kitchen, they were ready to sort and pack the fruits. However, they found only 2 glass containers at home. One was given to Su Ziang, and the other was about to be given to him as well. Jiang Wanling also felt troubled. Whether it was the previous tomatoes and vegetables or the various fruits to come, she only wanted to use plastic bags. But these wild fruits, especially the sorghum berries and wild strawberries, were easy to squish and plastic bags wouldn't work. Using glass containers was too expensive. They couldn't just ask people to return the containers after eating. Just then, Grandma Wu came over with a box of something. Xiaoning, have you all finished your meal? Jiang Wanling immediately stood up to greet her. Grandma Wu, what brings you here? It's not safe out here at night. Grandma Wu smiled and said, Oh, it's fine. I've walked these village paths for decades. I could do it with my eyes closed. As she spoke, she handed a box to Jiang Wanling. I heard from your grandma that you all like rice buns. I made some while I was free, so I brought them for you to try. Jiang Wanling's eyes lit up when she saw the box. It was a round, clear plastic container, the kind usually used in fruit shops for strawberries and cherries. She hadn't thought of that before. But then again, it was understandable. After arriving here, she hadn't experienced the fast-paced city life and went straight back to the village. So many things from her past memories were unclear. Jiang Wanling opened the box and took a rice bun to taste. Then she gave a thumbs up and praised, delicious. This was not just politeness. The simple ingredients made something that didn't taste unpleasant, showing that the flavor was genuinely good. If she used ingredients from her own garden, the taste would surely be even better. Thinking of this, she realized that her dream of living a rich and flavorful life was still a long way off. Seeing that Jiang Wanling truly liked it, Grandma Wu became happy. Jiang Wanling escorted Grandma Wu into the house and then said, Grandma Wu, chat with my grandma for a bit. I need to head down the mountain for something. The old lady immediately became worried. Xiaoning, where are you going at this hour? It's dark now. Driving isn't safe. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Don't worry, Grandma. I will drive carefully. I'm just going to town to buy some plastic boxes, and I'll be back soon. Grandma Wu asked, What do you need these plastic boxes for? I have 2 at home. Should I go get them? Annie, I know. The quick responder Jiang Mutong chimed in again. Mom is buying these plastic boxes to pack our wild fruits. Many people want to buy our wild fruits, but we don't have boxes to put them in right now. Grandma Wu followed Jiang Mutong's pointing finger and saw several baskets of wild fruits. Oh my, these wild fruits can be sold. Ning sería capable. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Then Grandma Wu, please sit for a moment. I'll be on my way. When she arrived in town, Jiang Wanning checked 2 supermarkets but couldn't find the plastic boxes. Finally, passing by a fruit shop, she saw several boxes filled with colorful fruit slices. The style and size of the boxes were just right. Jiang Wanning was delighted and quickly picked up a box and walked to the counter. The shop owner was busy organizing accounts and, seeing someone approach, instinctively reached out to take the box. She scanned it quickly and said 15. Jiang Wanning took a box and went to the counter. The shop owner instinctively took it and scanned it. 20. Jiang Wanning felt a bit awkward. Sorry, ma'am. I'm not buying the fruit. I just want to buy the box for the fruit. The shop owner looked puzzled at the plastic box in her hand and asked, You mean this plastic box? Jiang Wanning nodded. Yes, can I buy some from you? I'm willing to pay 1 yuan each. For this size of plastic box, she could buy 10 online for 1 yuan. To convince the shop owner to sell to her, she was offering a high price. Sure enough, the shop owner was tempted. How many do you want? Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and said, 100, is that okay? These 100 should be enough for her online order. The shop owner readily replied, Sure, just wait a moment. I'll get them for you. When she got home, before the car had even stopped, the 3 little ones rushed out excitedly. Mom, did you buy the boxes? Jiang Wanning directly grabbed a bag from the back seat and handed it to Jiang Yichen. The little ones instantly started dancing with joy. Uncle, hurry, let's pack our wild fruits. Grandma Wu and the elderly lady also came over to help. The wild strawberries weigh over 6 pounds, and the sorghum and jujube are just over 7 pounds each. The golden cherry and wild hawthorn were picked by Jiang Wanling, and there are the most of these, with each type having over 10 pounds. Since everyone thinks the fruit platter made by the little ones looks nice, they decided to use all the fruits for it. After using all the wild strawberries, they made a total of 33 boxes. 1 box is for Su Xiang's order, 20 boxes are for Group 1's order, and the remaining 12 boxes are a gift for Group 2. Qin Yuan, Zhang Shui, Lin Hai, and Su Jun each get 3 boxes. Looking at the extra wild fruits, Jiang Muxuan was the first to suggest, Mom, can we save these and sell them tomorrow after we pick more wild fruits?
Sure.
Jiang Wanling set 3 rules. But tomorrow, I will be busy picking persimmons, so you can only pick in the same place as today and must not wander off. If you don't listen, I will take away the wild fruit business. They will start picking persimmons tomorrow. There will be many people on the mountain so they can help keep an eye on the kids. Understood. The 3 little ones saluted like they saw on TV. Since they mentioned the persimmon picking tomorrow, Grandma Wu took the opportunity to ask about her tasks. Lingling, I heard from the village chief that you want me to be in charge of packing the fruits. Is it just sorting and packing like now? Jiang Wanling smiled and said, Grandma Wu, you misunderstood. I want you to be the team leader for the packing work. Grandma Wu was surprised for a moment. Team leader? What does that do? I know. Jiang Mudong bounced over, looking proud. Grandma, we have team leaders in kindergarten too. They organize the kids to play games and make sure everyone is polite. Only the kids who get a little red flower can be team leaders. Jiang Wanling gave the little one a thumbs up for encouragement. Tong Tong is really smart. Only the best kids can be team leaders. Now that Grandma Wu is the team leader, she must be the best. Jiang Mudong nodded seriously. Yes, Grandma Wu is the best, and her rice buns are the tastiest. You little greedy cat, you can only eat 1 piece at most, or you'll get too full to sleep, and you have to get up for school tomorrow. Kids who don't go to school can't be team leaders. Seeing the little ones so excited, it was clear she really wanted to be the team leader. Sure enough, when Jiang Wanning said that, the little one immediately pulled back her hand that was reaching for the rice bun. Mom, I will listen. I won't eat it. Jiang Wanning patted her little head. Okay, go watch cartoons with your uncle and brother. After watching 2 episodes, you can take a bath and go to bed. After sending off the chatty child, Jiang Wanning explained to Grandma Wu, Grandma Wu, don't be afraid. I originally planned to have my grandmother come, but since her leg is still injured, I had to ask you for help. Grandma Wu looked a bit anxious. Can I do this well? Since she had been chosen for this task, she didn't interact much with the villagers. What if they didn't listen to her? Wouldn't that delay Ning Ming's matters? Why wouldn't you do well? The old lady gave her friend a playful glare. You forget, back in our production team, you were our little team leader. If you could do that well, being a group leader should be easier. Grandma Wu recalled her younger days, and a spark appeared in her eyes. Then I will give it a try? Jiang Wanning smiled. You definitely should. Grandma Wu relaxed. All right. Since you believe in me, I won't let you down.
But the pay needs to be adjusted.
300 a day is too much. At my age, I don't need that much money. That can't be changed. Jiang Wanning firmly refused. Grandma Wu, I have other plans for you as the group leader. During the days of picking persimmons, there will be many people coming in and out of the house. I'm worried I won't be able to take care of Grandma and Chin Chin, so I'll need your help watching over them. The front yard is spacious and will be used for packing. There will definitely be a lot of people and things to manage. With my relationship with your grandmother, I'll help take care of them without you needing to say anything. I don't need you to raise my pay. I heard from the village head that packing pays 150 a day, so I'll take that. Grandma Wu was firm and set her own pay. Jiang Wanning had no argument. It was the first time she met someone who thought the pay was too much. Fearing that if she insisted, the old lady would get upset, she agreed. They could figure out a way to make up for it later. The next morning, the twins woke up half an hour earlier than usual. They wanted to get to school early and hand over a box of wild fruit to Su Xiang's mom. They were excited to complete their first business deal. Due to a previous food safety incident involving outside food, the kindergarten does not allow children to bring their own food. Therefore, they cannot bring the fruit platter into the school. They can only wait outside for Su Xiang to arrive and then hand it to his mother. So, early in the morning, the three of them stood at the kindergarten entrance. Every child passing by couldn't help but glance curiously at the fruit platter in their hands. Some children, feeling bold, approached and asked, "What do you have?
Can we eat it?
Is it tasty?" Jiang Mudong, who was also quite outgoing, took the lead in responding. She said seriously, "This is a wild fruit platter, super sweet and super delicious." The other children were tempted and licked their lips, saying, "Can you share one with me?" The parents were suddenly embarrassed. "Zhou Sini, that's enough. You're old enough to not be asking for food from little girls." Zhou Sini's grandmother, feeling shy, nodded at Jiang Wanning and tried to pull her inside the school. Unfortunately, Zhou Sini was not cooperating. Her round little body plopped down, and her grandmother really couldn't move her. "Grandma, I've never tried wild fruit before. I want to taste it." The sight of her little pout almost made Jiang Wanning laugh out loud. Meanwhile, the twins looked conflicted. They weren't stingy kids. If the wild fruit was theirs, they would gladly share it with others. But this box was meant for customers, so they couldn't let anyone else try it. Seeing the older girl about to cry, Jiang Mudong hurried over to comfort her, saying, "Don't cry. This wild fruit platter is for other children, so we can't share it with you. If you want to try some, I'll bring some from home tomorrow, okay?" Zhou Sini's tears of disappointment vanished instantly. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Jiang Mudong patted her chest and promised, "I promise. I'll bring you some tomorrow." Zhou Sini's grandmother felt even more embarrassed by her granddaughter's antics. Hearing Jiang Mudong say the wild fruit platter was for others, she quickly turned to Jiang Wanning and said, "Sorry, this little one has been spoiled at home. Do you sell this wild fruit? If so, could you sell us a box tomorrow?" Before Jiang Wanning could respond, Su Ziyang and his mother arrived. Jiang Mudong hurriedly handed over the fruit platter, saying, "Auntie, this is the wild fruit you bought. We picked the ripest and tastiest ones." She sighed with relief, as if the platter would be lost if they didn't come soon. Just as she relaxed, Zhou Sini rushed over as well. Jiang Mudong wanted to say that the wild fruit was for Su Ziyang and she couldn't eat it. But Zhou Sini exclaimed, "Annie Xiuxiu, you bought this wild fruit." Her little eyes were fixed on the platter, not blinking at all. Su Ziyang's mother couldn't help but smile. "Sini, have you tried wild fruit? Would you like to taste some?" Zhou Sini jumped with joy. "Yes, yes. Auntie Xiuxiu, you're so nice. You're the best aunt in the world. Red Xiu, you spoil this little girl," Zhou Sini's grandmother said, playfully tapping her granddaughter. "This early in the morning, this greedy girl is already asking for food. I'm so embarrassed." Li Hongxiu, Su Ziyang's mother, laughed. "Teacher Qian, being able to eat is a blessing. I envy her." Zhou Sini's grandmother, Qian Hongba, was a retired middle school teacher. Li Hongxiu had once been her student. Knowing Su Ziyang's situation, she quickly changed the subject. "These wild fruits look so fresh. No wonder the little girl can't resist them. Li Hongxiu opened the box, took some fruit, and handed it to the eagerly waiting Zhou Sini, then offered some to Qian Hongba. Teacher Qian, you should try this. They not only look good but taste even better. Qian Hongba wanted to refuse, but saw her granddaughter happily eating and shaking her head. The delighted look on her face made Qian Hongba want to try too. So she said, then I'll have a taste. This sorghum puff was a favorite snack when we were kids. I haven't had it in years. She popped a sorghum puff into her mouth. As she bit down, the juice burst out. It was slightly sour, but it highlighted the sweetness of the fruit. Soft and juicy, it was very refreshing, much better than she remembered. One after another, she ate until the fruit in her hand was gone. Then she snapped back to reality. Oh no! She had caught her granddaughter's greed. Qian Hongba cleared her throat, wanting to say something to ease the awkwardness. Unexpectedly, when I turned around, I saw a circle of adults and children gathered around them. Each of them was happily eating a few wild fruits. It was clear they were drawn in by the kids. Li Hongxiu originally had a full box of wild fruits, but now only half was left. Qian Hongba shot a disapproving glance at his granddaughter. Looking at the fruits, which were clearly expensive, it was obvious that Hongxiu bought them for Yang Yang. Now they were almost all gone. She turned to Jiang Wanning and said, this mom. Jiang Wanning smiled. My last name is Jiang. You can just call me Xiao Jiang. Qian Hongba replied, oh, Xiao Jiang, could you bring us 2 boxes of those wild fruits tomorrow? 1 box for Li Hongxiu and 1 for his granddaughter. The other parents nearby quickly joined in. Xiao Jiang, are these wild fruits from your family? They taste really good. Can you sell us a box? Xiao Jiang, where do you pick these fruits? They taste so much better than the ones we picked.
Yes.
Last weekend, we also went to the mountains to pick sorghum and wild strawberries. They were small and very sour, not at all like yours. Everyone was chatting excitedly, seemingly forgetting they were there to drop off their kids at school. It wasn't until the kindergarten teacher came out to hurry them that the parents rushed their children inside. As they waved goodbye, they heard, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, don't forget to buy wild fruits.
Got it.
You behave in class and listen to the teacher. If you don't, there won't be any wild fruits. Once the little ones were sent off, the parents quickly gathered around Jiang Wanning again to scan the code and join the group. Jiang Wanning said, these wild fruits are picked by our kids, so there aren't many. Tomorrow, I will make an exception and bring each of you a portion. After that, it will be first come, first served like everyone else in the group. Looking at the group that was about to reach 100 members, the parents had no doubt about the popularity of the wild fruits. After all, the taste was so good that even they couldn't resist. The parents quickly scanned to pay, afraid they might miss out on this hard-earned privilege. As the crowd began to disperse, Qian Hongba immediately pulled Jiang Wanning aside and said, Xiao Jiang, can you bring me 2 boxes tomorrow? If it weren't for my daughter, Hongxiu wouldn't have shared her box, and I want to buy another one for her. Li Hongxiu quickly declined, Teacher Qian, that's not necessary. I bought some for Yang Yang tomorrow too. Then she looked at Jiang Wanning with some difficulty, her voice pleading, Boss Jiang, to be honest, my Yang Yang was diagnosed with leukemia last year. Although his condition has stabilized a lot now, he hasn't had a good appetite because of all the medication he's taken. The doctor said that if he doesn't get enough nutrition, it won't help his treatment and recovery. We've tried many methods, but nothing has worked. At this point, she remembered how Yang Yang, afraid of worrying them, forced himself to eat a lot, only to throw it all up later. Her eyes turned red. After blinking a few times to hold back her tears, she continued, but after eating your wild fruits yesterday, he managed to eat a small bowl. So I was wondering if I could ask you to sell me 2 boxes of wild fruits each week. With Yang Yang's appetite, 2 pounds of wild fruits would be enough for a week. Worried that Jiang Wanning might refuse, she added, I can pay extra. Any amount is fine. Seeing Jiang Wanning shake her head, her heart started to race. Then she heard Jiang Wanning say, no need to pay extra. I'll set aside 3 pounds for you each week. Wild fruits aren't always available, so you can stock up in advance. If she just wanted to stimulate her child's appetite, the vegetables from their garden and the fruits from their orchard would also do the trick. But for Yang Yang, who has leukemia, wild fruits are more suitable. Compared to cultivated fruits, wild fruits have more medicinal properties. Plus, with the infusion of spiritual energy, the nutrients in the fruit are enhanced. While she couldn't guarantee that eating these wild fruits would completely cure Yang Yang's illness, she was sure it could help prevent his condition from worsening. Li Hongxiu's tears fell for real this time. No matter how tough things got, she had managed to bear it all. But the understanding and help from strangers always brought her to tears. As the agreed time approached, Jiang Wanning said goodbye to the two and hurried away. First, she went to the market to deliver a platter of wild fruits, then headed to the delivery station. As soon as Zhou Haijun saw Jiang Wanning, he came over immediately. "Boss Jiang, what brings you here? If you need to send something, just let me know, and I'll come pick it up." Jiang Wanning replied, "Just a few boxes of wild fruits. By the way, can you deliver fresh fish?" Ever since they started eating Jiang's vegetables, her whole family had become fans of Jiang's produce. Especially his little girl, who always has to talk about delicious dishes before meals, otherwise she is reluctant to eat. Yesterday, they finally had a platter of wild fruits, but none of the 4 family members managed to grab any. So when he saw several boxes of wild fruits in Jiang Wanning's hands, his eyes turned red with envy. These wild fruits were big and red, and just by looking at them, he knew they would taste great. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the fish mentioned by Jiang Wanning. "Boss Jiang, do you sell fish too?" Foam Express does have a live fish delivery service. They pack freshly caught fish in custom-sealed bags, fill them with water and oxygen, and seal them to ensure the fish can survive for 36 to 48 hours. "Where do you want to send them?" Jiang Wanning replied, "To Jing City." Zhou Haijun said, "If it's Jing City, we can use Air Express. It can arrive in as little as 24 hours. Jiang Wanning nodded. "Okay, I'll bring the fish over then." Zhou Haijun quickly said, "No need, I can come pick them up at the right time." The flights for air parcels are scheduled, and being early or late could affect the fish's survival. When he comes over, he can also see if he can buy some vegetables like last time.
Right.
This way, it would be easier for her, and Jiang Wanning had no objections. Thinking about her recent plans, she decided to go pick persimmons starting today. The persimmons would mainly supply customers from Jiang's Vegetable Basket Group 1. At 5 p.m., she would start listing them on the Jiang's Vegetable Basket store. If sales went well online, the delivery service would get busy. Calculating it all, today turned out to be the most free day. So she said, "How about today? What time can you come over? I'll prepare the fish before you arrive."
Zhou Haijun paused his packing. "So soon?"
Jiang Wanning replied, "Not really urgent. Our persimmons will start selling online tonight. I'm worried that if there are too many delivery orders later, you won't have time to handle those fish."
Right, I almost forgot about that.
Zhou Haijun didn't actually forget, but as a local from Lin City, he had suffered from the sour taste of golden bullets in his childhood. Just thinking about that sour flavor made his scalp tingle. So when he saw the pre-sale notice for persimmons from Jiang's Vegetable Basket, looking at the familiar image of golden bullets, he really couldn't believe anyone would buy those persimmons. "I'll come over at 3 p.m. That way, I can catch the 4:30 p.m. delivery. If all goes well, it can arrive tomorrow." In the Jiang family's main room, Jiang Wanning had just left when the village chief, Jiang Dahai, arrived with the villagers who were going to work today. Grandma Wu, who had come even earlier, was already in the backyard watering the vegetable garden with Jiang Yichen. Hearing the noise, she quickly washed her hands and feet, then pushed Grandma Jiang out to greet them. Grandma Jiang said, "Village chief, why are you all here so early? Wanning told me to expect you at 9. Everyone is eager to get started. Instead of waiting at home, it's better to come here directly," the village chief replied, helping himself to a glass of water from the Jiang family's pitcher. He took a sip and couldn't help but notice that the cold water at their house tasted better than his own. Seeing this, Grandma Jiang quickly invited everyone to sit down and have some water. There were 6 villagers who came to work, all of whom had helped the Jiang family in one way or another. Therefore, Grandma Jiang warmly asked Grandma Wu to bring out some snacks from the fridge to treat them. Auntie, we're not outsiders. You don't need to be so polite. Save the good pastries for the kids. We don't need any, said Wang Ying, who lived at the east end of the village, along with her husband Jiang Gui Tian. She was in charge of picking persimmons, while Jiang Gui Tian carried the load. They were used to working in the mountains, and although they were in their 50s, they looked capable and energetic. Along with Wang Ying and her husband, the other four were also couples, Chen Aiju and Jiang Qingtian and Li Yunyun and Jiang Liu, all in their 50s and known as the most hardworking families in the village. Grandma Jiang smiled and said, "The kids are all here. These were specially prepared by Wan Ning for everyone." When Wan Ning was mentioned, everyone became curious. "Annie, I heard from the village chief that Wan Ning plans to stay in the village to farm. Is that true?" "Oh, dear. Farming is tough. If there are opportunities, it's better to go to the city," they all said with concern, without a hint of sarcasm. After all, in their view, anything was better than farming. Who would want to return to their remote village if they could stay in the city? At this, Grandma Jiang's expression gradually darkened. Although Jiang Wanning said she wanted to stay because she loved the village and farming, Grandma Jiang didn't truly believe it. Deep down, she felt she was a burden to her granddaughter, making her stay in the village to take care of them. Working in the city has its own challenges. Li Yunyan noticed the old lady's worried expression and quickly changed the subject. "Just look at my daughter. Every time she comes home for the new year, her face looks worse than mine. Whenever I call her, she's either working overtime or busy with work. I really worry that at such a young age, she's wearing herself out." That's true. Leaving home to struggle in a new place is not easy. Chun Aiju sighed as well. Take my son, for example. Last year, he ended up in the hospital for a long time because he drank too much and had a stomach bleed. His salary is just a little bit, and even though he graduated years ago, he hasn't saved any money. Chun Aijo's son works in sales. To build relationships with clients, eating and drinking are unavoidable. Plus, with his irregular eating habits due to being busy, he developed stomach issues over time. Especially in the past 2 years, the economy has been tough, making sales harder. Not only is his income decreasing, but he also worries about being laid off. This has made him extremely anxious. When it comes to children, parents always have endless worries. Wang Ying, who is often envied for her successful children, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Living in the city, everything costs so much. The last time I went to help my daughter after she gave birth, the pork at the nearby supermarket was over 20 yuan a pound. How can we afford that? The old lady paused for a moment. She knew that her granddaughter's vegetables and tomatoes sold for even more than pork. She could only laugh awkwardly. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. The key is that the pork is from our own farm, so I might as well raise pigs myself. That way, I can help the kids a bit. That's why, compared to living in the city, I prefer living in the village. My son wanted me to move to the city, but I couldn't stand it after less than a month, so I came back. The old lady quickly agreed. Ning Ning also says that the food outside isn't as good as home-cooked meals. That's why she wants to stay and grow her own food. Not only can she eat it herself, but she can also sell it to city folks. I heard city people love the fresh produce we grow ourselves. I think Ning Ning is very capable. She will definitely succeed. Village Chief Jiang Dahai has great confidence in Jiang Wanning. It's all because of the tomato he tasted before. The flavor was so good that he almost swallowed his tongue. At that moment, he felt assured. A few years ago, a village nearby started a kiwi farm and even got featured on TV. It was quite impressive. If the persimmons at Ning's house smelled like tomatoes, they would surely compare the kiwis to mud. He even started imagining what to wear and say when the TV crew came to interview him. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside. The village chief rushed out first. "Ning, you're finally back. The workers have arrived these past few days, and we're just waiting for you to lead us up the mountain." Jiang Wanning looked at the few people behind the village chief. She recognized some of them but couldn't recall their names right away. As she got out of the car, she apologized. Sorry, everyone. I was delayed this morning. Please wait a few more minutes. We'll head up the mountain soon. They waved their hands, saying, It's no problem. We arrived early. Jiang Wanning went inside to greet the elderly lady and Grandma Wu, then picked up her basket, ready to leave. To her surprise, she saw Jiang Yichen also carrying a basket, preparing to go up the mountain. Chen Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Wanning stopped him. Jiang Yichen looked innocent. I'm going to pick wild fruits. I made plans with Xian Xian and Tong Tong yesterday. I don't have school today, so I can pick fruits at home. No way.
Jiang Wanning said seriously.
You don't have school, but you need to attend class with teacher Jojo. Jiang Yichen felt a bit wronged. But I can have class with teacher Jojo at night. Jiang Wanning replied, Jiang Yichen, did you forget what I told you last night? There's a time for picking wild fruits, and it must not interfere with your school and class time. Otherwise, I'll have to cancel your wild fruit business. Seeing his sister getting angry, Jiang Yichen quickly said, Sister, I'm sorry. I won't go up the mountain. I'll go to class. He hurriedly put down his basket and ran to his room. Before closing the door, he peeked at Jiang Wanning as if to say, I'm going to class now, so you can't cancel our wild fruit business. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Grandma Wu, who was helping the elderly lady tidy up, said with a smile, Ning Ning, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Chin Chin, you go ahead. Thank you, Grandma Wu. I appreciate your help at home. Jiang Wanning, carrying a large basket, walked over to the others waiting for her. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone.
Let's head out now.
It's fine. We're just relaxing at home anyway. Several people waved their hands and followed Jiang Wanning's lead, carrying baskets and shoulder poles as they headed toward the back mountain. The village chief, Jiang Dahai, also joined them. Now, Wanning's family's orchard was a key project for their village, and he wanted to see it scale. In recent years, the government had been promoting rural support programs. Many villages had started various industries, but their village had not made any progress. They had faced mockery from other village chiefs, especially the one from the Kiwi village. During meetings, he would sit in the corner, afraid of being called out. Now, things were different. If Wanning's orchard succeeded, he would help her apply for all the policies and benefits. He wanted those who looked down on their Wang Mountain village to see that they also had capable people who could achieve great things. Jiang Wanning walked quickly. Wanning, don't walk too fast. You'll tire yourself out, and then you won't be able to climb, Wang Ying and the others kindly advised. After all, Wanning had just returned from the city and wasn't as strong as they were. However, Wanning thought they were tired and couldn't keep up with her pace. She smiled and said, Auntie, Uncle, are you tired? Should we slow down? Li Yunyun quickly replied, It's just this little mountain path. What's there to be tired about? Before our village had roads, we had to walk up and down every day. Wanning, they're just worried about your health. The village chief remembered the stone mill Wanning had moved and said to Wang Ying and the others, Don't worry about her. She has more strength than you think. The others listened but didn't believe it. How much strength could a girl with such thin arms and legs have? But seeing that Wanning didn't seem to struggle, they stopped insisting. In just a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the persimmon grove. Looking at the dense, golden persimmons that seemed endless, everyone was amazed. These persimmons are growing so well. Wanning, are you sure no one has helped take care of them these past few years? Jiang Gui Tian, who had been quiet, couldn't help but exclaim. As an experienced farmer, he had grown crops and fruit trees, but had never seen persimmon trees with so many large fruits. The branches were weighed down by the heavy fruit. Wang Ying replied, What nonsense are you talking about? In recent years, with Ning away, there have only been my aunt and a few kids at home. How could they manage such a large orchard? But look at how well the trees are growing. They must be doing great on their own, right? Jiang Wutian really couldn't understand. Jiang Weining shrugged and joked, Maybe my parents in heaven are blessing us, making our fruit trees grow so well. Although they knew this wasn't serious, the village chief and others kindly agreed, saying, You never know. I remember your parents put a lot of effort into this orchard. That's right. When we were planting those fruits, I even helped figure out what kind of seedlings to buy. Jiang Wutian felt strongly about this. After all, he had been curious to see if Jiang Lei and his wife could successfully grow fruit trees. If they did, he planned to plant his 50 acres of land too. During that time, he had been running around with them a lot. Unexpectedly, shortly after planting the fruits, the couple passed away. And with that, his desire to plant fruit trees faded away. He looked at the sprawling persimmon orchard and couldn't help but sigh. Actually, your parents didn't plan to plant these persimmons at first. The nursery sent the wrong variety and just gave them away since they bought so many seedlings. Free seedlings? Why not take them? Plus, your family had a few hundred acres of land, so they just planted them. Maybe this is what they mean by trying hard to grow flowers that don't bloom, while carelessly planting willows that provide shade. The others looked at the bountiful orchard and couldn't help but exclaim, with such a large orchard, how much fruit will this produce? If they had planted rarer and more expensive fruits, they might really get rich. Even switching to a different variety of persimmons would be better. This golden bullet variety is just not good enough. What if they can't sell them later? At this point, everyone started to worry about Jiang Weining. It would be okay if the fruits didn't sell since they hadn't invested much effort. But the wages for picking persimmons were quite a bit of money. Jiang Weining, however, seemed unconcerned. Uncles and aunts, don't worry. These persimmons sell really well. In the past few days, she had focused all her energy on this persimmon orchard. After using so much energy, if she still couldn't sell them, she might as well not farm this land anymore. Village Chief Zhang Dahai was a bit worried too. After all, he had tasted tomatoes, but he still didn't know how these persimmons would taste. But in front of Jiang Wutian and the others, he couldn't just pick and eat directly. Jiang Wanning clearly stated in the hiring agreement, during the picking process, do not eat the fruits from the orchard without permission. So he hurriedly urged them to work and asked Jiang Wanning to show him around while picking a persimmon to taste. All right, stop chatting. Move quickly. Ning girl is paying you a good wage, so don't let her lose out. Village Chief, it sounds like you think we would take advantage of Ning Ning, they joked, quickly getting to work. Aunts and uncles, you can start picking from this side, and go deeper. Pick all the ripe ones. Jiang Wanning gestured from east to west.
Got it.
The aunts replied efficiently while picking a large ripe persimmon. Wow, I thought this persimmon was big, but it's even larger than I expected. This one must weigh almost half a pound. Yeah, I've never seen such a big persimmon. Even if we sell them at a lower price, with this many persimmons, we can make a good amount of money. The uncles were responsible for carrying the baskets. Even when the baskets weren't full, they willingly helped with the picking. The village chief then suggested that Jiang Wanning show him around the area. Ning girl, do you know how many acres this persimmon grove is? Jiang Wanning replied, about 20 acres. The village chief nodded in satisfaction. Being able to state the size meant she had carefully considered it. When they were on the mountain earlier, he noticed the well-maintained path and realized that this girl was serious about farming in the village. If these persimmons could be sold smoothly, he wouldn't have to worry about her giving up halfway. Ning girl, tell me honestly, can these persimmons really be sold? Seeing the village chief occasionally glance at the large persimmons and swallow, she understood immediately. She picked one of the big persimmons and handed it to the village chief, saying, Uncle, you try it first. All right, I'll give it a try. The village chief took it, and without wiping it, he took a big bite. The moment the persimmon entered his mouth, a refreshing sweetness filled his palate. He could even feel the fragrant aroma of the persimmon in his throat. Wow, this is delicious. This persimmon is amazing. Are you sure this variety is called Jinzidan? The taste of Jinzidan is usually not like this. Having just eaten breakfast, now after consuming a persimmon weighing about half a pound, the village chief felt quite full and let out a satisfied burp. A sweet aroma wafted from his mouth, making him let out a satisfied sigh. I think the shop Uncle Gui Tian mentioned must have made a mistake. This can't be the variety of golden bullets. It probably just looks similar, so they got it wrong. This really confirmed Jiang Wanning's words. The crowded persimmon orchard before them was indeed the result of Jiang Lei and his wife's efforts in planting. Jiang Wanning just smiled and did not comment. No matter how they guessed, they would never figure out the true essence of it. After all, that was something only found in fantasy novels. As they walked around the persimmon orchard, the village chief grew more and more amazed. He saw that every persimmon tree had leaves that were already dry and yellow, constantly falling due to the wind. Large, orange-red persimmons hung closely on the branches, too many to count. Just looking at the growth, it should yield about 8,000 pounds per acre, the village chief remarked. But it would be more than 8,000 pounds. At least it could reach 10,000. However, Jiang Wanning didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing it might shock the village chief. I'm not sure yet. We'll know once we pick them all. The village chief, with a tone full of experience, said, it will definitely be at least 6,000 pounds. Even if it's 6,000 pounds per acre, for 20 acres, that's 120,000 pounds. Ning girl, have you thought about how to sell so many persimmons? Jiang Wanning replied, I'll sell some in the city first. I also open an online store, so I'll sell some there too. Yes, sell online. Young people love to shop online. In the neighboring county, the village that grows kiwi fruit, during harvest season they do live streams and can sell thousands of pounds in a day. At this point, the village chief slapped his thigh and said regretfully, right. We could do live streaming too.
How did I forget about that?
Ning girl, if you don't know how to do it, you can ask Xiaozhu. She buys things in live streams every day and surely knows how to set it up. At that moment, Jiang Wanning also felt regretful. How could she forget such a great selling opportunity? It's worth noting that the original person had also done live streaming to sell goods. However, after only a few days, she accidentally threw up while eating in the live stream. As a result, she was dropped by the business and had to pay a hefty penalty. She remembered that at the peak of her live stream, there were about 20,000 to 30,000 viewers. That's 20,000 to 30,000 potential customers. If they all made a purchase, wouldn't 200,000 pounds of persimmons sell out in no time? Live stream. We must do a live stream. She is confident that anyone who has tasted her persimmons will be willing to pay for them. But right now, her two groups combined have only a little over 100 members. With nearly 200,000 pounds of persimmons, how long will it take to sell them relying on just over 100 people spreading the word? She is hoping to repair her house before the end of the year. At that moment, village chief, Ning, we're here. Zhu Jingjing rushed over, holding a DSLR camera, panting, with Foam Tao following behind carrying a tripod. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Little Zhu, you arrived just in time. I told Ning that we could sell the persimmons through a live stream. After all, there are more people online and sales could be quicker. Exactly. With so many persimmons, relying on just one local group for sales is too limited and can easily lead to oversaturation and unsold stock. But selling through live streaming eliminates that problem. Consumers from all over the country, even globally, can be our audience. Foam Tao, who graduated in e-commerce, spoke confidently. Zhu Jingjing poured cold water on the idea, but we need to collaborate with a big streamer. If we stream ourselves, we won't have any traffic and won't sell anything. The commissions for big streamers are quite high. I have a way. Jiang Wanning looked eager. The original account had over 10,000 followers. The pre-sale video she posted before has already received hundreds of thousands of views. There are also thousands of comments, even if they aren't all positive. But isn't that still traffic? Zhu Jingjing and Foam Tao were both surprised, looking at Jiang Wanning with uncertainty. After all, they had seen plenty of negative comments about her online. Are you sure? Those comments online aren't nice, Zhu Jingjing said worriedly. Jiang Wanning shrugged. I've already stepped back from that world. I don't care what they say, as long as I can sell my persimmons. If you really don't mind, this might actually be an opportunity, Foam Tao said seriously. In the internet age, many people risk everything for traffic and attention. What's a few negative comments? With the buzz around Jiang Wanning, many people would be envious. Zhu Jingjing also started to see the potential in this idea. The village chief, listening in confusion, asked, what bad comments? Just tell me if this live stream can work. If it really takes off, Wouldn't their village be like half a TV station? It can work, Jiang Wanning declared confidently. She casually threw out a question, but I don't have time to do the live stream. Do I need to find someone else to host it? After all, the memories of the original owner told her that the key part of the live stream was 3, 2, 1, go live. Without a host, there would be no live stream. How could they sell anything then? As she spoke, she looked at Zhu Jingjing, her ideal candidate. Zhu Jingjing shook her head repeatedly. I can't. Selling goods through live streaming is a profit-making activity, and as a public servant, participating would be illegal. In the old Jiang family, there were many responsibilities resting on Jiang Wanning, the main support of the family, and she was indeed very busy. However, besides Jiang Wanning, the only other young people in the village were Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao. But their roles. The group exchanged glances, and for a moment, they couldn't find a good solution. Suddenly, a knocking sound broke the silence. Feng Tao had opened his phone, and the sound was coming from it. Actually, you don't necessarily need a host for live streaming. You can take a look at this. He handed his phone over. The others leaned in and saw a live stream page on the phone. In the stream, 2 elderly people were doing woodworking. Zhu Jingjing clicked on the product list below, revealing a long list of handmade crafts. Feng Tao said, this live stream has a fixed camera. From morning till night, it just shows the 2 elderly people making wooden items, and those items are the products for sale. Then I can just show footage of picking persimmons or packing them. I can include the link in there. Jiang Wanning suttenly understood. The more she thought about it, the more she liked this idea. She wouldn't even need to operate it herself. When Aunt Wang and the others went up the mountain, they could just set up the phone. This is a good idea. Let's film the persimmon picking. Who wouldn't be intrigued by this persimmon orchard? If the persimmons don't become popular, the orchard might. Many people would want to come and visit. Zhu Jingjing looked excited. Even the village chief was thrilled to hear this. If the persimmon orchard became popular, it would mean that Wangshan village would thrive. He couldn't help but urge, great. Wanning, why don't you start the live stream now? Aunt Wang and the others are already starting to pick. Zhu Jingjing said, sure, I can borrow this tripod. Jiang Wanning looked at the eager village committee trio and held back a laugh, saying, Uncle Village Chief, there's no need to rush. I need my phone to contact clients, and if I want to do a live stream, I'll have to buy another one. Besides the phone, there are also a phone stand and a power bank. Of course, the most important thing is to ask Aunt Wang and the others if they are willing to participate. After all, they will be the main focus of the live stream. If they don't want to be on camera, I'll have to find someone else. Ning girl, are you saying you'll set up a phone here to live stream us picking persimmons? Chun Ijo couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Wanning nodded. Yes. But I don't know if you all are willing to appear in the video. Oh, what's there to be unwilling about? It's just a video, right? We occasionally film ourselves too, but not many people watch, Wang replied enthusiastically. Li Yunyan chimed in, exactly. If the live stream goes viral, could we become famous too? Ha ha ha. Seeing that they all agreed, Jiang Wanning said, great. From now on, you all will be the stars of my live stream. As long as you appear on camera, I'll give you an extra 50 yuan a day on top of your regular pay. This made Wang Ying and the others even happier. Oh wow, what a good deal. Ning girl, we've found a great boss. Becoming famous and earning money, where can we find such a good opportunity? Chun Iju smiled widely, her eyes squinting with joy, as if she had found a great bargain. Ning, don't worry. We will perform well and won't embarrass you. Wang Ying patted her chest confidently. Oh, dear, should we change our clothes? We just wore our oldest clothes since we thought we'd be working, Li Yunyan said, tugging at her faded and patched outfit with some concern. Jiang Wanning smiled. Andes, this is how you look when working. No need to change, just be yourselves. Everyone relax and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Wang Ying said seriously, that won't do. If we look too messy, it could hurt the live stream's business. We don't need to dress fancy, but we should be clean and tidy, right? Everyone nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere was lively and harmonious. Seeing their wives smiling happily, Jiang Guotian and the other men couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Jiang Guotian scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and said hesitantly, Ning Ning, can we be included in the live stream? We don't need a raise. We just want to join in the fun. Jiang Qingtian and Jiang Liu smiled broadly and nodded in agreement with Jiang Guotian's words. Of course, that's fine. The camera should capture both the picking and the carrying scenes, and we can also film some moments of packing later, Zhu Jingjing quickly replied for Jiang Wanning. The villagers, who usually seemed a bit dull, were now full of energy and very lively. Their enthusiasm and initiative surprised her. After all, in the city, most people value their privacy. Even taking a photo often requires blurring faces. She turned to Jiang Wanning and suggested, Ning Ning, if you're busy, why not let Aunt Wang and the others handle the live stream during the picking time? They can take the phone and tripod with them when they go up the mountain every day. Once they know the picking area, they can set the phone to focus on that spot. As she spoke, Zhu Jingjing walked over to Feng Tao, took the tripod from him, and demonstrated. Like this, fix the phone here. Aunt Wang, remember to open the live stream before you start picking. After that, you don't need to worry too much. Just pick the persimmons or carry the loads. As long as people are in the filming area, they will be recorded automatically. When you come down, just turn off the live stream and bring the phone back. Wang Ying's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she couldn't help but clap in praise. This is a great idea. I can do this. Ning Ning, you can trust me with this. I'll come to get the phone from you before going up and return it after coming down. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. Everyone enthusiastically discussed the details of the live stream. In no time, they finalized all the details. Seeing everyone so eager, Jiang Wanning had no reason to disagree and nodded. All right, I'll send the phone over this afternoon, and I'll bring it to you then. We'll start the live stream this afternoon. The original sale time noted in the pre-sale video was also set for this afternoon at 5. Moving it up a few hours shouldn't cause any issues. Coincidentally, Zhou Haijun would come to collect the live fish delivery in the afternoon, so he could help buy a phone to bring over. As they prepared to head down the mountain, Wang Ying and her friends had already skillfully picked several large baskets of persimmons. Nearby, Jiang Guotian and 2 others were ready to carry the persimmons down. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning decided to step forward and carry 2 baskets down herself. Hey, Ning Ning, what are you doing? Those 2 baskets together weigh over 100 pounds. How can you carry them? Before Chinaijio could finish her surprised exclamation, everyone watched in astonishment as Jiang Wanning effortlessly lifted a heavy load. She showed no signs of struggle, as if the baskets were filled with light cotton instead of heavy persimmons. Ants, I'm heading back now. When my phone arrives, I'll bring it up to you, Jiang Wanning said calmly, walking away with a light step. Her graceful movements made it seem like the 2 baskets didn't weigh her down at all. In front, Jiang Guotian and the others heard the commotion behind them and turned to look. They saw a slender figure confidently carrying 2 baskets of persimmons, gliding past them effortlessly. Is that Ning Ning? Jiang Guotian's eyes widened in disbelief. When did she get so strong? Jiang Liu couldn't help but exclaim. The village chief, with his hands behind his back, looked unfazed. What are you all still doing here? Don't let Ning Ning get down the mountain before you do. That would be embarrassing. Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao exchanged glances, both looking shocked. Even though they had witnessed Jiang Wanning lift a stone mill with her bare hands before, seeing her carry the baskets now was still hard to accept. After all, her delicate appearance and slender figure seemed so mismatched with such incredible strength. Down the mountain, Zhang Yichen was attending an online class while the elderly lady and Grandma Wu were folding cardboard boxes. These boxes were custom ordered by Jiang Wanning to pack the persimmons. They had just been brought back from the quick transfer station a couple of days ago. There were boxes for 1 pound, 5 pounds, and 10 pounds. This was also Jiang Wanning's plan for selling the persimmons online. The 1 pound box was a sample size. If it tasted good, customers could buy 5 or 10 pounds. The 2 elderly ladies worked smoothly together, one folding the boxes while the other taped the bottoms with clear tape. Then, When they caught sight of Jiang Wanning carrying the baskets, their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. The two of them frowned deeply, clearly feeling worried and anxious. Dahai, are you just going to watch Ning Ning pick down these 2 baskets of persimmons? This is ridiculous. What if she gets hurt? Grandma Wu didn't want to blame Jiang Wanning at all, so she directed all her frustration at Jiang Dahai, who was out of breath from chasing after her. Jiang Dahai, hands on his hips, looked speechless at Grandma Wu's scolding. Aunt Wu, why don't you take a look and see who looks more tired, me or Ning? As he spoke, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Grandma Wu looked Jiang Dahai up and down, wrinkling her nose in disapproval. Dahai, you've been village chief for too long. You're not as strong as you used to be. Back in the day, you were one of the best in the village, and now look at you. Jiang Dahai felt wronged, but didn't say anything. The half-hour walk down the mountain felt like 10 minutes. Anyone would be out of breath. Moreover, Zhang Guitian and the others who came down with him were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the old lady was checking Jiang Wanning carefully. She expressed her disapproval, saying, Ning Ning, I know you're strong, but you shouldn't push yourself like this. Those 2 baskets of persimmons are heavy, and going downhill could hurt you. Jiang Wanning bent down, comforting the old lady by wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Grandma, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Then she reached for the persimmons in the baskets and said to Grandma Wu, let's pack these persimmons in bags, 5 pounds per bag. Once we're done, we can put them back in the baskets. It's okay if each bag is a little over, but it can't be under. Most of the persimmons picked today were for orders from Zhang's family's vegetable basket group. They were either 5 or 10 pounds. 5-pound bags would make distribution easier later. Tomorrow morning, we can take them directly to the market. Using boxes would be a waste. After all, boxes cost money too. Okay. Grandma Wu quickly agreed and started working efficiently. Since the old lady had nothing else to do, she joined in. Jiang Dahai came out of the main room, holding a large cup of cold water. Seeing the persimmons being bagged, he hurried over. Aunt, if we weigh the persimmons now, and the buyers don't want so many, won't that be a waste? The old lady kept busy with her hands and smiled, saying, these are reserved by a customer who bought tomatoes before. We'll pack them up now, and tomorrow, Ning Ning will take them to the city. Jiang Dahai was truly surprised.
So someone has already bought them?
Have they tasted the persimmons? If that's the case, it makes sense. Otherwise, who would avoid these golden, shiny persimmons? The old lady shook her head with a smile.
Not yet.
Maybe they think our tomatoes taste good, so they trust that our persimmons will be just as good. Jiang Dahai thought, isn't that a bit hasty? But thankfully, the persimmons really do taste great, so they won't be disappointed. By the way, where's Ning Ning? The old lady replied, she went to the bamboo grove behind us. She said she wanted to get a bamboo to make a fishing rod. Grandma Wu, curious, asked, is Ning Ning planning to go fishing? But we don't have many places to fish around here, just a few creek pools. The old lady smiled and pointed to the pond in front of them. A few days ago, a fish jumped out of the pond and was caught by Chin Chin. I guess Ning Ning wants to give it a try too. At that moment, Jiang Dahai wasn't thinking about Ning Ning fishing. His eyes were fixed on the persimmons. Auntie, your persimmons taste amazing. How about selling me 5 pounds? The old lady waved her hand and said, they're just persimmons. If you want to eat them, just take a bag home. Jiang Dahai insisted, no way, these persimmons are so good, they could sell for a good price. I can't take them for free. I'll buy 5 pounds, and I'll pay whatever costs. The old lady frowned at this. The price was tricky to discuss, mainly because Jiang Wanning had set a high price, and she was hesitant to speak up. Moreover, considering all the help the village chief had given their family over the years, how could she charge him? Thinking of this, the old lady grabbed a bag of persimmons and firmly pushed it into Jiang Dahai's hands.
Just take it.
Don't fuss. Haven't you helped our family enough over the years? Asking for money for a few persimmons would be embarrassing for me. Seeing the old lady's firm attitude, Jiang Dahai knew that insisting further would seem rude, so he smiled and accepted. Thank you, Auntie. I'll take these persimmons to my son and let him help promote them. Seriously, Annie, these persimmons are grown so well. I think it's nice that Ning Ning stays at home. She can take care of the house and still earn money. It seems your family will have better days ahead. These words made the old lady very happy. She smiled so wide that her eyes turned into slits, and the wrinkles on her face showed her joy as she waved her hands and said, "Haha, I don't expect to make a lot of money. As long as the kids are healthy and safe, that's enough." While the three were chatting happily, Jiang Ning came back. She was holding a thin bamboo stick in one hand and a broken jar in the other. "What do you have there, Ning girl?" Jiang Dahai asked curiously. "I dug up some earthworms in the bamboo forest. They'll be useful for fishing later," Jiang Ning explained with a smile, raising the jar. Then she asked the old lady for some cotton thread. She wanted to use nylon line, but unfortunately, there wasn't any at home. Luckily, the cotton thread was strong, as the old lady used it for making shoe soles. Catching a few fish shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Dahai watched with interest as Jiang Ning first pulled the cotton thread and fixed it to a section of the bamboo stick. Then she took out an embroidery needle and carefully heated it over the fire. Once the needle was glowing red, she slowly bent it into the shape of a fish hook. Seeing her makeshift setup, Jiang Dahai couldn't help but tease, "Ning girl, your homemade fishing rod is too rough. With this, you might as well go find a net and scoop fish from the pond." But Jiang Ning was confident, saying, "Uncle Village Chief, what if I actually catch something?" Jiang Dahai stubbornly replied, "Impossible. If you really catch something, I'll give you the fishing rod my son gave me." "Just wait and see." Jiang Ning grinned, swinging the hook with the earthworm into the pond. It was calm. There was no reaction at all. Jiang Dahai was about to share some fishing tips when suddenly the water around the fishing line started to bubble. Looking closely, he saw many fish thrashing below. At the same time, Jiang Ning's fishing rod bent sharply. "I got one. Quick, reel it in." Jiang Dahai shouted excitedly, almost wanting to grab the rod from Jiang Ning. In contrast, Jiang Ning remained calm, as if everything was going according to her plan. After all, she had added a special touch to those earthworms. Jiang Ning casually pulled up the fishing line. A fish that didn't look too small was flung up. Jiang Dahai quickly caught the fish, looking astonished. "Wow, this big white catfish must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. He hurried to weigh it, and with the bowl and fish together, it was over 5 pounds. After removing the weight of the plastic bowl, the fish alone weighed more than 5 pounds. "Auntie, when did you start raising such big fish in this pond?" Jiang Dahai asked curiously. He remembered that this pond was dug when Jiang Lei's father was still alive. They had raised fish there for a few years, but it wasn't very successful, and eventually they gave up. The pond was slowly left to nature. When Jiang Lei was around, they would clean it at most once a year to prevent the mud from building up too much and filling the pond, wasting the money spent on digging it. After Jiang Lei and his wife passed away, nothing was done. The tangled weeds on the water surface were a clear sign of neglect. The old lady said, "We don't have time to raise fish. It's probably just some old mixed fish that were left when we cleaned the pond, and they grew on their own." Jiang Dahai still didn't understand. This is a white catfish, not just any mixed fish. Could it be that Lei put fish fry in here before? But then he realized that didn't make sense. Jiang Lei and his wife had been gone for almost 5 or 6 years. If they had put fish fry in, they wouldn't only be this big after so long. In the house, Jiang Yichen, who was taking an online class, couldn't sit still when he heard his sister's voice. However, he was afraid she would get mad, so he held back. As soon as the teacher in the video waved and said, "Goodbye, kids, see you next time," he rushed outside. Hearing his grandmother's words, he eagerly raised his hand and said, "Uncle Village Chief, I raised this fish."
I did.
"You raised it? Where did you get the fish fry?" The village chief thought it was just a child's joke and didn't take it seriously. Jiang Wanning, overhearing, asked curiously, "Chin, are you saying you put little fish in there?" Jiang Yichen nodded. "Yes, every time Uncle Village Chief gave me fish, I put them in there. I put in a lot." Everyone turned to look at Jiang Dahai. When did I give you fish? Jiang Dahai started to protest, but before he finished, he remembered that he might have indeed given some to Yi-Chen. Whenever he went to town to fish and only caught small fish, he didn't want to throw them away and was afraid his wife would tease him, so he would give them to Yi-Chen to play with. Jiang Dahai thought about the small fish he had caught before and looked at the big white fish in front of him, which was as long as his arm. It was hard to connect the two. Just then, Grandma Wu exclaimed. Everyone turned to see Jiang Wanning pulling up another sizable fish. Jiang Dahai and Jiang Yi-Chen quickly rushed over to take a look.
Wow.
It was a big blue fish, even larger than the white fish. It weighed almost 7 pounds. Chen, go get some water to keep these fish alive. He added a little energy to boost their vitality. Jiang Yi-Chen happily ran off to fetch water. At that moment, Jiang Dahai didn't care how this fish had grown so big in the abandoned pond. His attention was entirely on the fishing rod in Jiang Wanning's hands. With just a bamboo pole, a cotton line, and a needle, she had caught 2 big fish in less than 10 minutes. This performance surpassed the fancy fishing rod his son had given him, which was made of advanced materials. So, he shyly asked Ning girl, didn't you say you were busy? How about letting uncle help you fish? Jiang Wanning replied, oh, I don't want to trouble you, village chief. It's just a few fish, it won't take long. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Dahai insisted. Ning girl, don't tease your uncle. Sticking to the tradition of respecting elders, Jiang Wanning handed over the fishing rod. Village chief, just catch 6 fish of similar size. 4 would be sent out, 1 kept for dinner, and 1 for the village chief as a thank you for his fish fry donation. Jiang Dahai happily accepted the rod, but before he could settle down, he felt a tug on the line.
Got 1.
I've got 1. He quickly stood up and reeled in the line. Seeing the big carp on the hook made him smile widely.
Ikaw with a fish.
Now let's see who dares to call me a novice. When Jiang Yi-Chen came over to put the fish in the water basin, Jiang Dahai said, wait a moment. He stepped aside and called out to Jiang Wanning, Ning girl, hurry, take a picture of me. They took several photos in different poses, and he chose the best one to share on social media with the caption, when your heart desires, the fish will bite. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but feel a bit amused. She didn't expect the rough village chief to have such a poetic side. After showing off, Jiang Dahai felt quite proud. Constantly refreshing the page, just waiting to see the comments filled with envy and jealousy from fellow anglers, and then putting on a show. But what he got instead was, where did you buy that carp? Haha, I've used that trick long ago. Come on, you're just pretending. Buying such a big one is too fake. Jiang Dahai looked at these comments, nearly furious, and typed a reply. I'm not as fake as you. If you can't catch fish, you cheat. I caught this myself. Whoever lies is a coward. Sure. You caught it. You're not young anymore. Why are you still so angry? Watch your blood pressure. It was clear they were just brushing him off. Beside him, Jiang Yi-Chen, who was waiting to see the fishing, looked at Jiang Dahai's frustrated expression with confusion. Uncle Village Chief, are you angry? You caught such a big fish. Why are you still upset? Jiang Dahai huffed, because I told them I caught fish, but they don't believe me. But Uncle Village Chief really did catch fish. Why don't they believe you? Jiang Yi-Chen tilted his head in confusion. Of course, he had never caught such a big fish in his fishing career. Jiang Dahai, who cared about his image, couldn't admit his shortcomings. He could only sulk. Feeling his uncle's sadness, Jiang Yi-Chen, mimicking his sister, patted his shoulder to comfort him. Uncle Village Chief, if they don't believe us, let's just show them. Once they see it, won't they believe? Hearing this, Jiang Dahai had a sudden idea.
Right.
If they don't believe the photos, he could film a video of fishing for them. Haha, you're so smart, Chen. Here, hold my phone. When I catch a fish, just film me, okay? Jiang Dahai took the phone and gave instructions. With those 3 big fish boosting his confidence, he didn't even think about whether he could catch another one that big. Jiang Yi-Chen nodded and urged, then let's fish, Uncle Village Chief. My sister said we need to catch 6 fish today. So he was helping his sister supervise. Jiang Dahai cast his fishing rod into the pond. The old and the young stared intently at the water's surface until ripples began to form, growing stronger. It's biting. Uncle Village Chief, the fish is biting. Jiang Yichen exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Jiang Dahai was also thrilled, but was still thinking about capturing the moment on video. I know. Hold the phone steady and make sure to capture Uncle's fishing action clearly. As he spoke, he lifted his hand up with force. A big fish, still thrashing its tail, was pulled up. Jiang Yichen diligently held the phone, aiming it at the big fish and Uncle, the village chief. Jiang Dahai removed the fish from the hook and, disregarding his clothes, hugged it with both hands. With a proud look, he faced the phone camera and said, "Hey, old guys, did you see that? I caught it. If you still can't tell, I'll catch another one for you to see."
Ha ha ha.
After boasting, he quickly placed the fish in a water basin and checked the video on his phone. Yes, it showed everything from him putting on the worm to casting the line and reeling it in. The moment when the fish bit was a bit blurry because Chun-Chun was too excited, but it didn't matter. So, he uploaded the original video directly and posted it on his social media. Can you see it clearly? If not, I'll catch another one. Saying this, he happily refreshed the page, waiting for the old guy's reactions. Jiang Yichen stood by, noticing that the village chief was still not moving, and he started to feel anxious. Remembering his sister's 6-fish task, he glanced at the fishing rod lying on the ground. He thought about the village chief's fishing actions earlier. He put a worm on the hook. Then, he placed the hook in the water. When he saw the water ripple, he pulled up the fishing rod. At that moment, Jiang Dahai was completely absorbed in the praise on social media, unable to focus on anything else.
Wow, you really caught that.
Lao Jiang, did you go for training somewhere? Enough said, impressive. Big brother, share your fishing spot with us.
Take me with you.
I want to catch big fish too. Why does your fishing rod look so strange? It can't be some kind of fishing gadget, right? Seeing this, Jiang Dahai couldn't help but laugh. My niece just made a fishing rod with a bamboo stick, cotton thread, and an embroidery needle, just for fun. His boastful tone was quite annoying. He was about to take a photo of that simple fishing rod to show them closely when a phone call came in. Caller ID, Lao Zhang. A fishing buddy who lived in the same neighborhood as his son. They often arranged to go fishing at the reservoir together. They were fishing friends but also rivals. After all, the other person had better luck, always bringing home a few fish weighing a pound or so. This made him feel even more useless. Now, seeing the call from him, Jiang Dahai straightened up. "Hello, Lao Zhang. Didn't you say you found a great fishing spot? How's the catch?" In the conversation, Lao Zhang was almost ready to hang up the phone because of the tone. "All right, Lao Jiang. Quickly tell me where you are. I'm coming to find you now." When Jiang Dahai heard this, he instinctively wanted to refuse. What a joke. It was hard to find such a great fishing spot, and he hadn't even fished enough himself, so how could he share it? But then he thought it might be nice to let Lao Zhang come over. Maybe he could even promote Ning Yada's persimmons to him. That old guy retired a few years ago. Every day, he either searched for good places to eat or good fishing spots. If he could taste the persimmons, he might be interested. "So, this place is my niece's pond. I need to ask her if she will let you come." Lao Zhang urged on the phone, "Then hurry up and ask. Just say I can pay. Just like those fishing spots." Jiang Dahai replied, "Okay. I'll ask her first and call you back." After hanging up, he planned to find Jiang Wanning, but then he saw Jiang Yichen putting a huge fish into a basin. He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. When they said huge, they meant it. It was about half his body size. The plastic basin in front of him seemed too small to hold it. "Chin-Chin, did you catch this fish?" The fish in his arms was wriggling and splashing its tail, making it a bit hard for Jiang Yichen to hold. "Uncle Village Head, help me. I can barely hold it." After some effort, they managed to lift the big fish. Then they found a large plastic bucket to put it in. After weighing it, it turned out to be 12 pounds. Jiang Dahai's initial pride and sense of achievement felt a bit crushed. He quietly took out his phone and snapped a picture of the big fish on the scale. Then he sent it to Lao Zhang. He thought such a shouldn't be faced alone. Soon, Lao Zhang sent back one amazed emoji after another. Finally, he added, "Did you ask for me? I can pay double." At that moment, Jiang Wanning was counting the persimmon orders in the Jiang family vegetable basket number 1 group. The number of orders was much higher compared to the previous tomatoes. However, the proportion of people placing orders was much lower. Originally, there were only 10 people in the group, and they all eagerly placed orders. Now, the group had nearly 100 members, but less than a third of them had placed orders. Jiang Wanning understood that they were hesitant because of the appearance of the persimmons. She wasn't worried. Anyway, she knows best the quality of her own persimmons. Anyone who has tasted them has nothing bad to say. So, she sent a message in the group. Tomorrow at the usual time, at the parking lot of Yuanqiao Vegetable Market, for pickup. Friends, if you're interested, feel free to come by tomorrow for a free persimmon to taste. Sure enough, for those who weren't really into persimmons, such a message got them excited. Wow, Boss Jiang, if it's free tasting, I'll definitely come to support. Actually, I'm a bit scared of those persimmons. They remind me of my childhood fears. Those who go to taste tomorrow, please let me know how they taste. I do like persimmons, but not the golden ones. If they're really delicious, I'll buy some. 40 yuan per gene for persimmons? I definitely have to try them.